The novel titled The Birth of a Hero tells the story of a boy who was reborn on a continent where countless heroes are born and where war still rages on. After escaping the Forest of Darkness, our main character Choi Han finally learned what human warmth and love truly felt like. Every single villager there welcomed him with open arms, ready to take him in. But then, the nightmare struck. The people he called friends and family in Harris Village were brutally slaughtered by a mysterious organization. Even though he was incredibly strong, having survived in the Forest of Darkness for over 10 years, he was still an innocent Choi Han. He was so gentle, yet he had to watch the people he loved die right in front of him, entirely powerless to save them. His rage reached its absolute peak. For the very first time in his life, he killed a man. With just a single agonizing scream, one of the mysterious strangers who murdered the villagers crumpled to the ground. The rest of them began to tremble in sheer terror, wondering what kind of vengeful god they had just crossed. And right after that, one by one, they all fell beneath Choi Han's merciless blade. After utterly wiping out that mysterious organization, Choi Han finally regained his senses, only to realize he hadn't extracted a single piece of information from them. He plunged into absolute despair. He swore to himself right then and there that he would kill them. He would slaughter every last person responsible for making things turn out this way. With absolutely nothing left to tie him down, Choi Han left the village for the first time and headed straight toward the central city of Western Hennetus. It was here that Kale, a local wealthy scumbag with too much free time on his hands, decided to pick a fight with him, only for Choi Han to beat the living daylights out of him. Shifting back to the present moment, a devastatingly handsome red-haired young man stared into the mirror, suddenly realizing, wait, isn't this face Kale's? Turns out he was actually someone from a completely different world. He had just woken up to find himself trapped in the body of Kale Hennetus. Just right before this, everything in his life had been totally normal. He had just borrowed the book, The Birth of a Hero, started reading it, and fell asleep without even realizing it. And now, he had woken up as someone else entirely. This has got to be one of those legendary isekai transmigration tropes, he thought. Honestly, it was just a guess. He was still pretty hazy about his current identity. Was he really Kale? But looking at this body, this distinct red hair, it perfectly matched the novel's description of Kale. He quickly racked his brain, recalling everything he had read. Back in Chapter 1, Kale Hennetus was nothing more than a minor low-level villain. Basically, just a stepping stone to make the main character, Choi Han, look good. Sinking deep into the warm bathwater, he sighed. Actually, this wasn't all that bad. He didn't have anything tying him down in his past life anyway. He was an orphan with zero money, just dragging himself through a mundane life with absolutely no one he needed to sacrifice himself for. He had just been floating by, living day to day in quiet peace. That was his life back when he was Kim Rock-soo. But now that he was Kale Hennetus, he made a firm resolve. He absolutely could not die here. He didn't want to die, and he definitely didn't want to feel any pain. Sure, this new reality was pretty messed up, but living here was still incredibly better than his old world. Out of pure habit, he touched a spot on his body that used to have a scar, only to find the skin completely smooth and flawless. Ah, so that means this guy hasn't been beaten to a pulp by the main character yet, he realized. According to the novel, Kale Hennetus was a notorious, violent drunk. Honestly, it was no wonder he ended up getting his ass kicked. Because he had read the novel, Kim Rock-soo, now stuck in the body of this incompetent redhead, knew exactly what fate awaited Kale. Meanwhile, Choi Han would go on to meet Won. After overcoming a series of intense trials, that guy would eventually rise up as the absolute epitome of a true hero. As for Kim Rock-soo, whose entire existence was now Kale, his life motto remained incredibly simple. Do whatever it takes to avoid getting beaten to a pulp by Choi Han. If he could just dodge that one disaster, he could absolutely keep walking his own peaceful path. He decided to lay low, live a long life, avoid anything that hurt, and just let his life comfortably blossom in this new world. Thank God I still remember the entire prologue of the novel. Everything should be just fine. Suddenly, a voice from outside echoed into the room, snapping Kale right out of his thoughts. He stepped out of the bath, and there he was, the old butler. The man offered a warm smile, gently handing Kale a hot cup of tea. He looked like a kind, gentle old grandpa. But Kale knew the dark truth. This was Ron. a lethal assassin who had crossed the ocean from the eastern continent all the way to this territory. Hidden right beneath that fake warm smile was a deeply sinister old man. The moment Kale fully processed this reality, his future plans became crystal clear. He needed to dump this terrifying old man onto the main character as soon as humanly possible. Because Kale knew Ron wasn't the only dangerous monster hovering around him. There were way too many ridiculously overpowered people in this world, so priority number one was getting enough power to protect himself. On a continent that was doomed to erupt into an all-out war sooner or later, he needed to secure a certain level of strength if he wanted to live a long, pain-free life. Of course, he couldn't be too strong. Being too strong meant getting dragged into the front lines, and that guaranteed pain. Just then, a servant stepped into the room, waiting to help him dress. Not being the flashy type, Kale opted for a simple, comfortable outfit. Damn, he really was handsome. Everything he wore just looked completely flawless. This face was an absolute masterpiece, the absolute peak of visual perfection. He gave himself one last look in the mirror, adjusted his collar, and turned to face Ron. The old man was still flashing that same delightfully fake smile. Together, they headed out. As Kale walked down the halls behind Ron, every single servant and maid who caught a glimpse of him instantly flinched, hastily bowing in absolute terror before scurrying away like ghosts. It felt pretty weird to him. After all, the original Kale had never actually hit anyone. Sure, he was an extreme alcoholic and a reckless playboy who sometimes smashed up the furniture when he was blackout drunk, but that was about it. But still, at the end of the day, the old Kale really was absolute human trash. Pushing open the dining room doors, Kale immediately came face to face with his new family. There was his father, Count Daruth, the current patriarch of the Hennetus family. Next to him sat Kale's stepmother, Countess Violin, along with her son and daughter, Basin and Lily. All four of them instantly froze, staring right at him. Ignoring the tension, Kale casually took his seat at the dining table. Just to give a quick rundown of the family dynamic, his father possessed exactly one superpower, being filthy rich. Aside from that, the man was completely average. Furthermore, his stepmother and siblings always went out of their way to avoid him. Honestly, it was the absolute perfect environment for him to just live quietly on his own. Well, ignoring the heavy stares they were giving him right now, the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Kale decided the best move was to just eat quickly and get out of there. But looking down, he couldn't hold back a bright smile. The food laid out in front of him looked absolutely mouth-watering. That sudden, radiant smile nearly gave his younger brother a heart attack. Seeing the kid look so completely terrified left Kale feeling completely baffled. Whatever, he thought, casually taking a sip of his wine. Count Daruth had fully expected his son to cause a humiliating scene like he always did, but instead, Kale just smoothly complimented the wine, leaving the old Count completely dumbfounded, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Kale figured being the family disappointment wasn't half bad. No one even bothered to scold him for his terrible table manners. The only real rule was to never provoke Basin, since the kid was bound to be the next heir anyway. Honestly, Kale would much rather use his noble status to just drift through peaceful towns than take on the headache of ruling a war-torn territory. He could end up logging out of the server of life before he even knew it. And if laying low wasn't an option, Plan B was simple. Hoard as much money as humanly possible and run off to some hidden corner of the world where the war couldn't reach him. Just as he was deep in thought about his grand escape plan, the Count suddenly broke the silence, asking if he needed anything. Oh, what a beautifully timed question, old man. Our strikingly handsome redhead rubbed his chin, pretending to think it over. But internally, there was only one real answer. He needed money. Lots and lots of money. And naturally, the Count, using his passive skill of being filthy rich, agreed without a second thought. Kale broke into a massive, joyful grin, which immediately turned into sheer psychological shock the second he saw the actual amount of money he was given. Holy crap, this family really has nothing but money, he thought, absolutely stunned. Well, looking at this massive fortune, it seemed he was going to have to make a slight adjustment to his original plan. According to John, today is the 29th of the 5th month in the year 781 of the Felix calendar. If that's the case, he really needs to hurry, because the protagonist of this novel, Choi Han, will be arriving in the Western Territory very soon. Kale's carriage rolled down the street before stopping in front of a tea shop called The Scent of Tea with Poetry. He stepped down, looked around, and suddenly noticed the carriage driver still standing behind him, wearing a terrified and somewhat pitiful expression. He must have been scared out of his wits by the original Kale's rotten personality. So, Kale ordered him to leave first and walked into the shop alone. Inside, everyone who saw Kale wore a clear look of terror, except for the chubby shop owner over there, who looked exactly like a piggy bank, a filthy rich bastard named Billos. Facing him, Kale didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. He was renting the entire third floor of the tea shop for the rest of the day. He also threw in an order for some non-bitter tea and a good book to read. After ordering, Kale paid the bill, leaving Billos completely stunned. 1,000,000 gallons was way too much, but who was Kale? He was a loaded noble with a powerful father. That amount of money was nothing to him, so he just let him keep the change as a tip. Abusing money and power, if he didn't do it now, then when? Kale looked up at the city gates through the window. Just this morning, Choi Han had been kicked out after reporting the attack to the Count. Instead of looking for information about the people who murdered his loved ones, Choi Han prioritized giving the deceased a proper send-off. He really was a decent guy. The fake Kale recalled the words the original Kale had said in the novel. Why would rulers like him care about the lives of the useless peasants out there? The glass of wine in his hand was worth more than the lives of worthless commoners like Choi Han, and obviously after saying that right to the protagonist's face, he got beaten to a pulp. According to the novel, that was exactly what was supposed to happen. Just thinking about it gave the fake Kale the chills. Too troublesome, he'd better just avoid it altogether. Kale decided to stop dwelling on the novel's plot, only to spot Choi Han being stopped by the guards outside the gates. They were probably asking for his identification papers. But there was no way someone like Choi Han would have anything like that. So, naturally, he was turned away. However, Kale knew that he was only walking away obediently for now, waiting until nightfall to jump the wall and silently infiltrate the city. And then he would cross paths with a certain Kale who was busy drinking. We all know what happens after that. Kale decided to leave the shop, not forgetting to tell the owner, Billos, to save his seat before heading out. After Kale left, the people in the shop couldn't help but whisper in absolute shock. It was the first time in their lives they had seen the drunken trash Kale leave a place without smashing a single thing. Of course, he heard every single word of it. Suddenly, he thought about how he needed to learn a few self-defense skills, just in case he ran into some absurdly strong people. To survive here, he couldn't afford to become too strong. He only needed to be strong enough to live a peaceful, lazy life. Because if he was too strong, he might end up getting dragged into dangerous situations. What he needed was an ancient power. And among those powers, he needed an invisible shield, similar to a mage's mana shield. Today, he was going to prepare the bait for this indestructible shield. Kale walked up to a bread stall. The panicked look on the stall owner's face didn't surprise him anymore. He asked to buy all the bread there and handed the man a gold coin. After freezing for a moment, the baker's brain finally processed what Kale had just said. Of course, he agreed to sell it, immediately rushing to pack the goods at lightning speed. Tossing a sack of bread big enough to feed an entire family over his shoulder, Kale took in the surrounding scenery. Even though he already knew this place was truly a far cry from South Korea. It really was a fantasy world. In the eyes of everyone around him, he was just a pathetic loser. Their gazes actually made him feel a little hurt. Well, ignoring their stares, Kale decided to get out of there as fast as he could. Because of that, he didn't notice the two kids tailing him from behind. After a long walk, Kale stopped at a deserted hill, heavily dropping the sack onto the ground. In front of him was an old wooden door. He pushed it open, revealing a ruined, desolate scene behind it. Specifically, the thing he was looking for was right there, this ancient tree. It had to be at least 100 years old. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Don't go near that tree. It's a man-eating tree." A man-eating tree? Rumor had it that anyone who hanged themselves on this tree would turn into a mummy overnight. You'd think hearing that would terrify Kale. But nope. On the contrary, he actually smiled because if that was true, then this was exactly the tree he was looking for. A long, long time ago, during the ancient era, there was a person who loved eating so much that her gluttony got her kicked out of the temple and she eventually died. Not long after, a tree grew from her corpse. Both her grudge and her power resided within this very tree. That was the power of the indestructible shield. Holding a loaf of bread in his hand, Kale was busy looking for the hole to feed the tree. Meanwhile, those two strange kids kept nagging in his ear, warning him not to do it, saying he was going to die and all that. Kale let out an exhausted sigh. He didn't understand why he kept running into annoying brats like them wherever he went. Should he just shoo them away before starting the ritual? The annoying duo kept chanting at him, forcing Kale to use the classic food bribery tactic in hopes of getting rid of them. But the kids were genuinely afraid he'd be eaten by the tree, so they didn't forget to keep warning him. At this point, Kale used his ultimate move, bringing out his reputation as Kale the Trash to scare them. Surprisingly, it actually worked. The red-haired little boy got scared and told his older sister to run. The little girl hesitated, reminding Kale to be careful before chasing after her brother. Kale just tuned it out. Continuing with his unfinished business, he stuffed a loaf of bread into the deep hole at the base of the tree and the bread vanished instantly. It actually scared Kale. He thought it was going to suck his hand in too. The shield was the remaining power of that person. Because of that, the tree growing from her corpse also carried an ancient power, and that savage primal existence was actually very reliable. Kale recalled the plot from the original story. He had to feed the tree until the darkness vanished. That darkness was formed from her deep-seated grudge. Once it faded, the light behind it would reveal itself. And once he saw that, the indestructible shield would definitely be his. Without hesitation, Kale dumped the rest of the bread from the sack straight down the hole to let it eat its fill. After swallowing all the bread Kale had brought, a savage roar echoed from inside the hole. Kale figured he'd need at least 10 more bags of food to even have a chance at completing the ritual. The roar continued to echo through the air, actually making Kale a bit scared. Her grudge must have been incredibly deep. He decided he would come back tomorrow. On his way back, seeing the annoying duo from earlier happily munching on the bread he had given them, Kale couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. They probably wouldn't dare go near the tree, but if they stuck their heads in there and got eaten, it would be a bit of a headache. Being a good person at heart, but needing to play his role as the trashy Kale, he pretended to strike a deal with the kids. If they wanted more food tomorrow, they couldn't tell a soul about what he had just done. Returning to the tea shop, the owner pretended to welcome him warmly without asking any further questions. Kale complimented the delicious tea and praised the book. Even though he had only read half of it, he found it quite fascinating. He really liked how the main character's abilities were recognized and how much he grew. At the same time, before leaving, he made sure to tell Belis not to let anyone else read that book, just so he could read it whenever he came back. Naturally, he agreed and bid Kale goodbye. Not long after, at a regular bar, the owner was terrified the moment he saw Kale. He bowed in greeting, praying inwardly that he hadn't done anything to piss off this little tyrant. Kale knew exactly why he was acting this way. In the past, everything around Kyle Hennetus would end up smashed to pieces whenever he got drunk. Keeping up with his usual habits, Kale tossed the tavern owner a gold coin and ordered his regular, with the only difference being that he added a few pieces of boiled, unsalted chicken breast. The owner was astonished by Kale's unusually gentle demeanor and hurriedly brought out everything he had ordered. All around him, the gangsters and scammers steered clear of Kale. He was starting to think that this Kale Hennetus guy was a bit of a weirdo. Normally, the useless scumbags of wealthy families would hang around these types of people or use them as lackeys, but Kale absolutely despised them. To him, they were nothing but total trash. Once his order was brought out, Kale took it and headed somewhere else. Opening the expensive bottle of wine in his hand, Kale took a long swig, feeling his body gradually start to warm up. If he remembered correctly, about 100 steps from the city gate, following this very wall, was the exact spot where the main character, Choi Han, jumped over. Right opposite that spot, there should be 2 cats, one big and one small, keeping each other warm. This was a world where coincidences played a huge role. Choi Han would change his angle just to avoid scaring the cats. And sure enough, Kale saw Choi Han right there. He shot Kale a probing, suspicious glare. Kale started to feel a bit nervous. Thank goodness the alcohol helped him calm down. To avoid getting beaten to a pulp like in the original story, Kale decided to make the first move so Choi Han would have a good first impression of him. And so, he began to act his heart out like an Oscar-winning actor. First, he pulled out the chicken breast he had just bought at the tavern to feed the cats. They were even smaller than he thought, so Kale started tearing the meat into tiny little pieces for them. At first, the 2 cats seemed super cautious. They sniffed and sniffed. but eventually let their guard down and devoured the food. Once the cats were taken care of, Kale turned around to buddy up with Choi Han, asking if he had anywhere to go or if he was hungry. Just as expected, he didn't answer, silently observing him instead. Kale asked why he wasn't replying. Finally, Choi Han took the bait and replied that he was hungry. Just waiting for that, Kale suggested that he follow him, promising to get him something to eat. The fastest way to someone's heart is always through their stomach. And just like that, Choi Han followed the red-haired Kale. That little red kitten, after eating its fill, clung to Kale and refused to let go. It rubbed its cute little face against his leg. Kale looked down at his feet. Even though he wasn't exactly a cat person, he had to admit that it was really cute. But the moment he looked up, he was met with Choi Han's glare, a look that was 30% judgmental and 70% pure suspicion. At this rate, he couldn't ignore them even if he tried. He crouched down, gently pet the kitten, said a few soft words, and then bid it goodbye. The red kitten seemed genuinely happy, only leaving after the gray kitten urged it to. Kale breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that he must have passed Choi Han's little personality test. The two of them headed back to Kale's mansion. Even though he tried to act like he didn't care, Choi Han kept staring intently at him, making him feel incredibly awkward. He was still evaluating him to see if Kale was an enemy that needed to be killed. A timid voice calling out, "Young master!" broke the awkward tension between them. It turned out to be the helpless voices of the two gate guards. Kale really couldn't understand why they were so terrified that they literally stuttered just from greeting him. He and Choi Han stepped into the mansion. Ron was already standing at the door, waiting to welcome him home. Ron looked at Choi Han. Choi Han looked right back at Ron. Kale practically hallucinated sparks flying between the two of them. He told Choi Han to follow him. Ron attentively asked Kale what exactly had happened and whether he needed to take care of this unfamiliar guest. Kale declined and led Choi Han upstairs. There, a young man with blonde hair appeared. It was none other than Deputy Butler Hans, the one personally responsible for him. He was quite surprised that Kale actually bothered to come home this time, even though he reeked of alcohol. Kale raised the wine bottle, making Hans scream and instinctively cower in fear, totally thinking Kale was going to hurl it at him. As it turned out, Kale just wanted to hand it over for him to put away. He then led Choi Han to the kitchen, where the exact person he needed to meet was waiting. Beecrox, the son of the old assassin, Ron. Just like his father, he was a truly terrifying man. Just looking at the way he cooked with that face and those hands was enough to understand. Choi Han needed to meet this guy because once Beecrox saw Choi Han's fighting skills when he beat Kale to a pulp, he'd be so impressed that he would decide to follow him. For Kale, this was the ultimate two birds with one stone situation. If he could get him to leave with Choi Han, his scary father would definitely tag along too. Kale smiled at his own brilliant plan, then ordered Beecrox to cook something up for Choi Han to eat. Beecrox looked clearly displeased. He gripped the heavy knife in his hand, glaring affectionately at Kale as if he was about to butcher him on the spot. But Kale firmly insisted on his order. This time, Beecrox didn't argue. He respectfully obeyed and got right to work. Kale thought to himself about how absolutely perfect this situation was. Beecrox, Choi Han, and Ron, all three of them were now linked together. Maybe because he was in such a good mood, he started to feel hungry too. So, instead of just cooking one portion for Choi Han, Beecrox now had to cook an extra serving for him. Remembering the delicious steak from yesterday, Kale casually praised his talent, acknowledging him as a master chef. Hearing that, Beecrox's face looked as if he wanted to ask if Kale had taken the wrong meds today. Why was he suddenly sweet-talking him so weirdly? Having placed his order, Kale left the kitchen. At this moment, Deputy Butler Hans followed behind him, asking how they should handle Choi Han. Kale explicitly instructed him to treat Choi Han extremely well. Now that Choi Han, Ron, and Beecrox had finally met, his job for today was completely done. If that still wasn't enough, he would just have to make Choi Han beat someone up right in front of Beecrox. He told Hans to bring the food up to his room once it was ready, and then he walked away. Hans went and reported everything that had just happened to Count Daruth, Kale's father, from his visit to the Flynn Merchant Guild's illegal tea shop, to him bringing a complete stranger back home. He even made sure to mention that Kale had been drinking, but still came back completely sober this time. Hans asked for instructions on whether he should keep having people tail Kale, but Count Daruth dismissed the idea. He figured that as long as his son remained within the city, everything he did was still under his control. So, Hans simply needed to keep observing and reporting Kale's actions to him as usual. Count de Ruth fell into deep thought. He realized that his troublesome son had changed. Kale was different from his usual self, not because he had suddenly grown stronger or smarter, but because his every single action was completely out of the ordinary. After pondering for a moment, the Count decided to have Hans look into Frey's illegitimate child. Receiving his orders, Hans immediately left the room. Alone in the room, the Count reflected. Kale wasn't the only thing changing. The very atmosphere across the continent was growing far more dangerous. The Henny family had always protected their wealth, steadily increasing it bit by bit. Their motto was simple. They had no desire to be recorded in history. They only wished for a peaceful and happy life. It was probably time for him to reinforce the city walls. While the Count was busy worrying about grand national affairs, Kale was struggling to deal with that wicked old man. His face had turned completely pale, and he was feeling absolutely terrible. To make matters worse, Old Man John brought over a cup of lemon tea, which only made his headache throb even more. John put on a caring act, saying that since the young master was sleeping so soundly, he didn't dare wake him. Kale was speechless. It was a total waste of talent that this old fox wasn't an actor. Suddenly, he noticed a wound on John's neck. The old man brushed it off, claiming it was just a cat scratch. But in reality, he had tried to teach the protagonist a lesson, only to get completely countered. Kale knew this, but he chose not to expose the old man's lie. He chugged the cup of tea the old man had brought in one go, stood up, and headed for the door, telling John not to worry about him since someone else would handle things outside. But the moment he pushed the door open, the protagonist's face was right there staring back at him. Startled, Kale instinctively slammed the door shut, scared the living daylights out of him. Catching his breath, he immediately turned to scold Old Man John. The old man acted surprised, pretending he didn't expect Kale to be that startled. He then casually explained that before he could even clear things up, Kale had already gone and opened the door. He had told Hans to wait in the guest room, but the guy stubbornly insisted on seeing Cal and waited right outside. After calming his racing heart, Cal opened the door, demanding to know exactly what Choi Han wanted. He replied that he wanted to repay the favor. Kale thought this was absolutely ridiculous. So, he bluntly refused and asked if there was anything else he needed help with. Hitting the nail on the head, Choi Han began to open up. Kale knew for a fact this had to do with Harris Village, and it was best if he stayed far, far away from this mess. He decided to just dump the whole thing onto Hans. He didn't forget to hype Hans up, praising him as a highly capable deputy butler who could definitely help Choi Han out. While he was at it, Kale also ordered John to do everything in his power to assist Choi Han. Kale left Choi Han in John's care. Nitsadan Zhaozhouan tried, busy heading off to get more money since he was going to need a lot of it today. At this point, John felt like things were starting to get quite interesting. This brave little puppy absolutely hated sour things. Yet he had still chugged the entire cup of tea the old man had prepared. John then turned his assessing gaze toward Choi Han. Choi Han reeked of blood, yet he put on an innocent front. Seeing him as a typical deceitful lowlife, Old Man John led the way for Choi Han. Choi Han briefly glanced at Cal's retreating back before turning to follow John. Meanwhile, just as planned yesterday, Kale went back to the cursed tree with a massive sack of bread slung over his shoulder. He proceeded to dump the entire pile of bread into the hole at the base of the tree. This time, a woman's voice echoed from within it. "It's more. Give me more." This was the voice of the woman mentioned in the novel, the priestess who had starved to death. He suddenly remembered his father's instructions. He had no idea what it was about, but his father had told him to drop by the study tonight. So, he had to make it back before dinner, all while his goal for the day was to satisfy at least half of this tree's bottomless gluttony. Time was running out. He had to move even faster. He walked down from the top of the hill to get more bread. He spotted those two kids from the other day, noticing a few fresh wounds on their dirt-smudged faces. His expression hardened, and clicking his tongue, he walked right past them, heading straight for the bakery district in the market. He had already cleaned out yesterday's bakery, so to avoid waiting for them to bake more, he had to find a different shop. Right then, a middle-aged woman eagerly approached, trying to pitch her bakery's goods to him. Naturally, he bought out her entire stock too. True to his usual habit, he tossed her a single gold coin. Instantly, a massive smile bloomed on the middle-aged woman's face. she hurriedly rushed to the back of the store and brought out a gigantic bag of bread. The bread was already perfectly packaged and handed to him. Now that was someone who knew how to do business. Right before he left, she made sure to cheerfully invite him back for next time. Seeing such a massive cash cow right in front of them, another bakery owner desperately started pitching their goods. For a guy who currently needed bread way more than gold like Kale, he obviously wasn't going to refuse. So, by tomorrow, he could hit up 3 different shops to collect bread. Kale felt quite satisfied seeing things go so smoothly. However, Kale didn't notice that in a nearby alleyway, Big Rock was watching his every single move. He seriously couldn't fathom what the hell Kale was doing out here. Old Man John, Big Rock's father, had told him that the young master was an interesting guy. He hadn't paid it much mind at first, but the more he observed him, the more he realized his old man was right. Tailing Kale was proving to be just as entertaining as watching that black-haired punk, Choi Han. This isn't bread, is it? Kale scoffed at the little girl who stammered while holding the medicine he just gave her. Obviously not, he replied, turning to head back toward the man-eating tree. But the little boy suddenly blocked his path. You can't! You'll die! Kale just pushed right past the boy. Kale, no, Kim Rock-soo, to be exact, was once just an ordinary orphan with nothing to his name. Because of that, a lot of people used to pity him and sympathize with his miserable state. Do you really need a reason to pity the miserable? Empathy doesn't require a reason. He used to misunderstand that saying, but as he grew older, he realized that actions coming from the heart don't need logic. Kale absolutely hated seeing children in pain, but even so, he had zero intention of comforting or protecting the little girl. He frowned, looking at the hesitant little girl inching closer and the little boy stubbornly blocking his way. I'm not going to die. Hearing his words, the sibling stopped following him. The tree was definitely getting way too used to being pampered by him. So, the moment it saw him, it started demanding food again. All right, eat up. Kale dumped the bread into that bottomless pit once again. He could feel the dark aura slowly fading away. All the money he had thrown at this wasn't going to waste. Finishing up, Kale turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the annoying duo was gone. It was quite a comfort not having to look at their bruised faces. But this time, instead of 2 kids, he locked eyes with 2 cats, one with silver fur and golden eyes, and the other with red fur and golden eyes. The very same ones he had fed chicken breast to just last night. The 2 cats didn't make a sound. They just stared intensely at Kale. Not wanting to get dragged into any more drama, he pretended not to notice them and quickly headed back to the Count's estate. And then he was hit with earth-shattering news. Count Daruth had decided to send him to the capital as the family's representative. Usually, Basin was the one who went. However, this time, the Count decided to send him, the eldest son, instead. The royal family was hosting a massive event, and the sons of all noble families were invited. Although Basin had been attending events like this for the past 2 years, he had never been to a royal gathering of this scale. On top of that, the Count specifically wanted Kale to go this time. Speaking of events hosted by the royal family, Kale immediately thought of the plaza bombing mentioned in the original novel. A mysterious organization was going to launch a terrorist attack on the plaza, right where massive crowds would be gathering in the capital. The only person who could stop their plot was Choi Han. He ended up saving countless people there and even became close friends with the royal family. A chill ran down Kale's spine at the thought of being caught in the middle of all that. Earlier, when his father mentioned that Basin usually attended these events, Kale had fully intended to just push the job onto his little brother. After all, he wanted absolutely nothing to do with such a dangerous place. The problem was, he just couldn't bring himself to ask Basin to go. What excuse did a trashy guy like him have to avoid the capital? Besides, he still couldn't fathom why Count Daruth was doing this. In 5 days, he would have to leave for the capital. According to the original storyline, Kale Hennetus was supposed to be beaten to a pulp by Choi Han during this time, which would have made it impossible for him to travel. Kale said he needed a little more time to think it over. Count Daruth agreed. The sudden meeting ended, and he and Basin left the study. On their way out, Basin told him something unexpected. There is no reason for you not to go, brother. Hearing that left Kale completely baffled. He had already been kicked out of the line of succession. His younger brother Basin had been acting as the heir for 2 years now. But out of nowhere, he was saying that Kale was perfectly justified to represent the family this time. This whole situation was getting way more complicated than he thought. At the end of the day, the chances of Kale returning safe and sound were pretty high. But if Basin went ended up dying and couldn't become the next lord, that meant Kale would have to take over. And that would be a massive headache. No, Basin absolutely had to live so that Kale could enjoy his peaceful slacker life. Right at that moment, Hans came in to report on Choi Han's condition. Kale immediately told the butler to bring him over. If he doesn't want to come, just tell him to get his ass over here and pay for his meals. Judging by Hans's expression, the male lead's issues had probably been sorted out. But now, Kale had to deal with this unexpected trip to the capital, so he was going to do whatever it took to make this journey as comfortable as possible. It was time for Choi Han to pay off his debt of gratitude. Hans went to fetch Choi Han, and now the guy was sitting right there in Kale's room, looking around. Kale silently evaluated Choi Han. Ever since Ron took charge of his meals, Choi Han was looking a lot better. Ron, B-Crocs, and Choi Han. The trio was progressing exactly as Kale had predicted. Without beating around the bush, Choi Han straight up asked what Kale needed him to do. Kale thought back to the events in the novel. He realized he had already altered the beginning of The Birth of a Hero, which caused a domino effect of changes. Because of that, he was trying his absolute best to keep things from spiraling out of control, hoping to steer the plot back to its original path. But now he was being forced to go to the capital, which would derail the story even more. Kale placed a piece of paper on the table and said, "First, I need to know exactly what you're capable of. Simply put, think of this as an interview. Go on." Faced with this sudden test of his abilities, Choi Han responded with genuine intrigue. Seeing that, Kale asked, "Can you protect people?" "What do you mean by that?" Choi Han froze, immediately shooting a defensive glare back at Kale. Kale didn't say a word. He had just hastily changed his plans, but for some reason this route seemed like it would bring him a lot more benefits. It would stop Choi Han's party members from grabbing the ancient powers, and what could be better than snatching those incredibly useful powers for himself? After all, to those guys, whether they had that borrowed strength or not, didn't really matter. It's a simple question. Can you protect someone instead of killing them? The room suddenly fell dead silent. Kale didn't hear an answer. A moment later, Choi Han slowly lowered his head. Only then did he finally whisper, I'm not sure. It would be extremely dangerous if Kale provoked him right now. So, he chose a different approach. He asked if he was capable of killing someone. This time, the answer came easily. "Good, then you can protect people too." Kale continued, "It will be quite difficult, but difficult doesn't mean impossible. In the life Kim Rok-soo had lived, there weren't many things you could just run away from simply because they were difficult. That was exactly why he had been so eager to embrace this new, lazy life inside the body of the trash Kale. But right now, there was a massive mountain he had to climb if he ever wanted to live peacefully later on. And that was exactly why he needed someone to help him get over that mountain. Difficult doesn't mean impossible. Yeah, I suppose that's true." Choi Han let out a soft chuckle as he replied. "All right then, one last question." Kale said, "Ask away." Choi Han responded. Kale locked eyes with him and dropped the final question. "What is your name?" Choi Han looked completely taken aback. You don't know my name?" "I do. You're the guy destined to beat the crap out of me after all. I've heard it from the others, but I want to hear it straight from your own mouth." "Choi Han." Choi Han reached his hand out toward him. "My name is Choi Han." Kale firmly grasped that hand. "Oh, is that so? Well, I am Kalahanatus." Now, Kale finally got down to business, exactly how Choi Han could pay back his debt. Kale slid the piece of paper across the table toward him. Written on it were two names, Rosalind and Locke. That's right, Rosalind, the princess of the neighboring kingdom. She survived the assassination. The other one is the successor of the Wolf King, Locke. He might look weak, but when he goes berserk, he turns into a werewolf more brutal than anyone else. Meanwhile, Rosalind possesses a terrifying strength, second only to Choi Han. She has absolutely no interest in the throne. Instead, her true dream is to seek out the greatest magic tower on the continent. The moment she achieves that goal, she will become a hero. Kale recalled the details from the novel. The one who attempted to assassinate Rosalind was tortured by B-Crocs shortly after. Just remembering the graphic details of that torture scene made Kale shudder. Ever since he got here, he'd been getting the chills quite often. Rosalind and Locke. Kale nodded at Choi Han's words. "That's right, those two. So you do know how to read. That's a relief." Kale pulled a map out of his drawer and unrolled it on the desk. First, Choi Han would start the journey with him. He pointed to a specific spot on the map, instructing Choi Han to simply follow the directions he had written down on the piece of paper. There was a reason Choi Han had to tag along with him halfway like this. In the first volume of The Birth of a Hero, a certain Marquise was introduced as the next villain right after Kale. He was the one constantly getting in the way of the Crown Prince and Choi Han. The craziest part was that the bastard was secretly raising a mad dragon. He had been trying to tame this young dragon, who wasn't even 5 years old yet. But eventually, the dragon managed to escape and went completely berserk. In the end, it was put down by Choi Han. The problem was, Kale had to pass through the very village that the dragon was destined to attack. If he didn't take that route, he'd never make it to the capital on time. So, there were only two options. Either Choi Han kills it, or they have to set it free before it loses its mind. As for Choi Han, his job right now was to escort those two to the capital. That was how he could repay his debt to Kale. Choi Han asked, "Do I need to protect these two?" "That's entirely up to you. They're already strong enough without your protection anyway. Instead, your only absolute rule is to reach the capital and meet up with me in one piece. You do have what it takes to protect yourself, right?" Well, why aren't you answering? Can you do it or not? Choi Han's gaze suddenly became much clearer. Yeah, I can do it. God. Talking to Choi Han was utterly exhausting. He really should have grabbed a drink before starting this conversation. "You can leave now." Kale shooed him away with a dismissive wave. As Choi Han headed for the door, Kale leaned back in his chair, watching him. Just before the door opened, Kale added, "By the way, everything we just discussed stays strictly between us. Got it?" "Understood." Choi Han replied, then left the room. With Choi Han sorted out, it was time to focus on the money. Kale headed straight to the Count to ask for an allowance. Naturally, his request was approved in a heartbeat. He was going to need a lot of cash. Kale lay in bed, happily admiring the blank check in his hand. Just then, Butler John approached and set a pitcher on the table, mentioning it was a special honey lemon tea brewed personally by his son. Before leaving, the old man didn't forget to wish him a good night, adding with a smile that he would be standing guard right outside. Instantly, all of Kale's sleepiness vanished. He swore to himself that no matter what happened, he had to dump that terrifying father-son duo onto Choi Han as soon as possible. The next day, as Kale strolled down the street, he couldn't help but recall the morning's events. When John heard the news that Kale was heading to the capital, the old man had immediately launched into a rabbit-hunting lecture. The sheer, creepy enthusiasm with which he described butchering a rabbit still gave Kale the creeps just thinking about it. What a terrifying old man. Still, Kale was actually somewhat relieved that he was coming along to the capital. Arriving at his usual bakery, the owner was already waiting for him and quickly handed over the bread. The baker looked visibly disappointed, knowing this would be the last time his biggest spender bought in such massive bulk. Kale smiled and reassured him, "Don't worry, whenever I crave this bread, I'll definitely come back here." With that, he took his leave. Kale frowned as he spotted the sibling pair who were also waiting for him today. It really seemed like they didn't have a home to go back to. After all, he had arrived much earlier than his usual time today. Yet, they looked as though they had been standing guard at the top of this hill since last night. The younger brother was leaning practically his entire body weight against his sister. The siblings fell dead silent, just staring up at him. Kale quietly handed over 2 bags of bread. The younger brother quickly snatched up his sister's share as well, before Kale turned and made his way toward the man-eating tree. Fortunately, there was a heavy fog today, so no one would be able to see what he was up to. "Please, give me more." Just like any other day, upon hearing the chilling voice of that deeply resentful spirit, he dumped the entire bag of bread right into the hole at the base of the tree. The gloomy darkness inside the hole slowly began to glow. Smirking to himself, Kale felt incredibly smug about how little effort this whole thing took. But right at that moment, "More! More! More!" Startled by the sudden shrieking, which was much higher pitched than before, Kale instinctively took a step back. The novel had never mentioned this part. "If you bring me more, I'll give you a gift." "A gift?" Kale's eyes instantly lit up. He hadn't expected her to start screaming like a maniac, but it seemed the end game was finally here. Without a second thought, Kale upended the very last bag of bread into the hole, wondering what exactly would happen next. Boom! A massive roar echoed out, but Kale didn't even flinch. His eyes were glued to the hole. From within that terrifying darkness, a radiant ball of light suddenly floated up, hovering right in front of him. And then it started to speak. But this time, it wasn't begging for more food. Instead, it started showering praises on the bread he had just tossed in. Oh my gosh, it's so delicious. The texture of this bread is incredibly soft. I absolutely love that third bag of bread. The food just keeps getting better and better. Seriously though, the bread in that third bag was out of this world. I've never tasted anything so amazing in my entire life. When I took a bite, I could instantly tell it was baked using top-tier wheat. After all, not all wheat is created equal, you know. You know what I mean, right? The ball of light just kept on rambling non-stop about the food. Listening to her, Kale realized something. Maybe her deep-seated resentment wasn't actually from starving, but simply from having absolutely no one to talk to. She then started babbling about the reason she had been cast out, though, honestly, she didn't even need to say it. Kale already knew it was purely because of her insatiable gluttony. The only reason he was still standing there enduring this painfully boring story was to get his hands on that ancient power. Meanwhile, the ball of light continued to spit out a million different pointless stories about her life. The man-eating tree, which used to be pitch black, was now gradually turning a brilliant white, with vibrant green leaves beginning to sprout from its branches. Veiled by the thick fog, the entire scene looked absolutely magical and breathtaking. Finally, the orb whispered its thanks, handing over the very thing he'd been waiting for, the power of the indestructible shield. Then it slowly faded away. The shield would protect its owner's life. It rested right inside his heart, and it would stay there until his dying day. Kale could feel that ancient power wrapping around his heart, making it beat just a little bit faster under its protection. Every ancient power left a unique mark based on its master's personality. Remembering what he'd read in the book, Kale tested out his new power and nailed it. An unbreakable shield materialized right in front of him. Kale couldn't help but smile happily. Finally, he had a real way to protect himself. Despite its name, the indestructible shield could actually be broken, but it would never truly vanish. If hit with enough force, the shield would shatter to save its master's life, only to slowly piece itself back together using the vitality of his heart. His heartbeat was the very power source of the shield, meaning the stronger his heart, the tougher the shield. He planned to upgrade it to a whole new level on his way to the capital. He basked in the fresh, invigorating sensation that the ancient power brought him. There was really just one thing he wasn't too thrilled about. It looked way too much like a holy shield. But whatever, for the sake of his future peaceful life, he'd just have to suck it up. With his new power secured, Kale headed back to the mansion. The rain was pouring down. On his usual route back, he ran into those two stray cats again. They clung to him, rubbing their adorable little faces against his legs, acting as if he didn't know exactly what they were scheming. He knew what they were doing, but he really couldn't bring himself to push them away. His fate as a devoted cat slave serving his feline overlords was already sealed, so what else could he do? And just like that, those two furballs successfully became the pampered pets of a rich young master. Kale brought the little devils home and tossed them over to Deputy Butler Hans. Unlike Kale, Hans was completely bewitched at first sight, eagerly volunteering to raise the kittens on the spot. That was exactly what Kale wanted, so he agreed without a second thought. Of course, he casually dropped a tiny bit of intel about the true identities of these two cats to Hans. Hearing that, the two little devils flinched in panic. Honestly, the moment he caught that faint scent of herbs and pastries on them, he already knew exactly who they were. The silver one had to be the older sister, and the red one was definitely her little brother. Throwing them a meaningful look, he promised to chat with them later before heading upstairs. Hans followed him up, carrying the kittens, and helped him out of his coat. When Kale asked where Old Man John was, he learned that after hearing they'd be escorting him halfway to the capital, John had gone out shopping with Choi Han and Big Rock. Kale was secretly thrilled that the three of them were getting along so well. But the moment Hans mentioned that the trio seemed quite enthusiastic about serving him, Kale's good mood instantly vanished. So, right after that, he headed straight to Billows's tea house. To his surprise, he seemed to be the only customer in the entire place. He turned to the merchant and asked if he still remembered the request he'd made during his last visit. Naturally, a greedy, cunning fox like Billows would never forget an order from a VIP customer like him. He brought out the book from last time, along with a fresh cup of tea, Ceylon tea, this time. Quite satisfied with his sharp service, Kale said nothing and simply made his way upstairs. Kale sat by the window, staring out at the downpour. The rain was still coming down in buckets. A moment later, Billos came up to serve him personally. According to the original novel, it was Choi Han, John, Big Rock, and finally, Billos. Billos wasn't all that rich in the beginning, but he eventually pledged himself as Choi Han's ally and revealed his grand ambitions to him. This guy was a master at hiding his true feelings and intentions, so Kale couldn't read his mind. But there was one thing he knew for sure. At his core, the man was utterly greedy. Suddenly, Billos brought up Kale's upcoming trip to the capital and casually offered to tag along, claiming he had some business there anyway. Kale wasn't surprised in the least. Sooner or later, this guy was destined to join Choi Han's party anyway. Billos was sharp enough to notice that Kale had changed for the better, acting completely different from his infamous reputation. The trash of the Count's family, or rather, the scoundrel, since he was mostly just an arrogant fool. Seeing this, Kale figured it was time for a serious talk. So, he went straight for the jugular, exposing Billos' hidden identity as an illegitimate child. He threw out some heavy provocations. Are you really just going to leave things as they are? Are you honestly satisfied with your life right now? Or maybe you aren't. You know, for the past 10 years, I've done my fair share of insane things, and I started acting like that when I was only 8 years old. For a whole decade, I completely wasted my life on meaningless garbage. That's exactly why I had to change. I mean, I can't just live like a brainless fool forever, right? So, when are you going to stop living like a fool? Hearing this, Billos burst into laughter. He finally ripped off that fake innocent mask of his, revealing a sharp, sinister grin as he replied, I was just getting a little bored, that's all. Now that his cover was blown, Billos saw no point in hiding his true self anymore. He confidently declared that they'd meet up in the capital, but Kale immediately shot him down. He knew things would get way too complicated if they crossed paths there. After all, Billos was supposed to travel with Choi Han. But regardless, things were slowly falling back into place. Choi Han and Billos had finally crossed paths, exactly as the novel dictated. Hearing his rejection, the other three men were lost in their own thoughts, but nobody said a word. Billos headed back downstairs, leaving only Kale, Choi Han, and John in the room. Kale gave them a quick rundown of who would be joining the trip to the capital. Besides the two of them, Big Rock would be coming along too, though strictly as his personal chef. John was clearly curious about the dynamic between Kale and Billos, but seeing that Kale had no intention of explaining, the sly old man tactfully dropped it. A thick, awkward silence settled over the room. Right on cue, Billos returned with their drinks. Since John forced lemon tea on Kale every single morning, Kale made sure to specially order the exact same sour drink just for the old man. John didn't say a word. He just silently replayed their previous conversation in his head as he picked up the cup and took a sip, his face totally unreadable. Meanwhile, Kale recalled how ever since their first spar, Big Rock had been constantly begging Choi Han for a rematch, only to be rejected every single time. Because Choi Han now had someone he wanted to protect, he was deliberately holding back. He'd even hinted that the old man could do the exact same. On top of that, his young master Kale had boldly declared that he was done living as trash. This entire situation was getting more and more amusing to the old man. Kale looked at the old assassin and the young swordsman sitting across from him. He thought back to their dynamic in the original novel. Despite their clashing personalities, they always fought side by side. They were bound by a contract, sure, but they genuinely knew how to have each other's backs. A lot of things had shifted simply because he was doing everything in his power to avoid getting beaten to a pulp like in the original plot. He knew it was a bit selfish to prioritize his own survival above all else. But hell, he wasn't about to let some stupid novel dictate his life. As the three of them got up to leave, Billos once again insisted on meeting up in the capital. Naturally, Kale flat out refused, offering instead to visit the tea house every day until he left. Billos' obvious brown-nosing deeply disgusted John. The old man muttered a sharp remark under his breath, which, hilariously enough, caused Choi Han to completely misunderstand his intentions. Choi Han's blatant dislike for the old man was somehow misinterpreted as him trying to build a good relationship. Meanwhile, John secretly made up his mind. During this trip to the capital, he'd definitely have his son whip up a few of the young master's favorite dishes. Trash would always be trash, but this little puppy was the only one who had comforted the Count when the Countess passed away. And even when the stepmother moved in, the boy had never actually caused any real trouble for his new family, no matter how bad his reputation got. 18 years. It seemed the old man had been quietly watching over him for a very long time. Back at the mansion, the two kittens perked up the moment they saw Kale. He chuckled to himself, thinking about how Choi Han was such a softie for animals. If that guy were here, he'd definitely be spoiling them rotten. Too bad the guy was currently obsessed with training, desperate to get strong enough to protect people, so he had already gone straight to his room. Kale couldn't help but sigh. The guy was already a total monster. If he got any stronger, heaven knows what kind of freak of nature he'd turn into. Honestly though, under the devoted pampering of Hans, their personal butler and the world's biggest cat fanatic, the kittens were already looking much plumper and healthier. After aggressively showing off their unbearable cuteness to the entire staff, Hans sensibly bowed out of the room. While Kale was taking a shower, John quietly approached the kittens, staring down at them with calculating eyes. The sharp old man instantly realized what they were: members of the cat tribe, a beastman race infamous for their lethal stealth and blinding speed. If they're trained properly, they'll definitely be of use. So, their days of freeloading are officially over. Old Man John is going to train them as a little gift for the young master. The two cat siblings kept following him around, rubbing against his legs to butter him up. Kale figured it was about time they paid for their meals. The cats seemed to understand and silently agreed, though what exactly he wanted them to do remained a mystery. 4 days later, the entire Count's family gathered around the dining table. Count Daruth brought up the fact that Kyle would be heading to the capital today. In the original story, it rained yesterday, and it was also the day Kale got beaten to an absolute pulp. But now, things are entirely different. Not only did he avoid getting a beatdown, but he also gained the ancient power of the indestructible shield. He could clearly feel its presence coursing through his body. Even if he acted cocky and picked a fight with John and Big Rock right now, he could safely make it back alive. Anyway, back to the main topic. Kale astutely noticed that the number of servants accompanying him, instead of decreasing like he asked, was actually going up. So he brought this up with his dear old dad. It turned out this was arranged by his stepmother, Countess Violin. She did all of this simply for the sake of the family's face and reputation. She absolutely couldn't let outsiders think the Count's family was poor and struggling. Kale thought back to her background. In the original novel, Violin was described as the eldest daughter of a poor baron, and rumor had it she dreamed of becoming a prominent figure. She built her influence by selling luxury goods to the nobility. Later, she moved to this territory and developed a deep passion for sculpting. Then, she met Count Daruth and the two fell in love. Now, she has become the pillar of the territory's cultural center. She is incredibly proud of her life and perfectly content with the family she has built. True, bringing along a lot of servants is nice. After all, without them, even changing clothes would be a huge hassle for Cal, who had now fully embraced the slacker lifestyle. But his real concern was the crazy black dragon that would appear in the future. He had no idea how many people would die if that dragon wasn't dealt with. He didn't care what others did, but he absolutely didn't want to see anyone die right in front of him. Nor did he want to take responsibility for anyone getting hurt by it. That was exactly why he didn't want to bring too many people along. Kale then started chatting with his stepmother, Violin, about art. Even though he was no expert, his critiques weren't just empty words. That actually made Violin start to view him in a much better light. Finally, the redhead Kale's luggage for the trip to the capital was settled. Violin prepared only the very best and most expensive things for him. Seeing the two of them getting along so well, the Count couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He then took back the reins of the conversation, asking Kale if he had read the documents about the nobles he gave him. Of course, Kale had read them, and he actually found them quite fascinating. The Count was very pleased with his son's response. Finally, he started dropping hints about the man-eating tree, which used to be withered but had suddenly grown lush and green. Kale knew that his father was aware of his frequent visits to the slums, but there was no way he could know about the ancient power. He probably just figured Kale had done something to the tree. He gently reminded him to be mindful of rumors. After all, there's nothing more terrifying than the eyes and mouths of the public. But as long as he was within the territory his father managed, there wouldn't be any problems. Kale thought to himself that living in this very territory was the only way to secure a comfortable, carefree life. He just hoped he could get to the capital, quickly finish his task, and then come right back here to enjoy the rest of his life in peace. After finishing his meal, Kale said his goodbyes to everyone before setting off. The Countess was busy and couldn't see him off, so she had to say her goodbyes right there. His two half-siblings looked like they wanted to say something, but held back. It wasn't until Cal broke the ice that his usually quiet little sister, Lily, finally wished him a safe trip. Kale smiled and told her to stay healthy and do well while he was away. "Caught off guard," Lily shyly replied. Kale then walked over to the prepared carriage, but the moment he opened the door, he couldn't help but stare in absolute shock at the sight inside. The sleeping spot set up for those furballs was even fancier than his own. And of course, the mastermind behind this masterpiece was none other than Deputy Butler Hans, an absolute slave to cats. Worried that the long journey would leave the cats with achy backs and stiff joints, Hans had prepared this to keep them perfectly comfortable the whole way. After all, the young master was temporary, but kitties were eternal. Kale just figured the butler had no idea these cats could actually cast fog and spit poison. John decided to sit up front with the driver, while Choi Han thought it'd be best to ride in a separate carriage to protect Kale more easily. Kale found it a bit weird, but whatever. He could sit wherever he wanted. Even now, Choi Han's eyes were still filled with deep-seated hatred. It seemed he hadn't been able to let things go and was completely torn up inside. According to the original story, after traveling with Big Grok, Rosalind, and LC, Choi Han became much quieter, but he still carried a sharp blade in his heart. Well, maybe that wasn't entirely a bad thing. Deciding to stop caring about the male lead, Kale climbed into the carriage and ordered the driver to set off, officially beginning their journey to the capital. During the ride, Cal thought about leaving Hans in charge of picking out the gifts for his younger siblings. Before leaving, he had asked the two of them if they wanted him to bring anything back. And just as he expected, they definitely wanted souvenirs. Lily wanted a sword. Kale was pretty surprised that a 7-year-old girl would ask for such a hardcore gift. That was when Bassan explained that she dreamed of becoming a swordswoman. Thinking about it, it was entirely possible. The Hennetus family had great genetics, perfect proportions, long arms, and long legs. Learning swordsmanship would be like a fish taking to water. Plus, Lily was quite tall for her age. With just a bit of effort, she could definitely become a knight. So, the redhead Kale immediately agreed to her request, promising to buy her the absolute most expensive one. Lily was still just a kid after all. Hearing that, her face lit up with pure joy as she thanked him profusely. In stark contrast to his little sister's rather violent gift, Bassan's request was quite scholarly. A fountain pen. That was easy enough, so Kale agreed to get it for him. Suddenly the carriage jerked to a halt, cutting off Kale's train of thought. He glanced out the window. Well, would you look at that? Are we being robbed? Could they seriously not see the family crest on the carriage? Not to mention, his entourage was packed with hidden masters of absolute ruthlessness. Take Old Man John, for example. Finally, his rabbit hunting skills had a place to shine. John calmly told Kale to stay inside the carriage while he and the others dealt with those small fries. These bandits were so doomed that even their ancestors couldn't save them now. Kale sat completely relaxed in the carriage, calculating the time it would take to reach the village that was fated to be destroyed by the Black Dragon. They had about 1 day left. By the time they finished wiping out the bandits, it was already getting dark. So, Kale's group decided to set up camp and rest. The main course for dinner was rabbit stew, and it seemed the main ingredient had been hunted down by Choi Han. Turns out, besides hunting people, the guy was pretty good at hunting animals too. Seeing that Kale didn't seem too fond of the meal, the two cats started meowing, asking for a bite. But honestly, why would they eat his leftovers when they had their very own loyal servant, Hans, right beside them? Hans had prepared separate meals for them, making absolutely sure they were healthy, with 0 salt and no preservatives. This time, Kale's convoy crossed paths with a group of mountain bandits, and needless to say, the strongest person there was Choi Han. The battle was an absolute breeze for him, leaving him without a single scratch. As expected, a guy who could beat the living daylights out of a count's son was no ordinary fighter. Ron noticed Kale barely touching his food and feigned concern, asking if he was all right. Kale knew perfectly well the old man was just messing with him, so he gave a brush-off answer just to shoo him away. Only Choi Han was genuinely concerned, assuming Kale wasn't feeling well and had lost his appetite. Out of nowhere, Choi Han called out to him, He stared intently at Kale, which honestly made him feel pretty uncomfortable. It turned out he was just curious if this was Kale's first time ever witnessing a real battle. Kale answered honestly, "Yeah, running into these mountain bandits is actually my first time experiencing a real fight." After all, for someone born with a silver spoon and sheltered his whole life inside the Count's territory, there was no way he'd ever end up in a situation like this. But if Choi Han thought this was also Kale's first time facing mortal danger, he was dead wrong. If anything, it was Choi Han himself who had been making Kale feel terrified and on edge for the past few days. And it wasn't just Choi Han. That father-son duo, Ron and B-Crocs, were giving him an equal amount of sheer stress. Instinctively, Kale glanced over in their direction. Old man Ron was staring at the rabbits he had caught with a creepy smile, while his son stood right next to him, sharpening a knife. With freaks like them everywhere he looked, no wonder every waking second felt like hanging by a thread. It completely ruined his appetite. Choi Han offered a few reassuring words, then seriously advised Kale to learn some martial arts for self-defense. Kale just chuckled and pointed at the escort knights. "Don't I already have plenty of guards?" Not to mention, he already possessed the power of the indestructible shield. Finding his logic hard to argue with, Choi Han shifted his gaze to the mostly untouched food left on the table, then looked at Kale's frail, skinny body. In his heart, he silently swore to protect him. So, right after eating, he threw himself straight into sword practice, completely driven by the desire to get even stronger. Naturally, this only made Kale feel even more anxious. Was this guy planning to get so strong that he could blow up the entire continent or something? Truly terrifying. Just then, B-Croc specially brought over a different dish, hoping it would help Kale regain his appetite. At the same time, the vice captain ordered everyone to gather at the back for training. The convoy then continued on its journey. If the original storyline held true, the Black Dragon would go completely berserk in exactly 3 days. Kale's convoy was currently passing through a viscount's territory, which bordered the Hennetus estate. At the foot of the mountain to the right of the village lay the viscount's villa, and right behind that mountain was exactly where the Black Dragon was being held captive. Word had it that this viscount was nothing but a loyal lapdog for Vinyan Stan, the second son of Marquis Stan, the very scum who crippled his own older brother just to steal the heir's position. He was the bastard who frequently visited the villa just to brutally torture the poor dragon, eventually driving it completely insane and causing it to obliterate the village. Just thinking about it made Kale's blood boil. The deputy butler noticed him huffing in anger and, mistaking his rage for sheer exhaustion, quickly went to inform Choi Han so they could find an inn. Before Choi Han left, Kale kindly reminded him to come back soon. After all, Choi Han was just a teenager who appreciated being cared for. Choi Han smiled warmly and nodded. "Yes, I will be right back." Kale suddenly felt a wave of unease. It gave him the exact same creepy feeling as someone handing him a poisoned apple with completely sweaty, clammy hands. It was an incredibly unpleasant and suffocating sensation, and soon enough, the reason behind that dreadful feeling revealed itself. Before Choi Han could even leave, something totally unexpected happened. A carriage came barreling down the road at breakneck speed, completely ignoring an old man crossing right in front of it. In the nick of time, Choi Han rushed in like an absolute godsend, shoving the old man out of the way and saving him from being crushed to death beneath the carriage wheels. Fluttering wildly at the front of that carriage was a flag, a red snake, the official crest of the Marquis Stan family. Kale let out a heavy sigh and pushed open his carriage door. Well, it seemed he had no choice but to step into that cliché storyline. Vinyan, the textbook definition of an arrogant, powerful noble and the quintessential villain in the novel, The Birth of a Hero. His close servant stepped out of the carriage, rocking a rotten personality that was exactly like his master's. Instead of apologizing for almost running someone over, he immediately blamed the poor old man, accusing him of trying to pull a scam. He yelled at him for blocking a noble's carriage, berated him for not knowing his place and getting out of the way, and even had the nerve to call him a stupid, filthy commoner. Needless to say, this made Choi Han utterly furious. His eyes immediately started overflowing with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. It looked like if that servant dared to utter even one more word, Choi Han would send him straight to hell to play the fiddle for the Grim Reaper. Right then, Vinyan stepped out of the carriage, stopping his servant from bickering any further, and shot a dangerously sharp glare at Choi Han. Knowing who Vinyan was, Hans appeared quite cautious, stepping closer to whisper the details into Kale's ear. Meanwhile, Choi Han seemed incredibly agitated. Taking charge as the master, Kale walked over to calm Choi Han down. But Choi Han was still utterly defiant. Why should he stand down when they were clearly the ones in the wrong? They could have easily changed direction to avoid the old man, but they just kept driving straight at him. Kale knew that full well, but Venyan was an absolute psychopath. The best move right now was to stay out of it and avoid any future fallout. Kale quietly sized Venyan up. Dazzling golden hair, a faint polished smile, a perfectly crisp outfit without a single wrinkle, and shoes without a speck of dirt. But what really caught Kale's eye was a faint red stain on the cuff of his pristine white shirt. It was pretty obvious that the bloodstain came from his recent visit to the dragon. Venyan walked over and exchanged a few polite, superficial greetings with Kale. He was completely up to speed on the Hennetus family situation, as well as Kale's notorious reputation. Kale shamelessly admitted that he was, indeed, the very trash from the rumors Venyan mentioned. Just like his servant, Venyan genuinely believed that this whole mess was entirely the fault of that useless old geezer. He even made sure to passive-aggressively point out Choi Han's highly inappropriate behavior, suggesting that his attitude severely lacked proper education. Hearing Venyan's cruel words, the poor old man was paralyzed with fear. Knowing he had ruined a noble's mood, he took all the blame upon himself, bowing desperately and begging for mercy. The living conditions of the people in any territory directly reflect the personality of its ruler. So it was glaringly obvious that the Viscount running this place was just like his master, an arrogant, power-tripping noble who viewed himself as vastly superior to everyone else. Honestly, Kale also found Venyan's utterly disgusting behavior incredibly grating. The guy totally deserved a beating from Choi Han. However, Choi Han was currently under his command, and on top of that, Kale was representing the entire Hennetus family. Picking a fight with another noble was a terrible idea, especially when this particular noble was completely out of his mind. The smartest play here was to just exchange some empty pleasantries and get the hell out of there. Looking at the old man groveling on the ground, Kale couldn't bear it. He patted the old man on the shoulder and pretended to ask him where the nearest tavern was, just to create a distraction. Then he held out his hand to shake Venyan's. Venyan stared dead at that hand. That very hand had just touched a filthy commoner, and now Kale wanted to shake hands with him? Not a chance in hell. Right on cue, the sharp-witted servant caught on and quickly urged his master that they needed to get moving. Outwardly, Venyan pretended to scold his servant for rudely interrupting a conversation between nobles, but inwardly, he was absolutely praising the guy. And so, he formally shook Kale's hand, only to yank it back at the speed of light before turning back to his carriage. Kale perfectly played his role as a drunken noble trash, inviting him for a drink if they ever bumped into each other in the capital, while casually throwing in a sarcastic jab about Venyan's position as the heir. Venyan shot him a look of pure contempt before slapping on a fake, gentle smile, exchanging a few more words with Kale, and finally taking off. Kale watched the carriage roll away, silently praying to the heavens that he would never have to cross paths with that absolute psychopath ever again. After that, he reminded Choi Han that at least half the nobles in the world acted exactly like that, subtly hinting that he'd better start getting used to it. Turning around, he saw that the old man from earlier was still collapsed on the ground. Kale walked over to check on him, then ordered Choi Han to escort the old man all the way home. Coincidentally, the old man turned out to be the owner of the only inn in the village. Thanks to that, Kale's group didn't even have to waste time looking for a place to rest. As they followed the old man back to his place, Choi Han suddenly called out to Kale, questioning why he hadn't gotten the slightest bit angry at that bastard Venyan's utterly garbage attitude earlier. Kale asked him in return, why should he be angry? Was it because Venyan looked down on him, because he told Kale to put him in his place, or because he called that half-dead old man a piece of trash? Kale wasn't the type to say those things, nor did he want to. And he certainly wasn't angry. He knew saying something like that would sound incredibly cool, since that was exactly what Choi Han would do. However, given his current position, the timing just wasn't right. This was a lesson life had taught him. Compromising with power and putting up with a certain level of absurdity was the key to living life exactly the way he wanted. More importantly, he was someone who always held a grudge. Sooner or later, he was going to get that bastard Venyan kicked out of his own house, because he was going to steal the dragon right out from under him. Meanwhile, the old innkeeper guided Kale's entourage inside. Just like the village itself, the inn had a modest exterior. But since it catered to merchant guilds traveling to the Hennetus territory, it had absolutely everything they needed. Kale was given the best room available. Although the old innkeeper looked much more relaxed now than when he was standing before Venyan Stan, having a noble stay at his inn still left him terrified. As a noble, Kale actually liked it when people kept their distance, but being treated with such excessive caution was just uncomfortable. He told the old man to relax, adding that he really didn't care for all that self-deprecating talk. "This is where people who travel to my territory stop to rest," Kale said. "There's no way a place like this would be lacking anything, so you really don't need to worry." Hearing that, the old man fell deep into thought. This was probably the first time he had ever met a noble as kind-hearted as Kale, and he couldn't hide his curiosity. Could it be that the Hennetus territory was filled with people as kind as him? Kale burst out laughing. "I'm actually the biggest trash in that entire territory. Literally, everyone else is a better person than I am." Once everything was settled, the old man bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle and excused himself so Kale could get some rest. Kale figured the old man just needed some time to process what he'd said. A little while later, Hans entered the room, bringing the box Kale had prepared in advance. Curiosity was written all over the deputy butler's face, which honestly surprised Kale. Weren't butlers supposed to hide their emotions? Hans, however, didn't see it that way. He firmly believed that being completely transparent with his master was one of a butler's core duties. He even considered himself quite a fun and interesting guy. After rambling on for a bit, Hans confirmed how long they'd be staying in the village, then finally left the room. Aside from Ron, Hans was the only other person who didn't tremble in fear around him. Sure, he was a little cautious, but he definitely wasn't scared. That alone proved the guy had a lot of guts. Placing the box on the bed, Kale slowly opened it. Inside lay the very item that would help him save a pitiful soul, scam an absolute lunatic, and keep himself completely unharmed. This was the prize from his shady deal with Bilos. Getting his hands on this wasn't easy. It wasn't something an ordinary person could just buy. Moreover, it cost an astronomical amount of money, hundreds of millions of gallons. So, to save some cash, his only option had been to rent it for 20 million gallons under Bilos's name. That was exactly why he had to meet up with the merchant in the capital later to return it. Kale carefully inspected the object in his hand. It was a black orb designed to disrupt the flow of mana. This little orb would throw mana currents into total chaos within a specific radius, rendering all magical devices completely useless. The only catch was that it had to be installed a full day in advance, and its effect only lasted for 40 minutes. The price tag was definitely steep, but its internal components were incredibly sturdy, meaning it wouldn't break easily. That detail left Kale feeling quite satisfied. With the gear in hand, it was finally time for the Cat Tribe siblings to shine. Kale rolled out a map and began pointing out their route. "We are right here in the village," he explained. "If you head east toward the mountain, you'll spot a private villa." To avoid detection, they couldn't get too close to the estate. Right behind that villa was a cave, the exact spot where a 4-year-old black dragon was currently being held captive, and Kale fully intended to steal it. Because that crazy Viscount had the place heavily guarded, ordinary humans wouldn't stand a chance of getting in. But for cats, it was a totally different story. Their mission was simple: bury the magic orb somewhere on that mountain. The feline siblings were brimming with confidence. They had managed to hide from the adults in their own cat tribe, so slipping past a few clueless humans would be a breeze. Once the mission was done, Kale promised to reward them with an all-you-can-eat beef feast. At the mere mention of food, the two cats purred with excitement and instantly bolted off to complete their mission. However, to pull off this rescue, Kale couldn't do it alone. He needed an ally. And the most obvious candidate for the job was none other than Choi Han. Which explained why Choi Han was currently sitting across from him in his room, quietly drinking tea and sharing snacks. But first, he needed to test the waters. Kale took a sip of his usual lemonade and asked, "Have you ever seen a dragon before?" Choi Han answered honestly, saying he had only ever seen creatures that looked like dragons. Kale knew exactly what he was talking about. He meant the horrific monsters lurking deep in the Forest of Darkness, where Choi Han had spent years surviving. Those twisted, vicious, deformed monsters. Kale began educating Choi Han on what true dragons were actually like, smoothly steering the conversation toward the tragic reality of the poor creature imprisoned nearby. Dragons are just like us humans, Kale explained. Dragons, beastmen, dwarves, elves, they are all like humans. They feel emotions and they have souls. But imagine this. What if you were locked in the pitch-black darkness from the moment you were born? What if you lived your whole life never knowing who you were, never even seeing the sunlight? You would lose your mind. No family, no hope, just endless, suffocating loneliness, a miserable existence chained up and brutally tortured over and over until your very last breath. Hearing those words, Choi Han's face twisted with pure murderous intent. It was exactly the reaction Kale had anticipated. For someone as fiercely righteous as Choi Han, there was absolutely no way he wouldn't snap after hearing a story like that. Having set the trap, Kale finally dropped the main point. There was a being suffering that exact fate right now, just a short distance away. And he wanted Choi Han's help to rescue it. Choi Han agreed immediately, without a single second of hesitation. However, Kale made his true intentions clear. His only goal was to break the dragon out and release it back into the wild. He had zero desire to keep it for himself. The reason was simple. That dragon had been tortured by humans its entire life. It would absolutely despise mankind, with not a single drop of trust left in its heart. Besides, humans and dragons were incredibly similar in one specific way. They both loved to stand above everyone else. Dragons were fiercely arrogant creatures, meaning trying to tame one and keep it around would be an absolute nightmare. But most importantly, keeping a dragon would attract way too much attention, and sooner or later, it would bring a massive disaster down on his head. There were maybe 20 dragons in total across the continents from east to west. Having just one of them by your side would instantly make you the absolute center of the world's attention. For someone like Kale, whose only dream was to live a peaceful, slacker life, that was an absolute nightmare. The plan was finalized. He and Choi Han would break the dragon out, completely under the radar. But listen, Kale warned him, you don't need to slaughter anyone tonight. We are going to handle this quietly. Kale told Choi Han to head down to the first floor and ask Hans to send up drinks and a table. The goal was to set up a perfect alibi to give them room to move. Hans prepared everything exactly as ordered, then sat next to Choi Han, babysitting the kittens while Kale loudly chugged down bottle after bottle of alcohol. The innkeeper mentioned that the liquor was a special blend, brewed from fruits and herbs gathered from the nearby mountain, which made it pretty pricey. Hearing that, Kale went ahead and bought out the entire stock to treat his escorts. If he could get every single one of them completely wasted, it would be absolutely perfect. After putting on a good show, he pretended to be totally hammered and had Choi Han support him as he stumbled upstairs to rest. But right as they reached the staircase, Kale caught Old Man Ron staring directly at him, silently evaluating his act. The vicious old man honestly didn't care what Kale did, but to avoid any deadly misunderstandings, it was definitely safer to give him a heads up. So, as he squeezed past, Kale dropped the act for a split second, whispering that he was sneaking out and casually asking the assassin to keep it a secret. John understood and asked no further questions. Once Kale reached his room, he gave strict orders to the servants. Unless it was an absolute emergency, no one was allowed to disturb his rest. Then, when no one was looking, he whispered to Choi Han, telling him to climb through his window at sunset to kick off their operation. Right on time, Choi Han followed Kale's instructions to the letter, fully prepared to rescue the dragon. Choi Han was taken aback by the bizarre outfit Kale was wearing, a black suit featuring a chest emblem with a white star at the center surrounded by 5 red stars. With no time to explain, Kale slipped on a mask and tossed him a matching set. Thanks to the magic device the Cat Tribe siblings had buried on the mountain yesterday, the magical surveillance cameras would be completely shut down. But that still wasn't enough. Kale absolutely refused to leave any traces behind. That was exactly why he had been day drinking since the sun was still up and went out of his way to prepare these outfits. This was the signature uniform of the secret organization. In The Birth of a Hero, this secret organization clashed with Choi Han in event after event. Because of that, their uniforms had been described in painstaking detail. Using those descriptions as a reference, Kale had specially designed this exact outfit. Just to be safe, the clothes were custom-made, while Kale had meticulously stitched the symbol himself. If you looked closely, you'd easily spot the sloppy stitching, but from a distance, it looked exactly like the real deal. Anyone who saw this outfit wouldn't notice the shoddy handiwork. They'd only remember the black clothes with 5 red stars and 1 white star. It wasn't like that secret organization was full of good people anyway, so he felt absolutely zero guilt pinning the blame on them to protect his own identity. Looking at the bandit-like getup, Choi Han couldn't help but suspect that whatever they were about to do was definitely a bad thing. Kale replied without an ounce of shame. Yeah, we're doing a bad thing. A very, very bad thing to that bastard Venyon. Hearing this, Choi Han dropped his doubts entirely. Instead, he looked genuinely thrilled and eagerly volunteered to put the outfit on. After all, he thoroughly despised evildoers and wanted nothing more than to punish them. Having wandered in agonizing solitude for all those years, Choi Han was no longer that innocent 17-year-old boy. To ensure the rescue went smoothly, Kale introduced the kittens to Choi Han. These are kids from the cat tribe. They're beastmen. The older sister is An, and the younger brother is Hong. After that, he turned around and formally introduced Choi Han to them. With the introductions out of the way, the group quickly set off. Kale's party crept close to the dragon's prison, laying low and biding their time until the magic orb took effect, before finally making their move. Choi Han, An, and Hong dashed ahead to scout the area. Meanwhile, Kale successfully activated the voice-altering device. It seemed the man-disturbing orb was working exactly as planned. Even the blaring alarm of the high-grade magic device had been muffled down to a mere whisper. In the blink of an eye, they reached the cave entrance. A few guards were keeping watch up ahead, but they were absolutely no match for Choi Han. Moments later, several of them were already slumped unconscious on the floor. The remaining guards immediately fell into a sheer panic. Kale ordered On to release her fog. Instantly, a thick, heavy mist blanketed the entire area, completely disorienting the guards. Leaving them for Choi Han to handle, Kale ventured deeper into the cave alongside On and Hong. Inside, the torturer was already panicking, because the magic orb had stopped working. Seeing intruders suddenly break in only terrified him further. This place was far from your ordinary prison. That lunatic Venyon had rigged the door with a self-destruct mechanism specifically to deal with intruders. So, if that thing went off, both Kale and this entire cave would be blown to smithereens. Suddenly, a plume of green mist filled the air. But this wasn't just any ordinary mist. It was a paralyzing poison created by Hong. By the time the torturer realized what was happening, he had already collapsed heavily onto the ground. Without breaking a single sweat, Kale swiped the key to the young dragon's cell straight off the man's body. He gave Hong an approving pat, and the three of them pressed deeper into the dark cave. At last, the very thing they were looking for was right in front of them. The dragon lay curled up in a corner, resting. Its tiny body was covered in horrific wounds, and the metallic stench of blood fiercely assaulted Kale's nose. Unfazed, he unlocked the iron door, stepped inside, and slowly approached the pitiful little dragon. At the sudden noise, the dragon snapped its eyes open, glaring fiercely at the stranger before it. From behind, An and Hong anxiously urged Kale to hurry, as they were rapidly running out of time. Kale hastily bundled the small dragon up in a cloth and pulled it safely into his arms. Stepping out of the cell, Kale gently set the dragon down in front of An and Hong. It must really hurt. So pitiful. An and Hong finally broke their long silence. The kitten circled the dragon in deep concern, but the dragon just bared its fangs in a vicious warning. It seemed this was the very first time in 4 whole years that it had seen a living creature other than a human. It must hurt so much. An stepped closer and gently tapped her front paw against Kale's leg. It seemed the clever kitten was thinking about the item Kale had brought along. Since she couldn't just ask for it out loud, she begged him with her actions instead. Settle down. Kale had fully intended to use that recovery potion. That was exactly why he had brought it. But before he could do that, he had to take off the mana restricting chain around its neck. Otherwise, the medicine wouldn't work at all. Let's see. Kale began feeling along the wall where the torturer lay. Finding the unconscious man in his way, he casually kicked him aside and continued running his hands over the stone. The young dragon bared its teeth as it watched him literally kick the man. But Kale kept all his focus strictly on the wall. According to the novel, the Marquis was so incredibly paranoid about outside intruders that he had installed a secret escape route. Not even the guards were allowed to know about it. If you felt along the stone wall, you'd find a section that was distinctly smoother than the rest. That was the trigger for the secret exit. Apply just the right amount of brute force and the wall would open. It wasn't powered by some complex magical device. It was purely mechanical, requiring physical impact to trigger the gears hidden inside. Kale turned his head to look at the person who had just walked in. "Are you done?" "Yes." Choi Han gave his sword a sharp flick, easily shaking off the blood, and walked over to Kale. His gaze shifted down to the dragon, and his face instantly twisted into a dark scowl. It was a completely natural reaction to seeing such a tiny, fragile life covered in so much blood. Choi Han's eyes darted toward the unconscious torturer, flashing with raw, savage killing intent. Seeing this, Kale immediately called out his name to snap him out of it. Choi Han gave his report, his eyes still locked in a total death glare on the torturer. "As you requested, I've taken down all the guards. I made sure they're in no condition to fight anymore." "Good job." Kale praised him lightly, then pointed toward a flat section of the wall, about the size of a palm. "Punch this spot right here." "With all my strength?" Choi Han asked, clearly confused by the odd request. Was the guy planning to bring the entire cave crashing down on them? Realizing the danger, Kale quickly gave a very specific order. "No, just punch it hard enough to dent it about 10 centimeters in, that's all." So this is what he meant by holding back. Yeah, he definitely held back. It was something Kale could never pull off, yet Choi Han considered it holding back. Kale took a few steps away from him. Taking Kale's gesture as a cue to hurry up, Choi Han instantly smashed his fist into the wall. The two kittens gasped in awe. Kale scooped the young dragon into his arms. Boom! A hole large enough for a grown man opened up in the wall. Choi Han immediately grabbed a torch. "Let's go!" At Kale's command, the two kittens hopped onto Choi Han's back. Choi Han took the lead, leaping into the secret passage. Kale followed right behind him, heading toward the outside. The baby dragon looked around in bewilderment as Kale gently set it down on the ground. It didn't make a sound, only letting out ragged breaths. But the fierce glare it shot at Kale looked ready to pierce right through him. It was hardly the look of someone gazing at their savior. Instead, its eyes brimmed with pure hatred for deceitful humans, hyper-vigilant against whatever new torment might come its way. This was the inevitable result of being locked up and tortured by Venyan for 4 long years. "Stop glaring at me like that," Kale said casually to the young dragon. Truth be told, Kale actually liked this dragon. Kim Rock-soo had been an orphan, a child who had simply resigned himself to the hand that fate had dealt him. He had abandoned the place he once called home, completely powerless to fight back against the world. But this dragon was entirely different. Seeing that the dragon was still glaring at him, Kale pulled a massive pair of shears out of his magic pouch. This was one of the 2 items he had borrowed using Billis's name. Choi Han stared at the shears in sheer panic, while the 2 kittens scrambled away from Kale and hid behind the swordsman. Annoyed by their dramatic reaction, Kale clicked his tongue and stepped toward the dragon. He grabbed the creature by the scruff of its neck, pointing the heavy shears right at its throat. Clack! The sharp sound of metal snapping echoed through the air. Bzzz! Tiny sparks of electricity shot out as the restrictive collar was finally cut in 2. He held the broken collar in his hand. "What are you looking at?" Kale asked bluntly, staring right back at the dragon, whose eyes were wide open in shock. Residual electricity was still buzzing through the metal, so Kale slipped off one of his gloves and tossed it to Choi Han. The swordsman put it on and took the collar from him, while Kale pulled a healing potion out of his pouch. It was a highest-grade healing potion, something that cost an absolute fortune. "Do you have any idea how much money I've spent on you?" Kale grumbled. The young dragon flinched. These were the exact same words it had heard in that dark cell every time it rebelled. The same cruel words it had been forced to endure since the day it was born. But instead of punishment, Kale just pried its jaws open and poured the potion down its throat. Thankfully, the dragon didn't struggle. It just swallowed the liquid down. "So, just hurry up and get better already, you foolish little kid." A few minutes later, the source of all its power, its mana, which was essentially a dragon's second heart, started circulating again. Every single wound on its body vanished without a trace, and a gentle pulse of pure mana wrapped around the small creature like a warm, soothing breeze. Kale took a step closer and looked down at the young dragon. "So, what do you want to do now?" When the dragon kept its jaws clamped shut in silence, Kale pressed on. "You belong to the brilliant, fiercely proud dragon race. I know full well that you can speak the human language, so answer me." Kale asked one more time, "If you're given your freedom, what do you want to do?" Finally, the dragon spoke. Just as expected, it knew the human tongue perfectly. Dragons were vastly more intelligent than humans. There was zero chance it hadn't picked up the language after 4 long years. I will live. I want to be free. I refuse to be tamed. That was exactly the answer Kale wanted to hear. He was setting the young dragon free, and he had absolutely no intention of keeping it around as a pet. But the dragon refused to believe him. It roared defensively. Liar! You humans are nothing but deceitful scum. Pure, unfiltered rage blazed in its reptilian eyes. But that fury wasn't actually directed at Kale. It was the fierce, innate pride of a mighty dragon finally roaring to life inside its tiny body. It was burning rage for all those stolen years when its natural instincts had been brutally trampled on. Kale fully admitted to himself that he was an excellent liar, but not this time. He genuinely wanted the creature to live life on its own terms. He truly hoped it would fly away and live completely free. Without another word, Kale turned on his heel and walked away. His part in this was over. He had rescued the dragon, kept the village safe, and royally screwed over Vinyan. On top of that, Choi Han had learned the true meaning of freedom by watching the young dragon. Most importantly, Kale absolutely did not want the burden of taking care of a dragon, so this was the perfect stopping point. A flawless, happy ending in Kale's book. The young dragon lifted its head, watching their retreating backs as it muttered stubbornly to itself. I hate humans. They're wicked. But despite its harsh words, its heart had clearly been swayed. On the trek back, the beastmen kittens, still in their feline forms, were chattering away excitedly. They were fully convinced that the dragon was going to follow Kale home, which meant they'd finally be getting a little brother. Kale brushed off their excited whispers, writing the whole idea off as total nonsense. Dragons were fiercely independent creatures. There was no way one would ever submit to human control. Besides, that poor thing had been brutally tortured by humans. If anything, its hatred for humanity was stronger than ever. So the idea of it voluntarily following him around was simply out of the question. Hearing Kale shut them down so decisively, the kittens visibly drooped. Guess they weren't getting a little brother after all. Kale instructed the kittens to go retrieve the magic orb. Then he clapped a hand on Choi Han's shoulder. You did good out there. Today marked the very first time Choi Han had actively saved a life. Sure, he had fought off those bandits before, but that had been purely out of self-defense and protection. Of course, instead of saving a village like he did in the original novel, he had just rescued the very dragon he was originally fated to kill. But the only thing that mattered to Choi Han right now was the simple act of saving someone. Kalanim, Choi Han called out, falling silent for a long moment before finally speaking his mind. What if following you is exactly how that dragon chooses to live its life? What would you do? I already told you. That's never going to happen. But just hypothetically speaking, what if it did? Hypothetically speaking? Kale pondered for a moment before answering softly. I don't dwell on the past, nor do I worry about things that will never happen. Even so, Kale suddenly felt a chill down his spine and turned to look behind him. Luckily, the dragon was nowhere to be seen. Kale felt relieved, wrapped everything up, and went back to his room to sleep. Because of that, he had absolutely no idea that the young dragon had used magic for the very first time, turning invisible just to watch him sleep soundly. It tightly hugged the magic potion bottle he had left behind, breaking into a happy smile. The next day, Choi Han came looking for Kale bright and early in the morning. After chugging down the entire glass of cold water that old John had brought him in one go, Kale still felt like his stomach was tied in knots. He probably hadn't felt it last night because he was running on pure adrenaline. Now that everything was finally settled, his stomach was throwing a massive tantrum over all the booze he had downed the day before. On top of that, he had barely slept last night because it felt like someone was constantly staring at him. He let out a long yawn as he listened to Choi Han's report. After bringing Kale back to the inn, Choi Han had immediately erased all their tracks, planted fake trails heading west, and then returned. Now, what concerned Choi Han was their upcoming journey. In just a few more days, they would arrive at their next destination. Kale began explaining to Choi Han about this midway city. The next city was named Puzzle City, which served as the exact halfway point of their journey. After leaving the Hennetus territory, which was heavily surrounded by mountain ranges, the road from this Viscount's estate straight to the capital was completely flat. Choi Han listened quietly until Kale finished, then brought up a strange incident he had witnessed. Honestly, on his way back, Choi Han had swung by the villa to investigate. The whole place was in absolute chaos, with soldiers and knights frantically leaving the village. Kale guessed those soldiers were definitely on their way to report the disaster to that lunatic Venyan. Choi Han also added that the secret exit they had used was completely destroyed, and the surrounding area had suffered the exact same fate. Everything was turned upside down. Kale wasn't surprised in the slightest. He knew exactly who the culprit was. It was the dragon. Regardless, it was fortunate that there were no casualties. The dragon was still young and terrified. It was so scared that someone might come out of that cave, so it burned everything to the ground. While it was at it, it also destroyed the magical devices that had once controlled it, since dragons are highly sensitive to mana. It seemed that despite being only 4 years old, the dragon was actually quite brilliant. Choi Han breathed a heavy sigh of relief. So that was exactly why he had sensed such a massive surge of mana at the scene of the incident. It looked like Venyan's men had paid a heavy price for assuming the dragon was just small and weak. Now that everything was completely settled, Kale was about to shoo him away. But his curiosity suddenly flared up. He wanted to know what Choi Han was going to do today, and found out he was heading off to help B-Crow. Kale was thrilled and quickly chimed in. "Oh, looks like you two have gotten pretty close, huh?" That was the first time Kale had ever seen such a baffled look on Choi Han's face. Choi Han flatly denied it. "No, we are not close at all." "Is that right? Well, off you go," Kale replied with a confused expression of his own. Choi Han just bowed casually and headed out of the room. Just as Choi Han was opening the door, Kale gave him one last instruction. "Ah, by the way, on your way out, tell Hans to bring some booze up here for me." "Yes, sir." Choi Han's eyes widened in shock as he spun around to stare at Kale. Kale calmly glanced up at the clock. 7 in the morning. He replied with a breezy tone. "Never heard of the hair of the dog?" As Kale walked downstairs and saw Choi Han standing blankly by the steps, he glanced in the direction Choi Han was staring. The vice captain, looking sharp and completely unbothered by yesterday's heavy drinking, was having a serious conversation with someone. It was none other than one of the knights Choi Han had knocked out at the villa the day before. Kale walked up and gave Choi Han a light pat on the shoulder, startling him before he began to confess. He shouldn't have been able to move properly for at least a day, but he recovered way faster than I expected. Choi Han muttered, "I severely underestimated them. Next time I'll strike much harder." Kale quickly turned his head away from Choi Han. Sure enough, this guy was exactly the kind of protagonist who would absolutely demolish everything in the name of his own justice. Kale sat down at the table, sinking deep into his own worries. The old innkeeper approached, holding a bottle of alcohol. "Young master, I brought you the same liquor from last time," he said. The more the old man looked at him, the more he seemed to harbor a certain thought. "Ah, thank you," Kale chuckled, speaking to the old man who was suddenly growing tense. "You've got a real knack for business. Consider that a genuine compliment. This drink is absolutely perfect for curing a hangover." Kale grabbed the bottle and chugged it right down. Then he shifted his gaze over to the vice captain. The vice captain was still deep in conversation with the knight. "Yesterday, we threw a little party so everyone could blow off some steam. After the drinks, everyone went straight to bed. Not a single person stepped foot outside the inn. So, honestly, I can't quite fathom why the Viscount's men have come all the way here to interrogate us." It appeared the Marquis Knight had introduced himself as someone from the Viscount's household. Under the vice captain's razor-sharp glare, the knight forced a polite smile, though his expression remained dead serious as he replied, "Yesterday, a thief broke into the Viscount's villa, and a few valuable items were stolen. We simply came to check if your party had suffered any similar losses, that is all." "A thief?" Kale thought to himself. "Well, fair enough. We did technically steal a whole dragon." Agreeing with that logic internally, Kale lifted the entire bottle to his lips and took another swig. Right at that moment, he locked eyes with the knight who was talking to the vice captain. "What the hell are you looking at?" Kale snapped. The knight immediately bowed his head, quickly averting his gaze from Kale. Seeing this, the vice captain cleared his throat and bluntly offered an excuse. "Our young master gets rather irritable if he doesn't have a drink first thing in the morning. He's simply enjoying his morning liquor. It's the hair of the dog. Our young master is merely using alcohol to cure his hangover from last night's binge." At this point, the knight completely dropped any lingering suspicions that Kale's group was behind the robbery, so he quickly took his leave. He was probably thinking that a piece of trash like Kale could never be capable of pulling off something like that. Honestly, who would ever look at a noble? traveling on official royal orders yet chugging booze right out in the open, and think he was a normal person. With an act like this, even if Venyan caught wind of their presence, he would never suspect him. After all, Venyan knew full well that the secret organization and the Hennetus family had absolutely zero ties. Kale let out a quiet sigh of relief. He ordered old John to fetch him a glass of lemon water for his hangover, feeling incredibly smug inside. Even if they followed the fake trails they had left behind, there was no way in hell they would ever find out who the real culprit was. That bastard Venyan is definitely going to lose his mind. Kale and his entourage continued their journey to Puzzle City. "Are we camping out today?" Kale nodded when An asked. "Yeah, starting today, we'll be camping along the road to reach Puzzle City as fast as possible." It was the only way they could speed up their progress. Kale looked out of the carriage and thought about the storyline regarding the vitality of the heart. That was the name of the ancient power that would strengthen the indestructible shield. It was a power primarily focused on regeneration and recovering vitality. That was exactly why he was looking for it. Taylor Stan, the discarded eldest son of the Marquis household. Even though he had the most brilliant mind in the family, Venyan's schemes had left his lower body completely paralyzed. Desperate to find a power that could heal him, he had searched and scoured through every book he could find. Among them was an ancient text he stumbled upon in an old bookstore. Since it was written in an ancient language, translating it was quite difficult. But after much effort, he managed to decipher a few words: regeneration and rock tower. Those two keywords became his main clues. Taylor immediately set off for the city of rock towers, Puzzle City. Kale's goal for this trip to Puzzle City was to obtain that very ancient power to supplement the indestructible shield he currently possessed. Even though snatching away Taylor's last ray of hope was a bit of a bastard move, Kale needed it more than he did. Besides, even if Taylor did manage to obtain that power, it wouldn't have any effect on his crippled body. He only knew that the power could increase vitality and grant regenerative abilities. However, he didn't know that it was completely useless on injuries that had already been sustained beforehand. That was why, upon learning the truth, Taylor fell into absolute despair and was ultimately murdered by Venyan anyway. While he was lost in thought, the cat started excitedly chattering away, telling Kale about the new rumor they had just heard from Hans. They said that if you go and make a wish to the rock towers, it would come true. They wanted Kale to go there with them. That wouldn't be too hard to do. But the moment he heard the cat say they wanted to wish for the dragon they had rescued to travel with them, Kale completely scrapped the idea of going. Right at that moment, the carriage came to a halt. They had arrived at today's campsite. The very next morning, Kalu stared blankly at a deer carcass lying right at the edge of their campsite. It had definitely been hunted. Hans reported to Kale, who was still staring intently at the deer. "Someone left this at our campsite." Hans pointed to the ground right next to the carcass. Kale was already looking at the exact same spot. A crude drawing of a spoon and a fork had been sketched into the dirt. It seemed whoever left the deer knew how to communicate, but didn't know how to write. Kale suddenly had a very bad feeling about this. He turned to look at Choi Han, who was smiling entirely too suspiciously. Choi Han had been on guard duty all night long. He obviously knew who did it, but he was pretending not to know a thing. This left Kale with no choice but to think about that little dragon. Oh well, he'd just have to pretend he didn't know either. Unfortunately, life never goes exactly as planned. During their subsequent camping nights, Kale kept receiving brand new food ingredients. A wild boar, a rabbit, and all sorts of different fruits. By now, Kale was absolutely certain that the dragon was following them. Completely contrary to Kale's weary mood, Choi Han seemed highly amused by the whole situation. He even thought its little antics were adorable. He said that this just proved the dragon was still a child who hadn't lost its pure innocence. Kale thought to himself that if Choi Han had seen that dragon blow up an entire mountain, he definitely wouldn't be saying that. After being imprisoned and tortured, that dragon was supposed to absolutely despise humans. Not to mention, once it got stronger, it was supposed to teach the Marquis household a brutal lesson. At least that was what Kale had been hoping for. Only then would the Hennetus territory be able to enjoy a bit more peace. Well, regardless, they had finally arrived at Puzzle City. The kittens and Choi Han seemed quite fascinated by the city's architecture. Small rock towers were built right in front of every single house. Hans led Kale straight to an inn. This would be their place of lodging for the next few days. Since they had arrived before the Rock Tower Festival, The room rates weren't overly expensive. Kale didn't really care about that, though. He had noticed something strange about this place. It wasn't exactly an area with an abundance of stones, yet there were so many rock towers everywhere. Hans knew the answer to that. Behind this phenomenon lay a deeply tragic story that had been passed down to this very day. The story took place back in ancient times. Back then, this city was completely abandoned by the gods. Hearing this, Kale couldn't help but be surprised, as this was something he had never seen described in the novel. This city was once cast aside by the gods. No one really knew the reason why they had been forsaken, but during that desperate time, the people began to gather together and build these rock towers. That was their way of sending up their greatest wishes. But tragically, those desperate prayers could never reach the gods. That was exactly why there wasn't a single temple in Puzzle City. After all, if the gods had already abandoned them, why should they bother worshipping them? From then on, the rock towers became a symbol of a promise. It was a promise between people as well as a promise made to themselves. Whoever managed to fulfill their own wish would personally destroy their rock tower. What a genuinely fascinating city. In the end, these people who had been forsaken by the gods had to rely entirely on their own strength if they wanted their wishes to come true. The act of destroying the rock tower symbolized overcoming their hardships. Kale was extremely satisfied with the idea of that destruction. Even though being abandoned by the gods was tragic, the story itself was actually brimming with hope. Kale really liked that story, but the kittens definitely did not. So, the moment Hans finished his tale, they were absolutely furious. It was his own fault for telling them about wishing towers and getting their hopes up, only to completely crush those hopes right after. It was all a lie, so how could they not be mad? Seeing them puffing up their fur in anger, Hans cluelessly assumed they were just hungry and excused himself to go fetch some food. Now, only the kittens and Ron were left in the room. "Is Choi Han leaving in 2 days, young master?" "Yeah, that's right," Kale replied with a completely indifferent tone. Then a sudden thought crossed his mind. He smiled and asked, "Are you disappointed by that? Did you want to go with him?" Ron's gentle, benign smile only deepened. "How could I possibly leave you behind, young master? I belong right here by your side." Kale got goosebumps. Ron continued, "I just feel a bit disappointed. I was thinking how wonderful it would be if Choi Han could come with us. I suppose I should have a nice long chat with him before he leaves. B. Crooks will certainly miss him too." But Ron's words actually made Kale's expression brighten up a bit. While he had been too annoyed to notice, it seemed Ron, B. Crooks, and Choi Han had managed to build up quite a bond with one another. Thinking about his grand plan, Kale flashed a sly smile. He subtly suggested that the three of them should hang out more often once they reached the capital, since they'd end up traveling together anyway. And just like that, the trio would eventually leave this kingdom and head straight for Rosalind's homeland. How does that sound? Pretty great, right? Kale kept that last part to himself, smiling slyly. Ron smiled back, his expression growing even more benign as he replied, "We'll all get to be together in the capital? Oh, that is truly something to look forward to. This old man's only wish is for everyone to reach the capital safely." Kale didn't believe a word of it. Look forward to it. Wishing for a safe trip? That vicious old man didn't possess those kinds of soft emotions. Feeling completely drained, Kale shooed the warmly smiling Ron out of the room. Once alone, he fell deep into thought. The vitality of the heart. That ancient power was hidden right where the uncompleted stone tower stood. The novel mentioned that the original owner had lived to be 150 years old. After living out his natural lifespan, he died of old age and left this power behind. He had always considered his own power to be a curse. Kale stood up and straightened his clothes. The moment he opened the door, Hans arrived carrying food for the kittens. Kale took the chance to casually inform Hans that he would be heading out to see the stone towers with Choi Han and the 2 cats. According to the original story, the man who lived to be 150 had chosen to build his stone towers right where the winds converged. He had spent 100 grueling years trying to build that stone tower, but ultimately failed to finish it. Just what on earth had he been wishing for? Not that Kale cared. He had just planned out one simple thing. When he found the ruins, he was going to stack that tower as grandly as possible. Under the scorching midday sun, Cal, the 2 kittens, Choi Han and Hans, finally arrived at the stone tower area. And right there at the entrance to the ruins, he spotted 2 very important figures. A young woman and a young man dressed in ordinary clothes. The only thing that stood out was that the man was in a wheelchair, with the woman pushing him from behind. The two of them were making their way out of the ruins. That young man was none other than Taylor, the eldest son of Marquis Stan, and the woman right beside him was the priestess Cage. Cale had only come out here to check on the stone towers. He really hadn't expected to bump into these two. Everything he knew about them came strictly from the descriptions in the novel. Cale quietly began to observe them. The whole reason Taylor and Cage were even here was because Cage wanted to verify if the voices she had been hearing were utter nonsense or the actual truth. For several nights now, she had been having the exact same dream. The god had told them to hurry to the stone towers, claiming that their future benefactor would soon appear right here. As for what that person would do afterward, even the god didn't know. Taylor had wondered out loud, is there really someone whose actions not even a god can predict? Cage didn't know either, but she didn't exactly trust gods. Because of that, she always assumed that half of whatever a god said was just a load of garbage. Taylor gently advised Cage to watch her mouth. On top of that, she needed to be careful since her ability to hear the god's voice was a strict secret. Bringing that up only made Cage even angrier. It wasn't like there was even a temple in this rundown town anyway. And what do words even matter? It's not like the god is putting food on our table. Besides, who would actually believe that nobles like us are suddenly going to find a benefactor out here? Ugh, talking about food is making me starving. Let's go eat. You really can't fight on an empty stomach after all. After happily debating their lunch menu, the two walked off laughing and chatting. It was incredibly obvious just how close their bond was. Now, Cale had successfully memorized their faces, since they had absolutely no idea what he looked like. He just needed to make sure he avoided crossing paths with them in the future. Right at that moment, Hans quietly stepped up and whispered into his ear, "Young master, I just spotted the eldest son of Marquis Stan." Cale was genuinely surprised. How did Hans even know that? Hans smiled proudly and pointed at himself. "Information regarding the descendants of every noble family is deeply engraved in my memory, sir. That man was in a wheelchair, and that very wheelchair bore the crest of the Marquis. I recognized him the moment I saw him." Cale mentally praised Hans. He had thought the guy was completely useless, but who would have guessed he was actually quite sharp? Hans just shrugged, wrapping up his report with a cheerful expression before casually asking what Taylor planned to do next. After thinking for a brief moment, Cale answered bluntly, "We ignore them." With that settled, they continued their way into the stone tower area. Cale had pictured giant stone top towers stacked as high as mountains. But the towers here came in all sorts of random shapes and looked far more ordinary than he had expected. This wasn't the majestic ancient ruin he had been looking forward to at all. Instead, it was painfully mundane. Even the two kittens looked visibly disappointed. However, there was one person taking this unexpectedly seriously. Choi Han had his head bowed, praying for something just like the other people around them. He was likely praying for a quick return to his hometown. Choi Han was fundamentally different from Kim Rok-soo, the man who was currently inhabiting Cale's body. Choi Han was a character who had been born and raised in a warm, loving family. Completely opposite to Cale, or rather, Kim Rok-soo. Growing up in such a happy environment had a massive impact on Choi Han's gentle nature. It was precisely because of that foundation that he had survived the most harrowing situations, while managing to keep his pure heart completely intact right to the very end. Once he finished, Choi Han turned to look at Cale. There was one thing he wanted to ask and another thing he needed to report. Getting a bad feeling about this, Cale decided to hear the question first. Choi Han's question was simple. Why wasn't Cale praying? Cale replied, "I don't bother with things like praying because it only makes us build up hope. Living without expectations or waiting on miracles is just much more comfortable. It's a lot like gambling. When you only bet 100 but end up winning 500, of course you'll be happy. But if you walk in expecting to hit the jackpot, winning that same 500 will just leave you utterly disappointed." As for the report Choi Han had to give, it turned out that the young dragon had secretly followed them all the way into the city. Cale calmly instructed Choi Han to just pretend he didn't notice a thing. Cale casually glanced around, but there wasn't a single trace of the dragon in sight. Satisfied, he ordered everyone to head back to the inn. Little did he know, in the exact spot he had just been looking at, the invisible dragon was watching his entire group from afar. The very next day, Cale set out for the grave of the man who had lived to be 150. To cleanly break away from the kittens and anyone else trying to tag along, he deliberately chose an escort that no one could possibly argue against. "I'll only be taking Choi Han with me, the strongest person here, Choi Han. Since he was going as an escort, the vice captain couldn't raise any objections. And just like that, Kale led Choi Han outside. Today, they were heading straight for the mountain where that hidden grave was located. Choi Han's only job was to stand guard at the mountain's entrance and make absolutely sure that no one disturbed Kale while he worked. Choi Han accepted the order without asking a single question. This was exactly what Kale liked most about Choi Han's personality. He never questioned what Kale was doing. He just obediently followed orders. After walking for a while, Choi Han finally opened up to Kale. There was only one day left before his departure. But before leaving, something was weighing on his mind. John. Choi Han could sense just how dangerous the old man was. Caught off guard by this sudden bluntness, Kale was actually a bit startled. Should he play dumb or admit he knew? He quickly made his choice. Kale hadn't anticipated this kind of question, but he reacted with absolute calm. Is that so? Choi Han seemed taken aback by Kale's reaction. He raised his voice. Why aren't you surprised at all? That man reeks of blood. He's incredibly dangerous. Someone who has the blood of countless people on his hands. If you knew that, how could you just keep John by your side? Honestly, if Kale had fully grasped that fact earlier, he would have dragged John along when he went to rescue that dragon. But he hadn't done that. To Choi Han, this pointed to two possibilities. One, Kale was completely unaware of John's true strength. Or two, he didn't trust the old man, but it made no sense to distrust someone who had served him for 18 years. Because of this, Choi Han naturally assumed that Kale had no idea how powerful John really was. He figured that neither Kale nor anyone else knew the truth, so he decided to speak up to keep Kale on his guard. As for Kale, he chose to just play dumb about John's strength. After all, he was planning to pawn the old man off on Choi Han as soon as they reached the capital anyway. Instead, he fired a question back at Choi Han. If you think John is so dangerous, why did you leave him alone? Choi Han fell silent. Kale pressed on. Exactly. It's because John hasn't done a single thing to you. And at the end of the day, he's been my butler for 18 years. When it comes down to it, as a butler, John has done his job flawlessly and dedicated himself to the Henatus family. To Kale, Choi Han and John were exactly the same. They were both just ridiculously strong people. A butler is just a butler. Running out of time, Kale left Choi Han to stand guard while he headed up the mountain. The moment Kale was out of sight, John lightly dropped down from a tree. The old man looked at Choi Han, a smirk creeping onto his face as he said, I'm the one who changed the young master's diapers and raised him. It was an undeniable truth. John was about to follow Kale, but Choi Han immediately blocked his path. Kale had given strict orders. No one was allowed to follow him past this point. I know, you little punk. John turned his back to the mountain without a single ounce of lingering attachment. The old man just thought it was unusual that Kale had left the cat tribe kids behind and only brought Choi Han, so he had come to check things out. He really shouldn't have come. They say people get more temperamental as they get older, and that moodiness is a wicked thing indeed. Meanwhile, Kale had reached the cave. However, the entrance was incredibly narrow. He glanced down at his clothes. It seemed his outfit today really wasn't suited for roughing it in nature. Kale crawled into the cave. In stark contrast to the tiny entrance, the inside was massive. Instantly, a terrifying, violent tornado filled his entire field of vision. The howling winds shrieked as if trying to swallow everything whole. They were so fiercely powerful that it felt like the cave walls could collapse at any second. Kale wondered if he obtained the sound of the wind, would he hear these exact same sounds? Looking at the chaotic scene and remembering the rules of this trial, Kale was absolutely certain. Without Cage's help, there was no way Taylor could have ever obtained this power. Snapping back to reality, Kale looked at the massive chamber and the narrow passage he had just come through. If he just walked into that room, the wind would push him back. Actually, push back was an understatement. He would be blown away, slammed into the wall, and severely injured. Now it was a race against time. Without a second of hesitation, he stepped straight toward the giant tornado. Right at that moment, no. You'll get hurt. You can't do this. Suddenly, right before the dragon's eyes, a shield materialized and enveloped Kale's entire body, followed by a pair of massive wings that wrapped protectively around him. Miraculous was the only word for it. Radiant silver wings enfolded him. The shield blocked out all the raging wind while the silver wings spun outward from its sides, wrapping around him to keep him perfectly safe. Kale glanced back and saw the young dragon frozen in place, eyes wide with shock. The dragon immediately started making excuses, its voice piercing through the howling gale to reach his ears. I was just passing by. So it had followed him after all. But right now, Kale didn't have the time to deal with the little guy. The winds here operated on a 3-hour cycle of strengthening and weakening. Right now, the wind was at its weakest point. He had to get inside quickly before it ramped back up. Harnessing the power of the indestructible shield, he charged straight into the eye of the storm. The little dragon was bewildered. He's clearly just a weak, fragile human. So what on earth is that power? Kale dragged his feet, trudging forward heavily. Sure enough, even though the wind had weakened overall, the closer he got to the center, the more aggressive it became. But honestly, a difficulty level like this just meant his shield would get pushed back, not broken. Kale had already factored this into his calculations. That was why he had initially lowered the shield's durability in exchange for making it larger. Whenever he got pushed back, he would slowly shrink the shield's size to boost its defense. The shield was holding up even better than he had expected. As he closed in on the absolute center, a voice suddenly echoed out. I deeply regret it. I regret it so much. It was the weeping, pathetic voice of an old man. He kept repeating the same phrase over and over, which thoroughly annoyed Kale. It was just as irritating as that crazy woman back at the man-eating tree. But then, the old man blurted out something that actually caught Kale's attention. You possess a familiar power. I do not wish for you to take my power. A familiar power. Did he mean the indestructible shield that Kale currently held? At that exact moment, the gale surged, unleashing havoc inside the cave. The sheer force of the wind was now violently shoving the shield backward. Kale kept pushing forward, while the soul of the ancient old man wouldn't stop pouring his heart out into his ear. He agonizingly blamed himself for being the only one to survive until dying of old age. He had built the stone tower with the desperate hope that his people would live on forever. But that wish never came true. That was why his stone tower was never completed. This restorative power is utterly useless. It could only protect me. It couldn't save anyone else. I am nothing but trash. Kale completely ignored the pathetic sobbing. As far as Kale was concerned, the ability to protect yourself was the most important thing in the world. Who cares if it's trash? Surviving is the absolute best. Tuning out the voice, he focused entirely on reaching the stone tower in the dead center of the tornado. Just 5 steps left. Kale dragged his feet heavily. The further he went, the fiercer the wind grew, feeling like it could tear him apart at any second. Meanwhile, that old man just kept whining. Even if the wind cuts through my flesh like a blade, I still cannot die. This is the cursed power of recovery. No matter how fiercely my heart beats, I cannot run, because I am terrified of dying. I fear the agony of getting hurt, and I fear the death that waits beyond that pain even more. 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps. On the 5th step, the wind abruptly stopped. He had stepped right into the eye of the storm. Here, it was dead silent. You could hear the howling wind swirling all around. He listened to the wind and to the bitter, resentful voice of the old man. I chose to throw away my faith just to survive. After those words, the old man fell utterly silent. Faith? Rules? Who cares? Staying alive is the top priority. What a rambling old fool. Kale clicked his tongue, retracting the shield back into his heart as the silver light wrapping around him vanished. He walked up to the half-finished stone pillar. It looked completely ordinary. The kind of carelessly stacked rock tower you could stumble upon on any random mountain. Except, these stones were pitch black, just like the man-eating tree. These rocks had existed since ancient times, totally different from your average pebbles. Much like that relentless wind. Kale frowned in annoyance, pulling a pair of gloves out of his pocket and slipping them on. He picked up the scattered black rocks and finished building the tower. Kale picked up the very last black stone and gently placed it at the top. The moment he did, the pitch-black stone slowly faded into a pure white. At the same time, Kale stood up and looked around. The howling wind was finally dying down. Huh? He heard the bewildered voice of the dragon, but he completely ignored it, waiting for the wind to settle completely. He crossed his arms and listened to the old man's fading voice. There was simply no other choice. I fully intended to fight alongside them, but I didn't realize just how frail humans are when faced with pain. They were not servants of the gods. I realized that I would have to endure the agony and the beatings all by myself. Those people living deep in the forest, worshipping their gods, fed me that thing. Something that tasted absolutely awful. I poured my heart into building this tower, desperately praying to turn back time. But I could never finish it. The gods must have despised a selfish coward like me, someone who only cared about his own happiness, abandoned his comrades, and ran away. Kale let out a heavy sigh. This old guy was so utterly dramatic. Feeling frustrated, Kale snapped back. Being selfish is exactly what makes us human. The old man's voice suddenly cut off. Kale figured that, just like last time, the silence meant he was about to receive the ancient power. But no, that blubbering, tearful voice echoed in his head once again. My older sister used to say the exact same thing. She was such a good person, more reliable than anyone else. Wah, my poor sister. Hick. Kale was seriously about to lose his mind. But after a long fit of sobbing, the old man actually thanked him. You possess a very familiar power, that sheer arrogance of yours. It really reminds me of my older brother. I am truly jealous of that attitude of yours. And finally, the exact words he was supposed to say to Taylor, the words Kale had been waiting for, rang out loud and clear. Now, destroy it. Only then will you be able to surpass my limits. Kale smirked. Without a single second of hesitation, he immediately kicked the stone pillar down. The little dragon, who was watching from afar, flinched and glared at Kale like he was an absolute lunatic. But the scene that followed made it gasp in shock as the tower came crashing down. From beneath the ruins, a brilliant orb of light emerged. Kale could feel a faint rumble vibrating through the cave floor right beneath his feet. In that instant, the orb surged directly toward him. Kale reached out his hand and grabbed it tight. In a flash, the beam of light shot straight for his heart like an arrow. It pierced right through his chest, flared with a blinding glow, and then slowly faded away. Kale took a deep breath, instantly feeling a fresh surge of vitality flowing through his veins. This life force would reinforce his shield, making it incredibly sturdy, and if he ever got hurt, he'd heal several times faster than any normal person. After withdrawing his shield, Kale immediately started walking. His footsteps led right to the dragon, who was currently looking the other way, pretending not to notice a thing. With a blunt, gruff tone, he threw out a question like skipping a stone across a quiet pond. Want to come along? The little dragon clearly wanted to go but tried to play hard to get. It stubbornly refused, complaining that Kale was way too weak, that he'd need constant protection, and that it absolutely hated humans. After that little speech, the dragon slowly turned invisible. It had used invisibility magic. Kale didn't even bother arguing with it anymore. The dragon claimed it wasn't going to follow him, but in reality, it was quietly trailing right behind him. The proof was right there in the grass behind him, little paw prints pressing into the dirt. Kale just shook his head. Well, looks like I've got another mouth to feed. Later that evening, in a small house at the edge of the city, Priestess Cage was tearing her hair out in frustration, practically going insane as she smashed the furniture. It seemed her annoying god had just dropped another cryptic message in her head. After a long bout of groaning, Cage suddenly shot up and marched straight for the back door. Taylor gestured for his trusted aide to stay put, and quietly wheeled himself out after her. Cage stepped out the back door, making her way right up to the boundary fence. She stared intently at the object resting on top of it. Someone had built a small stone tower right there on the wall. So, the old god's annoying whispers were actually true this time. Cage read the words scribbled in chalk, right next to the little pillar. Destroy it. If he wanted to fulfill his deepest wish, Cage strongly advised Taylor to knock that stone tower down. For once, she felt like her god wasn't spouting absolute nonsense. The deity had heavily emphasized that destroying this tower would be the major turning point of their lives. But the god had also warned her the choice was entirely theirs. If they wanted to live a peaceful, comfortable life, they should leave the tower alone. Right at the base of the rock sat a sealed envelope. It seemed the whole tower had been built just to hide this letter. The only way to get it out was to shatter the tower. Cage waited anxiously for her friend's decision. Taylor just gave a soft smile and said, "Break it." Without missing a beat, Cage swiped her hand and completely demolished the tower. The rocks tumbled loudly down from the fence. Taylor watched the rocks fall with an emotionless gaze. If I wanted to live a leisurely life, I shouldn't knock it down. He had never, not even for a single day, lived a leisurely life. And honestly, Taylor had absolutely no intention of starting now. He wanted to heal his ruined legs, and he was fully prepared to crush the Marquis family that had so ruthlessly tossed him aside. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Taylor tore open the envelope. Instantly, under the dim, flickering streetlights, the first two lines of the letter revealed themselves. The Crown Prince currently possesses an ancient power. It is a power that he personally has no need for, a one-time use ability capable of perfectly healing any and all injuries, even if he was disabled. And what he wanted was to make a trade for something that could keep the second and third princes in check. Taylor chuckled. That letter had clearly brought a turning point to his life. Cage took the letter Taylor handed her and read the lower section. Your legs may not move, but your head, your hands, your eyes, your mouth. Everything else is still very much alive. Eldest son of the Stan Marquisate, Taylor Stan, judge this for yourself. That letter completely changed Taylor's perspective and gave him a clear purpose to live. He should have been taking proper care of himself just like he used to, back when his legs were still whole. Instead, he had wallowed in despair, blindly placing his faith in some ancient text without knowing if it was even real. Taylor decided to give up on chasing that power. He left everything there in the hands of his servant, while he and Cage quickly set off for the capital to make it in time for the royal gathering. On another rooftop quite a distance away, the two Beastkin siblings saw that their mission was complete and leisurely headed back to the inn. Early the next morning, Choi Han prepared to set off to fulfill the mission Kale had given him. Besides Kale, the vice captain, B-Crocs, Hans, and the kittens all came out to see him off. Seeing Choi Han's incredibly light gear, just his usual deadly sword and a tiny travel bag, Kale pulled out a pouch and tossed it over to him. Choi Han opened it to find some supplies and healing potions that had been magically shrunk. Handing it over, Kale simply told him to throw it away if he didn't want it, then turned right around and headed back to his room. The dragon, hovering not too far away, gave Choi Han a lazy farewell by shooting a small burst of mana near his feet. Deeply moved by Kale's little gift, Choi Han told the dragon to work hard to earn its keep, promised to return soon, said his goodbyes, and left Puzzle City all on his own. After Choi Han's departure, Kale's group also boarded their carriages, leaving Puzzle City behind to head for the capital. After a long day on the road, they stopped to set up camp. Kale glanced over at the two kittens, who immediately twitched the moment they felt his gaze. The kittens flinched and vigorously shook their heads. Kale let out a small laugh. He knew full well they had just met with the dragon. The moment Choi Han left, that dragon had secretly tagged along with their group. Since it was doing this of its own free will, Kale really couldn't stop it. But before one issue could settle, another one popped up. A carriage pulled up near Kale's campsite. A man who looked like a knight climbed down from the driver's seat and approached the vice captain, who was just about to go scout the area. He politely asked the vice captain if his party could borrow a small corner of the area to pitch a tent and rest. He introduced himself as Tom, a knight of the Stan Marquisate. Damn it! Kale swallowed the curse that almost slipped from his lips and stared at the shabby carriage that didn't even bear a family crest. The carriage window slid open, revealing Taylor Stan's face. We saw the Hennetus County's crest, which is why we dared to intrude like this. I am Taylor Stan! Taylor must have figured that the Hennetus family's campsite would be strong enough to guarantee their safety for the night. Kale absolutely hated that logic. So now Kale had to deal with the eldest son of the Stan Marquisate, the priestess Cage, and a dragon that was probably off hunting a wild boar or a deer for him at this very moment. Kale couldn't help but grimace. One headache leaves, and three more show up. The sheer annoyance of it all put Kale in a foul mood. Taylor tactfully picked up on Kale's displeasure. Figuring his sudden request was causing an inconvenience, he offered to leave if Kale was uncomfortable. After all, Taylor already knew about Kale, the infamous trash of the Hennetus family. Even a neutral faction like the Hennetus County would find it troublesome to get involved with him. Ever since his body ended up like this, that was how everyone treated him. Kale's expression was just another harsh reminder of that reality for Taylor. But then, Kale suddenly spoke up. Avoid what exactly? Kale took a few quick strides toward Taylor's carriage. This isn't even my land. Besides, I don't pull petty stunts like that on fellow travelers. With that said, Kale casually greeted Taylor. Taylor then introduced Cage to Kale. Cage smiled warmly. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Kale. I am a priestess. May you have a peaceful night's rest. A peaceful rest. That was the standard greeting used by the servants of the god of death when addressing ordinary people. Looking at that textbook holy smile of hers, Kale smirked and bluntly replied, I don't believe in gods. A strange glint flashed in Cage's eyes, a look that seemed to scream, "What kind of crazy nonsense are you spouting right to a priestess's face?" Cale was very satisfied with that reaction. He fully expected her to keep thinking that way and write him off as the trash he was known to be. "What an interesting person," she remarked. "Just a little bit," Cale replied offhandedly. Cale gave a half-hearted response and cast a glance around Taylor's carriage. For the eldest son of a marquis, it was incredibly shabby. One subordinate knight driving the carriage, and then just Taylor and Cage. The Stan family obviously wouldn't provide proper financial backing to a disabled heir like they used to. Plus, Taylor had definitely blown a massive amount of money beefing up the security at his residence in Puzzle City. So, Cale could easily guess that they were dead broke right now. Well, they were heading to the capital because of him anyway. By that logic, he bore a tiny bit of responsibility for their situation. So, Cale decided to help them out. He ordered Hans to take care of the food and tents for Taylor's group. He also had the vice captain handle their guard duty. And, of course, he didn't forget to tell the kittens to pretend they didn't know the newcomers, just like they were pretending not to see the dragon. Before stepping into his carriage, Cale caught sight of the vice captain whispering something to Taylor's knight. It was probably about the night watch arrangements. Seeing that everything was in order, Cale quickly stepped inside the carriage. His thoughts immediately drifted to that dragon. He originally just wanted to save it and sever all ties, but since it kept following him around everywhere to repay the favor, he might as well make use of it. Dragons were creatures with an extraordinary sensitivity to mana, something even a genius like Rosalind couldn't compare to. He had already thought of a perfect way to put it to work. The next morning, as soon as Cale woke up and stepped outside, he noticed a strangely heavy atmosphere. The Stan group was standing there talking to the vice captain with deadly serious expressions. Since Hans came over to greet him anyway, Cale asked him for an update on what on earth was causing that weird vibe over at the Stan camp. It turned out Taylor had completely misunderstood. The dragon had hunted an animal and dropped it off at Cale's tent like usual, but Taylor assumed his assassins had tracked them down. Cage was equally freaking out, wondering how their supposedly top-secret departure had ended up like this. Furthermore, she figured the assassin had to be absolutely terrifying to pull this off without her even sensing a thing. Cale instantly grasped the situation. That massive wild boar was no easy catch, yet it had been killed so cleanly and expertly, completely showcasing the sheer power of the culprit, not to mention the little knife symbol left right next to it. While Taylor was standing there in a total state of panic, Cale casually called Beecrocs over to butcher the boar and cook them breakfast, just like any other day. Taylor was visibly confused by Cale's words, so Cale smoothly explained that his group had a dedicated food provider who was surprisingly shy, despite their looks, meaning Taylor definitely wouldn't be able to meet them. Hearing that, Taylor and Cage finally let out massive sighs of relief. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Taylor brought up the idea of tailing Cale's party all the way to the capital. He was tactful enough to add that they planned to break off from the group on their own once they got close. He did this just in case Vignon and the Marquise found out they were traveling together. Cale agreed without hesitation. Cale knew there was no way they'd ever find out he was the one who wrote that letter, and if things worked out, they'd be exactly the kind of people he'd need later on. In reality, everything he was doing was just to use them in the future. As he was leaving, Cage followed him for a private chat and asked a rather strange question. "Do you really not believe in the gods?" Cale replied, "Yes." Cage didn't ask anything else and went back to Taylor. The reason she asked was because she had this eerie feeling, similar to the suffocating sensation of the god of death, stroking the back of her head with a look of pity. From then on, Cale's journey went smoothly without a hitch. The day before arriving at the capital, Taylor and Cage took the initiative to seek him out for a drink. According to the rumors Taylor had heard, Cale Hennetus was a hopeless drunk, the kind of guy who couldn't go a single day without a drink. But after traveling together and observing him, he realized the truth was completely different. Cale was nothing like the rumors. He had stayed inside his carriage just for them, offering them the most thoughtful care he possibly could. Furthermore, his servants and subordinates followed his every word with absolute loyalty. Most importantly, he treated them like completely normal people. Cale knew they hadn't come over just to share a drink, so he didn't hesitate to ask them exactly what they wanted. By this point, Taylor was absolutely certain that this man was no trash. On the contrary, he was much smarter than Taylor had ever imagined, though he still needed to test the waters a bit more. So, he asked, "Young Master Kale, what kind of person do you think I am?" Hearing this, Kale just stared at Taylor for a moment, then grabbed a pouch of money and slammed it on the table. Kale's calm and steady voice filled the room. "I don't know exactly why you'd come to the capital at such a high-profile time like this. But for people like you, who are basically walking into the tiger's den to seek me out, there can only be one reason. The Hennetus family is filthy rich. What you want is money, isn't it?" His blunt words left them in absolute awe because he had hit the nail right on the head. Kale continued his analysis. "I figured you guys might be running a bit short on cash. If you want to survive comfortably in the capital, you obviously need money, right? It doesn't seem like this was part of your original plan. But since you ended up traveling with a golden turtle, you probably figured reaching your hand out was at least worth a shot, huh?" Taylor couldn't even bring himself to deny it, because everything he said was spot on. Kale Hennetus hadn't avoided him. For a discarded eldest son like Taylor, taking a gamble to ask for help and actually getting the money was a massive win. Even if he had been rejected, Kale definitely wasn't the type to go running to Vignon about it, since he clearly seemed to hate complicated situations. He was a true genius hiding his claws. Deeply moved, Taylor sincerely thanked Kale. Since he was already helping, he might as well see it through to the end. Kale knew they were planning to use the temple to slip into the capital, but if they went with that route, word would definitely reach Vignon or the Marcus within 3 days. The reason was simple. Even the Temple of the God of Death had its fair share of politicians. Because of that, Kale decided the best option for them was to use his carriage and travel with the Hennetus convoy for 1 more day. Meanwhile, the rest of their party would enter the capital the following day. Kale handed over the pouch of money he had taken out earlier. He also tossed them a magic item that could turn any living beings within a certain radius completely invisible. Taylor honestly couldn't understand why Kale was being so incredibly generous to him. Of course, Kale was only helping them because he had his own motives. He kind of had to, since he was the one who set this whole thing in motion anyway. Plus, if Taylor ended up taking over the Stan family, Kale wouldn't have to deal with any of their annoying drama in the future. That was the only way to keep the Hennetus territory completely safe. Not to mention, it would guarantee his dream of living a peaceful, slacker life. But if he actually said that out loud, he'd basically be outing himself as some kind of tactical mastermind playing mind games. So, he just went with the excuse that he was helping Taylor out of pure pity. He claimed he wanted to know what went through the mind of someone trying to escape with crippled legs. Seeing the eldest son of a Marcus struggling so desperately, from the perspective of the Count's trash, Taylor's frantic efforts simply looked pathetic. Taylor let out a silent, self-deprecating laugh. He gently reached down and touched both of his knees. There wasn't a shred of feeling left in them. But his eyes, his nose, his mouth, his hands, everything else about him was still very much alive. Taylor gave a bright, radiant smile and sincerely thanked Kale. In exchange, Kale only had one condition. They had to pretend this never happened. He was willing to help, but he absolutely refused to get dragged into their mess any further. That was exactly what Taylor had anticipated. Cage finally spoke up. That was exactly why she had tagged along. "Young Master Taylor and I swear that we won't breathe a word of this to anyone. You do know that breaking an oath made to the God of Death results in immediate death, right?" Kale simply chuckled at her words. "I'm well aware. Please, go ahead and make the vow." Cage began the ritual for the vow of death. She closed her eyes and tightly clasped her hands together. A creepy, thread-like wisp of black smoke seeped from Cage's fingertips, slowly wrapping around the 3 of them. She began to murmur under her breath, "I, Cage, daughter of the Eternal Night, along with Taylor Stan, Vasabak, must swear upon the name of the night, and swear upon death itself. Should we ever break this vow, may we be swallowed by the endless dark. Everything that has transpired here today, I, Cage, and Taylor Stan, shall take it to our graves as an absolute secret. Other than Kale Hennetus, we will never speak of this to anyone. We will never reveal a single detail." Kale could vividly feel a strange, chilling aura lingering around his hand. It felt awfully similar to the presence of an ancient power. Cage gently explained that the sensation he was feeling was the binding power of the vow. If she or Taylor ever broke the oath, Kale, as the sole witness, would be immediately notified of their deaths. Kale accepted her explanation without a fuss. After that, the 3 of them shared some drinks to seal their new alliance. On that completely moonless night, the bond between the three of them grew far deeper than the hidden moon above. The very next day, Taylor and Cage casually hitched a ride in Cale's carriage as they continued their journey to the capital. They were just 2 hours away from their destination. While Cage was still passed out drunk, completely dead to the world after last night's binge, Taylor was wide awake. He even struck up a conversation with Cale. His goal wasn't just to make small talk, but to pay him back by handing over some crucial information. The royal family's upcoming event was being held to celebrate the king's 50th birthday. The celebration itself was proceeding as planned, but inviting the children of all the noble families? That was entirely the crown prince's idea. And that guy was far from simple. He definitely had some hidden agenda up his sleeve, so Cale absolutely needed to keep his guard up. Thanks to the novel, Cale already knew the crown prince was a massive schemer. The guy was an absolute master at manipulating people. He'd shower someone with praise, boost their ego up to the clouds, and then mercilessly use them, all without the victim ever realizing they were being played as pawns. The most classic example of this was none other than the so-called best friend of the crown prince, the very man who was hyped up as a great hero, Choi Han. Choi Han thought the world of the crown prince. He genuinely believed he was a warm, approachable guy who treated a mere commoner like him as a true, close friend. You could say he was using people, but at least he did it for the right reasons. He didn't exploit others for personal power or gain, but for the sake of the kingdom, its subjects, or an even greater cause. This crown prince's signature move was to butter you up with sweet talk before finally dropping the favor he needed. For a soft-hearted guy like Choi Han, turning down that kind of plea was simply impossible. To dodge any incoming headaches, Cale decided to fight fire with fire. He would just have to act like a sly snake himself. The crown prince naturally avoided his own kind. Cale just needed to put on a show, act exactly like him, shower people with praises, and smoothly use them to his advantage. Right now, what kept him up at night was the impending Plaza terrorist attack. He was probably the only person in the world who knew about that event, as well as the mysterious organization behind it. But knowing the future meant shouldering the responsibility, along with a heavy, invisible anxiety. Naturally, that responsibility and anxiety went hand in hand. He decided to intervene and stop the attack, but the moment things got too dangerous or physically exhausting, he was ready to bail. Cale gently pulled back the carriage curtain and peered outside. He had to admit he was quite impressed by the architecture here. A colossal stone wall completely encircled the capital. Intricate sculptures stood proudly on every pillar along the ramparts, a true testament to the kingdom of boulders. Once he finished speaking, Taylor began recounting a myth he had stumbled upon while studying ancient texts. It was a tale from the ancient era, long before this Roan kingdom even existed, about a legendary guardian deity. No matter how devastating the attacks were, this guardian deity relentlessly protected everything. And when an absolute darkness descended upon the continent, it was this very deity who stood tall and held the darkness at bay. Even as the guardian deity's body shattered to pieces, they stood as firm as an unyielding rock. Because of that sacrifice, the people and this land, cradled by stone, were saved. It was precisely because such a selfless person couldn't possibly exist in reality that Taylor was so deeply drawn to that myth. In the blink of an eye, they approached the city gates guarded by the knights. Cale tossed the invisibility magic necklaces to Taylor and Cage. As for himself, he stepped out of the carriage to do what he did best, playing the role of the Count's trashy son. Thanks to Cale's absolute Oscar-worthy acting skills, combined with the invisibility from the necklaces, Cage and Taylor safely slipped past the checkpoint entirely unnoticed. Their carriage rolled on toward the western district of the Huis capital, the prestigious area where the noble estates were gathered. This was where Cale parted ways with Taylor and Cage. He left the rest of the arrangements to Hans, and of course, right before saying goodbye, he didn't forget to casually drop a reminder, "Just pretend you never knew me." After they left, Cale turned around to admire the Hennetusia estate. For a family that had absolutely nothing but money, their mansion was on a whole different level of grand. While it wasn't overly flashy or gaudy, it clearly reeked of an extravagant luxury that easily crushed the other noble estates. The guards pulled the massive doors open, and right behind them, the servants were lined up perfectly on both sides to welcome Cale. Young Master Cale Hennetus. "Welcome to the capital, sir." It was an excessively polite greeting. They bowed so deeply their heads practically scraped the floor, shouting in unison, We will serve you with everything we have. Kale just stared, totally baffled by this incredibly extra display. He glanced over at Hans, but the guy just conveniently looked away. Left with no choice, Kale casually tossed out a few words. The gist was, there was no need to be so incredibly stiff next time, just do their jobs naturally, and if they did well, there would be bonuses. Plus, if anything came up in the future, they should go bother Hans about it. Dropping that, he turned and walked away. The entire staff let out a massive sigh of relief. They had all heard about Kale's notoriously garbage reputation back in their hometown and had been bracing themselves, but his laid-back attitude today totally flipped their perspective. Once they got to the room, Hans handed Cal an invitation from the Northeastern Nobles Gathering, along with a prepared list of noble heirs who had already arrived in the capital. Tossing those aside, Kale immediately asked about the situation on Ron's end. After confirming everything was handled, he told Hans to go get some rest, but not before ordering a full spread of food brought up to his room. Once the food arrived and the door clicked shut, Kale slid open the glass balcony doors and called his little dragon pet in to eat. He was going to need this little guy for a lot of things later on, so the best strategy was to tame him right through his stomach first. And just like that, the invisible dragon and the two kittens happily dug into their feast. Kale thought to himself about how incredibly comfortable and luxurious this life was, eating good food, getting amazing sleep. If only his days could stay this peaceful forever. But life is an endless sea of suffering. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the universe immediately sent a massive red flag. A heavy knock echoed from the door, and an intense wave of dread washed over him. Could it really be Choi Han? But even if he sprinted like a maniac, there was absolutely no way he could reach the capital 3 whole days early. Did he desperately push through the journey just to bring an injured Locke here? Kale had given them recovery potions, sure, but potions laced with divine power were completely useless on the wolf tribe, a race utterly abandoned by the gods. Besides, Rosalind was a deeply cautious person. She had been strictly hiding her magical abilities, so she wouldn't have just casually busted out high-tier teleportation magic to bring them to the capital. Most importantly, Kale had explicitly ordered Choi Han to lay low and stay put at a specific inn the moment they arrived. His mind racing, Kale swung the door open and sure enough, there stood Choi Han. Beside him was Rosalind, and strapped to Choi Han's back was Locke, the boy from the Blue Wolf tribe. The young heir to the Wolf King's throne was in visibly critical condition. The boy was currently burning up with a severe fever, right on the brink of going into his very first berserk state. But the thing was, his first berserk transformation wasn't supposed to happen for another year. Kale honestly had no clue why this was happening so early. But there was no time to sit around and analyze it. He immediately barked at Hans to go fetch some water. Choi Han gently laid Locke down on the bed while Kale quietly observed the boy. It looked like this berserk transformation couldn't be delayed any longer. Kale looked down at the trembling teenager, who was fighting to keep his eyes open to look at him. Don't push yourself. Just close your eyes. For some inexplicable reason, Locke actually listened. He slowly fluttered his eyes shut, and the warm image of his uncle flashed in his mind. It's going to be okay. His uncle had always told him that. Meanwhile, Locke's agonizing state had Choi Han practically beside himself with worry. He had absolutely no idea what was actually happening to the kid. Choi Han had desperately tried pouring the recovery potion Kale gave them down his throat, but it did absolutely nothing. Just as Rosalind had suspected, the Blue Wolf tribe simply couldn't absorb that kind of potion. Even healing magic bounced right off of him, leaving the two of them completely helpless. Seeing Choi Han spiraling into a full-blown panic, Kale firmly stepped in to ground him, ordering the swordsman to leave Locke to him. In the original timeline of the novel, Choi Han was only just starting to slowly warm up to Locke at this point. Nowhere near this level of deep attachment. Kale wasn't an idiot. He knew damn well that Choi Han's shifted emotional state was directly his fault. Once he was absolutely sure Choi Han had pulled himself together, Kale shifted his gaze over to Rosalind. Rosalind, the first in-line successor to the Brek Kingdom's throne, but also a genius mage who was entirely prepared to throw that royal title right in the trash. With her brilliant, fiery crimson hair, people often compared her to a gorgeous red rose. But honestly, if you looked at her explosive personality, calling her a blazing sun was way more accurate. Rosalind was physically trembling as her eyes locked onto a seemingly empty corner of the room. To be exact, she was staring dead straight at the spot where the invisible little dragon was currently sitting. She could feel an absolutely suffocating wave of mana radiating from that exact spot. Kale let out a heavy sigh. Dragons naturally have a soft spot for mages. It looks like he's showing off by sending his mana your way. Kale shot a pointed glare at the empty space where the dragon was sitting and muttered softly, "Hey, settle down." Only then did Rosalind manage to suck in a deep breath and violently pull herself back together. The little dragon must have finally pulled his mana back. Still totally bewildered, she was just about to open her mouth and ask. But Kale instantly derailed her by shifting the focus back to Locke. Kale's eyes dropped to the small staff gripped tight in her hand. It was obvious now. The only reason they reached the capital this early was because Rosalind had burnt herself out using high-tier teleportation magic, totally blowing Kale's original predictions out of the water. Rosalind had actually exposed her magical abilities. But since she was an elite mage, she at least possessed some fundamental knowledge regarding the wolf tribe's berserk transformation. But this was her first time seeing someone endure this kind of agony. Kale then explained that during their first transformation, members of the wolf tribe endure immense physical pain and completely lose their rationality. If they can overcome this first hurdle, they can wield that power as their own weapon. Locke's berserk state was imminent. Kale ordered Choi Han to bring a stretcher and carry Locke out to the training ground, strictly forbidding anyone else from entering. He turned to Rosalind and Choi Han, asking them to team up and subdue Locke in a bit. Usually, when beast people with the blood of apex predators, like the tiger, bear, or wolf tribes, go berserk for the first time, their parents or older siblings step in to handle it. They take every single attack from the rampaging child while making sure the kid doesn't get hurt. That is how they protect their young. But now, Locke had no family left, so he could only rely on Choi Han and Rosalind. Since he was a pureblood among purebloods, Locke's berserk phase would last for about 2 hours. Choi Han and Rosalind nodded in agreement. They stepped into the center of the training grounds. At that moment, Locke began to convulse, and his body started to mutate. It was the clear sign that his berserk state was taking over. With a guttural roar, his fangs grew long and razor-sharp. Locke slowly pushed himself up off the ground. With every roar, Locke's body grew more massive. His muscles bulged grotesquely, and his eyes glowed a menacing blood red. It was the ultimate proof that he had completely lost his mind. To make sure Kale didn't get blown to bits, the dragon cast a mana shield to protect him. At Kale's request, he casually tossed up another shield to block out the noise. Thanks to that, Kale and the cat siblings could comfortably watch the brutal fight from the sidelines without a scratch. The little dragon asked why he wasn't using his ancient power. Naturally, Kale had his own plans, so he just brushed it off and told the dragon not to worry about it. Looking at the sturdy shield in front of him, Kale noted that the dragon's magic had definitely gotten stronger. He would absolutely have to exploit that to the fullest later on. As for the siblings, On and Hong, they were also beast people, which meant their own berserk phase was just a matter of time. The problem was, since they had been thrown away by the cat tribe, they had no one to teach them how to handle it. Considering they were also classified as purebloods, their future berserk state was bound to be terrifying. To prevent any unnecessary casualties, Kale sternly told the siblings that if they ever felt a sudden fever or inexplicable pain, they had to come find him immediately. His words left the two kittens incredibly touched. The plot of the original story had shifted. Locke wasn't supposed to face his first berserk transformation for another full year. The trigger was the death of healer Pendrick. Watching the healer die right in front of his eyes had forced Locke to relive the traumatizing death of his uncle, the tribe's chief. That trauma had pushed the boy over the edge, making him go completely mad and slaughter everyone in his path. But back to the reality of the training ground. Locke launched a frantic, savage assault. On the other side, after their desperate shouts failed to bring the boy back to his senses, Rosalind fired off her magic, while Choi Han channeled his aura. They desperately focused on defending themselves without dealing any lethal blows to the boy. Kale took this chance to instruct the kittens to closely study Locke's movements, and told the dragon to watch how Choi Han and Rosalind manipulated their magic and mana. Since the cat tribe was physically smaller, there was no way they could beat massive tribes like the wolves or bears in a pure test of brute strength. So, if you memorize how those larger tribes move, you can dodge their strikes and maybe even find an opening for a fatal blow, Kale explained. As for the dragon, while he possessed overwhelming raw power, he only knew how to use it for destruction. He needed to watch how Rosalind wove her magic defensively to protect others. 2 hours passed. Choi Han and Rosalind were visibly exhausted. However, the one most utterly drained was the wolf child himself. Locke finally reverted to his normal state, barely managing to whisper, "I'm so sorry, everyone," before blacking out completely. The berserk phase was finally over. Choi Han gently laid Locke onto the stretcher. Figuring Rosalind might have taken some damage during the brawl, Kale tossed her a mana recovery potion. After that, he and Choi Han left the training ground, heading back to the room they were in earlier and sitting down face to face. Choi Han then began to recount everything that had happened. He had traveled to the exact city Kale had pointed out. Just as Kale had predicted, Choi Han found the merchant caravan heading toward the capital. Though calling them a caravan was a bit of a stretch. They were just a tiny 5-person group. They were desperately looking for 2 replacement escorts as their original guards had been badly injured. According to the original storyline, those 2 fill-in guards were meant to be Rosalind and Choi Han. And sure enough, Rosalind was already with that group. Choi Han recognized her instantly thanks to the detailed description Kale had given him. Bordering the northwest of the Roan Kingdom was the Brett Kingdom. Rosalind had been ambushed by assassins inside the Roan Kingdom, while en route to the Magic Tower in the Whipper Kingdom, located just to the south. Even while actively hiding her true magical capabilities, using just half of her power was more than enough to blast her way out of that deadly trap. Since she had no idea who sent the killers, she decided to head to the Roan Kingdom's capital to gather intelligence. Once he realized Rosalind was also traveling to the capital, Choi Han decided to befriend her, mostly so he could properly pay Kale back for all those free meals. This was yet another major deviation from the original plot, as those 2 were never supposed to get close until they met Locke. There was no way someone as intensely guarded as Rosalind would have reached out to make friends first. And ever since the tragedy at Harris Village, Choi Han definitely wasn't the outgoing type either. Anyway, back to the main point. The merchant caravan had stopped to rest at a village at the foot of a mountain. It was right near the spot where Kale said Choi Han would run into Locke. While resting in the village, Choi Han discovered that one of their guards was actually a beast person. He also learned that the caravan was scheduled to trade with a village higher up the mountain, and that this lower village was simply a designated trading post. Choi Han figured he could track down Locke by following the merchants from the upper village. But strangely, no one ever showed up for the exchange. Remembering Kale's strict instructions, Choi Han, Rosalind, and the Beast Person Guard trekked up the mountain to investigate. When they finally arrived, they were greeted by the horrific sight of the entire village engulfed in a roaring sea of flames. From that point on, the timeline completely fractured. First, instead of running into the secret organization's runaway assassins, they ended up crossing paths with the organization's official, high-ranking members. Second, instead of massacring all the wolf children, the mysterious group was actively trying to kidnap them. And third, Locke, who was originally supposed to stay hidden even while the children were being slaughtered, had bravely stepped forward to shield them from their captors. It was ingrained in the very nature of the wolf tribe. They absolutely could not stand back and watch their family and friends die. So, what exactly pushed Locke to reveal that deeply hidden instinct? Just how much further was this story going to derail? The attackers were all dressed in generic black outfits, with no distinguishing features whatsoever. To save the children, Choi Han slaughtered the assailants without mercy. During the bloody clash, the moment he saw their sword techniques, it clicked. Choi Han realized they were the exact same bastards who had wiped out Harris Village. Hearing this, Kale let out a heavy sigh and propped his chin on his hand. He feigned total shock, acting as if this was the very first time he was hearing about it. Of course, it was all just an act. Then Choi Han dropped a crucial detail that he had spotted during the fight. There was one guy in black. On his chest, he had an emblem of a red star surrounded by white stars. He was the one who murdered our guard and literally drank the blood of the wolves. A blood-drinking mage. That lunatic was an official member, a high-ranking mage who was originally supposed to orchestrate the terror attack on the capital. But instead of making his grand debut during that terrorist incident, he had shown up early at the wolf tribe's village. So what the hell was his goal in kidnapping the children? The only massive variable Kale could think of that would cause such a ripple effect was the fact that he had rescued the Black Dragon. In the end, Choi Han hadn't been able to capture them alive or kill the ringleaders. The ones he managed to pin down instantly committed suicide, while the rest, along with that six-star bastard, used teleportation magic and vanished without a trace. That damn mage. He said this. Choi Han tried his hardest to hold back and keep his voice detached, but he couldn't hide his seething rage. What a shame. They were such excellent seeds. Besides, the blood of children tastes far sweeter. Kale still had absolutely no idea what he meant by seeds, so he shelved that thought for now and asked about the kids. Rosalind had used her magic to rescue them and bring them back to the inn, and, as a bonus, she had dragged all the traveling merchants along with them that very day, leaving Kale utterly dumbfounded, standing there like an idiot in the wind. Kale's principles were probably about to be tossed out the window right about now. He knew that Choi Han was wondering who on earth they were, why they were causing all of this, and how he even knew them. If Kale just tried to explain it normally, there was absolutely no way Choi Han would believe him. So there was only one way left. He would go to the temple of the god of death, make a vow with his own life, and tell the truth. Arriving at the temple, two priests were waiting outside. Kale told them to prepare a death room for him, a place where people gamble with their very lives. At this point, Choi Han started getting anxious. He didn't think Kale would go this far. Choi Han tried to persuade Kale to go back, but he just wouldn't listen. He had to do this to earn Choi Han's absolute trust. Only then could he avoid getting hopelessly entangled with him in the future. The priest led them down to the basement where the death rooms were located. While waiting for the priest to prepare, Kale told Choi Han one truth right off the bat. He knew absolutely nothing about the secret organization's goals or their true identities. Choi Han couldn't understand what Kale meant by that. Right at that moment, the priest's voice echoed out. "You who are entangled with death, step forward and present your hands for the priest to see." Kale and Choi Han stepped inside, getting ready to perform the ritual. Choi Han followed right behind Kale, stepping through the white door into the death room. The room was painted completely white. From the table and chairs to the wallpaper, absolutely everything was pure white. And in that place, there was only a single deaf priest sitting there. Kale didn't say a word. He simply bowed in greeting to the priest and raised his hands. Seeing this, the priest nodded and pointed to the two sheets of paper on the table, one after the other. Kale and Choi Han picked them up to read the contents. The person gambling their life must touch the hand they wagered with the god of death against the person accompanying them, and read the vow aloud. If the life gambler breaks the vow, that person will die. What a barbaric contract. After they finished reading, the deaf priest began the ritual for that deadly vow. The priest gently held both hands out forward, just like Kale had done. A wisp of black smoke began to radiate around the priest, and that black smoke enveloped both Choi Han and Kale for a brief moment, before gradually condensing into a single thread. Both Choi Han and Kale simultaneously felt that divine power wrapping around their bodies. Kale knew this meant he would actually die if he broke the vow, and he was absolutely sure Choi Han could feel that weight too. Kale read the vow aloud and then spoke the truth to Choi Han. First, he, Kale Henitus, truly did not know the identities of the secret organization. Second, he also despised them and wanted to wipe this organization out. Choi Han was confused about how Kale could hate them if he didn't even know who they were. Kale explained that he knew about some of their deeds from the dragon incident, as well as everything regarding Locke. He had absolutely no desire to take over the family, and hoped that his younger brother Basin would do it instead. He could have easily refused this trip to the capital, but he didn't. That was because he knew exactly what the secret organization was planning to do. They were going to slaughter a lot of people in the capital, so he couldn't let his younger brother come here, and he wanted to stop their massacre. He had formed a plan to resolve everything as smoothly as possible and then just go back home. But as for how he actually knew all of those things, he couldn't tell Choi Han right now. The final truth Kale wanted to share was that he had absolutely no intention of harming Choi Han. Hearing that, Choi Han stayed completely silent, his hands clenched tightly as he waited for the result. Kale was still alive, which meant he wasn't lying. At this point, he finally trusted Kale, but Choi Han wanted Kale to make one more vow. He had to share any information he found out regarding the secret organization's identities, because Choi Han loathed them to the core and wanted to eradicate every last one of them. Kale agreed. He proceeded with the second vow, and then they left. On the way back, Kale let Choi Han know that the blood-drinking mage was the one leading the incident that was about to happen in the capital. Choi Han asked for Kale's permission, wondering if he could just kill the guy on sight. Kale replied nonchalantly, "Why are you even asking something so obvious? Kill him or not. Just do whatever you want." Choi Han thought to himself that he would definitely kill that bastard. That evening, Ron came to Kale's room to ask for 2 days off. Kale was happier than if he'd won the lottery, immediately agreeing without a second thought. In order for Ron to bond with Choi Han, he needed to return before the terrorist attack in the capital took place. Coincidentally, 2 days was the perfect amount of time. The more he thought about it, the happier he got. Kale generously shoved a pouch of gold coins into the old man's hands so he could eat, drink, and make merry during those 2 days. Ron recalled the time he had to live hidden away in absolute silence. It was the time he had spent alongside this scoundrel, this little puppy young master. Now, he had to wake up, step out of that peaceful time, and take action once again. It was highly likely that what awaited him ahead was a complete mess. If they had already swarmed over to the western continent, it would be far worse than just a mess. It would be a total disaster. Originally, Ron had planned to just leave without saying a word, either alone or taking B-Crux with him. But the problem was the strange sense of care that had grown out of his initial distaste for this brat. That was why he decided to test the waters by asking for 2 days off, just to see what this kid would say. He was genuinely curious about it. Through Choi Han, this little puppy now knew exactly what kind of person he really was. Ron's expression remained as gentle as ever, but his eyes turned icy cold. "You have far too much money, young master. What will you do if I just take this and run away?" Kale laughed and replied, "Do you think I don't know your personality? If you wanted to, you would have quietly slipped away ages ago. Why would you even bother telling me like this?" Ron's true nature was clearly depicted in the novel The Birth of a Hero. He left the Count's estate without a single word, but when he needed to leave Choi Han's party for a while, he clearly stated his contract terms before departing. Ron felt quite satisfied with that answer. The time he had spent taking care of this boy was even more than he had spent on his own biological son. So perhaps Kale was the one who understood the present Ron the best. Ron didn't say anything else. He promised to return so they could go to the royal palace together, and then he left. The next morning, Hans came to take Ron's place in serving Kyle, carrying the parting gift the old man had left for him, a cup of lemon tea. Kale was utterly baffled by the old man's habit. Why on earth did he keep forcing him to drink this sour stuff? Right at that moment, Choi Han arrived. He recalled how Ron had actively sought him out last night, specifically to ask him to protect Kyle. Choi Han had been curious about where the old man was going, but Ron simply told him, "That's none of your business," and walked away. Seeing Choi Han, Kale immediately asked about Locke's condition. Since the wolf tribe's recovery speed was incredibly fast, there was no longer any need to worry about the young boy's health. The next thing he needed to do was return the borrowed items to Bilos when he arrived in the capital. The meeting place was the inn where the wolf tribe children and the merchants were staying. Besides that, he had to attend the gathering of the northeastern nobles today. But for now, he had to go meet Rosalind. Rosalind was a very sharp person. So even though she had never interacted with a dragon before, she must have realized that the mana energy from yesterday belonged to a dragon, because a massive amount of mana like that could only come from a dragon. Anyway, it was also about time to eat. Kale decided to meet Rosalind right away, so he ordered Hans to prepare breakfast in his room and bring her over. Before Hans left, Kale made sure to tell him to leave the balcony door open. This was so the dragon could come in at any time. It always preferred sleeping outside and stubbornly insisted on lying on the tree branch right next to Kale's window. While waiting for the servants to set the table, Choi Han sat down to chat with Kale. Lately, he and Rosalind had been taking turns keeping an eye on Locke. An and Hong had been pitching in to help too. In truth, only Kale knew that the kittens weren't actually worried about Locke. They were just observing him, learning how to handle other beastmen. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. Still, thanks to them, Locke was feeling much more at ease. Choi Han added that he hadn't told Rosalind it was Kale's idea to bring them here. Right now, Choi Han was looking twice as reliable as usual. It was probably because of the vow they made last night. But there was something Choi Han didn't know, just how tricky words could be, and the massive gap in understanding that could exist between the speaker and the listener. The god of death would only enforce the vow based on the exact words spoken and the intent of the one who spoke them, which was Kale. After all, He was the primary party involved. Kale mused over how he had exploited this loophole. He had promised to show Choi Han how to track down that blood-drinking mage again, but only after they prevented the upcoming terrorist attack. Choi Han was about to say something else when Hans announced Rosalind's arrival, so he had no choice but to follow Hans out of the room. Kale already knew why Rosalind wanted to see him. Not wanting to keep her waiting, he invited his little dragon companion inside to join them for the meal. Rosalind sat down, her heart fluttering nervously as if she were floating on air. For a mage, being allowed to share a dining table with a mighty dragon was an unimaginable honor. She was also utterly astonished to see a human and a dragon casually hanging out together. Kale thought to himself that this proved just how brave Rosalind was. If it were any other mage, they would be groveling on the floor by now, desperately begging the dragon to teach them about mana and magic. After all, dragon magic was the ultimate dream for every mage on the continent. Gathering her thoughts, Rosalind finally stated her main reason for coming. She wanted answers to 3 burning questions. The first was about the mysterious mana she had sensed yesterday, and that one had just been answered. Kale calmly answered the remaining 2. Her next question was why she was being allowed to stay at the Count's estate. As a noble, Kale normally would have avoided taking them in out of fear of danger and political trouble. It didn't matter that Rosalind was a mage. Kale's reason was incredibly simple. She and Locke had been brought here by Choi Han. Her final question was why a high-ranking noble like Kale was using formal speech with her. Again, the answer was simple. He already knew the true identity of the mage Rosalind, or rather, Princess Rosalind. "Since you are a princess, isn't it only natural for me to speak to you with respect?" At his response, Rosalind looked at him with genuine admiration. The merchant guild leader had called Kale complete trash, but it seemed the rumors were entirely false. On the contrary, he was incredibly sharp and highly intelligent. Through their conversation, Kale could also tell that Rosalind was highly skilled in the art of diplomacy. She spoke casually when acting as a princess, but whenever she spoke as a mage, she strictly used formal speech. It was clear that she took immense pride in her identity as a mage. Furthermore, because she was so perceptive, she immediately caught on to Kale's lie. He had claimed he was helping her simply because he didn't want things to get complicated, but she knew better. A man who was secretly sheltering a dragon and was widely known as a scumbag was, in reality, nothing of the sort. If he wanted to, he could easily expose the presence of the Brett Kingdom's princess to the authorities, but Kale chose to keep quiet. To be perfectly honest, he just really didn't want to deal with the headache. If the Crown Prince found out about this, there was absolutely no way he'd let such a golden opportunity slip by. Rosalind thanked Kale for keeping her secret, promising that she would take full responsibility if the royal family ever found out. On top of that, she assured him that she would handle all of her own affairs while staying at the estate so as not to cause him any further trouble. With the serious talk out of the way, Rosalind went right back to staring at her idol. Her eyes were absolutely glued to the little dragon. She reached out, hoping to ask for a bite of its food as a peace offering, but the dragon fiercely hugged its plate of sausages. It shot her a threatening glare, aggressively marking its territory. Chuckling, Kale simply piled an assortment of other foods onto the dragon's plate. The little black dragon quickly got lost in its own culinary world, happily munching away. Rosalind quickly shot Kale an inquiring look. Making sure the dragon couldn't see, Kale discreetly held up 4 fingers. 4 years old. Instantly understanding his silent message, Rosalind broke into a bright smile and whispered, "Ah, yes, of course." Once the great dragon nymph finished his meal, Kale immediately headed out for the noble gathering. Just thinking about it was already giving him a massive headache. The nobles of the Northeast only knew him as Kale the Trash. His arrogant, reckless antics were practically legendary across the entire continent. Because of that, he now had to figure out how to perfectly play the part of the worthless scumbag they all expected him to be. How exactly am I supposed to act out to seem like a proper piece of trash? While he was agonizing over his script, the carriage arrived at its destination. The Wheelsman estate, Count Wheelsman's territory, was located right at the entrance of the Northeast region. They were a middle-of-the-road family, not overwhelmingly wealthy, nor possessing any extraordinary military strength. From the perspective of the Hennetus family, whose territory sat on the far edges of the kingdom, maintaining close ties with the Wheelsman family, who were much closer to the capital, was highly beneficial. According to what Hans had told him, Kale actually had a fairly decent relationship with Eric Wheelsman. Eric, however, was known for being overly cautious and meticulous to a fault. As the wheelsman family's butler led him inside, Tavoma Fada the Sakamentai, Kale was racking his brain, using 100% of his mental capacity to figure out his grand act. But the moment he walked into the room, he realized all that effort had been completely wasted. The three nobles, led by Eric Wheelsman, started talking to him as if they were coaxing a toddler. Still, Kale easily understood what they were trying to say. They were basically telling him that during the upcoming royal gathering, he didn't need to say or do absolutely anything. He just needed to stand there and look pretty to make up the numbers, and they would handle the rest. Eric was a meticulous and generally agreeable guy, but his one major flaw was that he was an absolute worrywart. Even so, he wasn't a coward. He was just a man full of contradictions. Eric continued to placate Kale, speaking in a soothing tone. Look, I know some of the other northeastern nobles might rub you the wrong way. Right now, the sycophants trailing after Marquis Stan and the other dukes have absolutely nothing to show for themselves. But seriously, just keep quiet and let us handle all the talking. We've got this. So what do you say? Kale knew exactly why Eric was being so painfully cautious. Currently, out of the 10 prominent families, the Hennetu's household was strictly maintaining its neutrality, refusing to align with any faction. Meanwhile, the lackeys trailing behind the other high nobles were desperately trying to hand over the northeastern noble faction on a silver platter to their respective masters. That meant these 4 allied families had to solidify their position at the center. And because of all this political maneuvering, the wealthiest and most powerful neutral faction in the region, the Hennetu's family, had to tread extremely carefully. Well, this works out perfectly for me. That sounds great to me, Kale agreed with a surprisingly gentle smile. Eric instantly let out a massive sigh of relief. Pushing his luck while he had the chance, Eric then suggested that Kale stick close to them during their upcoming audience with the crowned prince. All Kale had to do was give a basic greeting and they would take care of the rest. Kale chuckled inwardly. This is honestly way better than I could have ever hoped for. Without a word, he raised his wine glass in silent agreement. From then on, Kale sat back and thoroughly enjoyed his meal in peace. He had gone in dreading the meeting, but it turned out to be an absolute breeze. The gathering with the northeastern nobles wrapped up beautifully. As soon as Kale returned to his estate, he immediately called for Choi Han. After confirming that the Wolf Tribe children were safely settled at the inn, he started roping Choi Han into another of his sneaky little schemes. First, he ordered the swordsman to go out and tell Deputy Butler Hans to leave his post at the door, claiming that Cal was already in bed and ready for sleep. He then instructed Choi Han to sneak back in through the balcony window, just like he had done before. This time, instead of taking On and Hong, they were bringing the dragon. Choi Han glanced back and forth between the little black dragon and himself before cautiously asking Cal, "Are we going out to get revenge again?" "Absolutely not." Giving a blunt reply, Kale shooed him out of the room, throwing in one last instruction. "Make sure you wear a hood when you come back." Choi Han didn't ask any further questions. He simply turned off all the lights and walked out of the room, exchanging a few words with Hans in the hallway. Kale closed his eyes, pretending to be fast asleep, as the heavy wooden door finally clicked shut. Han didn't bother going inside. The dragon landed on Kale's bed. One side of the mattress sank down, and a deeply worried voice, sounding exactly like a little old man, spoke up. "Don't you dare fall asleep!" Honestly, in the dragon's eyes, Kale was probably no different from a clueless 4-year-old kid. Kale let out a heavy sigh and sat up. A moment later, Choi Han leapt into the room through the balcony, wearing a hooded cloak. Kale put on the hat Choi Han had brought him. Truthfully, a cloak was way better than just a hat. Choi Han turned to look at the black dragon and asked, "Are you really going to tag along looking like that? I'll use magic on you." I will use my own magic," the dragon replied. Choi Han looked puzzled. "I heard dragons can shapeshift into humans. Is that true? Wouldn't it be easier to sneak around unnoticed if you took human form right now?" The black dragon snorted in disgust at Choi Han's suggestion. "I despise humans. I absolutely loathe the idea of turning into a creature that looks like one. People always say dragons are supposed to be cool. But who even decided what's cool?" Hearing Choi Han's muttered question, the black dragon shot a sharp glare at Kale. Kale just shrugged and casually replied, "Dragons are majestic after all." Hearing that, the little dragon looked quite pleased. It turned itself completely invisible and floated up into the air. The sunken spot on the mattress popped right back up. Choi Han followed right behind Kale as he stepped out onto the balcony. Honestly, he was starting to seriously question his life choices. Was he supposed to carry Kale down from the balcony on his back? Sensing Choi Han's utterly confused gaze, Kale let out a disdainful scoff and casually pointed his index finger up at the ceiling. Instantly, Kale's body was gently lifted, hovering effortlessly above the floor. Then, his body gradually began to turn completely transparent. Kale watched himself fading away, starting from his feet, and spoke out into the empty air. Dragons truly are brilliant creatures. That is correct. I am the absolute greatest, the black dragon proudly chimed in. Ah, so that's how it is, Choi Han muttered to himself. Choi Han finally understood exactly how Cal was manipulating the dragon. Playing along, he smoothly added, "Dragons truly are magnificent." And just like that, the trio slipped out of the mansion completely unnoticed. Choi Han stood guard in a narrow alley not too far from the estate. After scouting the area and making sure the coast was clear, he gave Kale the signal. The moment he spoke, the invisibility and flight magic on Kale were instantly dispelled. Kale drifted in the air for a second before touching down softly on the ground. It seemed dragon magic was far more powerful than he had originally thought. This definitely had something to do with the innate nature of dragons. In Kale's estimation, a power of this caliber was easily a cut above your average high-tier mage. No wonder wiping an entire kingdom off the map would be a piece of cake for this thing once it fully matured. Honestly, if he hadn't lacked the sound of the wind ancient power, he wouldn't have even bothered dragging these two ridiculously dangerous beings along in the first place. The sound of the wind was the third ancient power that Kale was planning to snatch up. But to get his hands on it, he'd have to make a trip out to the coastal waters in the northeast region. It was located right in young Lady Amiru's territory. Kale figured he would swing by and claim the power on his way back from the capital. However, since the power was hidden near the shore, it was a bit of a headache. Mainly because that area was swarming with the whale tribe and the mermaids. But since he could totally just swipe it under the radar, he decided not to sweat it too much. After all, the whale and mermaid tribes weren't even supposed to show up until the end of Volume 4 anyway. A massive war was destined to break out in the ocean, dividing the eastern and western continents. As long as he steered clear of the beach, when that went down, he'd be perfectly fine. Kale pulled his hat down low to hide his striking red hair, whipped out a map, and took the lead. With Choi Han and the invisible black dragon trailing close beside him, they slipped out of the western district of the Huis capital and made a beeline straight for the city center. Just as expected, the capital's nightlife was on a whole other level compared to anywhere else. The streets were bathed in the warm glow of shop lights, and the local taverns in particular were absolutely roaring with life. Their target for tonight was the Plaza of Glory. It was a massive, perfectly circular plaza, featuring a grand fountain positioned precisely at each of the four cardinal directions. The kingdom's citizens were happily gathered around the fountains in little groups. Kale had the dragon throw up a soundproof barrier around them, then finally started explaining the master plan, and exactly why he had dragged Choi Han and the dragon out here tonight. In the world of magic, there is something known as a magic bomb. They come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. The continent's history is soaked in magical warfare, and magic bombs have been evolving right alongside magic itself. However, they do come with some pretty major drawbacks. Using them is a massive pain in the neck. You have to worry about where to plant them, how to feed them a steady supply of mana, and a whole bunch of other annoying technicalities. That's exactly why, out on the battlefield, mages almost always prefer casting spells rather than messing around with bombs. As for why Kale was suddenly giving them a history lesson, it was because, in exactly 6 days, a brand new type of magic bomb was going to be used to completely incinerate this very plaza and everything around it. In the original novel, Fa, The Birth of a Hero, Rosalind and Choi Han had managed to uncover 5 of these deadly devices. But Kale wasn't foolish enough to bank on the bombs being in the exact same spots as they were in the story. The timeline was already messed up. Because of that, things could have easily shifted in unpredictable ways. So, he had to come up with a brand new plan. He was absolutely convinced that the terrorist attack would still happen right on schedule, because Kale knew for a fact that the crazy mage behind it all was currently lurking somewhere in this country. He was the lunatic who invented these new magic bombs in the first place. The real kicker here? These bombs could be stashed literally anywhere. They could even be strapped to completely random people. And of course, the poor victims carrying them around wouldn't have the slightest clue they were holding live explosives, thanks to how cleverly they were disguised. Choi Han and the Dragon's main mission tonight was to track down those hidden bombs by sensing out their mana density. Since a magic bomb is essentially just a highly compressed chunk of mana, all we have to do is pinpoint spots where the mana feels unnaturally thick. However, the energy signature leaking from them wasn't nearly strong enough to spot at a simple glance. It was barely a blip above the normal atmospheric levels. Honestly, even the most brilliant, high-ranking mages would have a miserable time trying to track these things down. They were designed to silently suck in the ambient mana around them until they finally detonated. For someone like Choi Han, sniffing them out was going to be a real headache. But for a dragon, it was a totally different story. With the Black Dragon's absurdly overpowered magic, its ability to sense mana was basically off the charts. Spotting a slightly out-of-place mana signature was an absolute cakewalk for the little guy. Now, Kale couldn't predict exactly who would end up being a walking human bomb, but he knew for a fact that the stationary explosives had to be planted at least 2 solid days in advance. And he was dead certain that one of them was rigged right here in the plaza, seeing as it was the most jam-packed area in the whole city. Starting tonight, Choi Han and the Dragon were going to team up. Using the plaza as their center point, they would sweep the area every single night to hunt down the explosives. But once you find them, absolutely do not destroy them, Kale warned. They were going to wait and dismantle them on the exact day that mysterious organization planned to strike. The whole goal was to use the duds as bait to lure that psycho mage out into the open. Because no matter what kind of magic bomb it was, a mage had to be the one to manually trigger the detonation. Those bombs could only be set off using a very specific magical device, handcrafted by the bomber himself. So, step 1 of the plan. Choi Han and the Dragon just needed to lock down the exact locations of the stationary bombs. And if they happened to spot the guys planting them, well, tailing them from the shadows to pinpoint every single high mana hotspot was going to be an agonizingly slow and exhausting process. It was a massive, frustrating hassle, which was exactly why Kale had dumped the entire job onto those two. He was utterly useless in this scenario anyway, and to be perfectly honest, he just didn't want to do it. So, we just need to head back exactly 2 days before the whole thing goes down, right? Choi Han asked cautiously. No, Kale replied flatly. Even on the night right before the attack, we'll still need to sneak out here. Choi Han looked completely caught off guard. But wait, wouldn't the security be incredibly tight by then? Right on cue, Kale flashed a wickedly smug, downright villainous smirk and pulled out the big guns to show him. It was the mana-disrupting orb, the exact same gadget they had used to break the dragon out of captivity. Since the plaza would be absolutely crawling with mages that day, the orb's area of effect would drop down to a measly 10 minutes. But honestly, even 10 minutes was going to be a massive game changer. Because everything related to magic will stop working. About 10 minutes is enough. This orb will jam the mana bombs for 10 minutes, long enough to save the hostages and force that mysterious organization out of hiding. Once they show up, we just leave the rest to Choi Han and the Dragon, and we're good. After handing out the assignments, Kale shooed Choi Han and the Dragon off to carry out their mission. Pointing toward a famous draft beer pub in the square, he added, I'll be waiting right here, so go investigate until 11 o'clock. Then come back. Choi Han wondered why he wasn't coming along, but then it clicked almost immediately. Kale would be nothing but a burden for the kind of work he and the Black Dragon had to do, simply because he was too weak. Choi Han couldn't sense a single trace of mana, nor the aura of a swordsman coming from Kale. He was just an ordinary person, yet not ordinary at all. Choi Han said his goodbyes to Kale, then set off with the dragon to complete their mission. Over the next few days, despite scouring every possible location where bombs could be planted, Choi Han and the dragon found absolutely nothing. 2 days later, Kale was still half asleep when a magnetic voice from outside the door instantly jolted him awake. Young master, are you awake? The person stepping into the room was none other than Old Man John. Kale's honey-sweet slumber vanished like a midsummer night's dream, dragging him right back to reality. John handed Kale a letter. It bore the seal of the Frine Merchant Guild. He tore open the envelope and saw a single line. Young master, may I receive a glass of wine from you? Kale ordered John to prepare their finest bottle of wine to welcome the guest, the bastard son of the Freen Merchant Guild, boss. He was about to arrive in the capital. That meant the day he had to meet the crown prince at the royal palace was fast approaching. John didn't forget to remind Cal to prepare for that day. Before the official opening ceremony of the festival, there would be a gathering between the children of the nobles and the crown prince. It wasn't exactly a banquet nor a formal summit, but rather a mix of both. And naturally, whenever he thought of the crown prince and the royal palace, a few other names came to Cale's mind. The abandoned eldest son and the crazy priest. Thinking of them, Cal was reminded of what that guy had said. Suddenly, an unnatural chill ran down his spine. That eerie coldness made him swear off thinking about those two people entirely. All he needed to do was quietly attend the event at the palace. He was just going to sit there blankly, no matter who cursed at him or what anyone did right next to him. While he was lost in his casual thoughts, John was doing the exact same. The old man was pondering their current situation. The rulers of the eastern continent's underworld, going by the name Arm, had begun extending their reach into the western continent. No one could ever predict the actions of those people from Arm. The Molan family, one of the 5 great families that rule the night of the eastern continent. As the heir to that family, John Molan felt a mix of fear and deep-seated hatred. He had avoided clashing with them by hiding out as a butler in Count Henituz's estate. But perhaps it was finally time for him to leave. He looked at Kale, the young master he had raised with his own 2 hands, who was currently rambling on, completely absorbed in his own breathtaking beauty. For the first time in his life, John played along and offered a few words of praise, leaving Kale absolutely traumatized after hearing it. He was not at all used to old man John being this gentle. John continued speaking in a tone that was elegant, kind, and overwhelmingly affectionate. Kale's entire body broke out in goosebumps, but John simply ignored him and went about his duties. Right as the old man stepped out, the cats returned. They immediately trotted up to Kale and declared that they could kill someone if the target let their guard down. We figured out a way to kill them. The 2 kittens, On and Hong, who hadn't shown their faces to him in quite a while, seemed absolutely thrilled to have found a way to assassinate beastmen who were as strong as the wolf tribe. You 2 worked hard. Hearing Kale say that, the 2 cats stepped closer and affectionately rubbed their faces against his leg. The heartwarming moment didn't last long before someone knocked on the door. On and Hong caught the scent of the wolf tribe. Sure enough, the person walking in was Locke. Locke sat down on the sofa, sneaking shy glances at Kale like a bashful young girl. Losing his patience, Kale spoke up first. He knew Locke definitely had something he wanted to say. Locke darted his eyes around as if trying to recall what he wanted to say, then suddenly sprang to his feet and bowed his head. Thank you, sir. Innocent and childlike. That was exactly how Locke had been described in the novel. The story said his personality completely changed after his first berserk transformation, but it seemed like this time he hadn't changed at all. After thanking him, Locke kept stammering, clearly trying to say something but completely unable to get the words out. Right at that moment, the teenage boy heard a cold voice. Spit it out! Yes. Locke lifted his head and looked at Kale. It was the first time he had looked Kale straight in the eye since entering the room. Kale looked back at him and said, That's right. When you speak to someone, you look them in the eye like this. Kale added, And whatever it is you want to say, just let it all out. I'll listen. As if those words gave him strength, Locke began to pour his heart out. I'm the eldest brother, so I have to take care of my younger siblings. More than that, I'm also a nephew and a younger brother, so I absolutely have to get revenge. Kale fully understood how Locke was feeling right now. As a werewolf, Locke himself still had many flaws, but he had 10 younger siblings. He needed to care for and protect them. The Blue Wolf tribe had loved and cherished him, even though he was just a cowardly, foolish kid. There was no way he could forget his family, his friends, his neighbors. The Wolf tribe protected their families and made that their #1 priority. They were a fiercely proud race. Knowing all that, Cal still refused to help Locke, because lately he had gotten tangled up in more than enough trouble with the dragon and Choi Han. The black dragon itself was already giving him a headache, but with Choi Han, it was all the baggage he brought along. Kale didn't particularly want to help Locke, but he understood the pain of 10 Wolf tribe children losing their home and their parents. He understood because he had been through it himself, and besides, he was partially tied up in this whole situation anyway. But he absolutely hated taking on full responsibility. He only intended to shoulder a fraction of it, just enough so he wouldn't get hurt. Instead of just handing out help, Kale proposed a deal. He told Locke to think about what exactly he could do for the boy, and in exchange, what Locke could do for him. For him. He told him to think it over carefully and then come find him. Locke happily agreed and took his leave. Kale gazed at the magnificent palace, a sight that the Hennetus family's castle or their estate in the capital couldn't even begin to compare to. The Palace of Joy. That was the name of the palace where the banquet was being held. It was a smaller palace that the king had built to celebrate the birth of the crown prince. Even though the king currently favored the third prince, Kale's original plan was to wait for Eric, Rupert, and Amaru outside the palace so they could enter together. However, instead of his group, the first person he bumped into was that utter nuisance Neo from the Viscount Tons family. Neo Tons was your classic textbook lackey. He had the backing of that absolute madman, Venyan, the second son of Marquis Stan. The village where the Black Dragon had been imprisoned was actually located in Viscount Tons' territory. To begin with, the relationship between the Viscount's family and Count Hennetus was far from friendly. The reason was simple. Even though they were only separated by a single mountain range, the Hennetus family's wealth was on a completely different level. There was a time in the past, however, when they had been quite close and treated the Hennetus family very well. But that was 5 years ago. Ever since they became the lapdogs of Marquis Stan, the Tons family had become incredibly arrogant, practically begging for a beating. Kale let out a heavy sigh. Why did he have to run into Venyan's little lackey right here of all places? Naturally, Neo immediately started mocking Kale with some very grating remarks. What business does trash like you, young Master Kale, have at the royal palace? Kale knew exactly what he was doing. The guy was deliberately trying to pick a fight. How could a mere Viscount's son dare to speak so insolently to the son of a count? Looking at this low-tier villain who clearly didn't know his place, Kale wondered if he should just toss him over to old John to deal with. Kale simply looked down at him in silence. Seeing this reaction, Neo's face lit up with even more obnoxious arrogance. To Neo, who spent all his time in the capital bowing and scraping before Venyan Stan, a notorious scumbag who was all bark and no bite, like Kale, seemed like the perfect, easy prey. "What's the matter?" Neo sneered. "Want to throw a wine bottle at me? Or are you going to throw a punch? Go ahead, try and hit me." Since magical items were strictly banned inside the royal palace, Neo was absolutely certain that Kale hadn't brought a magical recording device with him. He figured that provoking Kale would just make him fly into a blind rage. If the infamous trash caused a scene here, sparking a conflict with a dignified noble, it would perfectly serve Neo's goal of dragging the Hennetus family's name through the mud. Even the invisible Black Dragon was getting sick of listening to him. Neo's arrogant attitude reminded the dragon of that absolute bastard, Venyan. The moment it realized this fool was one of Venyan's lackeys, the dragon wanted nothing more than to wipe him off the face of the earth right then and there. Thankfully, Kale held it back. Right at that moment, bang! The carriage door was thrown open violently as Eric Wheelsman stepped out, followed by Amaru, who had been riding in the same carriage. Eric's eyes widened in panic as he rushed over. Kale gave Eric a pointed look and gestured casually at Neo with his index finger, silently saying, "Handle this guy for me, will you?" Eric immediately caught the signal and jumped into action. "Young Master Neo, it's been quite a while, hasn't it?" Eric said, swiftly stepping right between Neo and Kale like a human shield. A flicker of frustration passed through Neo's eyes. He really thought he had caught some easy prey, but with Eric Wheelsman interfering, it was going to be tough to push the issue any further. Seeing how fiercely they were protecting Kale, Neo decided to drop his little act. He shot a glare at Kale, only to find the red-haired noble standing there with his arms crossed, silently looking down at him with utterly freezing contempt. Kale hadn't spoken a single word to Neo this entire time. Those dismissive eyes and silent gestures suddenly reminded Neo of the exact same way Venyan looked at him. Deep down, that gaze infuriated him, but because Venyan was a high-ranking noble, he had no choice but to bow down and sing his praises. Just as Kale turned to leave, he heard the Black Dragon's voice in his head, reporting that the magic recording was complete. Kale had secretly asked the dragon to record every single word people said to him today. The royal palace was incredibly sensitive to any traces of magic. At first, Kale thought the dragon's spells might trigger the alarms, so he had initially advised against using it. However, the Black Dragon smugly assured him that the palace's pathetic level of magic detection wouldn't feel a thing. To be completely safe, it just shrank the recording radius to stay extremely close to Kale. Kale chuckled inwardly, promising himself that he would definitely use this recording to make Neo weep tears of blood later, as he casually strolled toward the palace entrance. He swept his gaze across the grand banquet hall while following closely behind Eric. Amiru leaned in to explain, "Young Master Kale, the highest seat at the very front belongs to His Highness, the Crown Prince. All the tables below are organized by region. The reason they did this is—" Amiru started to explain the political reasoning, but catching the utterly bored look on Kale's face, she quickly corrected herself. "Well, I suppose I don't need to explain the reason, right?" Kale nodded. "Yeah, I get the gist of it." Seeing Amiru give him a slightly bewildered nod, Kale made his way over to the Northeast region section. There were a total of 5 massive tables set up across the hall. Northeast, Northwest, Southwest, Southeast, and the Central faction. The seating arrangement was heavily based on the overall political power of the nobles in each region. It seemed the Crown Prince was quite calculating with these details, silently pitting the nobles against each other, quietly forcing them to clash. That was the Crown Prince's true talent. Yet, ironically, he was incredibly strict when it came to his own conduct. Facing those 5 tables, the Crown Prince's seat was elevated by 2 steps, while the second and third princes were placed exactly 1 step lower. He really micromanaged every little detail. Yeah, Kale thought, exhausting people who sit up high like the Crown Prince are absolutely not my type of people. The northeastern nobles had been placed right by the entrance. While they were technically free to voice their opinions, there wasn't a single dominant family among them with enough political clout to actually speak up. Kale reached out and gave Eric a comforting pat on the shoulder. Being close to the door is actually pretty convenient, you know. Plus, sitting all the way back here means we don't have to bow our heads to anyone. Seeing Kale acting so surprisingly mature and understanding completely relieved the other 3. With the tension broken, they all took their seats. They hadn't been seated for long before Venyan made his grand entrance. Right on his heels was that bootlicking sycophant, Neo. For a brief moment, a heavy silence fell over their table. Moving naturally so no one else would notice, Kale slipped his hand under the table. Sure enough, he could feel the invisible black dragon physically trembling against his leg. When the dragon had insisted on following him today, Kale had warned it well in advance that Venyan would be here. The young dragon had promised Kale that it wouldn't kill Venyan today. In exchange, Kale had sworn that, when the time came, he would let the dragon kill that bastard in the most brutally savage way imaginable. Even though it hated Venyan to its very core, the young dragon just curled up quietly in Kale's lap without lashing out. It was honestly a lot more rational than Kale had expected. If the dragon had lost its mind and decided to torch this entire place, Kale would already be pushing up daisies by now. Because Kale's seat was right next to the Northwestern Nobles table, Venyan was guaranteed to walk past them. Kale was just trying to figure out the best way to act like he didn't know the guy, but surprisingly, Venyan went out of his way to approach and greet him first. Fine then, 2 could play at that game. After returning the polite, superficial greetings, Kale immediately flipped the switch to punchably fake mode. With total innocence, he casually brought up the major theft of that precious item that had recently occurred in Viscount Tone's territory. In this world, the absolute most obnoxious type of person is someone who talks too much, has zero tact, and acts completely without malice. Kale was intentionally playing the role of all 3. Venyan stared at him in utter silence. Ever since losing the Black Dragon, the Marquise's trust in Venyan had completely plummeted. Based on the physical evidence and the testimonies from his knights, Venyan currently suspected the very organization that had sold them the dragon in the first place. Still, he couldn't entirely shake off his suspicion about Kale's entourage, since they had been resting incredibly close to the area. In reality, though, there wasn't a single logical reason to actually suspect Kale. That was exactly why he had initiated this conversation. He just wanted to test the waters. But sure enough, Venyan quickly realized there was absolutely no need to investigate further. Kale Hennetus was just a clueless fool babbling about utterly useless nonsense. Trying desperately to maintain his mask of perfect noble etiquette, Venyan offered a stiff, gentle smile and bid Kale farewell. But just as he brushed past, he heard Kale loudly whispering to Neo, "Man, your knight's face was completely ghost white when he came looking for us. Young Master Neo, shouldn't you have taken better security precautions? I mean, really? How on earth do you lose all of those precious items at the exact same time? Anyway, cheer up. What can you do? Once something's lost, it's lost for good, right? Well, life goes on. Needless to say, he successfully drove Venyan absolutely crazy. As for Neo, the poor guy was scared out of his wits. Venyan walked away, keeping his eyes locked straight ahead. Kale just casually glanced at Venyan's rigid posture, then turned his back on Neo without a second thought. And of course, he didn't forget to leave a parting remark. Young Master Neo, hang in there. From now on, as far as Venyan is concerned, you are completely screwed. That is what you get for messing with me. Right after Venyan's stand, the representatives of the other three great noble families began to make their grand entrance. Young Master Antonio Gayer of the Gayer Duchy, Lady Karen Orsina of the Orsina Duchy, and another Marquis of the kingdom. Kale leaned back in his chair, keeping his eyes fixed on the entrance of the hall. At exactly 5 o'clock, the grand door swung open and the main character of the day finally appeared. The first prince and crown prince of the Roan kingdom, Albaru Crossman. Following right behind him were the second and third princes. The crown prince instantly switched on his silver tongue and warmly greeted them. It is a great honor. Thank you all for accepting my invitation. He went on about how deeply honored he was to see such precious talents illuminating the royal palace and how the brilliant future figures of the kingdom were all gathered here. Right at that moment, the doors opened once again. The discarded eldest son, Taylor Stan. He appeared in the grand hall alongside the crazy priestess Cage. A dead silence fell over the room at their sudden arrival. Kale thought to himself that their bold decision to show up here was an absolutely brilliant move. The Church of the God of Death was definitely going to have a massive headache over this. What is the meaning of this? Venyan shot up from his seat, staring at Taylor with a look of pure, unadulterated shock. It was a complete break from Venyan's usual elegant and refined noble persona. But given the current situation, Venyan was in no state of mind to care about proper etiquette on the highest platform. The Crown Prince spoke up. I certainly did not expect to meet the eldest son of the Stan Marquis family, Taylor, and a priestess of the God of Death here. The Crown Prince actually looked quite amused by the spectacle. Sitting in his wheelchair, Taylor politely replied, I heard that the children of the kingdom's nobility would have the precious chance to meet and speak with His Highness the Crown Prince here. So I took the liberty of coming, even without an invitation. A peculiar smile crept onto Crown Prince Albaru's lips. Seeing that smile, Kale instantly knew the Crown Prince had caught the hidden meaning when Taylor mentioned the chance to speak. Albaru replied, It is quite all right. While I did invite the official representatives of the noble families, if a family has yet to name a formal representative, then naturally, anyone from that family is welcome to attend. I am sure you wouldn't mind, would you, since your family does not yet have an official representative. The Crown Prince was subtly rejecting Venyan, the unofficially recognized heir of the Stan Marquis family. It made perfect sense, considering the Stan family was currently deeply tied to the third prince. Kale found this whole dynamic rather unusual, although it was something he neither looked into nor cared about. No matter how much the king favored the third prince, he couldn't just casually dethrone the Crown Prince. Yet, in Atkinjaba, the birth of a hero, the Crown Prince was constantly anxious and on high alert against the second and third princes. The Stan Marquis family was close to the third prince, and the other nobles all had their own favored princes to back. There was definitely some hidden agenda here, but of course Kale wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. The Crown Prince turned his attention back to Taylor. I apologize if this puts you in an awkward position, but regardless, it truly brings me joy to see you looking so well, young Master Taylor, especially after such a long time. Taylor offered a warm smile in return. Although my legs can no longer move, I still have my hands, my head, my eyes, my nose, and my mouth. Every part of me is still very much alive. If anything, these shortcomings have only made me stronger. Hearing this, Albaru replied, Is that so? You are absolutely right. You are still alive. I almost forgot that the one who survives until the very end is the truly strong one. Kale could clearly sense that the Crown Prince had taken a profound interest in Taylor. Meanwhile, Venyan had managed to glue his model noble expression back onto his face, but his glaring eyes looked like they wanted to pierce right through Taylor's skull. This whole situation was getting incredibly entertaining. The Crown Prince, Taylor, Venyan, and the various noble factions. Just watching the vivid expressions on their faces was a spectacular show in itself. If he only had a bucket of popcorn to snack on right now, the entertainment value would be absolutely top tier. After wrapping up his conversation with Taylor, the Crown Prince turned to warmly greet the priestess. For her part, Cage flawlessly played the role of a gentle, exemplary servant of the gods. The Crown Prince promised to speak with them later and arranged for the two of them to be seated at the table for the Northeast nobles. That, of course, was the exact same table Kale was sitting at. It made perfect sense, though. Where else could they possibly sit? This was the only place without any great nobles present. Even though some families here were aligned with the great noble factions, this table still maintained a strict balance of power. On top of that, the Northeast was a region the great nobles couldn't just casually mess with, especially not with the wealthiest and most powerful family sitting right there. The Hennetus family firmly advocated for absolute neutrality. Eric suddenly stood up. Following his lead, the rest of the nobles at the table stood up as well. The servants quickly rearranged the seating arrangements with a simple hand gesture from the Crown Prince. Once everything was settled, the Crown Prince officially declared the start of the banquet. Kale immediately focused his attention on the food piled on his plate, but his mind was actually a tangled mess. What exactly is his endgame here, he thought. There was no way the Crown Prince gathered all the noble representatives together just to say thank you. There had to be some other hidden motive. Naturally, Kale had a few solid guesses. It was either because war was about to break out in the southern part of the western continent, or the Crown Prince had already caught wind of the brewing civil war in the Whipper Kingdom. Meanwhile, everyone else was shooting Kale weird looks for casually stuffing his face in the middle of such a tense atmosphere. Right then, Kale heard the Black Dragon's voice echoing in his head, reporting that magic recording devices had been secretly installed absolutely everywhere. Kale let out a soft chuckle. He had just figured out one of the Crown Prince's true goals. He was putting the noble representatives under heavy surveillance. Of course, the second and third princes were undoubtedly well aware of this too. This meant that this heavy surveillance was exactly what the entire royal family wanted. It was finally time for the nobles of the Northeast to have their official audience with the Crown Prince. Kale and the rest of the nobles at his table stood up together. They made their way up to the highest platform, coming face to face with Crown Prince Alberu Crossman. That radiant, blindingly golden hair was the absolute trademark of the Crossman royal family that ruled the Roan Kingdom, serving as living proof of the sun god's blessing. The Crown Prince immediately busted out his god-tier flattering skills as he addressed the gathered nobles. And that included Kale, the famously trashy young master of the Hennetus County. This is our first time meeting, is it not? Thanks to the Hennetus County, we can all rest easy without living in fear of the Forest of Darkness. Because of your family's diligent protection, I am able to sleep soundly at night with total peace of mind. I have also heard that young Master Kale is quite the free spirit. You must have inherited that boundless freedom from the legendary sculptors of the Hennetus family. Your soul must be just as pure and untainted as your free-spirited nature. Kale thought to himself, to be able to effortlessly praise a notorious piece of trash like me with a straight face. This guy is seriously on another level. The Crown Prince's sheer level of flattery was absolutely astronomical. But as the saying goes, it takes a monster to defeat a monster. Kale immediately decided to fight fire with fire. He firmly grasped the Crown Prince's hand and used every last ounce of his strength, rallying whatever pathetic literary brain cells he had left, to absolutely shower the man in praise. Your Highness, if His Majesty the King is the radiant sun that fiercely illuminates our days, then you, Crown Prince, are the gentle moon that warmly guides us through our nights. Just standing in your presence makes me feel profoundly enlightened. We are here today, humbled and honored, simply to answer your grand summons, Your Royal Highness. You are the absolute guiding star in the hearts of every single citizen in our magnificent kingdom. I simply cannot hold back these overwhelming tears of sheer admiration today. Eric's jaw practically dropped to the floor. Gilbert and Amiru's eyes were shaking wildly in utter disbelief. The three of them just stared at Kale like he had grown a second head. Catching the utterly baffled and deeply conflicted look in the Crown Prince's eyes, Kale internally cheered, confident that he had just taken a massive leap toward his ultimate goal, getting the Crown Prince to actively avoid him at all costs. But right at that moment, the Black Dragon's voice suddenly chimed in his head. Hey, why is this incredibly weak human they call the Crown Prince secretly dyeing his hair with magic? It is such high-tier illusion magic that only a truly great and mighty dragon like me could even detect it. Did another dragon cast this die spell on him? Or some other kind of power? Damn it. At that moment, Kale realized he had just stumbled upon something utterly useless. A secret he couldn't breathe a word of to anyone. Another secret about someone's identity? Kale really didn't want to know things like this. The black dragon had discovered that it wasn't just the crown prince's hair, but even his eyes that had changed color, and that the guy was far from ordinary. He wasn't weak like he appeared to be. Kale would have to be incredibly careful if he didn't want to die. For the first time, Kale actually felt a little scared of the black dragon and its completely unhelpful observations. At the same time, he began to piece things together. The crown prince's mother was not the current queen. Coming from the inner palace, she was originally just a commoner working as a maid. The third prince's mother was the current queen. The crown prince's mother had passed away from unknown causes when he was just a child. And with that, Kale began to ponder the true identity of the crown prince's mother. The crown prince was publicly known to possess perfectly average combat skills, yet the dragon said he wasn't weak. Even Choi Han had evaluated the crown prince as just an ordinary guy. Was he hiding something, and how on earth did the dragon even figure that out? Well, whether he was hiding something or not had absolutely nothing to do with him. Kale shook the crown prince's hand and quietly retreated behind Eric. Whenever trouble brewed, using Eric as a meat shield was the best strategy. As Eric struck up a conversation with the crown prince again, Kale watched them and realized, so there was a reason why Alvar was so wary of the second and third princes, and why the king had suddenly started favoring the third prince. He could roughly guess the gist of it. Was he not his biological son? Or was there some other secret regarding his birth? Things were getting awfully interesting. Kale and the northeastern nobles returned to their table. Since the next ancient power Kale wanted to acquire was located in young Lady Emiru's territory, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. It was a territory bordered by sheer cliffs that blocked off the sea. Kale pictured those cliffs and figured it was going to be quite a hassle to obtain the sound of the wind. That was the power held by the non-mage faction during the Civil War in the Whipper Kingdom. The fact that someone from the Whipper Kingdom had somehow acquired an ancient power located in the Roan Kingdom sounded incredibly bizarre, but there was a long story behind it. Regardless, that power ultimately belonged to the one who slaughtered the mages. That crazed tyrant would make his appearance in the latter half of the Civil War, and honestly, that power wasn't even a big deal to him. The magic tower would fall. It would completely collapse after the Civil War, and Rosalind was a highly promising talent who could very well become the master of the new magic tower on the western continent, along with Choi Han, the Mage Slayer, and the Imperial Crown Prince. These three were the hero characters introduced early on, and they were tied to every single major event happening in the central northern region of the western continent. The early plot also hinted that they would join forces with the Queen of the Jungle after she unified the southern region. Aside from the mysterious organization that Choi Han had to clash with, the western continent was turning into an absolute bloodbath for supremacy, shattering over 200 years of peace, shaking off those complicated thoughts and snapping back to reality. Right now, Kale just wanted to go home as fast as possible. He casually mentioned to Gilbert that he'd be leaving the second the banquet ended. As for staying behind to meet the Crown Prince and secure investment approvals, he completely trusted the capabilities of Eric, Emiru, and Gilbert to handle it. Gilbert couldn't hide his surprise, so Kale had actually read through the documents they gave him. Kale just gave a dismissive reply. Just then, the Crown Prince's voice echoed through the hall. I have thoroughly enjoyed today's banquet. I have prepared an after-party with drinks for anyone who wishes to stay. Furthermore, I have already arranged seats for all of you at this year's birthday celebration. I sincerely hope you will all attend and share in the joy of that momentous day. Kale had to force himself to swallow a heavy sigh. Asking them to come share in the joy was basically a thinly veiled command to show up. And that meant he was now absolutely forced to be at the plaza right when the bombs were set to go off. Even though he had already anticipated this, it didn't make him feel any less annoyed. The moment the banquet wrapped up, Kale stood up. As Taylor rolled past in his wheelchair, Cage whispered just low enough for Kale to hear. See you later. I already told you I don't want to play the little brother role, Kale muttered. Cage simply put on the innocent smile of a gentle priestess and walked over to the Crown Prince. Worried that Neo might try to pick a fight with Kale again, Young Lady Amiru took the initiative and offered to escort Kale to his carriage. Kale didn't question it and just headed straight for the hall doors. Amiru walked right by his side. She followed him all the way to his carriage in complete silence. Having successfully completed her escort mission, she stopped by the carriage door. Amiru finally said her goodbyes. "Young Master Kale, you've worked hard today." Kale nodded at her. "I really did," even though young Lady Amiru was the one who had a lot more hard work ahead of her. Amiru offered a soft smile and spoke up. "Because I need to secure a good outcome." He could easily hear the desperation laced in her voice. Truth be told, the northeastern coastline was practically a worthless piece of land. The jagged cliffs looked as if they had been brutally carved out, and the waters near them were riddled with deadly whirlpools. While the locals could navigate their boats through it with ease, for outsiders, it was simply a death trap. Though, of course, all of that was caused by the sound of the wind. Kale honestly wondered how Amiru and Gilbert planned to get anyone to invest in such a worthless stretch of sea. Everyone had busted their backs today, so he felt like tossing them a bone. Besides, he needed to solidify the Northeastern Nobles faction anyway. After doing a little digging, he found out they were actually planning to pitch it as a tourism investment. Kale thought to himself that the project was completely doomed. Trying to turn a jagged, deadly coastline into a tourist trap? It sounded like a terrible joke. So, he casually suggested that Amiru should instead focus on the strategic geographical value of the sea route sitting right between the Whipper Kingdom and the Northern Territory. He also made sure to warn her to keep his little tip a strict secret. Amiru caught his drift immediately. "I will keep your words in mind." With that settled, Kale hopped into the carriage and headed home. On the ride back, Kale's thoughts drifted to the Northwestern Sea. The land up there was mostly just barren desert. In stark contrast, the sea route running through Amiru and Gilbert's territories boasted a complex coastline dotted with numerous small islands, not to mention those sheer, razor-sharp cliffs. They were naively assuming that this era of peace would just last forever. But the Crown Prince? He definitely knew that this fragile peace was on borrowed time. Regardless, before that Mage Slayer made his move, he had to snatch up that ancient power first. The moment he arrived home, Cal received a report from Choi Han. They had found 4 locations rigged with magic bombs. All of them were planted right near the plaza. Once they found the first one, Choi Han had grabbed the Black Dragon, and they sprinted around scanning the vicinity, uncovering 3 more hidden spots. Aside from those, they hadn't found anything else. He had thoroughly scoured the area surrounding the plaza, but by the looks of it, it was clear. Kale stared at the map Choi Han handed him, taking in the marked bomb locations. In The Birth of a Hero, there were 5 bombs strapped to people and 5 bombs planted at specific locations. This time, there are 6 attached to people and 4 planted at specific locations. Or perhaps there's another variable at play. Regardless, since he had read the novel, Kale knew that everyone would be safe from the day after tomorrow up until the congratulatory speech. Therefore, at dawn on the day after tomorrow, Kale's group would go and steal those bombs. Magic bombs require a signal from their creator to detonate, but with skills far surpassing those of ordinary mages like Rosalind or the Black Dragon, severing the connection between the bombs and their creator was a simple task. It would just take a little time. Because of that, Kale planned to leave the task of defusing the bombs planted on people to Rosalind. Everything had to be done on that exact day. Only then would the blood-crazed mage feel assured that everything was going according to his plan, and finally show himself. The goal wasn't to destroy the bombs, but to steal them. Yeah. Kale handed the map back and spoke to Choi Han, who was looking confused as to why they would destroy such useful things. Even if we don't use them to blow things up, such exquisitely concentrated mana is an incredibly useful resource. Kale let out a cunning smile. We have to use them, of course. For now, the Black Dragon and you need to hide near the plaza and scout the area. At the same time, keep a constant eye out to see if the locations of the bombs change. And so, Choi Han headed out once again to carry out Kale's orders. On the day before the King of the Roan Kingdom's birthday celebration, Billis would arrive in the capital. Upon hearing this news, Kale immediately headed to the inn to meet him. It was the same place where the 10 Wolf Tribe children were staying. Naturally, An, Hong, and Locke followed right beside him. Kale recalled what Locke had just said. The boy wanted Kale to take care of his younger siblings. In exchange, not only he, but even his Wolf Tribe siblings would join forces to support Kale. Kale felt a headache coming on. No way! But the very thing Cal never wanted to imagine was actually happening. Cal was hit with a sudden, unexpected curveball from Locke. The Blue Wolf tribe has a proud history of once being a night brigade. That history, I don't know anything about that. Cale completely dodged Locke's words. The guy sitting across from him was basically asking him to take in the 10 Wolf tribe children, along with Locke himself, and form a night brigade. Even though Locke was terrified of the Whale tribe, he was still someone who would blindly throw himself at the Whale King to protect his comrades. Asking Cale to take in a blindly loyal kid like that as a subordinate was no different from asking him to join a cult. Cale flatly rejected Locke's proposal. They are just kids. How could they possibly become knights? You asked me to protect them, yet the condition you're offering completely contradicts that request. The main issue was that if he actually turned those kids into knights, given the vicious nature of the Wolf tribe, they might become something far more terrifying than a cult. It would be more accurate to say they'd turn into a bloodthirsty gang. Just hearing it sounded like an absolute nightmare. In reality, Cale already had a plan in mind for Locke, but not right now. It would be in about 3 months. That was when an ancient power would appear on a treacherous mountain and remain there for exactly 6 months. Scaling that mountain was a feat that only a Wolf tribe member who had undergone their berserk transformation could accomplish. If he sold that ancient power to the Queen of the Jungle, he could earn an amount of money that, even if the Count's estate were to completely collapse, he wouldn't be able to spend in a lifetime. She was a queen, after all. Of course, she was loaded. Taking a little piece of the pie wouldn't even make a dent in her wealth. "Is there anything you need me to do, sir?" Cale sighed as he watched Locke start to cower again while asking. Seeing that sigh, Locke shrank back even more. Cale retorted, "Don't state the obvious. Why wouldn't I need you?" Locke nodded and replied, "Yes, as long as you state the terms of our deal, I will absolutely do it, no matter what it is." "All right then," Cale said, pulling a pouch of coins from his coat and tossing it to Locke. He wanted Locke to use the money to take his younger siblings on a sightseeing tour of the capital. After all, it was their very first time here. He even assigned An and Hong to tag along and guide Locke. He claimed that this way, no matter where they went, they wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. But in truth, he just needed to shoo all the kids away so he could finally have a comfortable conversation. Watching Locke happily playing with the kittens, Cale began calculating in his head. In the future, he should probably leave the wolf children in Choi Han's care. If not, he'd have to find a nanny for them. Someone tidy who was a great cook seemed like the perfect fit. Cale thought about who else could possibly be a nanny for the wolf kids besides Choi Han, and suddenly thought of head chef Beecroc, Ron's son. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he realized it was a terrible idea. Sure, he was neat and a great cook, and on a normal day, his personality was somewhat decent. Within his household, Beecroc was known for being a polite gentleman. But so what? The guy was an absolute maniac who loved torture. He couldn't let those innocent wolf kids have their humanity corrupted. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the inn. Cale led Locke to the room where his younger wolf siblings were staying. Locke stepped forward anxiously, set the kittens down, and grasped the door handle. After losing his reason to the berserk transformation, this was the very first time he was seeing his siblings again. Locke turned the handle and the door swung open. 10 children rushed toward Locke, and he ran to them as well, throwing their arms around each other in a massive hug. A deeply moving reunion unfolded right in front of Cale's eyes, but he turned his head away, physically overwhelmed by the sheer presence of 10 people clinging together. Just then, someone approached Cale with a delighted expression. "Young master, it has been quite a while." It was Billos. Cale was the one who had told Billos to come here. Cale looked at Billos' smiling but slightly tense face, then shifted his gaze to the man stepping up behind him. He was the merchant guild leader who had arrived here with Choi Han. Cale and the man exchanged greetings, the corner of Cale's mouth curling upward. Odious Flynn, a character who was the most promising heir to the Flynn Merchant Guild, but had abandoned it all to run a small guild of his own. He was Billos' uncle, the very man who had set up Choi Han and Billos, while awakening the dark ambition that Billos had kept hidden. Odious Flynn was a character far more cunning than even Ron. On the outside, he played the part of a modest merchant running a small guild, but beneath that mask, he was an absolute powerhouse of the underworld. He could be incredibly kind, yet utterly ruthless to others. Right now, Cale was the only person alive who knew both of his faces. He pretended to be completely clueless and spoke up. Flynn, you say? Then you must be related to Bilos. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm quite surprised myself. It turns out my nephew is acquainted with the young master. I haven't seen Bilos since he was just a little tyke. It seems the boy has managed to make some truly excellent connections. Bilos looked at Odious, unable to hold back his turbulent emotions. This was the man who had completely cut ties with the Flynn Merchant Guild to live an ordinary life. His gentle uncle was the only person who had left a warm impression on Bilos during his childhood. At the very least, he had always been good to him. After exchanging greetings, Kale invited Bilos up to the second floor for a private chat, promising to grab a drink with Odious Flynn another day. Just as he was heading up the stairs, 10 Wolf Tribe children suddenly blocked his path to thank him. Good lord, Kale felt another headache coming on. The sheer aura radiating from the 10 kids made it painfully obvious that they were only going to get even stronger. None of them were toddlers either. Most were around 10 to 13 years old. It looked like he needed to find them a combat instructor rather than a nanny. But how exactly was he supposed to train them? While he was racking his brain over it, Bilos called out to him, prompting Kale to toss the kid's issue to the back of his mind. First things first, handle the problem right in front of him. Bilos pulled a bottle of liquor and some glasses from the cabinet. He poured himself a drink and chugged glass after glass. Once the bottle was half empty, Kale finally stopped him. Only then did Bilos start opening up. Odious was his biological uncle, but he hadn't been given the Flynn family name. Because of that, Bilos had never once been allowed to call his own uncle, Uncle. Even so, he was the only adult who had shown Bilos a shred of warmth during his childhood. In the novel Theoposypes, that the birth of a hero, Odious had told Bilos, to me, you are my own flesh and blood, my real family. You have every right to it. Those exact words became the spark, the true starting line for Bilos. Then there was Choi Han, whom he had met through Odious. Bilos was absolutely captivated by his overwhelming strength. He ended up following Choi Han and threw himself straight into the vicious succession war for the guildmaster position. He might have been a bit scheming, but deep down, he still had a soft heart. He constantly felt weighed down by his status as an illegitimate child. Seeing this, Caleb bluntly remarked, "What kind of bastard says you aren't a Flynn? Everyone already calls you a Flynn, don't they?" Bilos stared at Kale for a long moment before cracking a smile. "You always have a knack for hitting the nail right on the head, young master. I suppose you're right." "Cut the gloomy act," Kale replied smoothly. Changing the subject, Bilos asked Kale what exactly he had stolen using the equipment he'd borrowed lately. Kale answered honestly, "I stole one thing for now. I'll grab the rest after a quick break." Bilos seemed pretty intrigued by this little heist and tried to ask for a spot in on the action. But naturally, Kale shut him down completely. "Well, then I guess I'll just have to go steal something else," Bilos chuckled. The two of them burst out laughing, happily continuing their drinks. Of course, keeping the next day's massive operation in mind, Kale only drank a little before heading back to his residence alone. Later that evening, Ron came looking for him. The old man entrusted his son to Kale, stating that he was heading out to hunt some foxes. Kale knew full well that the foxes he was talking about were humans. Ron's usual benign, grandfatherly facade vanished entirely, finally revealing his true, chilling nature. His face was mostly emotionless, but the slight twisted curve of his lips created a deeply unsettling expression. "You are very well aware that I am a killer, aren't you, young master?" he asked quietly. "I have people I need to kill. I need to slice them into a million pieces. Either I get shredded to bits, or they do." Knowing those were the only two possible outcomes, Kale decided to keep things simple. Right now, Ron didn't absolutely have to tag along with Choi Han. Locke could already go into his berserk state, so they didn't urgently need Ron or Beecrox's combat power right now. However, for Choi Han's sake, and more importantly, for the future peace of the Roan Kingdom's northeastern region, Ron's presence would be absolutely crucial a year from now. Having sorted his thoughts, Kale looked right at him. "Go ahead, I'll let Hans know you're taking a leave of absence, so just make sure to inform him. Take your identification plaque and go collect your advance pay from the Flynn Guild. And wait, you're really going to leave Beecrox with trash like me? He's a grown man. He can take care of himself. I'm giving you 1 year of vacation. Take your time, get it done, and make sure you come back in one piece." After delivering his piece, Kale immediately pretended to go to sleep. The old man, Ron, began shaking with completely silent laughter. That utterly terrifying display made Kale curl into a tight ball under the safety of his blankets. He had thought the punk was just a harmless little puppy, but it turned out the real puppy here was Ron Molan himself. Young master, would it be all right if I report in once a month? The old assassin asked respectfully. Yeah, do whatever you want, Kale mumbled back, stepping lightly without making a single sound. True to his nature as a deadly assassin, Ron opened the door and quietly slipped out of the room. Right before the door clicked shut, the old man left him with one last promise. I'll be back soon, young master. When dawn broke, exactly 6 individuals stood before Kale. Some he had summoned personally, and others he had called in through Choi Han. Kale complimented Rosalind on her new magically dyed brown hair. It seemed she had changed it to make moving around undercover much easier. Honestly, Rosalind didn't even know exactly what was going down today. She only knew the severe danger of the magic bombs and had agreed to come help. In exchange, Kale had promised to properly reward her for her efforts. Kale checked with Locke to see if he could use his wolf tribe strength without fully going berserk. Once he got a firm yes, Kale immediately began handing out assignments, splitting the group into 2 separate strike teams. By now, Choi Han had already buried the black orb in the plaza, exactly as Kale had instructed. All they had to do was have each team quietly take out 2 bombs. Rosalind and Locke made up the first team. Choi Han, On, Hong, and the Black Dragon formed the second. Rosalind couldn't help but ask why Kale wasn't assigned to either team. In response, Choi Han, the Black Dragon, On, and Hong all took turns completely roasting him over how pathetically weak he was. Handing over the gear he'd borrowed from Bylos to Choi Han, Kale shrugged. I'm weak, so I'd just get in your way and drag you all down. Besides, I have to get ready for the sunrise ceremony, so I won't be able to join you for this late-night operation. Taking full advantage of the brief window before the city guards were swapped out for the Royal Knights' night patrol, the teams would sneak into the bomb locations and begin defusing them. After that, everyone had to stay on high alert at their designated posts, keeping a close eye on the plaza and the secret organization's movements until the black orb finally activated. The grand celebration was set to begin at 9 o'clock sharp. Kale urged everyone to head out and get to work, making sure to remind them, don't forget to bring the defused bombs back to me. His greedy little reminder made Rosalind burst out laughing. You still remember promising to give me one of those, right? I'll gladly take it as my payment. Kale nodded in agreement. A single bomb was more than enough compensation for her help. Kale pushed open the balcony doors, which had honestly become more of a main exit for them than the actual front door. A rush of cold night wind swept into the room, and in the blink of an eye, all 6 individuals swiftly vanished into the darkness. Suddenly, Kale was the only one left in the room. He pulled out the indestructible shield to toy with it, gently tracing its surface. No matter what happened, he'd be fine as long as he used just a little bit of its power. Plus, he really hoped he wouldn't cross paths with that crazy mage. Early that morning, Ron came to serve Kale for the last time, getting everything ready for his departure to the royal palace. Before they parted ways, the old man made sure to promise Kale that he would return in a year. Kale thought to himself that in a year, he'd definitely dump the old man onto Choi Han, while he went off to live his best free life. At Lady Amiru's invitation, he was sharing a carriage with her today, sticking to his usual motto, straight to the point, no beating around the bush. Kale asked why Amiru wanted him to tag along. Since he was so sincerely curious, Amiru was more than happy to give him an answer. She wanted his opinion on building a naval base within her family's territory. Even if Amiru hadn't brought it up, Kale had already received a letter from Eric, letting him know that their pitch for tourism investment to the Crown Prince had completely failed. He'd heard that Gilbert and Amiru were incredibly disappointed about it. But looking at her now, Amiru didn't seem as discouraged as he'd thought. On the contrary, she seemed filled with a fierce new determination. Amiru explained that she had already reached out to her mother, the head of the family, for her thoughts, and she planned to discuss it with Gilbert later today. Building a new naval base. Well, that was no easy feat. Even more than the sheer cost, the political headaches and territorial disputes over resources were a massive pain, especially during a time of peace. That was exactly why the royal family had their eyes on the northeast. It was the only eastern region with a coastline, and more importantly, it was a region where the balance of power was perfectly equal. Not to mention, the royal family couldn't exactly just casually mobilize the forces of nobles from other regions. What Emiru was truly worried about was the royal family's expanding influence encroaching on her own family's territory. Once they approved the naval base, the royal family would pour a massive amount of funding into it. But if things played out like that, it was a given that ultimate control over the naval base would fall right into the royals' hands. On land that didn't directly belong to the crown, when a noble lord and the royal family co-funded a military force, they'd have to draft endless, painstakingly detailed contracts just to figure out who was really in charge. Realistically, building a military base drained drastically more manpower and resources than just casually investing in tourism. To put it bluntly, Emiru and Gilbert's territories simply lacked the resources and people to bridge that massive gap. Emiru wanted to bridge that gap, and to do that, there was really only one solution: borrow money from someone absolutely loaded. And the prime candidate was none other than the wealthiest, most powerful house in the Northeast, the Hennetus family. And that was exactly why Emiru had gone out of her way to invite Kale along today. Kale gave it to her straight. Every single coin in the Hennetus household is strictly managed by my father. A piece of trash like me has absolutely zero say in the matter. Bull. But was that really the truth? Emiru smiled knowingly. After Kale had left the banquet, she, Eric, and Gilbert had gone into a private room to speak with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince had seemed pretty dismissive about investing in tourism, but she hadn't missed the spark of interest in his eyes regarding the Northeastern Sea. When she returned to her estate that night, Emiru had thought deeply about Kale's words and finally caught on to what he was really getting at. Following that hunch, she dug up some valuable intel through her guild connections. Kale completely understood what Emiru was implying. The Crown Prince and the royal family had already picked up on the brewing civil war in the Whipper Kingdom, not to mention the Northern Knights actively amassing their forces. Emiru was playing her cards far better than Kale had ever expected. He knew things back in Emiru's territory weren't exactly thriving right now, forcing them to lean heavily on Eric Wheelsman's family. She must have burned through a massive fortune just to get her hands on foreign intelligence, risking all that money just to guarantee one absolute certainty. Her judgment was undeniably sharp. Emiru looked over at Kale, who was quietly taking it all in, and continued. I heard that the Hennetus family's castle walls are currently undergoing major reinforcements. If your territory is preparing to block out all dangerous external threats, then your family must surely be interested in expanding its military power. Kale gave her a slow nod. I'll try bringing it up with my father. We will make sure to officially reach out to the Count. Kale and Emiru exchanged a look, sharing a knowing smile. If this naval base really got built, the political power in the Northeast would solidly belong to the four families: Eric, Kale, Emiru, and Gilbert. And if Count Hennetus was the one writing the checks for it, they'd effectively secure a massive chunk of real, tangible authority over the base. Plus, this wouldn't just boost the Hennetus family's military might, it would bring endless benefits out on the open sea. Emiru hesitated for just a split second before speaking up again. Truthfully, the whirlpools do worry me a little, but we've mapped out safe sailing routes for our ships a long time ago. If anyone ever tried to invade, those whirlpools would actually become our greatest natural defense. I really want to take the gamble this time. Whirlpools. Just hearing that word made Kale fight back the smirk threatening to spread across his face. Building a nice little villa up on a cliff by the northeastern coast and retiring there in absolute peace. Wouldn't that be just perfect? Once he handed the territory over to Basin, sticking around his hometown would probably get awkward. But hiding out in some cozy corner until the war blew over, then building a house on Emiru and Gilbert's land to just chill and watch the ocean all day? Yeah, that sounded like a dream come true. Plus, it was right next to the Hennetus estate, which would make things incredibly convenient. Sealing the deal, Emiru sincerely asked for Kale's help. Kale just shrugged. You're really asking a piece of trash like me for help? Like I said, I don't have any real say. I can only pass the message along. By now, Emiru didn't buy a single word of his trash act. Her mother had always told her, if you lack power, tread carefully. But if you truly want to seize power, you have to know when to bet it all. Because of that advice, she constantly strove to be both cautious and relentlessly bold. And she applied that exact same logic to how she read people. Finally, the carriage rolled up to the royal palace. Kale stepped out, his gaze sweeping across the area. It was exactly 8 o'clock. An hour prior, massive crowds had already started gathering at the plaza to prepare for the grand ceremony. At 8:30, the royal knights would completely barricade the entrances. By then, the entire plaza would be absolutely jam-packed with people. Once that happened, no one would be getting in or out without a fight. And exactly 30 minutes after that, the grand ceremony would officially begin. Starting at 8:30, Kale's group would begin hunting down the hidden items: necklaces, satchels, pendants, magic bombs disguised as completely ordinary everyday objects. His team would scour the crowd for anyone carrying those magic bombs. And honestly, even if they didn't catch everyone, it wouldn't be a disaster. The culprits were going to reveal themselves soon enough anyway. Eric and Gilbert had arrived earlier. Eric quickly called Kale over to join them, not missing the chance to urgently whisper, "Just be good and stay quiet, exactly like you did last time." "I don't know anything. I'm totally clueless," Kale chanted to himself. But right as he was mentally repeating his mantra, the Crown Prince stepped into view. And right beside the Crown Prince was the discarded eldest son, Taylor Stan, standing tall on both of his legs. Yes, Taylor was quite literally standing on his own 2 feet. The sheer shock of it left the entire crowd completely speechless. Well, everyone except Kale. Right at that exact moment, the invisible black dragon fluttered over to give him a status report. "Our people are currently dismantling the magic bombs all over the plaza. By exactly 8:55, every single one will be defused." It sounded like everything was going incredibly smoothly. "I am very busy, so I'm leaving now. Weak human, if anything goes wrong, remember to use your shield." And with that swift warning, the little dragon hurriedly flew off. What the hell is the point of a shield? There's not even going to be a need for it. Kale figured that if things kept going like this, he wouldn't even need to use his indestructible shield. All the preparations for departure were finally complete. A knight called out loudly, and the Crown Prince stepped into his exclusive carriage, while the nobles boarded carriages bearing the royal crest. Kale also got into one of the palace carriages. As the carriage began to move, Kale crossed his arms, a perplexed look on his face. He was sharing a ride with Lady Amiru, Taylor, and Neo, Venyan's little lapdog. Did the Crown Prince arrange the seating for this ride too? It was Kale's turn to offer a greeting, but he just kept his mouth shut and stared out the window. For a known trash of the family, this level of rudeness was perfectly acceptable. He kept his arms crossed, watching the plaza draw closer. The impending chaos wasn't far off now. However, the inside of the carriage was already a chaotic mess. Neo seemed to be drowning in anxiety and panic. Most of the nobles seemed bewildered, and Venyan's face had been utterly twisted in panic. Kale had sneaked a glance at him right before getting on the carriage. Well, who could have possibly imagined it? The abandoned eldest son, Taylor Stan, had gotten out of his wheelchair and was walking on his own 2 feet. Not to mention, someone from the Marquis Stan household was standing right next to the Crown Prince. It was a sight nobody could have ever predicted. It seemed Taylor had successfully obtained the Healing Star. Kale knew the general gist of it, but he was still curious about what kind of deal Cage and Taylor had made with the Crown Prince to get it. Even so, he didn't glance over at Taylor. Neo Tolls, on the other hand, actively avoided looking at Taylor while his legs shook uncontrollably. Just then, Amiru spoke up. "Young Master Taylor, have your legs fully recovered?" She asked the question carefully and with polite formality. Taylor offered a gentle smile in return. "I was lucky enough to be healed. Yes, I am now completely recovered." "Congratulations, young master." "Thank you, my lady." Neo Tolls cleared his throat, stealing a quick glance at Taylor and his legs. Then he nervously piped up. Now that your legs are fully healed, young Master Taylor, will you be returning to the Marquis's estate?" The biggest reason Taylor had been cast aside was his paralyzed lower half. Neo, along with the other noble representatives, was dying to know if he would return to the estate and throw himself back into the ruthless battle for succession. As Venyan's subordinate, Neo was especially desperate for an answer. Taylor looked right at Neo and softly echoed, "Return?" His tone was smooth, but the bluntness beneath it felt like a cold, sharp blade pointed straight at Neo's throat. "That place is my home. Isn't it only natural that I belong there?" That icy demeanor made Neo slowly nod and shrink back into his seat, but Kale didn't even bother watching the pathetic display. He had noticed Taylor's eyes occasionally flickering toward the carriage window. Of course, Taylor was stealing these glances discreetly so no one else would catch on. To the others, it just looked like he was gazing out the window. Exactly like Kale. When their eyes briefly met, Kale instantly read the clear signal in his gaze. "Young Master Kale, I want to spill everything to you right now. It was bound to be a wildly entertaining story. Kale pretended he didn't understand the signal and completely turned his head away. The moment the carriage stopped at the clearing outside the event plaza, Neo practically bolted up and fled the carriage. Since Taylor and Kale had barely ever interacted, Amiru assumed nothing would happen between them and decided to step out to go find Eric. Now it was just the two of them left in the carriage, exactly as Taylor had planned. And so, he immediately started spilling his guts. Taylor revealed that he had healed his legs for one purpose: to become the true head of the Marquis household. But instead of pledging his absolute loyalty as Kale had guessed, he had secured it through a shrewd trade. Taylor handed Kale a slip of paper detailing the exact terms of that deal, figuring it was better if Kale knew. Taylor also told Kale that Cage had been officially excommunicated from the temple for acting on her own last time. For someone like Cage, who had despised the temple for ages, getting kicked out was even better than getting a love confession from her crush. She had finally fully embraced the path of the crazy priestess. Taylor looked fondly at Kale and declared, "Everything begins now. We are going to win." "Isn't that right, young Master Kale?" Kale was absolutely bewildered. Why the hell was he being dragged into this whole "we are going to win" nonsense? So, he quickly corrected Taylor's words. "You will be the one winning." Taylor chuckled, thanking him, then stood up and stepped out of the carriage. Before leaving, he didn't forget to invite Kale out for drinks with him and Cage once they achieved their victory. Kale happily accepted the offer. Left completely alone, Kale finally opened the letter. The Crown Prince wanted to prevent a civil war. Kale clicked his tongue and stuffed the letter deep into his pocket. Just as he thought, the Crown Prince was hiding a massive secret about his birth. Shaking his head, Kale stepped out of the carriage. He met up with Eric's group and headed inside together. In the novel The Birth of a Hero, Choi Han had climbed to a position slightly higher than a commoner. Even so, it was still far beneath the status of royalty and their vassals. Kale gazed up at the clock tower erected at the plaza's entrance. A large clock hung on that tower. The current time was 8:25. This was the designated window for nobles and vassals to enter, and also the exact time when commoners were barred from passing through. "Young Master Kale, is this your first time visiting the plaza?" Kale nodded at Rupert's question. "Yes, I've ridden past it in a carriage, but this is my first time seeing it up close," he replied casually, his eyes scanning the surrounding plaza. The tea shop to the south, the inn to the west, the flower shop to the east, and the rooftop of the Ceramics Association building to the north. Those 4 specific locations locked perfectly into Kale's line of sight. He was looking right at the spots where the magic bomb detonators had been planted. At the same time, he glanced toward the southern fountain. A young teenage boy was enthusiastically waving a flag, acting like he was cheering for the king. That boy was Locke. Everything was still moving exactly according to plan. The entrance blockade commenced, as soldiers began to barricade the entryways in every direction of the plaza. Kale subtly snapped his fingers. It was such a casual, ordinary motion that it drew no suspicion at all. Instantly, Locke vanished. It was finally time to hunt down those hidden bombs. Though, honestly, there wasn't much need to go searching like this. After all, at 9:01, the answer would reveal itself anyway. The nobles settled into their seats, their placement identical to the seating arrangement at the banquet hall. Kale took his seat right next to Taylor. Eric started muttering his usual "please just sit still" nagging routine at Kale. Kale glanced up at the clock, flashing a calm smile as he replied, "I won't be doing a single thing today." At 8:40, the Crossman royal family entered the plaza. At the exact same time, the Black Dragon arrived with a telepathic report stating that everything would be completely resolved in 15 minutes. Kale stared at the golden hair of the Crown Prince standing in the distance, suddenly recalling what the dragon had told him. The Crown Prince's hair and eyes had been magically dyed. Originally, they were an incredibly ordinary, commoner shade of brown. At exactly 8:50, a grand announcement rang out. The son of the Roan Kingdom, His Majesty King Zed Crossman, is entering. The king made his grand appearance. The robust 50-year-old monarch entered on a parade carriage. Kale gave him a brief glance, before indifferently turning his eyes elsewhere. He spotted a flower vase sitting out on the terrace of the Ceramics Guild building to the north. That was the covert signal confirming that the bombs in that sector had been fully disarmed. Kale let out a soft smirk as the king stepped up to the podium to deliver his speech. Kale couldn't care less about the speech. His eyes were glued to his pocket watch. At exactly 9 o'clock, restless murmurs began to ripple through the massive crowd. The lunatic mage suddenly appeared at the very top of the bell tower. The royal knights and mages immediately surged toward his location. The citizens grew incredibly anxious, which was the only natural reaction. A mysterious figure had suddenly appeared on the bell tower, and soon after, individuals clad entirely in black began popping up on the rooftops of the surrounding buildings. "Who goes there? Get down here at once! All units, move to the top of the buildings!" Kale listened to the frantic shouting of the knights nearby, then shifted his gaze back to the masked man in black standing on the bell tower. The blood-crazed mage, Retica. What would I have done if he hadn't shown up just like he did in the novel? If that had actually happened, they would have had to painfully reverse trace the flow of mana heading toward the control core of every single bomb just to track him down. Well, even if it came to that, the one doing all the agonizingly hard work would be Choi Han, not him. Still, it was a massive relief that it didn't have to come to that. Kale recalled a specific scene from The Birth of a Hero, the exact moment Choi Han heard the lunatic mage announce his terrifying prelude to the massacre. Sure enough, crimson mana began to violently materialize in Retica's hands. This maniac was unique. He deliberately showed off the bloody color of his mana, despite being a mage. The mana swirled viciously around him as he spoke the exact same words from the novel. This is going to be so much fun. And with that, piercing beams of red mana shot out, scattering in every direction across the plaza. Right on cue, the sharp metallic screech of magic tools erupted from all sides. The red mana had split into multiple branches, each one rushing directly toward the control cores at the dead center of the detonators. Found them! At those 4 specific locations, someone was carrying a magic bomb. 10 minutes. Even though they couldn't be safely disarmed, 10 minutes was plenty of time to transport those bombs high into the sky above the Forbidden Mountain behind the capital. After all, he had the Black Dragon and Rosalind on his side. "I've found one human." Kale smiled warmly as he heard the little dragon's telepathic report. The 10-minute countdown had officially begun. Choi Han brutally grabbed hold of a suspect. "That's the one?" Without a shred of hesitation, he ripped the necklace right off the person's neck. Just as Kale turned around, someone urgently grabbed his arm and called out his name. It was Eric Wheelsman. Kale slowly assessed the chaotic, terrifying situation unfolding at the base of the bell tower. The royal knights and mages had formed a tight defensive perimeter around the king and the royal family, desperately escorting them to safety. Kale immediately checked on the crown prince first. His hair was still perfectly golden. Wait, wasn't his disguise made of mana? Did another dragon dye it for him? Or is he using some completely different kind of power? Recalling what the Black Dragon had told him earlier, Kale brushed his doubts aside and furiously scanned the rest of the plaza. The blood-crazed mage, Retica, was standing up there, cackling wildly, like a lunatic who had just escaped an asylum. The chaotic noise of the crowd, combined with his shrieking laughter that sounded like metal violently scraping against metal, created a truly horrifying atmosphere. Half of the royal knights and mages were desperately trying to secure the screaming crowd and locate the mana-disturbing devices, while the other half charged straight toward the secret organization. After laughing his lungs out, Retica suddenly spat out, "Man, this is so freaking annoying." The absolute moment those words left his mouth, the official members of the secret organization, bearing the 6 red stars on their chests, launched their devastating long-range assaults. Spears of blinding light, magical aura blades, countless brutal attacks manifested from raw mana high up in the sky, raining down mercilessly on the defenseless people below. The Black Dragon's telepathic report chimed in again. 904. We have currently secured 3 of them. Kale knew this was no time to just stand around like a sitting duck. Run! Get out of here! He's right. We need to evacuate immediately. Kale looked at Eric, Amiru, Gilbert, and Taylor. Since when did these guys huddle up right next to me? Eric was looking around with absolute sheer panic plastered all over his face. Kale patted him to calm him down, then surveyed the noble representatives who were violently shoving each other to escape the plaza. Sure, there were a few who kept their composure, but the bloody situation down below the podium was a completely different story. The citizens were screaming in sheer, unadulterated terror, violently pushing against each other and stampeding toward the locked exits. 908. The royal mages finally began to forcefully stabilize the erratic mana. It wouldn't be long before the mana-jamming devices completely lost their effect. Through the brutal chaos, Choi Han swiftly snatched a heavy bag away from an old man sprinting toward the exit, gripping it tightly in his hand. That was the fourth one. They just needed to find two more, and everything would be handled perfectly. The exact moment the ambient mana stabilized, that crimson mana would immediately lock onto the magic bombs once again. 2 minutes. That was more than enough time to act. Right at that exact moment, the Black Dragon excitedly reported that the search was completely finished. Wait, what? Young Master Kale, is everything all right? Walking right beside him, Taylor looked at Kale with a deeply concerned expression, but Kale didn't have a single second to spare for him. There are only 4 bombs? There were supposed to be a total of 10 bombs in the novel. Has the timeline completely changed? Kale stopped dead in his tracks, frantically scanning the massive area affected by the mana-jamming devices, a range large enough to cover an entire mountain. If there were other bombs planted somewhere else, the horrific screeching alarm of the magic tools would have definitely gone off there too. Did the number of bombs decrease just because the storyline changed? It was already past 9:09. Time was rapidly running out. A mage's voice suddenly boomed through sound-amplifying magic. Commencing mana stabilization. Instantly, royal mages stationed in all 8 directions cast their powerful spells in unison. 8 glowing spheres shot high into the sky, detonating brilliantly to form a massive, shimmering magical barrier. Almost immediately, the ear-piercing static noise began to fade away into silence. The ambient mana was finally stabilizing. In that exact fraction of a second, Kale saw 4 distinct objects launch straight up into the heavens. It was the combined magic of Rosalind and the Black Dragon. Those 4 deadly items rocketed violently toward the Forbidden Mountain in the south. For 2 terrifyingly strong beings with such extraordinary mana sensitivity, overpowering this level of mana turbulence was absolute child's play. The panicked crowd completely froze, staring blankly as those 4 items, and the blinding streak of light chasing them, soared through the newly stabilized sky. 9, 10, and 5 seconds. The mages roared their commands. Redika's crimson mana instantly formed a blinding streak of red light, viciously chasing after the first streak heading south. In the absolute second that red streak of mana collided with those 4 items, an apocalyptic explosion ripped through the sky. A blinding flash of light completely whited out everyone's vision for a terrifying split second, followed by a massive pillar of black smoke billowing high into the clouds. Even though the blast occurred far away above the southern mountain, the sheer, devastating force of the shockwave violently swept through the plaza, whipping everyone's clothes and hair wildly into the air. That was the horrifying, godlike power of the magic bombs. Taylor voiced his suspicions about the nature of that power. Any noble with even a basic grasp of magic would realize that an item with that kind of destructive force could only be one thing: a magic bomb. Kale thought to himself, looks like there really were only 4 of them. We did it. We actually saved them. The Black Dragon chimed in excitedly. Just like we planned. Not a single person died. Seeing his plan fall apart, the blood-crazed mage, Redika, scowled in frustration. What a shame that no one died. Why did the bombs go off over there? Ugh, this thing is broken. The king roared at him. What do you think you're doing? Who are you people? He immediately ordered the knights to storm the bell tower and capture that lunatic mage. But right then, Kale was focused on something else entirely. He said it was broken? Does that mean there's something else? Before Kale could even finish his thought, the mage gave him the answer. Guess there's no other way, huh? His voice, grating like metal scraping against metal, echoed across the square. He didn't even flinch as the king and the knight commander kept screaming. Nor did he care about the mages who had stabilized their mana and were now flying toward him. He simply clapped his hands and 2 figures appeared right beside him. They were each wearing a bag. Kale furrowed his brow. So that's what it was. It turned out the other 2 bombs were right there. Shields, acceleration, and self-destruct magic. They had prepared a suicide bomber squad. The 2 figures pulled out 3 magic scrolls and ripped them all at once. First, the shield and acceleration spells, and finally, the self-destruct magic. Go, Redika commanded. The 2 immediately dove straight off the bell tower, plummeting toward the crowded square below. Redika unleashed a stream of red mana, trailing right behind them. If that wasn't dispelled, those magic bombs were absolutely going to detonate. But Redika was much closer to them than anyone else. The sinister red mana instantly reached the bag strapped to the suicide bombers. They're going to blow! Use acceleration magic! The two bombers rushed into the plaza like absolute maniacs. One sprinted straight for the royal family, while the other bolted directly toward Kale's group, aiming right at the nobles, Eric, Taylor, and Emaru. Seeing that Kale wasn't running away like everyone else, Rupert desperately yelled at him to hurry. The black dragon also darted toward him. Kale thought to himself that it was already way too late to dodge. Even if they ran for a few seconds, they would never make it out of the blast radius. Kale let out a heavy sigh. If the bomb went off, he'd probably lose an arm. But thanks to the vitality of the heart, it would just grow back. The real problem was the nobles surrounding him. Even if they ran, they would get caught in the blast, and if their limbs got blown off, they definitely weren't growing back. So, he had no choice but to change the plan. In a flash, Rosalind was teleported right next to Kale by the dragon's magic. She instantly cast a shield, enveloping both herself and Kale. At that exact moment, "Blow it up!" Retica screamed with sheer maniacal glee. Huh? Rosalind, who had just deployed her magic, froze in shock. A massive burst of light swallowed the suicide bomber charging their way, trapping him completely inside a glowing magic circle. A brilliant silver shield arched into the sky, shielding everyone standing below. An unbreakable shield was wrapping around all of them. "I'll stop it too!" A voice echoed in Kale's mind. Standing right beneath the blazing sun, he was the one holding up that divine radiant silver shield. The young man, his red hair fluttering in the wind, muttered a harsh curse. "Damn it!" The bomb detonated. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air. Agonizing, blood-curdling screams echoed from all sides as the citizens who couldn't escape in time were caught in the blast. Only the king and the royal family remained completely unharmed, safely tucked behind their shields. Crack! The silver shield was beginning to shatter like fragile glass. The radiant silver wing slowly collapsed as thick black smoke seeped through the cracks. There had definitely been a person inside there just moments ago, but now there wasn't a single drop of blood or piece of flesh left. Absolutely nothing remained of the bomber. Slowly, everyone's eyes turned toward one single spot, to the very source of that fading silver light. Young Master Kale. Rosalind rushed over to support him. Kale's knee suddenly gave out, and he collapsed toward the ground. The force of the explosion was absolutely terrifying. Thanks to the Black Dragon, the raw destructive power hitting the shield had been drastically reduced, and because of that, the violent recoil Kale felt was much weaker than it could have been. Even so, Kale's hands were still stinging and throbbing with pain. Even a little pain is still pain. "Young Master Kale, are you all right?" Kale opened his mouth to say he was perfectly fine, when suddenly, cough! Blood, dark red blood spilled from his lips. Eric's face went completely deathly pale, and he nearly stumbled backward in shock. Meanwhile, Kale, the guy who had just coughed up a mouthful of blood, actually felt incredibly at peace. The vitality of the heart is no joke. Kale slowly closed his eyes, taking a moment to quietly assess his own body. The ancient power was already doing its job, restoring his body back to normal in an instant. His arms and legs were perfectly intact, and honestly, even though his palms had felt burning hot just a second ago, it hurt less than a damn paper cut now. He had only coughed up blood once, but he already felt infinitely healthier than before. Now he completely understood why the ancient heroes never passed up on ancient powers and always used them. Feeling thoroughly satisfied, a faint smile crept onto Kale's lips. Meanwhile, everything around him had descended into absolute chaos. Are you smiling right now? Don't smile, and please, don't force your eyes open. What the hell is wrong with him? Kale gave Taylor a profoundly weird look before slumping heavily onto the ground. Right then, the Black Dragon's frantic voice started flooding his mind. "Weak human, you can't die. Do you hear me? You're just way too weak. If you die, I'm gonna kill every single person here. I'll wipe them all out. And after I blow everything away, I'll just die too." The kid sounded genuinely worried, but his words were utterly terrifying. The Black Dragon was giving Kale a massive headache. He furrowed his brows in annoyance. Meanwhile, Amiru and Rupert were running around frantically, desperately screaming for a priest to come heal him. The funny thing was, he wasn't even in pain. He didn't have a single scratch on him. He had absolutely no idea what he was even supposed to let a priest check. But for now, he figured he should just act like he was in agony, so he'd look like a normal person. Right at that moment, Choi Han, wearing an incredibly cold, murderous expression, was confronting the guards at the noble's seating area, who were trying to stop him from reaching Kale. Kale winced at the sight and immediately shooed Choi Han away with his hand. But the punk completely ignored his orders, staring back at him with eyes full of overwhelming, suffocating loyalty. I literally told you not to show your face yet. Watching Kale's actions, Choi Han bit his lip and bowed his head. I'm so sorry. Even though Kale had told him to stay hidden, it wasn't exactly something he needed to apologize for. Standing behind Choi Han was Locke, with On and Hong resting on his shoulders. Kale gave them a reassuring smile to show he was perfectly fine, then shifted his gaze to the people staring blankly at him. Young master, are you all right? Kale gave Rosalind a nod as he casually wiped the blood from his mouth. Yeah, I'm completely fine. He wiped away the blood, a shade identical to his own hair, with utter nonchalance, almost mechanically. But Rosalind had seen exactly what he had just done. Could someone of royal blood like herself ever do something like that? She murmured softly, I really can't figure you out. But the moment Kale glanced her way, she fell silent, simply watching him. Kale's expression was dead serious. Realizing that he wasn't looking at her, but rather at something behind her, Rosalind turned her head to follow his gaze. The blood-drinking mage. He wasn't standing on the bell tower. Instead, he was levitating high in the sky, looking down at them. Well now, this is completely beyond my expectations. How utterly fascinating. The very moment Kale and Retica locked eyes, the crazy mage's gaze shifted to Rosalind standing right beside him. Even though her hair was currently dyed brown, he instantly recognized her as the same Rosalind he had seen at the Blue Wolf Tribe's village. That grating voice, sounding like nails scraping against metal, echoed across the plaza once more. Good heavens, there are so many people here with the exact color of blood that I just adore. I want to stuff you all into my display cabinet so badly. What an absolute lunatic, Kale thought to himself. Usually, unhinged creeps like him only last a few chapters before kicking the bucket. But for some ungodly reason, in this novel, the guy had the survival instincts of a cockroach. Life really was just endless suffering. With that grim thought, Kale shot a quick glance at Choi Han. The swordsman gave a brief nod and vanished in a flash. Choi Han was making his move to assassinate the mage. However, his target destination wasn't actually where Retica was floating. The royal mages unleashed a barrage of attacks toward him. But just before the offensive spells could land, Retica looked down at the king with a sickening grin. Catch you all next time! And with that, he vanished. Not just himself, but taking every single member of his organization who had shown up with him. Since his signature magic was teleportation, the attacking mages had absolutely no way of knowing where they had escaped to. But the novel, The Birth of a Hero, had explicitly mentioned their teleportation coordinates. Choi Han, On, Hong, and Locke were already heading straight there. If Retica and the secret organization members actually teleported there, they would be slaughtered by Choi Han. The only real concern was that Choi Han might go completely berserk. That was exactly why Kale had sent On, Hong, and Locke along with him. Having them around would act as an anchor for Choi Han's sanity. After all, he had a massive soft spot for anything small and vulnerable. Kale slowly stood up. The king turned around and took his place back on the podium. Almost instantly, the plaza erupted into chaotic murmurs once more. The villains had vanished, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. It was now up to the king to step up and bring the situation under control. Everyone has fought valiantly today to overcome this catastrophic disaster. Now, all of you follow me to the royal palace. We shall do everything within our power to guarantee the safety of every citizen. The festival will be officially postponed. Kale tore his gaze away from the king and turned to look at Rosalind. She was supposed to keep her head down and stay as hidden as possible here. Yet she had blown her cover entirely just for his sake. It was likely because the black dragon couldn't reveal itself, leaving her no choice but to step in. Rosalind met Kale's gaze and flashed him a bright, radiant smile. Soundlessly mouthing the words, she answered the unspoken question in his eyes. It's a secret. Kale let out a faint chuckle. Rosalind really was quick on the uptake. Before setting today's plan into motion, Kale had laid out a few absolute ground rules for his group of 6. Rule number 1. Under no circumstances expose the identities of the dragon or the beastmen. That was the absolute top priority. Rule number 2. If Choi Han and Rosalind were forced to reveal themselves, they had to act like they were just passing by coincidentally. It was a flawless excuse. The royal family had zero clue about the hidden magic bombs, nor could they figure out who had disarmed them and hurled them into the sky. Rule number 3. No one on their side gets hurt. After exchanging that brief, knowing glance, both Kale and Rosalind knew exactly how to play their parts moving forward. With that settled, Kale dusted himself off, smoothed out his clothes, and put on a polite smile for the person hurrying toward him. "Young master, are you all right?" A priestess, practically being dragged over by Amaru and Gilbert, asked while panting heavily. Rosalind tactfully stepped back. Kale extended his arm toward the priestess and sighed. "It hurts quite a bit. Could you please take a look?" Not wanting to expose the fact that he didn't have a single scratch on him, he dropped a subtle hint. Healing magic truly is exhausting work, isn't it? The priestess instantly caught his drift and played right along, pretending to heal him to keep up appearances for the crowd. Still, she couldn't help but shower him with praise for his heroic rescue. Kale just looked at her, offering polite nods in response to her fawning. His voice remained as calm and deadpan as ever. "It seems this is your first time witnessing an ancient power." "That is absolutely correct." Hearing that sickeningly familiar voice, followed immediately by a firm hand clapping onto his shoulder, Kale knew exactly who had just arrived. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Kale turned around, locking eyes with Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. Since he had just revealed one of his hidden cards to this guy, Kale was fully prepared to milk him for all he was worth. Bleeding for a cause just to get some useless, empty fame in return? Yeah, that wasn't his style at all. Cold, hard cash was infinitely better. Living life as a filthy, rich slacker easily beat playing the hero any day of the week. And the Crown Prince had already figured out that Kale was cut from the exact same cloth. Young Master Kale, plastering a look of overwhelming emotion onto his face, Albaru pulled Kale into a dramatic embrace. "Thank you so much. Your bravery is truly awe-inspiring." To anyone watching, it looked like the Crown Prince was getting way too emotional for someone of his noble status. But in that moment, only Kale could hear Albaru's hushed, calculating whisper. "Young Master Kale, you're on my side, aren't you?" Well, obviously, who in their right mind would want to make an enemy out of this guy? What a stupid question. Just as Kale was about to open his mouth, the Crown Prince whispered something else. "I'll make sure nothing bothersome comes your way, and you'll be compensated extremely well for this. So, what do you say? The God of Wealth has arrived. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Shall we go for a hug?" Kale threw both arms open and hugged Albaru tightly. Flashing a smile that couldn't be any faker, he said, "Not at all, Your Highness. I only did what I had to do." Hearing the little dragon's voice in his head, Kale felt that something was very strange as he witnessed everything. The little dragon might be young, but his judgment was incredibly sharp. Ending the incredibly fake hug, Kale realized he had to head to the royal palace. Officially, it was for medical treatment and investigating the truth. But since things had turned out this way, he had to milk this for at least enough money to buy a pillar in the Crown Prince's palace. With that determination, Kale followed the Crown Prince. Kale and the Crown Prince kept tossing compliments back and forth, putting on a perfect show. Kale's glib and silver-tongued performance made the little dragon think he had been possessed. Kale pretended not to hear him. As he stepped into the Crown Prince's carriage, he discreetly glanced to the side. Near the carriage stood the representatives of the nobles, with the commoners gathered behind them. Kale greeted Eric, Amiru, Gilbert, and Taylor with his eyes before shifting his gaze to Venyan. Venyan Stan was standing near Neo, his face contorted with intense anger. Not only that, the high-ranking nobles were also fixing their attention on Kale. How could that notorious trash possess such power? And why wasn't he acting like his usual self? Kale could read the underlying meaning in their stares, but he completely ignored them, locking his eyes straight onto Neo. Neo flinched and quickly turned his head away. Looks like it's almost time to clean up another villain. Thinking to himself, Kale stepped inside the carriage and immediately dropped his bright smile. Crown Prince Albaru followed him in and gave an order to his servants. "Make sure to host the young lady behind us with the utmost care." Naturally, those words were directed at Rosalind. The carriage door slowly swung shut. Through the narrowing gap, Kale made eye contact with Rosalind. Her smile looked incredibly reliable. Kale enjoyed the luxurious comfort of the royal carriage, but he didn't let a single trace of emotion show on his face. Do you need medical treatment? Kale looked up at the Crown Prince. Alberu had completely wiped away his affectionate smile, replacing it with an expressionless, cold face. Kale replied to Alberu's question with an indifferent tone. My body's perfectly healthy. I probably won't be needing the help of your top-tier medics and priests. Just resting in bed for 3 or 4 days will be more than enough. The Crown Prince let out a chuckle, nodded, and continued. All right, that's good. A noble who gets injured while protecting the people. That alone makes you worthy of the most special care inside the inner palace. Very well. Having realized that Cal was his kind of people, Alberu dropped the act and cut straight to the chase, asking if Cal had any connection to the terrorists behind today's plaza bombing. Kale recalled what the Black Dragon had told him. Alberu possessed immense power, yet he never stepped up to help when people were being slaughtered. Even when his own attendant died, even when the limbs of young knights were being blown off, he still refused to reveal himself. Why did he have to hide his power to such an extent? He had concealed his true self, pretending to be nothing but a weakling. Kale had thought that even if the Crown Prince used others, he was still fundamentally a good person. But it turned out that wasn't the case at all. Because of that, Kale felt perfectly comfortable giving his answer. A delighted smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Your Highness, why would I ever go out of my way to do something so annoying? Fair enough. The Crown Prince agreed immediately. A man who hid his true colors under the guise of trash had zero reason to pull off a stunt like that. And at the very least, the Crown Prince could see that Cal revealing himself this time was completely reluctant. The royal palace would likely want to conduct an investigation on Kale, but the Crown Prince promised to balk it for him. He made an arrangement to have a proper talk with Kale when he came to visit the sick. Kale expressed that he didn't want his actions today blown out of proportion. The Crown Prince promised to handle everything, ensuring the royal family wouldn't take any blame, while also thanking Kale for what he did today. Thanks to him, the number of casualties had drastically decreased. Crown Prince Alberu was someone incredibly difficult to judge as either good or bad. Actually, it wasn't even certain if he was entirely human or not. But Kale couldn't care less about that. He simply said what he needed to say. Yes, I will be eagerly awaiting your Highness's compensation. The Crown Prince shook his head, but he didn't tell Kale to stop dreaming about a reward either. That meant he was going to be compensated handsomely. Stepping into the palace once again, Kale received a level of treatment completely different from his last visit. Kale was given the finest room in the detached palace, a place that boasted the most luxurious and magnificent facilities, typically reserved for visiting foreign royalty. It made sense. In the novel The Birth of a Hero, this was the exact room where Choi Han had stayed. While Kale was busy enjoying the plush softness of the mattress and the delicious taste of royal-made fruit, someone else staying at the detached palace came looking for him. It was Rosalind, and she wasn't alone. She came with Hans, Choi Han, the kittens, and Locke. Deputy Butler Hans put on a tearful, panicked act, lunging forward as if he were about to tackle Kale, but Kale immediately shut him down. Only then did Hans drop the act and begin his situation report. Figuring it was better to act before the royal palace did, he had already contacted the Hennetus estate via a magical communication device through a mage. He also placed a strict gag order on all the estate servants regarding Rosalind. Finally, he strongly advised Kale to personally contact Count Daruth to ease his worries. Otherwise, he feared the Count might just storm straight to the capital to find Kale. Finishing his report, Hans tactfully excused himself so Kale could speak privately with Rosalind and Choi Han. Hans's professional and thorough work ethic left Kale feeling highly satisfied. As soon as Hans left the room, the Black Dragon revealed himself. He munched on the fruits laid out on Kale's bed and reported that there were absolutely no recording or eavesdropping devices hidden in the room. Kale figured that was obvious. A space designed for foreign royals to rest. Planting wiretaps in a place like that, even if the two nations were allies, would be a blatant act of provocation, wouldn't it? That meant they could talk about absolutely anything in this room now. Even so, Rosalind still cast a soundproofing spell. Kale turned to look at Choi Han. He had been keeping his head bowed low this entire time. Seeing Choi Han like that, Kale had a bad feeling. He failed to kill Retica. Give me the report. Hearing Kale's command, Choi Han started his story. That blood-crazed mage really did show up exactly where Kale said he would. Because of that, he had fully intended to kill him, but his subordinates threw themselves in the way to block the attack. It was a suicide squad. That mysterious organization valued Retica to a bizarre degree. Thanks to those fanatics, Retica managed to escape, but not in one piece. Choi Han had sliced off his left arm and heavily injured one of his eyes. And fearing that the mage might take the severed arm to reattach it, he went ahead and burned it to ashes on the spot. Indeed, the damage dealt to that mage this time was incredibly severe. Those were fatal, life-altering wounds. Because a mage needs to use both hands to cast spells in order to easily balance their mana. Choi Han clenched his fist tightly and bowed his head deep in guilt. I should have killed him. I'm so sorry. There's no need to apologize. You've worked hard. Kale looked at Locke. An and Hong were sitting next to Choi Han. Unlike usual, An and Hong didn't go to Choi Han. Instead, they clung to Locke, looking completely terrified. Kale asked about the fate of the mage's subordinates. Just as expected, they had all been wiped out. What Kale was really worried about was whether Choi Han had destroyed the surrounding houses. If he had, Kale would be the one stuck cleaning up the mess. Fortunately, this time Choi Han had listened to him and tried his best not to cause any damage to the houses and the surrounding area. The kittens recalled how Choi Han looked when he was killing, and they grew even more panicked. Eventually, they approached the Black Dragon to calm their nerves, because right now, the Black Dragon was the gentlest and cutest creature here. In the end, everything was finally over. Kale thanked everyone, telling them that thanks to their efforts, countless lives had been saved. Right then, the Black Dragon spoke up praising Kale. You worked hard too. Kale chuckled and nodded. That's right, I did work hard. So now I deserve a reward. And the time to discuss that reward has finally come. As promised, the Crown Prince came to visit Kale. Kale put on a deeply touched expression, acting incredibly grateful for the visit, and spouted such cheesy flattery that Alberu just couldn't stomach it. He immediately cut straight to the chase. The Crown Prince had fabricated a story that Kale was recovering from his injuries, portraying him as a noble who heroically stepped up to block the bomb while struggling to control the chaos in the plaza. As for his powers, since Kale had already exposed his ancient power, Alberu made their stories match by publicly announcing that it was a defensive-type ancient power, and not a very strong one at that. The Crown Prince's way of handling things was exactly what Kale wanted, so he had no objections. For Kale, since he had already accidentally used his ancient power, rumors saying it wasn't very strong worked perfectly in his favor. Besides, the fact that he was weak was the absolute truth anyway. Tomorrow, the administrator will deliver a report on the current situation and the rumors about you to your butler. Make sure to look it over. Cole faced Alberu, who was staring right at him. Kale's completely relaxed demeanor made Alberu frown. The prince seemed to ponder something for a moment before speaking up. Also, there's this... Alberu's attitude was unusually hesitant, yet held a hint of anticipation. Seeing this rare reaction from the Crown Prince, Kale waited in silence. Right then, the Black Dragon, who had been sleeping under Kale's bed, woke up and spoke directly into his mind. Now I know for sure, he is not human. And then, the Crown Prince asked a question. Are you even human? What the hell was this about? Hit by this completely unexpected curveball, Kale suddenly wished he were actually injured. Looking dumbfounded, he replied, Of course I'm human. Kale's face was full of genuine confusion, as if wondering how Alberu could even ask such a question. Alberu absent-mindedly muttered, Right, of course you're human. Kale watched as Alberu pointed his finger at him and then back at himself. Both you and I are completely human. Right then, the Black Dragon chimed in. He's lying. He is absolutely not human. Is he a dragon? Can't you just stop? Why do you keep telling me things I don't want to know? Have you never heard the phrase, what you don't know can't hurt you? But of course, the dragon couldn't hear Kale's inner thoughts. There was a fatal flaw in the communication between Kale and the Black Dragon. The dragon could talk to Kale anytime, anywhere. But Kale couldn't talk back. It was entirely a one-way conversation, so the dragon just kept rambling. In my entire 4 years of life, this is the first time I've seen an entity like this. The only creatures the Black Dragon had seen in its 4 years of life were itself as a dragon, humans, and recently, the cat tribe and wolf tribe. So it meant the Crown Prince didn't belong to any of those categories. Kale said to the Crown Prince, who was currently side-eyeing him, Of course, what else could we be other than human? Since we're all living together in this world, we're all just humans in the end. The Crown Prince nodded in agreement with Kale's point. He smoothly moved on to another topic, something he had been suspecting ever since the banquet was that Kale was giving off a very peculiar scent. Playing the fool, Kale replied, "A scent? But I just took a bath a little while ago?" Seeing Kale's completely innocent, wide-eyed expression, the Crown Prince decided not to dwell on it anymore. He got straight to the main point. Since both he and Cal had already laid their cards on the table, there was no need to beat around the bush anymore. He wanted to know exactly what kind of reward Kale was after. The reason Alberu had to wait until late at night to visit the patient was partly because he was completely swamped dealing with the aftermath of the incident, and partly because he had been reviewing all the intel on Kale Hinatus. But there was almost no useful information at all. Sure, there were reports, but nothing valuable enough to actually be considered intel. He was famous for being the biggest trash in the Northeast region, and since last year, he had been completely pushed out of the line of succession. Yet, he showed absolutely zero dissatisfaction about it. There were no signs of discord within the family either. The trash, Kale Hinatus, simply seemed to be a piece of garbage who loved playing around and getting drunk. But just look at him now. Your Highness, why don't you start by telling me what exactly it is you need me to do? Could a mere piece of trash really speak like that? The Crown Prince bluntly stated his demands. He wanted Kale to keep his mouth shut around the nobles, speak highly of the royal family, and heavily praise the Crown Prince's boundless generosity. Kale knew full well that today's incident was a massive humiliation for the royal family. The royal family would be in complete chaos, because the nobles would definitely use this incident as an excuse to corner them. That was exactly why the Crown Prince was offering him a reward. Because he was a member of the neutral Hinatus family, they were in a position to negotiate terms. The corners of both Cal's and Alberu's mouths curled up into matching smirks. Their smiles were actually eerily similar. Anyway, regarding your ancient power, the ability you showed off today isn't everything, is it? Kale replied, "That's right. Honestly, aside from that power, the rest is pretty much useless." According to what Kale had read in the novel, Crown Prince Alberu knew much more about ancient powers than anyone else. Of course, he didn't know more than Kale did right now, but as the owner of the Healing Star, he had a solid level of understanding. Come to think of it, Alberu's Healing Star was actually left to him by his mother. The Crown Prince then asked Kale about his reward. His tone sounded like he would grant absolutely any request, looking completely at ease. "So, what is it that you want? The family, investments for the Northeast region, or stabilizing power in the Northeast?" Kale answered, "None of those belong to me. Please, just give me my reward. What I want is something I actually need." After a moment of silence, Alberu let out a sarcastic chuckle. He had finally figured out this scoundrel's true nature. Even though he lived as trash, in the end, human nature was still human nature. Ah, no. In the end, every living creature desires to climb higher, to hold everything in the palm of their hand. Ultimately, what matters more than family, more than anyone else around them, is themselves. So, what is it that you want? A title, a medal, or do you want power in the capital? Contrary to Alberu's expectations, Kale slowly shook his head. None of those were right. Then he uttered a single word. Money. Alberu froze, utterly stunned, and asked him to repeat it. Driven by his burning desire for a peaceful life, Kale firmly reiterated his demand. "Please, just reward me with money. I don't need a medal, and I certainly don't want a title." Cash was true love. Kale planned to take the cold, hard cash and flip it for a profit by investing in assets like food and land. Besides, the final ancient power he planned to snatch up after the sound of the wind was an ability that grew stronger based on the amount of money spent. But there was no way the Crown Prince could know about such deep calculations. So, when he heard Kale ask for such an incredibly trivial reward, he was downright dumbfounded. It seemed he had severely overestimated this red-haired trash. Kale watched as the Crown Prince raised a hand to cover his eyes. Lowering it, Alberu asked, "Are you planning to just take the money and buy booze?" Kale beamed brightly and replied, "Oh, how did your Highness know?" Alberu burst out laughing and agreed to Kale's request. He stood up and told him, "Look over the report tomorrow and tell me exactly how much you want." That meant the Crown Prince would be visiting him again tomorrow. Kale put on an overly grateful act. Alberu cringed with a look of pure disgust, waved his hand to tell Kale to rest, and immediately left the room. The second he was gone, the black dragon dropped its invisibility spell. It immediately started pestering Kale, demanding to know if there was some other kind of power that could dye hair without using mana. Kale completely ignored the black dragon's chatter and went straight to sleep. He was officially a patient now, but unfortunately he wasn't the kind of patient who actually got to rest. Bright and early the next morning, Kale received a letter from Ron, delivered by Choi Han. Ron had already left, just as planned. Kale tore open the letter and began to read. Young master, I will send you a report once a month. I had no idea my young master was hiding such incredible power. Choi Han gave me a full description of that bastard's appearance. I will make sure to remember it. I've also informed Bcraw. Kale couldn't help but smile. It looked like if that crazy bastard Retica ever bumped into Ron now, he'd be taking a one-way trip straight to hell. Just as he finished reading the old man's letter, the Northeast nobles arrived to pay him a visit. I heard you were in an incredible amount of pain. It was the very first time Kale had seen such a deeply worried expression on Eric Wheelsman's face. Even so, Kale didn't dare say he was fine. He had to stay completely committed to his acting role. I don't have an ounce of strength left in my body. I've been asleep all day, so I'm completely drained. My stomach is a total mess too. The truth was, lying around and eating all day had just made him bloated, leaving absolutely no room to stuff anything else down. Eric looked utterly heartbroken. Gilbert's expression hardened, and Amaru looked as if she had just made a firm resolve. The two kittens glanced at the three nobles, then turned to look at Kale, shaking their little heads at each other. Kale knew full well they hadn't come today just for a simple sick visit. After hearing Kale's complaints, Eric immediately handed him a file containing the revised investment plans for the Northeast region. It seemed they had finally made up their minds to invest in building the naval base. This news would soon be forwarded to the Henatu's estate along with the official proposal. They were planning to meet with the Crown Prince later that evening. Kale looked at Amiru and Gilbert, reassuring them, "Everything is going to be just fine." His voice rang with absolute certainty, simply because it was the truth. Those words alone were enough to put the three of them at ease. Kale gripped the file and said, "From now on, you can just send these documents through the servants. Coming all the way here to visit me is too much of a hassle for you guys, so you really don't need to come anymore." "No way! We're definitely coming! You need to stay updated too, you know." Seeing how fiercely determined the three of them were, Kale gave a half-hearted nod and quickly shooed them out of the room. Sitting there in a hospital gown, propped up against the bed while dealing with people, was completely exhausting. But for the next group to walk through the door, Kale kicked off the blankets and comfortably sat up to face them. He told Choi Han, who was standing there looking like a guilty sinner, to brush it off. At some point, Rosalind had dispelled her magic, revealing her brilliant red hair and eyes. She was dressed impeccably, having taken off her outer cloak. "I am so sorry, young Master Kale, but I really need Choi Han and Locke." Now that Rosalind had revealed her true identity at the royal palace, she desperately needed to return to the Brett Kingdom as quickly as possible. If the masterminds behind the assassins found out she was still alive, they would immediately move to silence her, meaning she absolutely couldn't travel back alone. On top of that, since this whole ordeal had exposed her as a high-grade mage, the enemy would definitely dispatch a force strong enough to match her. That was exactly why she needed strong escorts. Kale glanced at Choi Han and Locke, then replied in a completely nonchalant tone, "What's there to be sorry about? You've helped us out quite a bit, my lady. So it's only natural that we return the favor. Plus, you're practically an older sister to Locke and a good friend to Choi Han." Rosalind was incredibly grateful that Kale was so understanding of her situation. This assassination attempt had brought her face to face with death, but she was absolutely certain that this moment would be the major turning point in her life. Choi Han took a step forward, looking dead straight at Kale. "I have to protect you, Kale." Kale thought to himself that Choi Han absolutely needed to leave, so he could finally act freely and prepare his escape route for when the war broke out. He gave Choi Han a reassuring smile. "I absolutely refuse to die." He was going to hoard an insane amount of money, get just strong enough to run away at the drop of a hat, and live a beautifully peaceful life while enjoying his retirement. Besides, he already had a literal dragon by his side now. He didn't even need Choi Han's protection anymore. Honestly, keeping Choi Han around was just a massive burden. "I understand. I guess I was just overthinking things," Choi Han replied happily. Kale stopped looking at him, seeing that he had finally calmed down, and then crooked a finger, motioning for Locke to come closer. Locke froze up for a second before awkwardly shuffling forward. Kale couldn't care less about the kid's timid reaction. Kale promised to take good care of Locke's younger siblings. He instructed the boy to escort Rosalind safely and then return to the Hennetus estate in exactly 3 months. Locke just stared blankly at him. Kale was already calculating exactly when he would need to put this kid to use and pulled out a map. It was the map of the Northeast Territory he had gotten from Choi Han. Make your way to the Hennetus estate. Your younger siblings and I will be waiting there, so you absolutely must return safely. A place to return to. Feeling mildly annoyed by the kid who was just standing there blankly muttering to himself, Kale gave Locke a firm pat on the shoulder. You need a place to return to. Remember this clearly. 3 months. Yes, I will definitely be back in 3 months. I understand. Locke nodded vigorously. With Locke's situation finally settled, Kale felt a wave of relief. Even though the storyline had veered off course quite a bit, he could only hope it was still following the main plot to some extent. It had to, otherwise, everything he had read would be useless. Kale felt a bit of regret that he couldn't send B. Crocs along with them. He decided he would just send him away with John once the old man returned. Just as he finished sorting things out, Han arrived with news. The king wanted to award Kale a Medal of Honor. He handed over a stack of documents detailing the rumors surrounding the plaza bombing. Kale read the very first line. Young Master Kale Hennetus, the heir carrying the pride of the Hennetus household, the noble family that protects our kingdom from the forest of darkness. Kale let out a heavy sigh. He had seen this coming, but it was still absolutely ridiculous. Talk about blowing things out of proportion, Your Majesty. 1 week later, Kale stepped out of his carriage. The golden turtle crest of the Hennetus County was proudly engraved on the side. It's been a while, Kale silently agreed with the voice of the black dragon echoing in his mind. He had arrived at the capital's Plaza of Glory. A massive barricade surrounded the collapsed northern section of the plaza for reconstruction. Kale walked straight past it, heading inside. Beside him was the vice captain of the Hennetus Knights, followed by a loyal escort. As Kale walked, a series of spine-tingling murmurs reached his ears. Oh, it's young Master Silverlight, the young master of the shield. Kale was absolutely speechless. He just wanted to live a quiet, slacker life, but the heavens simply wouldn't allow it. The more annoyed Kale felt by the crowd's reaction, the more delighted the vice captain seemed to be. The knight was bursting with pride seeing his young master being so revered and given such grand titles. Young Master Silverlight, young master of the shield? God, it would be so nice if he didn't have to listen to such agonizingly cringeworthy names. Still, Kale kept his complaints to himself. He knew that if the crown prince hadn't suppressed the rumors, things would be entirely out of hand by now. He shrugged, muttering under his breath to the vice captain. If I chug a bottle of wine and act like my usual trashy self right here, people would probably stop calling me that, wouldn't they? The vice captain didn't say a word, simply turning his head away. Only then did Kale feel a fleeting sense of satisfaction. The corners of his mouth curled up, but that smirk was instantly wiped away by the vice captain's next words. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, young master. It would be best for you to strictly avoid alcohol for now. In the eyes of the public, Kale was still gravely injured and suffering. His body was supposedly damaged from pushing past his limits to use an ancient power. But because of that sacrifice, he had created a miracle and stopped the devastating explosion of the magic bomb. Of course, that whole miraculous sacrifice narrative had been completely fabricated by the Crown Prince's silver tongue. Thanks to that, the members of the Hennetus household currently in the capital were fiercely protective of their wounded young master. And it wasn't just the people in the capital. Kale remembered his father, Count Daruth, who had nearly marched straight out of their territory to the capital a few days ago. His father had practically screamed into the video communication device, asking Kale if he remembered the faces of the bastards who heard him, swearing he would slaughter every single one of them. The Hennetus family had always kept a low profile, not because they were weak, but because they were overwhelmingly wealthy and powerful. But anyone who dared to lay a finger on a Hennetus, especially Kale after this incident, would be entirely wiped off the map, no matter who they were, and it seemed his father wasn't bluffing. Ever since Kale had returned to his residence, not a single noble had dared to approach him or gossip behind his back. Even Eric's group had stayed away. Thank God for that. Kale had spent that quiet time quite productively. Staring straight ahead as he walked, he approached the knights and guards stationed at the entrance. Do I need to verify my identity? The knight immediately shook his head and respectfully cleared the way. From this point on, Kale had to go in alone. The entrance to the plaza was locked down with security so tight that the king's birthday celebration last week couldn't even compare. But Kale was the exception. Yes, go right ahead, sir. Kale watched as the knight gave a booming, respectful reply and bowed deeply at the waist. Without another word, he stepped inside. The knight stared at Kale's retreating back for a long time, his eyes practically sparkling with admiration. Today, the king would be holding a memorial for those who had fallen and awarding medals of honor to a select few. Dressed in a dark, clean-cut suit that was much more formal than his usual attire, Kale walked over to his designated spot. The nobles from the northeastern region were already gathered there. The noble representatives, Eric, Amiru, and Gilbert, were completely speechless, just staring intently at Kale. They had all heard the rumors. Kale Henatus had blatantly rejected the Royal Medal of Honor, the ultimate symbol of prestige, and yielded it to someone else. On top of that, he had shown up today despite his body still being in recovery. Amiru gazed at Kale sympathetically, while Kyle just tilted his head back to stare at the sky. "The weather is beautiful. It feels like the sky is mourning the fallen," Kale said in a completely calm, detached tone. His fiery red hair fluttered softly in the breeze, creating a striking contrast against his dark clothes. Seeing Kale act as nonchalant as always, a subtle, knowing smile touched Amiru's lips. "I think it's all thanks to your noble heart, young master." "My heart?" Kale stared at Amiru, his face completely blank. What on earth was she talking about? Seeing his genuinely baffled expression, Amiru and the other two nobles just exchanged warm, gentle smiles. Although their sudden affection gave him the creeps, Kale got straight to the point. He used the excuse of wanting to rest and see the ocean as a pretext to visit Amiru's territory, the lands of the Ubar family. In reality, his only goal in going there was to claim an ancient power that could make him stronger. Hearing his plans, bright smiles immediately appeared on the faces of Amiru, Gilbert, and Eric. It was a sly, scheming smile that closely mirrored Kale's own. After today's ceremony, the nobility will likely receive news about heavy investments to develop a naval military base in the northeastern waters. That was exactly why Amiru and Gilbert would be rushing out of the capital later that very night. Partly to avoid any pointless political drama, and partly because both they and the royal palace wanted to get this project moving immediately. It was highly likely that Count Henatus would be pouring a massive amount of funds into Amiru and Gilbert's territories. That financial backing was just another convenient excuse for Kale to visit their lands. Soon after, the memorial service and the medal ceremony officially began. King Zed stood at the high podium, delivering his speech. The crowd in the plaza wasn't nearly as large as it had been last week, but the heavy, solemn atmosphere was completely different. "We are gathered here once again to let the world know that we will never bow down to terror. So many have acted with true bravery. Thanks to them, we have been able to protect our land until this very day." In that moment, Kale had the sudden feeling that he had just locked eyes with the king, but he really hoped that wasn't the case. Kale carefully shifted his gaze toward the sky, just behind the king. He recalled the words the black dragon had spoken. "The blessing of the sun god? I don't feel a single ounce of divine power from those pathetic humans. Only that crown prince is a little bit special. The divine power the Crossman royal family claims to have is a total fake." Having learned yet another entirely useless truth, Kale firmly resolved to just pretend he knew absolutely nothing. He told the black dragon that this would be a secret just between the two of them. For some reason, the dragon found this absolutely thrilling, wildly flapping its wings as it eagerly agreed. King Zed announced the awarding of the medals of honor. One by one, people stepped up to the podium to receive their medals. The square erupted in cheers, as if the heavy atmosphere of grief had never even existed. Kale heard the dragon's voice echoing in his mind. Humans are so strange. Kale lightly clapped his hands for the medal recipients as well. The mood grew much lighter, and everyone began enjoying the award ceremony as if it were a grand festival. Thanks to this relaxed and natural atmosphere, someone was able to casually approach Kale. "Young Master Kale." Hearing the soft greeting, Kale turned his head. It was Venian Stan. A vast majority of the noble representatives had already fled back to their territories, assuming that the capital was too dangerous after the terrorist attack. Because of this, today's ceremony was quite sparsely attended. However, it wasn't just Venian. The heads of all the top regional families had chosen to remain in the capital as well. Venian spoke up. I heard you turned down the medal. Don't you feel a bit regretful, young master? Kale couldn't figure out what Venyan's true motive or purpose was in asking a question like that. I want to kill him. It was the dragon. Kale was genuinely terrified that Venyan might just randomly explode and die right then and there. Kale desperately prayed for the black dragon to calm down. He then shifted his thoughts back to the Medal of Honor, which he had adamantly refused to accept. His reasoning was incredibly simple. He just didn't want his name recorded anywhere in history. The top floor of the Royal Library housed the absolute records of the current king's reign. Just below that floor were the detailed records of every hero who had ever received a medal, meticulously classified by rank. The royal palace used the convenient excuse of providing monthly stipends to the medal recipients as a way to quietly manage them and keep track of their whereabouts. To anyone else, such a thing would be a tremendous honor, but to Kale, it felt more like a heavy iron shackle. He absolutely refused to let himself be documented in any official record. Things that are never written down are eventually forgotten. Once the fires of war start breaking out all across the continent, who would even bother remembering some guy who stopped a terrorist attack in a plaza? Even if someone did remember, their priorities would naturally shift to far more pressing matters. Knowing this full well was the only reason Kale had even stepped up during the terrorist attack in the first place. And naturally, that was the very same reason he wanted to avoid being put down in the history books. A faint, easygoing smile tugged at the corner of Kale's lips. He looked right at Venyan and spoke in a casual tone. What is there to regret? Isn't just being alive enough of a reward? Besides, how could a coward like me ever be worthy of receiving a medal? A look of utter confusion instantly washed over Venyan's face. But Kale couldn't care less. He merely gave a dismissive shrug and turned away. The ceremony finally drew to a close with King Zed's concluding speech. The citizens in the plaza began stepping forward to offer flowers and say a silent prayer for the victims of the massacre. Kale glanced over at the Crown Prince. Albaru had told him that he didn't need to attend this memorial, but Kale had shown up anyway, simply because he truly understood the heavy weight of death. Without even realizing it, Kale slowly pressed his hand against the left side of his chest, quietly feeling the steady rhythm of his heart, the undeniable pulse of life. Just then, Eric rushed over in an absolute panic. Kale, are you exhausted? Is your heart hurting? What kind of nonsense is that? Kale replied blankly. Kale shot Eric's overly worried face a perfectly deadpan stare. Faced with that glaringly obvious judging look, Eric gave an awkward little laugh and carefully tiptoed backward. Shaking his head, Kale let his thoughts drift back to the reward the Crown Prince had secretly handed over to him. It was vastly more generous than he had ever expected. A golden plaque. An incredibly overpowered token that could be used as absolute payment exactly 2 times, regardless of the price or the item being purchased. Whether he used it to buy 2 simple loaves of bread or entirely purchase 2 massive mountains, the value simply did not matter. The golden plaque only counted the number of transactions. For someone like Kale, it was the single most useful item in existence. The Crown Prince had probably scoffed, thinking, what could a trash like you possibly buy of any real value anyway, before handing it over? Or perhaps it was a subtle test, waiting to see exactly what Kale would choose to purchase with such a priceless artifact. But that was a terrible miscalculation, my dear prince. The corners of Kale's lips slowly curled up into a wicked smirk. There were an infinite number of things he could buy with this. That was, of course, assuming he actually knew how to get his hands on those exact items. What sneaky little scheme are you plotting this time? You're too weak, human, so live carefully. The black dragon instantly chimed in the moment it saw Kale's expression, but Kale simply tuned it out. He casually glanced around the plaza and caught the watchful eyes of several people staring in his direction. However, he was completely certain that all this unwanted attention would naturally vanish the second he finally left the capital. The very next day, as he happily prepared to leave this drama-filled city behind, Kale slid a plate of juicy steak over to the black dragon. Along with the food, he handed over 3 specific items, the exact tools needed to destroy the massive whirlpool. These 3 items were actually deactivated magic bombs with their magic circles completely stripped away, though an immense amount of volatile mana was still swirling violently inside them. For now, Kale's plan was to simply drop one of these bombs to annihilate the whirlpool, secretly turning the entire northeastern sea of the Rhone Kingdom completely upside down in the process. He could easily pull off a stunt like that in a patch of the ocean, where neither the mermaids nor the whale tribe had yet laid their claim. Originally, Kale never actually intended to blow up the whirlpool at all. He had fully planned on enduring it using his indestructible shield and the vitality of the heart. But that plan was made way back before he had a mighty black dragon on his side. Now that he had a literal dragon, why on earth would he ever put himself through such unnecessary suffering? After enjoying a massive, satisfying meal with the dragon, as well as On and Hong, Kale sent the kids out to play and calmly welcomed his first guest of the day. Billows had absolutely no idea what kind of crazy stunt the young master had pulled off, but it was incredibly obvious that he had hit the jackpot. "I've gotten quite famous lately, haven't I?" Kale muttered. Seeing Kale looking absolutely perfectly healthy, without even a single scratch on him, Billows was completely at a loss for words and just shook his head. Right in front of him sat the very same Kale who had publicly claimed to be in terrible pain, completely relaxed and casually sipping on some alcohol. "Yes, young master, extremely famous, but are you entirely sure you should be drinking right now? Come on, I don't need to put on a theatrical act in front of you." Billows let out a hearty laugh and poured some more wine into Kale's glass. He then pushed a sleek magic box across the table. "Here is the exact item you requested. Oh, and I also safely received the items from last time." Kale had already secretly returned the borrowed goods to Billows by having Choi Han deliver them. Kale gently ran his fingers over the magic box he was going to use, then shot Billows an inquisitive look. Now, what in the world should he spend his 2 golden plaque uses on? Kale had already firmly decided on the first one. He was going to buy himself some precious time against the dangerous variables threatening the Roan kingdom. And it wasn't just threats to Roan and Breck, but absolutely catastrophic dangers threatening all the nations scattered across the central and northern territories of the western continent. When the fearsome Northern Alliance Knights finally began their brutal descent, Kale was fully determined to buy enough time to handle it. To be completely accurate, even before dealing with those Northern Knights, he had to prepare for the mighty empire standing at the very center of the western continent. And then there was the terrifying Mage Slayer, as well as the fierce Queen of the Jungle. In order to gracefully slip away from every single one of these wildly dangerous figures and secure his peaceful slacker life, Kale absolutely needed to buy some time. If he were entirely on his own, pulling this off would have been nearly impossible. But now he had gathered some truly monstrous individuals by his side. Thanks to them, Kale was feeling vastly more confident about his grand master plan. He turned to Billows and casually asked if he had set up any major trade deals with anyone recently. Billows smiled, replying that while he wasn't officially trading with anyone at the moment, he had managed to get his hands on some extremely juicy, exclusive information. Just as expected of a merchant, always so quick with information. The western continent is a powder keg right now, just waiting to explode. And when that happens, merchants will easily rake in the gold. As long as there's money to be made, a merchant will jump right in, won't they? Billows was quite pleased with Kale. You really understand how merchants think. He also liked that Kale didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Billows had already guessed that the Whipper Kingdom would soon be overthrown. The conflict between the Mage faction and the non-Mage faction has reached its breaking point. He was plotting to take advantage of that chaos to make a fortune, but he was still pretty clueless about where to actually invest. He asked for Kale's advice, and Kale answered smoothly right after Billows' clever probing. The Mage faction will lose the Civil War, and the Magic Tower will fall. If that happens, what do you think will become of the surviving mages? The end of the Civil War doesn't mean every single mage will die. It's the kingdom that produces the highest volume of magic items on the entire western continent, after all. There are quite a few mages there whose authority surpasses even political power. But once the Civil War ends, they'll completely lose their foothold. The one aiming to capitalize on this is Crown Prince Alberu, and Roslyn is the high-tier mage planning to build a brand new magic tower once the old one crumbles. So you're talking about the downfall of the mages. Kale didn't need to answer. The Mage faction absolutely had to fall. Only then would the Whipper Kingdom have a future. But none of that really mattered much to Kale, because what he wanted was something else entirely. The Whipper Kingdom is the largest producer of magic items, as well as the birthplace of the absolute highest grade magical artifacts. Kale needed whatever was left behind after the Civil War, so he asked Billows to tip him off the moment the magic tower fell. Billows was incredibly curious about why Kale wanted to know that. Kale just shrugged and replied, "You'll find out when the time comes." That magic tower was exactly what Kale was planning to buy. After the Civil War, the tower would be left in a state beyond repair, piled high with broken magical artifacts. Kale knew exactly how to buy the magic tower, and Alberu wouldn't be able to refuse his move either. It was truly something to look forward to. Kale nodded in agreement with Billos. He was looking forward to it too. He would buy himself time if he purchased that place. Kale would finally get the time he needed to protect himself from danger. Of course, the price wouldn't be cheap. But hey, it wasn't his own money anyway. Billos' anticipation shot through the roof when he saw Kale's wicked smirk. With their business concluded, Billos took his leave. As one guest left, another arrived. Though honestly, this guest barged right in rather than waiting to be welcomed. Kale stared blankly at the open balcony door, only to be startled when he saw a strange object waddling in. What the hell is that? A clay doll barely the size of a palm was toddling toward Kale from the balcony. The black dragon could sense a divine power emanating from it. Kale already had a pretty good guess about who its owner was. Right then, the clay doll, which had no eyes or ears, only a mouth, began to speak. "I knew you'd figure it out, young Master Kale," it said. "This doll is connected to my consciousness. It's a one-time use item that can only listen and speak." Just as expected from the power of someone once called a necromancer, Kale thought, glancing at the black dragon. The dragon spoke directly into Kale's mind, though it hadn't bothered to turn invisible. It seemed the dragon had realized that the clay doll could only hear and speak. Just how absurdly strong was this black dragon anyway? Kale suddenly felt a wave of curiosity about the dragon's true strength. But he didn't have time to dwell on it as the clay doll spoke up again. "We will be leaving the capital today. I'm sure you don't really like us contacting you like this, right, young master?" Even so, Taylor had something he wanted to pass on to you. Cage, the crazy priestess, relayed the message from Taylor, the eldest son of Marquis Stan. He said it exactly like this. "Young Master Kale, when I reclaim my rightful place, when I reach a position even higher than my rightful place, I will definitely repay the favor I owe you. I don't need it." "I know you'd say that," the doll replied, "but both Taylor and I still need a place to send word when we finally achieve what we desire. Do whatever you want." Kale's dismissive words made the corners of the clay doll's mouth curl into a smirk before it began to melt away. It wished him well, then slowly vanished without leaving a single trace behind. The black dragon stared intently at the spot and spoke up to Kale. "So that's when I can finally get my revenge. When the eldest son, Taylor Stan, becomes the head of the Marquis household, that will be the moment the current Marquis and Venyon face the true wrath of a dragon. When that time comes, do whatever the hell you want." Receiving Kale's permission, the black dragon fluttered its wings in sheer excitement, so thrilled it looked ready to dance its heart out. What a vicious little kid. How can you be so happy talking about revenge? Kale ended up suffering through a brutal night, forced to listen to a lullaby made entirely of the black dragon's imagined revenge scenarios. The very next day, he found himself standing in front of the carriage bright and early. Rosalind, Choi Han, and Locke came to see Kale's group off. Inside the carriage, Rosalind secretly slipped the black dragon 2 books. One was a textbook on the Rowan Kingdom's official language. The other was on the continent's common tongue. It seemed the dragon wanted to learn how to read so it could pick out a name it actually liked, and the heavy burden of naming it would fall squarely on Kale's shoulders. Of course, only Rosalind knew about the dragon's little scheme. She unconsciously shifted her gaze to Kale, who was standing next to Choi Han, and let out an amused smile. "Kale will definitely catch on to your intentions." Outside the carriage, Locke was saying his goodbyes to the young kids of the Blue Wolf tribe. "I promise I'll get stronger and come back to you all. While I'm gone, make sure you listen to the young master and think carefully about what I told you last time. You guys have to decide your own futures, so from now on, we all have to get stronger." On the other side, another farewell was taking place. Choi Han sternly warned Kale that the moment he spotted that blood-crazed mage Retica, he needed to order the dragon to wipe him out before he could even try anything funny. He shouldn't be careless like Choi Han was. Just chopping off one of his arms wasn't enough. He needed his head blown off to really settle the score. Whatever happens, blasting him away in one single strike and making a run for it will give you the highest chance of survival. Choi Han still wanted to preach more survival tactics to Kale, but Kale cut him right off, reminding Choi Han to be careful on the road and not get himself hurt. "Yes, I definitely will." Kale couldn't stand looking at Choi Han's innocent, smiling face, so he got straight into the carriage. Seeing this, Rosalind stepped out and Cal told Deputy Butler Hans, "Let's get moving." The moment he gave the order, the servants standing outside the estate bowed in farewell. Cale honestly couldn't understand why they had dropped all their chores just to see him off. "Young master, we pray for your safe return. We look forward to seeing you again. It was an absolute honor to serve you, young master. We will eagerly await the day we meet again." It gave him goosebumps. Cale had absolutely zero intention of ever returning to the capital. He gave a half-hearted wave and yanked the curtain shut. Cale's convoy left the capital, heading toward the Ubar territory in the northeast. His destination was a stretch of ocean that had been churning with raging whirlpools for hundreds of years. "Wow, it tastes salty. Is this the ocean?" asked the little red kitten, Hong. Glancing at the slightly cracked window and taking in the salty breeze, Cale gave a casual nod. He accepted a round object smaller than a fist from the Black Dragon. It was the mana storage device they had dismantled from the magic bombs. "Now we can make brand new magic bombs." Cale was highly amused by the Black Dragon's proud declaration. Throwing the window wide open, Cale took in the refreshing ocean view and the expansive coastline of the northeastern shores. This stretch of sea was dotted with numerous islands. The kittens seemed absolutely thrilled by the sight of the jagged cliffs. The sheer, towering cliffs along the coast were as breathtaking as they were intimidating. Their carriage rattled along a road carved right into the edge of those very cliffs. Cale shifted his gaze into the distance. There it was, the Cliff of Winds, the signature breathtaking landmark of the Uber territory. Just across from the Cliff of Winds sat a cluster of small islands. Between the cliff and those islands, violent whirlpools churned endlessly in the water. Those very whirlpools were what made the waters around the Ubar territory so notoriously dangerous. The Mage Slayer had washed up on one of those islands and discovered the ancient power, the Sound of the Wind, a man often described as a cunning barbarian. He was a character with a physical prowess that surpassed even Locke, the boy destined to become the Wolf King and the alpha of the Blue Wolf tribe. A man boasting unmatched physical strength on the western continent, the tyrant Tunka. If the timeline of the novel held true, there should still be a little time left before Tunka set foot here. Cale had to secure the Sound of the Wind before that maniac arrived. With that reassuring thought, Cale gazed out the window, feeling totally at ease, but suddenly something on the horizon caught his eye. "Wait, are those whales?" A pod of massive whales was breaching, shooting huge geysers of water high into the sky. They were crossing the northeastern waters, making their way further up north. Ordinary whales naturally inhabited the northern seas, and so did the beastmen of the whale tribe. They would only ever come down south when it was time to go to war against the mermaids. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him, but Cale quickly forced himself to calm down. "It's just a normal pod of whales migrating," he reassured himself. "I sense a very strong presence," the Black Dragon suddenly spoke up. It seemed Cale's bad feeling had been spot on. A little while later, the carriage rolled to a stop at a village situated right before the Cliff of Winds. Cale stepped out, his face completely scrunched up in a frown. "Young master, are you suffering from motion sickness?" Hans asked worriedly. Cale just shook his head. "No, I just have a really bad feeling." "Ah, well, that makes sense. The coastal cliffs are practically vertical, so it's completely normal to feel a bit on edge. But our driver is an absolute veteran, so you have nothing to worry about." Cale flat out ignored Hans, who was confidently spouting total nonsense. At that moment, young Lady Amiru approached to welcome Cale's party. But just as she did, a knight rushed up to her and urgently reported, "My lady, the man you rescued has finally regained consciousness." The man she rescued? That single sentence instantly grabbed Cale's attention and brought a very specific person to mind. He scowled as a terrible realization hit him. Noticing his expression, Amiru offered a polite, friendly explanation. "A few days ago, while we were surveying the coastline and the islands, we ended up rescuing a man who had washed ashore. It seems he's finally woken up. When we found him, he was unconscious and dangerously close to being sucked right into the whirlpools." She hadn't known what to do at first, but after remembering how Cale had acted so nobly at the capital's plaza, she resolved to save the man's life. Because after all, every human life was incredibly precious. "Isn't that right, young master?" It took a long moment for Cale to even formulate a response. "Yes, right." "I knew you would say that." Amiru's beaming smile didn't even register in Cale's mind. Instead, all the gruesome descriptions of Tunka from the birth of a hero were flashing rapidly through his head. Completely oblivious to Kale's internal crisis, Amiru kept talking. Seeing his grim expression, she elaborated. Judging by his tribal clothing and massive build, he seems to be from the Whipper Kingdom. It's definitely Tunka. The more Amiru spoke, the more Kale's mind just completely blanked out. The tribesmen were the driving force behind the non-mage faction. They stood in fierce opposition to the mage faction and had long been despised and written off as mere barbarians. But the truth was, true barbarians didn't exist in this world. Over the years, all people develop their own wisdom, leave their mark on history, and evolve in their own unique ways. The tribesmen simply didn't use magic, living fiercely along the harsh coastlines and rugged mountains of the Whipper Kingdom. Instead, they focused entirely on pushing their physical limits, strengthening their bodies to absolute extremes. And right now, they were plotting to completely overthrow the Whipper Kingdom. They wanted to tear down a nation that had been built exclusively for mages to hold power, aiming to reset it back to its primal state. And surprisingly, the ordinary citizens of the Whipper Kingdom had rallied behind the tribesmen. Outsiders looked down on them, calling it a nation of barbarians. But to the citizens living within its borders, they were no longer barbarians. They were free people. Their raw, untamed nature had utterly shattered a country built on rigid rules. But the real problem right now, Tunka truly was a raging lunatic, a notoriously cunning, uneducated savage. Sure, the novel might have described him with grand words, but to Kale, Tunka was just a simple-minded, uneducated brute with freakish strength. And honestly, idiots with power were the absolute most terrifying people to deal with, because you simply couldn't use logic or reason with them. Misinterpreting Kale's pale expression, Amiru assumed he was just worried about the patient. Young master, please don't fret too much over him. His body's recovering at an astonishing rate. Who the hell is worried about him? Kale screamed internally. If anything, I want him bedridden for as long as humanly possible. That way, he wouldn't have to run into him until it was time to leave. He feigned exhaustion so he could quickly retreat to his room and think about his next steps. Assuming Kale's body hadn't fully recovered yet, Amiru cut the conversation short and quickly led him to his quarters. Along the way, Kale started piecing things together. Why did Tunka show up at a time like this, and that guy, Bilos too? Even though Bilos is from the Flynn Merchant Guild and has exceptional abilities, how could he be so sure about the impending civil war in the Whipper Kingdom? How could he have known so fast? Since he already knew about Bilos's capabilities, Kale had thought their previous conversation was nothing out of the ordinary. But right now, Bilos was still being ostracized within the Flynn Merchant Guild, because he's an illegitimate child. Therefore, his ability to gather information should be heavily restricted. Even so, the fact that Bilos knew about this allowed Kale to deduce one thing. The Civil War was going to happen much sooner than it did in the novel. If he thought about it that way, all the events perfectly aligned. So, what exactly triggered the Civil War to break out early? However, Kale didn't dwell on that issue too much. First of all, Tunka washing up here could only mean that his ship was destroyed by mages, and he was on his way back after acquiring his power in the north. If that was the case, the original plot hadn't changed yet. A divine strength that makes mages tremble in fear, the absolute peak of pure human physical power. The sea, mountains, deserts, jungles, volcanic regions, and icy wastelands. Tunka had endured the full raw power of nature itself. So how could those mages who only knew how to use mana possibly defeat him? Maybe if it were a dragon, Tunka would undoubtedly die in a single strike if his opponent was a dragon. As soon as he reached his room, Kale declared that he wanted to rest and shoot everyone out, then looked up at the ceiling and spoke. Hey, what is it, human? The black dragon revealed itself. Kale gave the young dragon a stern instruction. Stick close to me for the time being. Don't go anywhere. Kale had already learned his lesson from the black dragon and Choi Han. If he actively tried to avoid Tunka, there was a high chance they would bump into each other and he'd end up carrying another piece of dead weight. He had to be prepared to deal with that scenario. I will do whatever I want. The black dragon humphed and ignored Kale, but seeing it flutter its wings, Kale was certain the dragon would listen to him. The black dragon was just a kid whose words completely contradicted its physical reactions. Kale felt much calmer after instructing the little dragon. Only then did he finally take a look around the room. He knew that this mansion, sitting on a plot of land higher than the coastal village, was built by the current territory lord when she took over. This grand mansion looked completely out of place in such a small coastal village. This meant that Amiru's mother, the current matriarch of the Ubar family, had been absolutely determined to develop this village when she assumed her position. And it wasn't until 10 years later that her determination finally bore fruit. Securing support from Eric's family and roping in Gilbert's family was not something that could be achieved in a short amount of time. Kale had made up his mind to meet the territory lord before leaving the Ubar territory. He looked down at the coastal village visible through the large window, taking in the full view of the Cliff of Winds. The whirlpools in the sea right in front of the Cliff of Winds had been churning violently for hundreds of years, causing endless trouble for the people of the Ubar territory who wanted to sail out into the open ocean. Yet, there was still one reason why the territory lord highly valued this particular stretch of sea. There were 2 other villages along the long coastline, but this village was situated right in the middle. With its crescent-shaped coastline and towering vertical cliffs on both sides, it provided the only natural terrain among the 3 villages where ships could easily drop anchor. Not to mention, the scattering of large and small islands just off the coast created an absolutely breathtaking scenery. From a military perspective, you could say this was an incredibly strategic piece of land. Early tomorrow morning, Kale was going to visit the smallest island located right at the center of the archipelago. The sea right in front of that island concealed the source of all the whirlpools, the sound of the wind. In the novel, Tunka had described the sound of the wind like this. It is a silent, yet incredibly fierce power. It was exactly the kind of power that Kale wanted. A power that allowed one to make a swift, silent getaway while throwing strong enemies into total chaos. The corners of Kale's mouth slightly curled up. Kale was eagerly looking forward to tomorrow morning. And then, that smirk of his turned into a highly satisfied smile in an instant. Young master, Mr. Beecrow said this is a seafood dish he specifically prepared just for you. Mr. Beecrow is absolutely fascinated by the sea. Young master, please eat a lot. Kale looked on with satisfaction at the 10 wolf tribe children bringing food into his room. He had told the others that these kids were Locke's relatives. They had all lived together in the same village and had all lost their families to mountain bandits. Kale's satisfied smile deepened even further. Of course, that smile wasn't because Kale was particularly fond of the 10 wolf tribe children. Kale's gaze shifted past the kids and landed on Beecrow, who was stepping into the room holding a tray. Beecrox, Ron's son, the head chef, and also a master of torture. Normally, he maintained an extremely pristine appearance, his clothes utterly immaculate without a single wrinkle or speck of dust. He was still the same right now, but the bags under his eyes were pitch black. Young master, we want to work too. Locke told us we can't let you feed us for free. During their journey, the wolf tribe children, led by Maze, had swarmed Kale's carriage demanding that he give them some chores to do. So, Kale had assigned them to do minor errands and prep work in the kitchen. Even though they would have much preferred assisting the knights, they still obediently followed Kale's orders. Sure enough, the kids worked incredibly hard. Seeing Beecrox looking increasingly exhausted by the day, Kale couldn't hold back an amused smile. The wolf tribe children were bright and full of energy. The kids were dressed neatly with their hair impeccably styled, as if they had never lived in some remote village deep in the mountains. That was all thanks to Beecrow's strict guidance. Seeing him like this, it was clear he had truly become their full-time nanny. Kale picked up his knife and fork, then spoke to Beecrow as he was walking out. I'll dig in. Thanks for the delicious meal. Yes, sir. Click, the sound of the door closing echoed as Beecrow stepped out. Why is he doing his father's job? Beecrox wasn't supposed to be the one bringing this food up in the first place. But since when did he start doing the exact same things Ron used to do, never missing a single day? Because of that, Kale didn't feel the absence of his servant, Ron. Kale glanced toward the corner of the room and said, Come and eat. On, Hong and the Black Dragon rushed to the dining table and started digging in. The next day, at the docks, Amaru arranged a highly skilled fisherman with years of experience to take Kale out to the central island. For this trip, he brought Beecrox and the vice captain along. With those two tagging along, he didn't need to bring any other knights. Besides, the islands around here were entirely deserted, so there was nothing to worry about. Of course, the Black Dragon also turned invisible and secretly followed them. Kale looked at the last person boarding the boat and casually joked, Beecrox, I heard there's a lot of rare seafood near the island. It'll be great for expanding your culinary knowledge. Beecrox got on the boat with a puzzled look and politely replied, Thank you, young master. Deputy Butler Hans held On and Hong in his arms as he saw Kale off. The kitten squirmed to escape Hans's grasp as he got closer to the water. On and Hong loved the smell of the sea, but absolutely hated the water. Kale's group began their journey, and the fishermen started rowing. In this sea full of violent whirlpools, having a sturdy boat or an outstanding magic engine didn't matter at all. Only the old man's years of experience and rowing technique truly proved useful. The boat might rock a bit, so please hold on tight. The old man said that so calmly as the boat set off, but a little while later, Kale couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it, the boat's shaking way too much. Right at the edge of a whirlpool that looked ready to swallow anything whole, the small boat was dangerously gliding past. The choppy waves made the boat sway violently. Crash! Splash! The roaring sounds of the water blended together, while the old fisherman cheerfully shouted, "Ha ha! Young master, the whirlpools are truly magnificent, aren't they?" This old man really had nerves of steel. Kale swatted away the vice captain's hand. The guy was clutching on to Kale's sleeve, his face pale as a sheet. It looked like he was getting incredibly seasick. At that moment, the old fisherman informed Kale that they were getting close to the island he wanted, but that also meant they had to face the most dangerous whirlpools. Now, even Kale felt like he was about to get seasick. As if things weren't chaotic enough, the old fisherman added, "If you get sucked in there, you might as well kiss your life goodbye." After saying that, he burst into laughter, as if there was absolutely nothing to be afraid of out there. He even started telling Kale an interesting story. Legend has it that a long time ago, a thief stole an item belonging to the gods, and that's why these whirlpools were formed. The boat tilted slightly. Kale looked at the waves crashing against the hull, feeling his stomach do flips. As for the vice captain sitting next to him, his soul had probably left his body by now. Good grief, the boat almost flipped over. "Son, you need to row properly." "Sorry, Dad." The father and son fishermen were completely unfazed. Ultimately, Kale had to raise his hand and make the old man shut up. He firmly said, "Let's get to the island first, then you can talk. Lady Amiru said the exact same thing. I'll get you there right now." The old man rowed the boat with incredible skill. Following his expert maneuvers, the dangerously wobbling boat skillfully changed direction and dodged the massive whirlpools. Good Lord. Finally, they safely reached the shore. The vice captain stood to the side, completely puking his guts out. Seeing the guy struggling in such agonizing misery from seasickness made Kale wonder if he was actually going to die. Kale nudged B. Crow's arm as he walked up next to him and pointed at the vice captain. B. Crow frowned, pulled out a pair of white gloves from his pocket, put them on, and approached the vice captain. Kale's shoulders shivered slightly when he saw those white gloves. Those were the exact same gloves he wore during torture sessions because he hated getting dirty. Specialized white gloves. Who knew how many pairs B. Crow actually had? Witnessing the sheer existence of those gloves firsthand, Kale quickly looked away from B. Crocs and the vice captain. He turned his gaze around the island and called the old fisherman over, wanting him to finish the interrupted story about the thief. And so, the old man began. Once upon a time, there was a thief who was faster than anyone else. His footsteps were so incredibly light and stealthy that even if he dashed across the sea, not a single drop of water would splash. He stole an item, and rumor had it that it belonged to a god. "Young master, you know about the cliff of winds in the sea, right? That thief jumped off that very cliff." Because of that, both the divine item and the thief vanished from the world. And ever since then, whirlpools started appearing in these waters. The old man, with his sun-baked skin and deep wrinkles carved by time, gave a gentle smile. That's why people used to worship the divine item in the past. But they don't anymore, huh? If it was truly a divine item, why didn't the god just take it back instead of making humans suffer? Kale completely agreed with the old man's words. It wasn't an item of a god, but rather a human's power, which was why the god couldn't take it back. Kale began putting his plan into motion. He told the group he was going to look around the island for a bit, leaving the puking vice captain in B. Craw's care. "Will you be all right going alone? Could there possibly be anything dangerous around here? Besides, you know about my shield. Please be careful, sir. If you run into danger, pull out your shield immediately." B. Cross didn't show any particular reaction and just agreed with Kale. And that was exactly why Kale brought B. Crocs along. He needed someone by his side during this time. Someone who was strong, didn't overly obsess about their duty to protect him, and could be easily ordered around. Bikro fit those exact conditions perfectly, so he was able to officially split off from the group without any fuss. Kale headed straight into the island's forest. Once deep inside the woods, Kale asked quietly, "How is it?" He heard the black dragon's voice. "Just like you said, there's something beneath the whirlpools in front of this island. It feels just like the power inside the cave last time, when you took the vitality of the heart." The black dragon was referring to that specific incident. Kale took a leisurely walk through the forest. Honestly, he had zero interest in sightseeing here. He was only killing time while checking out the whirlpools. Plus, the dragon would still have to fly out here at night, so they needed to get a good grasp of the terrain first. Kale asked one more thing. "There's no one else here, right?" "Nope, besides your group, there isn't a single soul on this island." Knowing this finally put Kale's mind at ease, because he couldn't shake off his uneasy feeling about the pod of whales he saw yesterday. But there is a corpse. Damn it. Kale stopped dead in his tracks. He furrowed his brows and looked at the dragon as it continued. "Earlier, when we were flying over the island, I counted 3 corpses on the opposite side of where the ship is anchored." Corpses! It was something Kale hadn't even considered. Instead of moving forward, he immediately took 3 steps back. For some reason, he had a gut feeling that keeping going would only bring him terrible luck. But the black dragon just casually continued, "But those corpses aren't human." Kale covered his eyes with his hand. "Not human, which means the bodies have a unique appearance." Yet the black dragon hadn't said they were animals or monsters. That meant they looked human but weren't actually human. If so, there was only one possible answer. "Do they have weird hands and feet?" At Kale's question, the black dragon gave a firm nod. "That's right, the shape of their hands and feet is super weird. They look like fans, kinda like webbed feet." Those were the exact traits of a mermaid. First the whale tribe and now mermaids? How on earth were they showing up this early? No, that can't be it. Kale tried to reassure himself. The war between the whale tribe and the mermaids had a history far older than any human conflict. However, the moment they were supposed to appear in the novel The Birth of a Hero was when Choi Han joined hands with the whale tribe. Kale called out to the black dragon, "Hey, don't call me hey. Then what should I call you?" "You'll find out soon enough." What is this kid talking about? The black dragon was probably going to name himself, seeing how hard he had been studying the alphabet lately. Kale gestured with his chin toward the path ahead and asked, "Is there really nothing up ahead? Not a single sign of life. Same goes for the ocean." Regardless, it seemed he had no choice but to go and check the mermaids' corpses. But of course, he absolutely despised danger, so he made the dragon take the lead. Upon walking out of the forest, Kale furrowed his brows at the scene. There really were mermaid corpses lying right there. The bodies were completely dried out and stiff like mummies, but their features were noticeably different from a human's. They had webbed hands and feet, and their skin looked like it was covered in fine fish scales. They also had gills instead of ears. The black dragon approached the bodies and began to analyze them. It looks like they were killed in a single strike. And they haven't been dead for very long either. Plus, there's red blood stuck to their webbed feet. It seemed like blood from a fight. It was the whale tribe's doing. Without a doubt, the whale tribe had slaughtered these mermaids. Despite their incredibly small numbers, much like dragons, the whale tribe were the undisputed strongest beings of the sea. That was exactly how they kept the ocean safe from the mermaids. The mermaids wanted to build their own underwater kingdom, but the whale tribe absolutely refused to allow borders in the ocean. Constant migration was just part of a sea creature's nature, after all. The mermaids couldn't just do whatever they pleased, all thanks to the small but mighty whale tribe. But then, one day the mermaids suddenly grew much stronger, backing the whale tribe into a very tough spot. That was when Choi Han would show up inside with the whale tribe. At least, that was how the story went up to Volume 5. Back in the present, after finishing his assessment of the situation, Kale told the black dragon it was time to go, turning his back on the mermaids' corpses. He didn't touch a thing, leaving the scene exactly as it was, because he knew the whale tribe had left those bodies there on purpose. Mermaid corpses didn't decay on land. They only dried up and hardened. They had to be submerged in the sea to decompose, and once they started decomposing, they would release a scent that would draw other mermaids right to them. These mermaids had likely been killed by a single whale. If there had been 2 or more whales, they would have tossed the bodies into the ocean to lure out even more mermaids and finish them off. Kale silently decided to wrap things up quickly and get the hell away from this dangerous place. He returned to where the ship was docked and told his group, "Let's head back. There's nothing left to see here. They headed back and stuffed themselves with the hearty dinner of grilled fish. Kale simply waited for the time to pass, until the dark of night finally fell over the coastal village. Kale slipped into the diving suit he'd pulled from the magic box Billows had given him. He stepped up to the window frame, looking out at the cliff of winds in the northeastern ocean. He strictly ordered An and Hong to stay inside and not let a single person into the room under any circumstances. Then he turned his gaze to the black dragon. The black dragon looked back at Kale with an arrogant little smirk and said, "Flight magic." Immediately, Kale's body lifted off the ground. "Let's move out," Kale said. The black dragon took the lead, and Kale flew closely behind him. Flying high enough to stay completely out of sight, Kale securely held the magic bomb in his arms. Tonight, his plan was a lightning-fast hit and run. By the time anyone rushed over in a panic, he would already be gone like the wind without leaving a single trace. It looks even more terrifying at night, doesn't it? Kale looked down at the massive whirlpool swirling furiously beneath his feet and couldn't help but marvel. Looking at this, he was absolutely certain that Tunka was out of his mind. He didn't just like danger, no, it was a borderline psychotic obsession. No wonder they called him a lunatic. Even though it's my first time at the ocean, this is pretty thrilling, isn't it? He was the kind of crazy bastard who would casually say something like that before jumping straight into a raging whirlpool. Of course, Kale had zero intention of copying him. Kale had packed everything he needed in his diving suit's pockets. "Is it right here?" Instead of answering with words, Kale just gave the black dragon a nod and pulled the magic bomb out of his pocket. The black dragon released a surge of mana from his chubby front paw. Boom! The magic bomb reacted to the mana and began to vibrate violently. This wasn't the crude bomb used by the secret organization mentioned in volumes 1 and 2 of the novel. No, this was a high-grade magic bomb, a step above the rest. It was identical to the magic bomb developed by the Whipper Kingdom's Mage Alliance when they were pushed to the brink in the latter half of Volume 3. Its core component was condensed mana, designed to react directly with its creator's mana and detonate into countless deadly fragments. While its sheer destructive power was slightly lower, this multi-detonation bomb was absolutely perfect for inflicting massive, widespread damage. And the brilliant inventor who had just created the very bomb in Kale's hands? It was none other than the Black Dragon. "You really are incredible." "Of course I am. I am a great and mighty dragon, after all." An even stronger surge of mana flowed out from the Black Dragon's chubby paw, soaking entirely into the bomb. Kale could feel the intense vibrations echoing from within the magic bomb. He looked up at the pitch-black sky. The final day of the lunar month. A completely moonless night. It was the exact moment he had been waiting for. "Be careful, don't get hurt." The black dragon soared higher, casting a protective shield over Kale before bidding him farewell. Click. A faint beep echoed from inside the bomb. Kale let it slip from his grasp while simultaneously securing the diving suit's respirator over his face. The fierce night wind lashed against his cheeks. Dozens of minor explosions erupted, shattering the whirlpool's momentum and throwing it completely off course. Seizing the moment, Kale plunged right into the chaos, diving straight toward the ocean floor. His body shot downward like a fired arrow. The cascading explosions continued to rip through the water, completely stripping the whirlpool of its binding force. Rebounding currents from the blast's aftershocks violently slammed into his protective shield. However, Kale descended safely to the very bottom of the sea, right beneath the colossal whirlpool fronting the central island. That massive vortex originated from a tiny spinning top, pinned beneath a giant stone slab. It was a top that had been spinning ceaselessly for hundreds of years. Now, that very stone slab loomed right before Kale's eyes. In the original storyline, Tunka had also figured out that the whirlpool spawned from beneath this massive boulder. He had tried to lift the slab, but when that failed, the maniac simply smashed it to pieces. That alone proved just how monstrously strong Tunka was. Kale shook his head. He approached the top, which was just barely peeking out from under the stone, looking a lot like Sun Wukong trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain. Right then, just like every other time he claimed an ancient power, the voice of its original owner echoed in his mind. "Those bastards! They dare say stealing an artifact forged from the blood and sacrifice of others is a sin? I was trying to return it to the people, those absolute pieces of trash. Why should scum like them be allowed to hold such power?" The original owner of the Sound of the Wind was the infamous thief from the village's legends, the one who supposedly stole a divine artifact. In reality, she hadn't stolen a god's relic at all, merely an item hoarded by the temple. For that, they bound her feet to this colossal stone slab, threw her into the freezing ocean, and left her to drown. That was how the thief with the fastest legs in the world met her tragic end, leaving behind her supernatural ability to command the wind. This power was entirely different from Mana. Her very essence had become the wind itself. Even after death, her soul transformed into this spinning top, endlessly churning out gales. This wretched seawater. If only my friend's destructive light were here, it would have boiled it all away. Kale's expression twisted into a strange look as he pulled out his tools to extract the top. Did she just say, light? Do you know why lightning is so terrifying? Because it only takes one strike. Just one. Hearing her, Kale immediately thought of the final ancient power he was planning to acquire. The Fire of Destruction. An element he could only obtain by walking straight through a sea of roaring flames. Oh, and of course, he would have to throw away an absolute mountain of cash to get it. A sudden realization flashed through his mind. The indestructible shield, the heart's vitality, the sound of the wind, and then the Fire of Destruction. The elemental sequence was making Kale intensely uncomfortable. He seriously debated whether he should even take this spinning top, but the shrill alarm on his diving suit snapped him out of it. He only had 3 minutes left. Grab the loot first, think later. With that decided, Kale took out his magical shovel and started digging. He chipped away at the magically reinforced seabed holding the top captive. The shovel carved through the ocean floor effortlessly. Honestly, there was absolutely no need to shatter the entire boulder like that meathead Tunka did, especially when a few basic scoops of dirt would do the trick. A few shovelfuls later, the spinning top was completely unearthed. Kale reached out and grabbed it. True to form, the ancient power's owner was still passionately ranting about the injustices of life. Kale completely tuned her out, casually placing the top down onto the solid ground. The owner of the sound of the wind desired only one thing: liberation, which, in this case, meant total destruction. Crunch! Kale crushed the spinning top under his heel. A piercing, ultrasound-like screech ripped through the depths of the ocean. With the vessel shattered, the bound wind violently burst free from within. The tempest swirled, wrapping itself warmly around Kyle. Ah, so you are someone who holds the power of regeneration. Listen to me. Never let yourself be chained down like I was. You hear me? Live a free life. The brilliant white gale completely enveloped Kale's body before rushing inward, gathering tightly around his heart. Thump! Thump! Kale's heart began to hammer wildly against his ribs. It was beating so frantically that a sharp pain flared up in his chest. Grunting, Kale pressed his right hand hard over his left pectoral. Suddenly, the wild wind spiraled down from the crown of his head, sweeping all the way down to his feet. The gust flared with a radiant light before sinking into his skin, etching a crisp mark right above his heel. A whirlpool crest appeared precisely on his ankle, just visible between the diving suit and his flippers. Sure enough, it was the shimmering mark of a silver vortex. Only then did Kale feel his racing heart finally steady itself. Wait, had the heart's vitality actually amplified the sound of the wind? Kale narrowed his eyes in suspicion, but he didn't have the luxury to ponder over it. Beep! Beep! The alarm blared a second time. Time was almost up, but honestly, even with so little time left, it was more than enough. Kale channeled the sound of the wind. Instantly, fierce gales roared to life beneath the soles of his feet. With just a light push off the seabed, Kale's body launched forward, tearing through the heavy ocean water like a torpedo. The monstrous whirlpool guarding the central island had vanished, leaving only a chaotic mess of remnant currents behind. Kale effortlessly carved right through them. The natural vortices would likely dissipate within a week, but Kale's master plan required maintaining this turbulent barrier for an entire year. The winds generating the whirlpools immediately recognized their new master, gracefully parting the fierce currents to open a clear path for him. His next destination was the Cliff of Winds. In a blink of an eye, the towering cliff face loomed right in front of him. Kicking hard against the water, Kale shot toward the surface. As he breached, his eyes immediately darted toward the distant village. One by one, numerous lamps were already flickering on. He had to move, fast. Kale had strictly ordered Hans not to wake him unless it was literally a matter of life or death. So the butler wouldn't come snooping around his room easily. But even so, it was always better to sneak back in ahead of schedule. Kale propelled himself toward the Cliff of Winds, Jagged rocks of all sizes thrust out of the water like deadly spears at the base of the precipice. That was exactly why anyone unfortunate enough to fall from the top ended up shredded to pieces on the rocks below. Kale carefully navigated closer to the section of the cliff shaped like a massive lion's head. Peering behind the largest boulder in the cluster, a sly smirk tugged at Kale's lips. Bingo. A small, hidden cave entrance. He meticulously weaved his way through the jagged rocks, inching closer to the opening. The moment he reached the entrance, he hauled himself out of the freezing water and perched on the cave's ledge. In the original timeline, right after acquiring the sound of the wind, Tunka had stumbled upon another hidden jackpot right here in this very cave. Even though it was a serendipitous find that Tunka didn't need, it was a crucial ingredient for Kale once he got his hands on it. Combined with the ingredient Locke would bring back for him later, the Queen of the Jungle would have absolutely no choice but to make a deal with him. Because the Queen had to save the jungle. Kale hadn't even warmed his seat before the Black Dragon came with some shocking news. There was a creature in the cave. Even though it was currently on the verge of death, it wasn't quite a corpse yet, which was what Kale usually feared. Right at that moment, a sound echoed, like something dragging itself along inside the cave. The heavy metallic stench of blood filled the air. Kale thought to himself, should I just jump into the water and go home? Or maybe I should tell the dragon to take me home. Rustle, rustle, rustle. But the sound of that crawling grew even more frantic. Before Kale could even finish his thought, the life form inside the cave revealed itself. The creature trembled as it spoke the moment it appeared. Save me, please. I absolutely have to live to do something. Please. A creature with a human appearance was dragging itself forward, its legs brutally mangled, inching closer to Kale. A gooey green liquid clung to the torn flesh, making the blood pour out endlessly. That was a merfolk's attack. At this point, Kale could be absolutely certain that this guy was from the whale tribe. This beautiful human with tangled long hair and blood-stained hands dragging himself toward Kale was indeed a whale. Hey, you weak human, did you catch a cold? Your face is completely pale. The Black Dragon's voice echoed, but it didn't even reach Kale. Kale felt like he was facing a scene from a horror movie he'd once watched. A dying, heavily injured member of the whale tribe appearing right in front of him in human form. Kale wondered if he should just run away, right then and there. But why would a whale be injured by merfolk poison? A single word suddenly flashed through his mind. Half-blood. In The Birth of a Hero, the whale tribe had a population as small as the dragons. Their tribe never mixed bloodlines, yet there was a single half-blood among the dead. Kale approached the mixed-blood whale and crouched down in front of him. The whale looked up, the young man with long hair, a guy with a face so breathtakingly beautiful that it made even elves look like squids in comparison. That young man was looking at Kale, silently begging for help. Kale replied to him emotionlessly, "All right, I'll save you." The mixed-blood whale. If Kale's intuition was right, there was a high chance this guy would suffer even more if he survived. And he was absolutely certain the guy knew this too. Kale recalled the conversation between Locke and the Whale King. "So, you're the pureblood child of the wolf tribe." "My child is not a pureblood." "Wait, she isn't a pureblood?" "Not that child, I have another son." That son is the one who isn't a pureblood. Because of that, he had a very hard time. He was too weak to live in the sea. So he lived on land? No. That wicked child left this world even before I did. Kale looked into those ocean blue eyes and said, "Get some sleep. You'll feel better when you wake up." The blue eyes blinked a few times before fluttering shut. Kale observed the unconscious whale, then leaned in closer to examine his legs. The moment the whale passed out, the Black Dragon appeared, hovering closer and lit up a small orb of light. The whale's legs were now clearly visible, completely ulcerated and covered in sores. The skin of the whale tribe was supposed to be incredibly thick and tough. Contrary to their flawless, blemish-free appearance, their skin was extremely resilient. But half-bloods didn't have that luxury. That was why, when hit by the merfolk's attack, the poison had seeped deep into his flesh. Kale pointed at the young man and ordered the Black Dragon to push him into the water. The Black Dragon was completely stunned. Kale's cruel response was beyond its imagination. After calming its mind, it turned around and started tearing into Kale. "Did you lie? You said you were going to save him. You really are weak, but are you not even going to keep your promise? You're telling me to push him into the water? Are you trying to drown him? Kale sighed and replied, I'm doing this to save him. After saying that, he even ordered the dragon to chop off an arm from the corpse they had seen that morning and bring it back to him. The black dragon's jaw dropped. Even though it had no idea what Kale was scheming, the dragon still obediently followed his orders. While it went off to do what he asked, Kale continued deeper into the cave. The cave wasn't too deep. He reached the end in no time. Found it. The serendipity that Tunka had discovered was a small puddle of water. Kale scooped some of the water into a glass bottle. Water that suppresses fire. Water is naturally stronger than fire, but this water was powerful in a completely different sense. By pouring this water onto the item Locke would bring back for him and letting it soak into its attributes, it would create a precious artifact, a treasure that would save the increasingly withering jungle. Kale headed back to the cave entrance. He didn't know when the black dragon had returned, but he saw it had brought back an arm from the merfolk corpse with a disgusted look on its face, while the mixed-blood whale was soaking in the water. Let's go. As soon as he returned, Cal was greeted by an overly enthusiastic welcome from On and Hong. Hans had been knocking on the door non-stop, leaving the kittens completely clueless about what to do. Thankfully, he made it back just in time. Hans was still standing outside, looking like he was about to cry. Since Kale had threatened to kill him if he dared to wake him up, Hans only dared to knock from the outside, too terrified to actually come in. Kale took off his swimsuit, put on a bathrobe, and tossed the invisibility cloak to the dragon so it could hide the whale guy. Once everything was settled, he went to open the door. Hans stared at Kale. Standing in front of him right now was Kale, his hair still dripping wet, wearing a loosely tied bathrobe that casually revealed a toned chest looking absolutely mouthwatering. Young master, did you go take a bath? Kale brushed his wet hair back and replied to Hans lethargically, I couldn't sleep, so I went for a quick dip near the lighthouse. Hans breathed a massive sigh of relief. So Kale was just taking a bath, which was why he didn't open the door. There was a massive explosion a moment ago, and a worried Amiru had told Hans to go check on Kal while she headed to the sea to investigate. Kal thought to himself, Amiru would definitely be thrilled to know the whirlpools had vanished. Now that everything was cleared up, Kale shooed his guest away. Hans scurried off. Kale went into the bathroom, scooped some seawater into a basin, and came back. The black dragon watched him do this with a deeply confused expression, but Kale paid it no mind and tossed the merfolk's arm into the basin of water. A sound like crackling fire hissed through the air, but in reality, the shriveled arm was rapidly swelling up and returning to its original shape. Kale pulled out a knife. Hey, human, put the knife away! The black dragon screamed in pure panic. It seemed its deafening, booming voice had jolted the whale guy awake. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Kale holding a knife up high, with a savage, unhinged smile on his face. Stab! The dagger plunged into the mermaid's arm. The thick liquid oozing from the wound was mermaid's blood. Before it rots, mermaid's blood can briefly restore itself in seawater. Kale urged the whale tribe boy to drink it as it was the only antidote. In Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero, Rosalind discovered this exact treatment to save Locke. You were poisoned by a mermaid, Kale stated. At this point in time, this cure was still completely unknown. The young whale hesitated for a moment, but ultimately listened to Kale and drank the blood. A moment later, the gruesome wound on his leg completely vanished. As the boy stared in absolute shock, Kale gave a faint smile and asked, Are you the one behind this mermaid's corpse? If you're a whale, you need to return to the sea by dawn at the absolute latest to recover your strength. The boy's face instantly went cold. A sharp freezing aura, different from Choi Han's, wrapped around him. It was the aura of someone who was constantly compared to others, living with the crushing belief that he was inferior to his own kind. That kind of biting sharpness was their defining trait. How did you know I am from the whale tribe? He demanded. Unfazed by his hostility, Kale casually replied, There are 3 dead mermaids out there. Who else could pull that off? The young whale didn't argue. He just quietly stated that he wanted to go home. Kale showed absolutely zero interest in the boy's personal affairs. He only saved him because the kid had begged for his life. Now that it was over, they could go their separate ways. Kale climbed into bed, telling the whale tribe boy to just leave quietly. With the black dragon secretly trailing him, the kid probably wouldn't run into any danger. Someone who has lost their family. Kim Rock-soo had decided to stick his nose into someone else's business just this once. Of course, he had no intention of taking a loss. Kale recalled the Whale King's final words to Locke. That is exactly why I never want to lose another family member again. If that child were still alive, I would have passed the throne to my daughter and tried living as a human with him just once. Would he have been happier that way? That is what I thought. Your daughter seems like she would make a great king. But she's very devoted to her family, so wouldn't she want to live with you too, sir? You are right. When my son disappeared, she practically flipped the entire ocean upside down looking for him. Wow, if she searched like that, the ocean really must have been turned upside down. Mister, what was your son's name? Pasiton. That was my son's name. The benefactor of the Whale King. Whether he ended up meeting the current king or the future queen, couldn't Kale totally use this to his advantage later? No matter what happens, the whale tribe is guaranteed to win their war against the mermaids. Feeling pretty good about himself, Kale peacefully drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when Kale woke up, Pasiton was already gone. Hong the cat happily reported the news. He said he'll come back at night. Kale just shrugged. The kid really didn't need to do that. Bright and early, a radiant Amiru came to inform Kale that the whirlpools blocking the central island had vanished. Yeah, I did that. Kale obviously couldn't say what he was actually thinking, so he just awkwardly averted his eyes. Standing next to Amiru were veteran fishermen, knights, and Tuunka. Just as described in the novel, Tunka had long brown hair that stood up wildly like a lion's mane. He had such an incredibly intimidating presence that it looked like he could knock a man out cold with a single slap. He smacked his lips and muttered to himself, "Damn, what a shame. I really wanted to try jumping into that whirlpool. Should I go find another one?" Yep, that insane logic perfectly matched the crazy bastard Tunka. Just then, Amiru spoke up with bright enthusiasm. "Since the Hennetus County is our main investor, I really wanted to show you the site, young master. I am talking about the now peaceful Ubar waters. Would you care to join me on a trip to the central island?" At least until the Counts-people arrived, Kale had to show some level of genuine interest in the project. Giving Amiru a gentle smile, he asked, "Will these people be coming along as well?" "Yes, they will." Amiru's firm answer made the corner of Kale's mouth twitch in annoyance. Totally oblivious to his reaction, Amiru pointed at Tunka and introduced him to Cole. "This is the man who was nearly swept away by the whirlpools last time. Bob, this is young Master Kale Hennetus." A vicious, twisted grin spread across Tunka's face. "It's a real pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Bob." Bob. Kale knew the guy would use an alias, but did he really have to pick a name that sounded like a dog's? Kale didn't want to look at Tunka's stupid face for even a second. But Amiru kept enthusiastically explaining. "Bob is actually from the Whipper Kingdom. He's a humble tribesman from a small fishing village. He ran into some terrible trouble while out on his boat and washed up here. Yep, I am just an ordinary guy making a living catching tiny little fish. One thing led to another, and well, here I am. An ordinary life? Total bullshit." Having no idea what Cal was thinking, Amiru continued. "That is why he actually went out to sea with us last night to help investigate." Amiru looked at the tribesman with pure, trusting eyes. Kale glanced around the room. Unlike Amiru, several people were glaring at Tuunka with clear disgust. Is it because he's a tribesman? Kale ignored the hostile stares and made eye contact with Tuunka. The hulking man smirked. "I heard that the young master used a massive shield to save everyone in the capital. I really wanted to meet someone that powerful in person, so I begged Lady Amiru to let me tag along." Tuunka's eyes narrowed in a sly way that completely clashed with his massive, brutish frame. In that exact moment, Kale's instincts screamed danger. He immediately shot back, "Well, as you can see, I am currently recovering from my injuries. Besides, it's not some crazy, overwhelming power or anything. I'm actually extremely weak." Amiru quickly nodded, confirming that Kale was telling the truth. Tuunka's mood instantly plummeted. He gave Kale a quick, disappointed once-over before completely looking away. Yeah, that's exactly who Tuunka is. Heroic sacrifices for others? He couldn't care less about stuff like that. The only thing that matters to him is absolute strength. He worships the strong and completely dismisses the weak. If you're weak, he'll despise you even if you're on his side, and he'll just bide his time until he finds the perfect chance to kill you. That's exactly why people call him a tyrant. After the brief introductions, everyone boarded the ship heading for the central island. Right then, Kale heard Tuunka muttering under his breath. "Strange. I can definitely smell a strong guy around here." As expected, Tunka's instincts were downright monstrous. Kale glanced up at the empty air. "I do not stink," the grumpy voice of the invisible black dragon echoed in his mind. Since Tunka's intuition was even sharper than a beastman's, Kale brushed off the thought and resolved to act even weaker than usual today. Currently, the Ubar family was investigating the sudden disappearance of the whirlpools. Amiru's father and the territory's mages would also be arriving soon to assess the situation. Kale gazed out at the calm sea before the central island and casually chimed in with Amiru. "Is that so? That's a relief. I hope they can find the cause soon." "You really are a terrible liar," the dragon scoffed. "I hope the rest of the whirlpools will vanish soon as well," Kale continued smoothly. The dragon scoffed again, speaking directly into Kale's mind. "You are lying again. Did you not say that those whirlpools would last for another year?" Kale flat out ignored the little black dragon. Amiru nodded back at him with a resolute expression. "Yes, we will definitely find the cause and wipe out the remaining whirlpools. We've received help from so many places and been given such an incredible opportunity. We have to seize it." Seeing Amiru so fired up made Kale feel a tiny bit guilty. He offered a gentle smile. "Since it's you, Lady Amiru, and the Ubar family, I'm sure you will succeed." Amiru thanked him with a graceful smile, her eyes filled with genuine warmth as she looked at him. Putting on a perfectly serious face, Kale told her, "The sun is giving me a bit of a headache. Would it be all right if I went over to rest in the shade for a while?" He could feel Tunka's gaze from a distance, occasionally throwing sharp glances his way. It seemed the man was still trying to sniff out the scent of the strong, but there was no way Tunka could ever detect a black dragon. That was the absolute limit of someone who couldn't sense aura or mana. Once on the island, Kale leisurely strolled into the forest. He made his way back to the spot where the mermaid corpses had been left earlier. But upon arriving, Kale froze in shock. The corpses had vanished without a trace. "It was not me! I did not do it!" The black dragon fiercely denied having any part in it. But this time, Kale didn't even have the luxury to listen to him. He slowly approached the large stone slab where the mermaid corpses used to lie. He could do nothing but stop dead in his tracks in front of the stone. Could Passiton have done this? The mermaid corpses had been completely pulverized into dust. Kale only recognized it because he knew the bodies had been there. Anyone else would have just thought it was fine stone dust from the slab. This kind of terrifying, destructive power could only belong to the whale tribe. And an absolutely furious whale at that. Suddenly, the surface of the ocean began to churn violently. At the same time, the black dragon urgently warned Kale that something massive was surging up from the depths of the sea at a dizzying speed. And then, a whale breached the surface. Not just any whale, it was a humpback whale, the majestic guardian of the ocean. The humpback whales were known as the protectors of the weak, and for generations the Whale King had always been a humpback whale. The colossal beast stared straight into Kale's soul, its eyes swirling with a terrifying mix of bloodlust, scrutiny, primal instinct, and cold reason. For the first time since arriving in this world, Kale found himself locking eyes with a true powerhouse from the position of the weak. The absolute powerhouse looked down, scrutinizing Kale's every flinch. That condescending glare made the incredibly short-tempered black dragon boil with rage. An invisible, overwhelming pressure sent violent ripples through the air. The surrounding mana began to violently fluctuate, and the ocean waves surged in response. But the humpback whale didn't flinch in the slightest. On the contrary, the massive 15-meter beast raised its enormous tail and slammed it down onto the roaring sea. Boom! The impact sent massive shockwaves across the water. There was no doubt about it. That thing was a beastman from the whale tribe. Thump! 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 Kale desperately tried to steady his wildly beating heart. Sensing the extreme danger, the vitality of the heart began to pump its profound power through his veins, and the indestructible shield instinctively reacted right along with it. Ancient powers always prioritized their master's survival above all else. They were buzzing and primed, ready for Kale to unleash them at a moment's notice. Kale whipped his head toward the empty space where the mana was violently swirling, where the black dragon was hovering. He was just about to shout, but another voice completely beat him to it. "I have no intention of starting a fight." The massive humpback whale slowly breached further, revealing its face above the churning water. But the fiercely arrogant 4-year-old dragon aggressively snapped right back. "Who gave you permission to raise your head at us? You call what you just did not picking a fight? "You insolent whale!" Kale let out a heavy sigh at the furious screaming echoing in his head, and reached his hand toward the violently swirling mana. A pissed-off 4-year-old is seriously terrifying. The chaotic stream of mana, thick enough to obliterate anything in its path, gently parted to make way for Kale's hand. A flicker of utter confusion flashed in the giant whale's eyes as Kale's hand landed softly on something small and round in the empty air. It was the invisible dragon's head. Kale gently patted it with a completely deadpan expression. "Calm down. You are going to end up hurting yourself at this rate." The raging storm of mana suddenly died down. He heard the little black dragon grumble in a sulky voice. "I am not going to get hurt. I know you are incredibly strong, but even so, you still need to be careful." Man, calming down a 4-year-old is exhausting, Kale thought, but surprisingly, the little black dragon seemed to interpret Kale's gentle scolding in his own unique way. "You are the weak human here. You are the one who needs to be careful." With that, the violent mana tremors completely vanished. Only then did Kale turn his full attention back to the massive whale. The titanic creature slowly lowered its enormous head right in front of him. Kale's breath hitched at its sheer, overwhelming size, but he forced himself to stand completely still. The suffocating bloodlust in the whale's eyes had vanished. The colossal humpback whale bowed its head right in front of Kale and slowly opened its massive jaw. However, its simple attempt to speak was instantly horribly misunderstood by a certain someone. From the distant horizon, a much smaller whale was violently tearing through the waves, rushing madly toward them. Compared to the massive 15-meter beast, this one looked incredibly small and frail. It closed the distance at breakneck speed, desperately screaming, "Sister, you can't swallow him!" The humpback whale right in front of Kale hurriedly turned around. Torrents of water crashed down onto Kale. His clothes were completely soaked, but he didn't have the time to care about that right now. The scar on its back. Is that the humpback whale? And the little whale right now is Pasiton. If that was true, then there was only one being he would call sister. The daughter of the Whale King and the one destined to be the next ruler. The one who led the war against the mermaids alongside Choi Han. Witira. It had to be her. Kale felt relieved that there was a massive commotion at the front drawing everyone's attention. If it weren't for that, people would have already rushed over here from that booming voice alone. But the reunion between the humpback whale and the little whale didn't last long. Right at that moment, the black dragon casually chimed in, "By the way, someone else is coming." Another one? Kale immediately ducked behind a massive rock. And then, the absolute madman with hair wild like a lion's mane appeared. It was Tunka. With eyes full of madness, he charged out of the forest at a breakneck pace and roared, "What is that smell? What the hell is that smell?" It was the scent of the strong. Tunka, his eyes completely unhinged, was gripping a club he had snatched from God knows where. He pointed the weapon into the empty air and let out a vicious snarl. "Is it you?" Tunka smacked his lips in anticipation and started closing the distance to the humpback whale. Even standing at nearly 2 meters tall, Tunka looked ridiculously small in front of the massive humpback. But he was utterly thrilled at the prospect of throwing down one-on-one with a whale for the first time. As expected, Tunka had no idea the creature in front of him was a beast man. He just wanted to fight because the whale looked phenomenally strong. His meathead brain couldn't process anything beyond brawling and raw power, so Kale tucked himself into a corner to avoid becoming collateral damage. Like the old saying goes, when whales fight, the shrimp's back is broken. And who else was the unfortunate shrimp here if not him? If it's a whale, I just have to beat it to death, right? Tunka's eyes gleamed with madness. He kicked off the ground with incredible force, his body instantly launching high into the air. Kyle let out a gasp and backed up even further. Tunka soared through the air in a flash, violently swinging his club down toward the whale's head. Right at that moment, Kale witnessed something he had never seen before, a humpback whale smirking. One corner of the massive whale's mouth curled up as she turned her head. Her gigantic 15-meter-long body spun around in a split second. Her colossal tail slammed straight toward Tunka, but the madman instantly shifted his momentum in midair and crashed back down to the ground. The spot where Tunka had just leaped from was utterly obliterated by the whale's tail. The sheer force of the shockwave sent a massive geyser of seawater shooting up into the air, completely drenching Kale once again. Witnessing the whale's overwhelming power only made that lunatic Tunka even more ecstatic. He wildly provoked the whale to come at him faster, bringing his club smashing down onto its tail at blistering speed. But the whale didn't even bother dodging. She simply raised her massive tail and swatted Tunka away. Boom! Tunka slammed into the ground with a deafening crash. The wooden club in his hands was completely split in two. I knew this crappy stick was useless. Real men fight with their bare fists. Saying that, he started cackling like an absolute psychopath. Kale felt a massive migraine coming on. What the hell was he supposed to do with this lunatic? If this racket kept up, the people on the other side of the forest were definitely going to show up. How was he supposed to slip away without a single soul noticing now? Just then, a voice called out, "Sister, if you keep doing that, he's going to get hurt." The little whale had finally managed to swim over. Hearing that, Tunka froze in his tracks. "Is that tiny little fish talking?" That remark caused the humpback whale's face to distort into a furious scowl, glaring daggers at Tunka. A stunningly beautiful voice suddenly echoed out. "Did you just call my little brother a tiny fish?" Tunka barked back, sounding even more utterly bewildered. Wait, this huge thing can talk too? What an absolute disaster. Kale watched in dismay as Tunka started clapping his hands in sheer ecstasy. "Oh ho, so you guys are beastmen. This is getting insanely fun." With that, he cocked his fist back and hurled himself straight at Watira. But the whale princess wasn't the least bit intimidated by a small fry like Tunka. Just as she was about to absolutely obliterate him, Pasiton quickly swam up and warned her, "Sister, you can't hurt him. He's my benefactor." Watira locked eyes with Kale, the benefactor who had saved her little brother's life. Meanwhile, Tunka yelled, "Hey, you're in the middle of a fight with me. Don't you dare look away. Because if you keep spacing out like that, I'll kill you." Tunka lunged at her once again, but his bare fist completely failed to reach the humpback whale. The massive whale had vanished, replaced by thick clouds of billowing steam. Through the dense mist, a stunning young woman emerged, stepping gracefully onto a flat rock just above the ocean surface. Watira possessed an unearthly beauty, with flowing sapphire hair and deep blue eyes. If there was a being crowned as the most beautiful creature in the entire ocean, it was undeniably the woman standing right in front of Kale. Just then, Kale heard the little dragon's voice echo in his mind. "Dragons are cooler. When I turn into a human, I'll be way cooler and prettier than that. I'll definitely be #1 in the world." Kale just gave a half-hearted hum of agreement to brush it off. Even in their magnificent and breathtaking human forms, the whale tribe remained overwhelmingly powerful and brutally dominant, even on dry land. Watira slowly approached the boulder where Cal was hiding. She thanked Kale for saving her little brother's life. She promised to give him a proper, formal greeting at a later time, but right now, she had to deal with the battle-crazed lunatic screaming behind her. Tunka was visibly pissed off that Watira kept ignoring him instead of focusing on their fight. "This little punk sure loves running around playing the hero for everyone, huh?" Kale clicked his tongue in annoyance at being called a little punk. It seemed Tunka had finally ripped off the pathetic mask of Bob, a persona that had absolutely nothing to do with his true nature. This was the real Tunka, the kind of arrogant bastard who would run his mouth wildly, entirely uncaring whether his opponent was a high-ranking noble or an absolute powerhouse. Kale felt much more accustomed to Tunka's current attitude. After all, this was exactly how his character was described in the novel. Tunka's sarcastic remarks toward Kale infuriated the Black Dragon. Saving lives and sparing others were incredibly noble deeds, things to be immensely proud of. That rotten personality of his was exactly like that punk Ven whom it despised. He had no right to look down on acts of justice. From her gaze, it was clear that Watira was furious. Her eyes were burning with pure rage. As the woman leading the brutal war against the mermaids, she was not one to back down from a provocation or shy away from a fight. "Oh, I like that look in your eyes. I guess that means you want to go around with me right now, huh? Just ignore that useless weakling and fight me instead. That sounds way more fun anyway." Tunka kept running his mouth, all while relaxing his arms and shifting his center of gravity forward. It was his signature fighting stance. A smirk crept onto Watira's lips. "Someone of your level really thinks they can take me on?" Watira raised her right hand and water began to surge upward from her palm. In an instant, she was gripping a massive whip made entirely of water. She lashed the whip out toward the ocean. The enormous water whip, stretching several meters long, sliced right through the surface of the sea. The ocean trembled once more. Watira fixed her icy gaze on Tunka and scoffed. How amusing. I am not going to fight you. I am going to teach you a lesson. She curled her finger, taunting him. Teach me, you say. Tunka burst into a maniacal laugh, his eyes turning vicious as he glared right back at her. Then let's see you try. I'll rip you to shreds. Without another word, he lunged straight at Watira. She mercilessly cracked her whip at the charging brute. Bam! His bare fist collided violently with the whip. A bright smile flashed across her face. You really are putting me in the perfect mood to discipline you. Watira's water whip slithered through the air, like a snake, wrapping tightly around Tunka's body. Tunka just let out a bark of laughter and grabbed the whip. He actually grabbed a whip made entirely of water with nothing but his bare hands. After all, overwhelming brute strength was his absolute specialty. Tunka forcefully tore away the water whip that was coiled around him like a serpent. Watira raised an eyebrow. However, Tunka was still no match for the future ruler of the whale tribe. Watira casually flicked her right wrist. Following her graceful movement, the water whip struck Tunka's body with lightning speed and devastating force, sending him flying straight toward the forest. But right at that moment, what in the world was going on? Amaru, the investigation team, and the knights had just emerged from the tree line, and Tunka was hurtling right toward them. Everyone, raise your shields! Realizing there was no time to dodge the human projectile coming their way, Amaru instantly barked the order. Seeing the knights frantically raise their shields, Tunka let out a booming laugh. You'd better brace yourselves. My body is built like a rock, so you weaklings might actually get hurt. At this rate, the chances of the knights sustaining serious injuries from the impact were incredibly high. Kale clicked his tongue in exasperation. Absolute lunatics. Crash! Tunka slammed right into a shield, but he didn't crash into the humans at all, and not a single person was injured. Right behind Tunka, a divine radiant silver shield was bracing his back, while its glowing silver wings gently wrapped around his body to cushion the blow. Everyone instantly turned their gazes toward the owner of that miraculous shield. Once again, Kale had used his powers to save lives. It wasn't exactly a case of when whales fight, the shrimp's back is broken, but more like, when whales fight, the shrimp is forced to use his ancient powers. Feeling all those eyes locked onto him, Kale slowly stood up. He fully supported Watira launching Tunka into the stratosphere, but he absolutely couldn't allow his territory's knights to get injured in the process. That was why he had hurriedly summoned his indestructible shield. Thankfully, the knights were perfectly safe, but unfortunately, it made it look like he had actually stepped in to save Tunka, even though that wasn't his intention at all. Since he had been sitting in one spot for too long, Kale's legs had fallen asleep. He stumbled slightly before collapsing onto one knee from a sudden leg cramp. Amaru rushed over in an absolute panic. Young Master Kale, you didn't have to push yourself like that. Why would you go to such lengths for us? Believe me, Kale didn't want to do it either, but if Tunka ended up injuring the investigation team, it would severely delay his own peaceful return to the Ubar territory. Amaru inspected Kale's condition, her face pale with worry and distress. And on top of that, why are you completely soaking wet? Are you all right? You are still recovering from your previous injuries. What if you catch a horrible cold? Goodness, young master, you really are. Amaru's panicked words made Watira and Pasiton flinch, especially Watira. She suddenly remembered that Kale was drenched purely because she had aggressively splashed him with her tail and recalled his pathetic, huddled posture as he glared up at her. As long as nobody got hurt, it's fine, isn't it? Kale mumbled. His voice lacked even a single ounce of warmth and actually sounded remarkably irritated. And their instincts were dead on. Kale was incredibly annoyed. He felt completely miserable standing there dripping wet and just wanted to drag himself away from this entire mess and finally get some rest. Amaru let out a heavy sigh. Truthfully, she found Kale practically impossible to understand sometimes. Seeing him just standing there in stubborn silence, Amaru finally looked around and noticed the two unfamiliar strangers standing nearby, Pasiton and Watira. She immediately turned her sharp gaze to Bob, questioning him. Who in the world is that madman? This entire territory fundamentally belonged to the Roan Kingdom. However, the Ubar region was her family's direct jurisdiction. She had absolutely no intention of letting this kind of wild chaos slide on her own land. Right as the atmosphere grew dangerously tense, a sound broke the silence. Achoo! Kale sneezed violently. He dragged a hand down his wet face and looked up, realizing that everyone was staring blankly at him again. Kale spoke up with his usual flat tone. First things first, let's just head back. Not a single person argued with him. Together, the entire group made their way back to Amiru's coastal estate. Once Kale had explained the entire ridiculous situation from start to finish, Amiru gave him a long look before turning to Tunka. She spoke with undeniable authority. You are ordered to leave this territory by tomorrow. You should consider yourself extremely lucky that banishment is your only punishment. Amiru had officially ordered Tunka to pack up and get out by the next day. He had completely blown his cover as a simple fisherman by picking a violent brawl on her shores. She then glared at the two whale siblings. And you two will face severe consequences if you cause any further trouble on my land. The whale siblings nodded at Amiru with calm expressions. Her decision made, Amiru gently urged Kale to go get some rest. But when she turned back to Tunka, her eyes went ice cold. You really are someone who repays kindness with malice, Kale said softly to Amiru. That's exactly why he needs to be exiled. Exile Tunka. That was the very suggestion Kale had made to Amiru. Kale turned his head to look at Tunka. The guy had been staring blankly this whole time. Or rather, his expression looked incredibly complicated. Ancient powers. Aside from raw physical strength, it was the only kind of power recognized by a tribe that absolutely despised magic. They considered it a divine blessing, since ancient powers were innate abilities passed down from their ancestors. The whales approached Kale. Watira spoke to him cautiously. Can we really come along with you? Kale replied in his usual indifferent tone. Do you two have anywhere else to go? I can at least cover you for a single night. With that, he stepped into the carriage. Regardless, Tunka would have to head back to the Whipper Kingdom. Kale debated whether he should contact that crown prince. How would he react if Kale told him he was heading to the Whipper Kingdom to bring back a honeycomb dripping with honey? Since they were birds of a feather, Kale already knew the answer. The crown prince would be absolutely thrilled. Upon returning, Kale found himself facing a whole crowd of people, from Choi Han and Bikro, the vice captain, and the 10 wolf tribe children, all the way to On and Hong. Choi Han hurriedly approached him with questions, so Kale immediately handed the whale siblings over to him to host. Then he came face to face with Bikrox. The man looked as impeccably neat as always today, and as he took in Kale's battered, dust-covered appearance, he spoke to Mais, the leader of the wolf tribe children. Go boil some water. Yes, sir. Mais calmly replied and walked over to Cal. Young master, did you get dragged into their fight and almost get yourself seriously hurt? Hearing Kale say he was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kale glanced over at Bikro. The moment their eyes met, the chef gave him a disgusted look and told him to go wash up. Kale could feel Bikrox's intense willpower. It seemed the man couldn't stand looking at his filthy state for even a second longer. Kale nodded quietly. He was about to head to the bathroom, but Pasiton and Watira held him back. Watira expressed that she wanted to speak with him once he was feeling better. It seemed they wanted to hide their royal identities from the others. Kale promised to meet them the next day, then turned around to go rest. Before leaving, he made a point to strongly emphasize that he needed to sleep, so absolutely no one was allowed to disturb him. The moment they entered his private room, the black dragon started nagging right in Kale's ear. I saw you coughing. Are you sure you can even move tonight? Shouldn't you be resting? How did you get so terribly weak? You're making me worry about you all the time. You're really frustrating me. Kale, the human, let out a deep sigh. You're the frustrating one here. It's because a certain dragon refuses to trust me, isn't it? That night, Kale and the dragon snuck out exactly as planned. They landed on an island not too far from the central one. Out of the whirlpools that were supposed to vanish in a week, Kale was going to maintain a few of them for an entire year. It absolutely had to be done today. The territory's mages were arriving tomorrow, which would make it way too difficult to act freely. This time, Kale had to deal with both the puddle, the fateful encounter he had found, and the remaining whirlpools all at once. Suddenly, the black dragon spoke up in a fluster. Wait, that thing! Did that guy seriously swim all the way out here? Kale was stunned by the sight before him. Down in the ocean, Tunka was literally swimming straight through the violent whirlpools, heading right for him. Kale was utterly baffled. He felt like collapsing. Why the hell is this lunatic here, all the way at the shore? Meanwhile, Tunka was buzzing with excitement, thrilled that his hunch had been spot on. "Ha, I knew it. I knew this would happen. You're definitely not some boring weakling. I could clearly smell the scent of the strong radiating off of you. So, are you a mage? How did you manage to fly up into the sky?" Tunka's eyes glinted dangerously the moment he spat out the word mage. If Kale was a mage, they would fight, and if Kale turned out to be weak, Tunka would kill him. Tunka genuinely believed that mages were a poison to the world. He took heavy strides, closing the distance to Kale. "What? Just because you're some noble mage, you think you can look down on my words?" Tunka watched as Kale let out a heavy sigh. Kale stared right back at Tunka and spoke bluntly. "I'm trying to figure out what to do with an uneducated brute like you. Should I beat you down right here or use you?" Kale was deep in thought. He watched Tunka marching forward, looking like he was about to lunge at him any second. Thinking about what? While ignoring me? The very second Tunka shouted those words, Kale made up his mind and took action. "I'll just do both." Caught completely off guard, Tunka was blasted backward and crashed straight into the ocean. His massive body was immediately swept up by the raging whirlpool. What the hell is this? Despite possessing an incredibly high resistance to magic, Tunka struggled to regain his senses against that sheer gale. The relentless winds blended with the swirling water, swallowing Tunka whole like a watery sinkhole. Kale used both hands to generate swirling gusts of wind as he calmly approached Tunka. Kale looked down at Tunka, who was currently trapped underwater by the sudden strike. No matter how big and tall someone was, eventually there would always come a time when someone else looked down on them. A mage could absolutely never possess an ancient power. Feeling the fierce winds wrapping around his body gradually fade, Tunka looked up at Kale. "Smack. As a warrior, you get what I mean, right? The tribespeople only ever acknowledged raw physical strength, and they considered a person's innate power to be a blessed gift. Ancient powers, the innate strength of humanity." Tunka had heard tales of ancient powers before, but this was the first time he was seeing one with his own two eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "So, you're not a mage." "Exactly," Kale replied firmly, without a single ounce of hesitation. Tunka threw out another question. "Then how do you know about the non-mage faction?" The more he looked, the more abnormal this noble standing before him seemed. A human whose attitude didn't match that of a typical noble at all, and someone who would push himself to the limit to protect others even when injured. Someone who didn't show the slightest bit of annoyance even when Tunka spoke to him with absolute disrespect. An eccentric who had the scent of the strong lingering all around him, yet emitted no strong aura from his own body. On top of all that, Kale was someone who revealed more and more bizarre powers the longer you watched him, and he was the very man who had saved Tunka's life. This was the first time Tunka had ever met someone like him. But Kale's next words caught Tunka off guard once again. Instead of answering his question, Kale asked, "Are you planning to destroy the magic tower?" "What? Destroy what?" Tunka was shocked. "How the hell do you know about that?" Tunka's face said it all. Destroying the magic tower was originally one of the core steps in the grand plan established by the non-mage faction. Kale continued, "If you're going to destroy the magic tower, try not to wreck it completely." Tunka subconsciously blurted out his inner thoughts. "You lunatic! What the hell are you babbling about?" Kale ignored him, simply reminding the brute that if he smashed the tower, he might as well kick all the mages out while he was at it. "If you agree to do that, I'll buy the magic tower from you." After winning the Civil War, the Whipper Kingdom experienced a surge of growth, but quickly lost its momentum. Their instinct had destroyed magic, which was considered the very symbol of reason. And in the end, those who abandoned reason were destined to become nothing more than mere beasts. Kale planned to snatch up that core of reason the beasts had carelessly tossed aside. Tunka smirked. He looked down at his own body, then glared up at Kale. "You really are insane." Kale didn't bother denying Tunka's words. Instead, he pointed right back at him and said, "Then aren't people like you who are planning to overthrow everything lunatics as well?" Tunka burst into laughter, his booming voice echoing all around them. He laughed for a long time before shaking his head and answering Kale. No, we are absolutely not crazy." Kale had already anticipated that Tunka would answer exactly like this. He firmly believed that the non-mage faction was in the right, and eventually, he would prove it with actual results. Tunka carefully observed Kale's demeanor as he casually denied being crazy. After staring at Kale for a long time, he said in a dismissive tone, "Go there and buy it yourself. We can't not destroy the magic tower, and there's no way we're dropping our plans for it." Tunka didn't outright say it, but Kale replied anyway. "Even if you didn't tell me, I was already planning to do just that." Tunka wondered how Kale knew he belonged to the non-mage faction. Kale let out a long sigh and began explaining it so this muscle-brained meathead could understand. First, he was a tribesman from the Whipper Kingdom, and right now, that nation was on the brink of an all-out faction war. And you asked if I was a mage with a murderous look in your eyes. Wouldn't all of that make anyone think of the non-mage faction? Makes sense, doesn't it? Kale turned his head away in exasperation at Tunka's reaction. After pulling himself ashore, Tunka grew curious about what Kale was up to in the dead of night, so he trailed behind him like a lost puppy. Kale tried to shoo him away, but the guy just wouldn't leave. So Kale just ignored him and went about his business. He summoned his indestructible shield, and its silver wings materialized and began to flap. Right then, the black dragon's voice echoed in Kale's mind. "I'm so smart!" Kale's body began to float gently. The black dragon had cast flight magic with perfect timing. Kale decided to deal with the whirlpools first. "Bob?" Kale called Tunka by his fake name. Everyone still thought his real name was Bob. "How did you know today's events were a secret?" "Of course, I prefer keeping interesting secrets to myself." His smirk made Tunka look like an absolute maniac. Was it just because it was nighttime? His hulking figure, his messy hair, and that unhinged smile all blended together to make Tunka look even more terrifying. Kale hovered in the air and said, "I'll arrange a ship and a captain for you. You know you need to head back to your hometown immediately, right?" "Oh, thanks, man." Tunka was taken aback for a second before giving a refreshingly cheerful reply. Seeing that, Kale just waved his hand dismissively. He left a brief parting word before flying higher into the sky. "Make sure you win. If it's you guys, you can pull it off." They had to win, because only then would Kale profit from it. Kale changed his direction toward another island with whirlpools. He could hear Tunka's booming laughter. Was that guy always such a giggler? As Kale headed for the other island, he mused. The non-mage faction would need money first and foremost after winning the Civil War, so they would definitely sell the magic tower and erase all traces of the mages. There was no way they'd hesitate when presented with a chance to make some quick cash. Besides, who knows? Hidden within the rubble of that tower might be the very treasures they desperately craved. Tunka watched Kale fly away for a long time before heading back to his quarters, as the whirlpools were no longer entertaining to him. But Kale was completely unaware of that. True to his word, he prepared a ship and a captain to send Tunka packing back to the Whipper Kingdom. Tunka told Kale to come to the Whipper Kingdom in 2 months, declaring that the world would change by then. Kale could clearly see the madness in his eyes and silently swore to himself to avoid that place for the next 2 months so he wouldn't get dragged into that mess. "Just go already." Kale quickly backed away from Tunka. Seeing this, Tunka hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you weak?" "Yeah." Kale's crisp, razor-sharp reply left Tunka lost in thought with a thoroughly confused expression. Still, he immediately boarded the ship. "You absolutely have to come in 2 months." Kale gave him a half-hearted wave goodbye and turned his back on the ship. At that moment, Tunka stood by the railing, waving his arms and shouting at the top of his lungs, "My name is Tunka! You'd better remember it! Make sure you remember my name!" Kale stood there, his hair blowing in the wind, thinking this guy was acting like a heroine in a shoujo manga. Regardless, he felt pretty cheerful thinking about what would happen in 2 months, because he was going to score a sturdy castle and enough money to last him a lifetime. Kale returned to his quarters to meet Watira and Pasiton as scheduled. They had come to pay their respects and thank Kale for saving Pasiton's life. Watira also wanted to apologize for drenching him like a wet rat the day before. Watira observed Kale's complexion and asked carefully, "Is your body holding up okay?" "Oh, it's fine." Thanks to the vitality of the heart, Kale's physical condition was always better than average. "Just an hour or 2 of sleep and all my fatigue vanishes," he told Watira, who had suddenly fallen silent, and Pasiton, who was sitting quietly beside her. "You two can stop thanking me now. If I have to hear it again, your gratitude is going to lose its value. The same goes for the apologies." "Understood. Thank you." Kale looked blankly at Watira, who was showing him great respect, while simultaneously sizing her up. The bloodline of the Whale King was completely different from the chiefs of ordinary beastman tribes. The Whale King was the absolute ruler of half the ocean. With a standing like that, the Whale King is no different from the ruler of a kingdom. Why bother hiding his status when he's already revealed his identity as a whale? But Kale didn't let the curiosity he'd been feeling since last night show. He figured he would just do his absolute best to keep his deep knowledge of the whale tribe a secret, and simply thanked her. "I told you to stop," Kale said to the picture-perfect sibling sitting across from him after he had sent Tunka back. Right now, Kale just wanted to quickly meet the liege of the Ubar territory and head back to the Hennetus estate. Even though he still had things to do back in the Hennetus territory, didn't he deserve a break before heading off to the Whipper Kingdom? Just then, Watira got straight to the point. She already knew Kale was a member of the Hennetus family, so she wanted his help to get her and her little brother into the Forest of Darkness. The reason being, their mortal enemies, the mermaids, were growing stronger. The whole reason Pasitan had been chased down was because he was trying to figure out exactly why they were getting so strong. The Forest of Darkness, one of the 5 forbidden regions of the Western continent, and the place where Choi Han had lived for decades. It was massive, roughly the size of 2 or 3 territories combined. The Roan Kingdom desperately wanted to claim it by any means necessary, but it was a place that simply couldn't be tamed. That was precisely why the Hennetus family had been guarding it for the kingdom for generations. Since the Forest of Darkness was located right inside the Hennetus territory, the whale siblings came to ask Kale for a favor, and of course they were ready to repay him with a worthy price. The large whale and the small whale both looked at Kale with deeply earnest eyes. On and Hong gently tapped Kale's knees with their front paws. The kids were clearly showing how much they wanted to tag along with the whales. "First off, give me the full story," Kale said. He needed to know the details clearly before he could decide whether to help them or not. Watira explained that the whales and the mermaids had split into the north and south, each staying at one end of the continent and engaging in battles big and small. This was a war between the mermaids, who wanted to build a kingdom, and the whales, who wanted to stop them. But starting about 6 months ago, the mermaids began acting really strange. They crossed the unspoken border between the two sides and started picking fights. I found out the reason behind it. Their goal is to occupy the entire sea route connecting the eastern and western continents. "What?" Kale blurted out in surprise. "If it's the connecting sea route, isn't that human business?" Between the eastern and western continents lay an incredibly treacherous sea. A few sea routes had been explored and used by humans. However, those paths were still distant and incredibly dangerous. That was why interaction between the two continents hadn't developed much. More importantly, there was an unspoken agreement regarding the sea routes between land dwellers and sea creatures. Sea creatures wouldn't interfere with the sea routes, and in return, land dwellers wouldn't meddle in deep sea affairs. That was exactly why Choi Han had faced so many obstacles when he got involved in oceanic matters. But the mermaids were breaking the pact and dreaming of taking over the sea routes? It looked like Kale had just learned yet another useless piece of information. Watira spoke up. "At first, we just thought the new Mermaid King was trying to get a head start on building their kingdom, but the information Pasitan uncovered said otherwise." Kale quickly cut Watira off. It felt like a massive headache was going to drop right on his lap if he heard any more. He was only interested in why they wanted to go to the Forest of Darkness. He saw Watira give a subtle smile. Why did Kale find the beautiful whale's smile so terrifying? Watira continued. "About a month or 2 ago, the mermaids became stronger. Pasitan managed to track down the exact ingredient, making them stronger. And that ingredient is in the Forest of Darkness." Listening to her story, Kale looked perfectly calm on the outside, but deep down, he was internally panicking. How could there be something so ridiculous as a marine creature's power source being in the Forest of Darkness? More importantly, how on earth did the mermaids even get there? Pasitan was absolutely certain he heard the mermaids talking about a swamp in the Forest of Darkness. That was also the exact reason he ended up being hunted down. Because of that, they now wanted to go to that swamp and check for themselves exactly what that ingredient was. The Forest of Darkness. Choi Han's Harris Village. Kale thought about the 10 wolf children standing right outside the door. Then he glanced at the corner of the room, where On and Hong were sitting a short distance apart. Right in that empty space between them, the invisible black dragon was definitely sitting. Kale had originally planned to build a villa for the kids around Harris Village, but it looked like things had just gotten a whole lot messier. Oh, well, he'd just have to play it by ear. There's one thing I need to clear up before we talk about my cut. Humans can't meddle in the affairs of the sea, Watira replied immediately. Of course, I am well aware of that rule. We will do everything quietly without resorting to violence. After all, the mermaids also needed the help of land dwellers just to reach the Forest of Darkness. The mermaids were the ones who started this whole mess anyway. We promise not to cause you any harm, young master, Kale immediately replied. Even so, the risks involved in this are still huge. You both know that too. First off, he was going to lay out the sheer level of danger they needed to consider. And now, he needed to find out exactly what kind of price they could pay for this little operation. Honestly, though, he already had a pretty good idea of what Watira was going to offer in exchange. It was the exact same condition the Whale King had offered Choi Han in the original story, the sea route. Among the sea routes the mermaids were trying to occupy, their top priority was a place humans hadn't discovered yet. The safest sea route, Kale asked, even though he already knew. Where might that be? Completely unaware that he knew, Watira spoke with a touch of pride. The northern sea of the western continent, the territory of our whale tribe, Kale fired back. That's a place guarded by the absolute strongest creatures in the ocean. Isn't it incredibly dangerous? But it would be entirely safe for you. You would be granted the rights to use that route. Looking at the rather arrogant girl, Kale shot her down bluntly. But I don't need that. If I'm hearing you correctly, you're not giving me total control over it. Just the permission to use it, right? Of course, if they could actually use that sea route, the Hennetus family would become incredibly wealthy and powerful. However, it was completely useless to someone who just wanted to live a peaceful, slacker life like Kale. So he threw in another condition. They had to lend him their strength twice whenever he needed it, specifically for when the Northern Knights inevitably invaded the warm, fertile lands. When that time came, as long as this northeastern region stayed safe, Kale would be perfectly fine. The whirlpools in the Ubar Territory Sea. The naval base. Why was Kale getting his hands dirty with all of this? He desperately needed a counter-strategy, because the original storyline had already gone way off the rails. Watira looked conflicted. The whale tribe was a race that desired peace. Intervening in human affairs wouldn't look too good for them. Kale let out a sarcastic chuckle. You're asking me to take a risk, but you can't do the same? The Forest of Darkness is one of the forbidden regions. No matter how strong you are, it's still not a safe place, especially for people like you who know absolutely nothing about the surface. I will help you. After all, Kale was already planning to head to Harris Village and the Forest of Darkness anyway, the place where Choi Han had lived for decades. But even Choi Han couldn't possibly know everything about the Forest of Darkness. He only knew a small fraction of it. The one who knew the most about the Forest of Darkness after Choi Han was Kale. He gave a confident smile. I think I know this swamp you're talking about. You just need to lend me your strength exactly 2 times. I'll help you get to the swamp you're looking for. The whale tribe wants to live a peaceful life as the strongest beings, don't they? Kale noticed Watira's posture shift. She went from asking a favor to negotiating a deal. You're exactly right, young master. The whale tribe protects the peace. They can do that because they have the power. Didn't the whale tribe turn the entire ocean upside down and wage war on the mermaids when they started getting too strong? I, Watira, the heir to the Whale King, accept your condition. Even though he already knew her identity, Kale put on a perfectly convincing look of surprise. You're the heir? Well, that works out perfectly then. Can we finalize the deal right here? Do I need to use formal speech now? Watira replied with a warm smile. There's no need for that. I still have to keep my identity a secret after all. The two of them then shook hands, successfully sealing the deal. Pasiton sat there watching the striking pair in front of him, his mind instantly jumping to the countless romance novels he had read, and he couldn't help but grin. Had his sister's springtime of romance finally arrived? Once the whale siblings left, Kale leaned back into the sofa. He stared into thin air and said, Hey. The black dragon appeared and snapped back grumpily, Don't call me hey! Then what should I call you? Kale watched the black dragon land on the opposite chair and wrinkle its nose. That? You figure it out yourself, human. Shouldn't you start by calling me Kale instead of human? The black dragon scoffed and turned away, dodging the question. Kale gave him a strange look, but he needed to talk business first. Don't you want a home of your own? Kale had been thinking about this for a while. If he was going to bring the black dragon along like this, shouldn't he give him a home fitting for the status of an existence known as the ruler of nature? A home? The black dragon fluttered his wings. Dragons were usually highly independent. Sure, this kid was a bit different, but he still shared those core traits. Kale nodded calmly when the dragon asked back, "Are you kicking me out?" Kale immediately replied, "To be exact, it's a villa." "A villa?" the black dragon asked in surprise. "Yeah, a villa where you, On, Hong, and the Wolf Tribe kids can come visit sometimes and play around with whatever fun things you want." Of course, it wouldn't just be playing around, it would highly likely turn into a monster massacre in the Forest of Darkness. The black dragon stopped fluttering his wings and laid down comfortably on the sofa. "I get to pick the spot for the villa." In exchange, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "You get to pick a name for me. You have exactly 1 month." Kale turned his head when he heard giggling. On and Hong immediately stopped laughing, pretending they didn't know anything, and asked him when they would finally get to go home. Even though they loved fish, they absolutely hated the ocean, so they hadn't been comfortable at all in the Ubar territory. Kale leaned back against the sofa and answered, "Soon." 2 days later, Kale was sent off by young Lady Amiru and the Ubar family. He stepped into the carriage. As it started to move, Kale pulled back the window curtain and said, "You can turn off the tool now." The magic invisibility tool was immediately deactivated the moment Kale finished speaking. The whale siblings appeared, and the black dragon revealed himself as well. In that moment, Pasiton flinched in surprise, while Watira's eyes widened. The black dragon rested his head on Kale's lap and stared at the dumbfounded whale siblings. "What are you looking at? So it was you. You were the one who released that mana back then." The black dragon and Watira stared fiercely at each other. They were both probing each other's strength, seemingly itching to test it out for real. Right then, Kale placed his hand on the little dragon's head. "Settle down," Kale said softly, and the black dragon immediately stopped. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The inside of the carriage fell completely silent. A few days later, Kale finally returned to the motherland. No. He returned to his hometown, Rain City, in the Henatu's territory. "It's young Master Kale. Young Master Silvershield, please come in." Everywhere he went, people were calling him by that flashy nickname the capital's citizens had given him after the Plaza rescue. Just like last time, the more depressed Cal got hearing that nickname, the happier the vice captain was. Clack! Kale slammed the window shut right in the vice captain's face. Even though the whale siblings were giving him strange looks, Kale just crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Right then, the black dragon gingerly tapped his front paw on Kale's thigh. Kale cracked one eye open and looked down. Under that gaze, the black dragon spoke up with rare caution. "Are we home?" Kale replied flatly. "Yeah, we are finally home. We have made it home at last." Count Daruth, Kale's father, came out to welcome them along with the Countess. The Count inspected him from head to toe, looking left and right. Only after confirming that his precious son did not have a single scratch did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Countess Violin, standing beside him, gently asked, "I heard those terrorists still have not been caught." "Yes, that is correct." Hearing Kale's answer, Violin turned to look at her husband, Count Daruth. The two exchanged a meaningful glance, a sight that made Kale feel rather uncomfortable, though he pretended not to notice. Just what exactly were they plotting with those looks? Count Daruth smiled warmly and told Kale, "We can talk about what happened in the capital and your newfound powers later. For now, just go get some rest." With the Count's permission, Kale could finally head back to his room. However, he was stopped in his tracks by Bassin and Lily. Kale turned to Deputy Butler Hans and gave him a hand signal. Hans immediately stepped forward, allowing Kale to take 2 items from him and hand them over to Bassin and Lily. "This is a fountain pen, and this is a sword." Kale had remembered the gifts his younger siblings had asked for. As he handed over the gifts, Bassin's face completely froze. "Older brother, you must have been incredibly busy, yet you still—" "A promise is a promise, no matter how busy I am," Kale replied with a flat tone. Bassin stared at him, then tightly gripped the fountain pen box and declared with fierce determination, "I will study diligently and do my absolute best to manage and develop our territory." Those words brought Kale a lot of joy. The kid was going to become the Lord anyway, so it was great that he wanted to study hard. What an admirable mindset! Seeing Kale's satisfied smile, Bassin hesitated for a moment before speaking up again. "I will make sure not to do anything that would cause you trouble, brother." Wait, what does that mean? Anyway, that is my vow. After that, Basin went completely silent. Kale gave him a deeply suspicious look, wondering why the kid had completely skipped over the main point. But then, he turned his head to look over at Lily Henetus. The 7-year-old girl's face was brimming with absolute resolve. She promised to become incredibly strong so she could protect their family's territory and lead the Night Brigade. She was determined to protect everyone, Basin handling the administration and Lily taking charge of the military. If it were these two, they would definitely run the territory perfectly. With that, the path to his peaceful slacker life was looking brighter than ever. Kale patted the little girl's head and encouraged her, "You will definitely become a brilliant knight." Her face lit up with pure joy, and her determination to chase her dream only grew stronger. After finishing his chat with the two promising pillars of the future, Kale was finally able to return to his room. The two kittens were rolling around on the bed in pure delight. However, they did not even register in Kale's line of sight. He frowned at the person waiting outside his door. "You are going to serve me?" It was head chef Beecroc. Was he seriously planning to ditch the kitchen and take over Ron's job? Beecroc ignored Kale's questioning gaze and simply handed him a letter. "It is a letter from my father. He said it is his report." Kale noticed that the envelope was perfectly crisp and completely unsealed. When he left, Ron had passed his letter through Hans. Now, it seemed his official report was being delivered by his son. Kale took the letter from Beecroc, casually adding that he would send Mize and the wolf children to handle the kitchen chores and serve the meals. Hearing this, Beecroc died a little inside, taking several seconds before he could finally respond. "Understood." As Beecroc took his leave, Kale leisurely opened the letter to read. "I am still alive. You are still alive too, right, young master?" The report was literally just that one single line. Who even writes such a savage report like this? Still, Kale was absolutely certain it was from Ron. Of course, part of the reason was the distinct handwriting and the secret symbol they had agreed upon. "I really like this house. I love it. I love it so much." The black dragon excitedly hopped onto the bed, joining On and Hong. Kale could not help but chuckle watching the kids' playful antics. After that, he prepared to head out again. Kale left his room and made his way to the Lord's castle to meet the mage in charge of the territory's visual communication magic. Usually, this kind of communication magic was handled by mages hovering between the beginner and intermediate levels. "Can we establish a visual connection right now?" "Yes, sir." "Where would you like to connect to?" The mage glanced at Kale while setting up the visual communication device. Lately, there had been countless stories circulating throughout the territory about Kale Henetus. Because of that, the mage was quite curious as to why Kale demanded to use the communication device the moment he stepped into the room. Oblivious to the mage's burning curiosity, Kale nonchalantly replied, "The Royal Palace. Put me through to the Royal Palace." The Royal Palace? Kale had to clarify his exact recipient for the stunned mage. "Please connect me to His Highness the Crown Prince." After a moment of pure shock, the communication mage quickly regained his professionalism, since the volume of calls going to the Royal Palace was incredibly high. Whether you got a visual connection or just an audio recording purely depended on your luck. And this time, Kale's luck landed him in the audio recording slot. So the mage set up the equipment for Kale to leave a voice message, then tactfully excused himself, leaving Kale completely alone in the room. Even though speaking directly would have been better, Kale figured leaving a message was fine too. The content of this message was regarding how he planned to use the golden plaque that the Crown Prince had given him. A plaque that could purchase absolutely anything regardless of its price tag, all to buy the Whipper Kingdom's magic tower. After stating his request, he casually reminded the Crown Prince not to bother contacting him for the next 1 week, as he would be busy heading somewhere else. Once the recording was done, Kale cheerfully called the mage back in to send the message off before taking his leave. The Crown Prince would probably hear the message tomorrow, and he would just have to sit tight and wait 1 full week until Kale returned. He felt a little bad for the guy, but oh well, whatever. Having finished his task of contacting the Crown Prince, Kale went to ask Count Daruth for permission to visit Harris Village. The Count fell into deep thought. After hearing about the tragic state of the village and dispatching troops to investigate, he had personally gone there to assess the situation himself. The village was completely ruined, and no traces of the culprits could be found. To investigate the matter, he even enlisted the help of information guilds and neighboring territories. Judging from the battle marks left in the ash-covered village, they could guess that it was the work of someone named Choi Han. As his son, Kale, had been by the boy's side, there was no way he wouldn't know about that kind of power. "Are you worried about that young man named Choi Han?" Hearing his father say that, Kale immediately used it as an excuse for his current actions. In reality, his true motives were plentiful: to tame the wild and aggressive nature of the wolf children, to help the black dragon grow, and to resolve the battle involving the whale tribe. He couldn't just casually announce that he was heading into the Forest of Darkness. Kale spoke to the Count, who was looking quite worried. "I know the investigation team has already looked into it, but I still want to see it with my own eyes. Besides, it's not even winter, so there's no need to worry about monsters, right?" That was true regarding the monsters from the Forest of Darkness. A massive stone wall had been built between Harris Village and the Forest of Darkness to keep the beasts at bay. Of course, there hadn't been a single monster invasion in the past 150 years. People only said that stepping into the Forest of Darkness meant certain death. It was extremely rare for monsters to actually spill out from within it. He nodded, as if agreeing with something, and said to Kale, "I suppose you have to look after the person you've taken in, huh?" Kale slowly shook his head. His father had made an unbelievable misunderstanding. "Choi Han is not my subordinate." Taking in Choi Han, Kale had never done such a thing. Count Daruth let out a chuckle and nodded at him. "All right, I understand. You're all grown up now. An 18-year-old is naturally an adult, isn't that right? You may go." Kale bowed to Daruth and headed toward the office door. Just then, he heard his father's voice from behind. "Kale, the golden turtle. Right from the start, it was never a symbol of wealth. We are a martial household, a family born to protect. Whether we are a family with a tough outer shell or something else entirely, our mission has always been protection. But above all else, the most important thing is protecting yourself. That is exactly why our symbol is the turtle. Always put yourself first." He then gave a gentle smile and added, "That power you've acquired, it's really cool." Kale smiled, looking just like Daruth, and joked back, "It is, isn't it? It's a power that looks very cool, and I always put my own safety first." "All right, that's good then." Kale quietly observed Count Daruth. The older man nodded and went back to reviewing his documents. As he left the office, Kale thought about the words his father had just spoken. The black dragon, who was resting invisibly on Kale's shoulder, asked, "Are you and that human a family?" Kale smiled softly, his voice carrying a mix of happiness and a subtle hint of pride. "Yeah." The very next day, Kale set out for Harris Village, or more accurately, toward the Forest of Darkness. His first impression upon seeing Harris Village was incredibly brief. Pitch black. It had been more than 2 months since Choi Han left this place. Located right in front of the giant stone wall blocking off the Forest of Darkness, Harris Village had been completely burned to ashes. The places that were once homes were now nothing more than charred bare frames. Everything was reduced to mere traces of what used to be there. He stared straight ahead, hearing the vice captain's bitter voice beside him. "Everything has been completely burned away." Kale shifted his gaze to look at him. "Where did you say the graves were located again?" "Ah, yes, sir. I will go check immediately." It had been a long time since he last saw Vice Captain Hillsman looking so solemn, but it was understandable. After all, an entire village had been completely wiped out by fire. That was a truly powerful fire, Watira said as she stepped closer to Kale. "You can sense things like that? I may look like this right now, but I'm still a member of the Sea Tribe, you know." Watira replied with a smile. She had altered her appearance for the time being. Her blue hair and eyes were now a mundane brown, and her facial features had been shifted to look plain and utterly forgettable. However, her voice remained as beautiful as ever. As she answered with a gentle smile, Kale walked past her, approaching the children sitting inside the carriage. "Young Master Mace," the eldest of the wolf children, murmured. He was completely frozen as he took in the devastating sight of the village. Kale could easily guess the reason. The children were remembering their own ruined village. "Do you know why I brought you all here?" Mace couldn't answer Kale's question. After all, the boy hadn't been told a single reason why he and his younger siblings had been brought along. The number of escorting soldiers had been minimized as much as possible. Deputy Butler Hans wasn't here, and neither was B. Crow. And yet, Mize and his younger siblings were allowed to tag along. Mize looked up at Cal, a deep sense of confusion in his eyes. The young master, whom his older brother Locke had instructed him to serve, simply crossed his arms and spoke in a leisurely tone. I'm going to have a lot of money very soon. The magic tower and the queen of the jungle. Just dealing with those two things alone will bring in an absolute fortune. I'll be handing the sea route over to our territory, so I plan to use a portion of that money to rebuild this village. Rebuild the village. Those words struck straight into the hearts of the young children. Besides, I'm planning to build a grand villa here so that me, you kids, and the others can come hang out whenever we want. But I was told that the Forest of Darkness is incredibly dangerous. Are you seriously asking me that? Kale retorted, looking back at Mize before glancing around at their surroundings. An and Hong had already hopped off the carriage. The black dragon was fluttering around invisibly somewhere in the sky, and the whale tribe siblings were inspecting a well covered in ash. No matter how strong those monsters might be, they still wouldn't be a match for you kids once you've fully grown. I promised I'd take good care of you all, didn't I? If that's the case, you kids are going to need a place where you can live like true wolves. I'll make that place for you. Until Locke gets back, you all better grow up strong, okay? Mize fell silent, his face brimming with emotion. Kale looked at him and the children, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Yes, sir. The children's hesitant response made Kale click his tongue in mild displeasure before turning to leave. Mize watched Kale walk toward the stone wall, then turned back around. His younger siblings were all staring at him. He finally spoke. Let's all grow up strong together. With those words, Mize looked around the village. Would this pitch-black village ever feel as warm and cozy as the Wolf Tribe village in his memories? Even though his younger siblings didn't say a word, he could feel that their eyes and hearts shared the exact same thought. After all, they were wolves, just like him. Completely unaware of the wolf children's newfound resolve, Kale tapped against the stone wall. It really is massive. Watira stepped up to the wall right behind Kale. She seemed highly intrigued by its unique structure. It looks incredibly sturdy. Watira smiled brightly, then gently pressed her index finger against the stone. But her finger pierced right through it. Why did it just poke a hole straight into the solid rock? Watira gave an awkward, apologetic laugh, her face flushing with embarrassment. As expected from a race with such terrifying physical strength, Kale immediately turned his head away, pretending he hadn't seen a thing. These two long-haired siblings still hadn't gotten the hang of controlling their strength on land. Kale smoothly changed the subject. It's quite similar. Similar to what? Watira asked, wondering if the other side of the wall had some sort of special shape. As she let out a soft gasp of realization, Kale just shrugged. Turning his back to the stone wall, he continued. The Forest of Darkness is just like that, but the things living inside it are entirely different. For some unknown reason, the Forest of Darkness was swarming with mutated plants and monsters. The monsters were easy to spot since they looked completely different from normal ones. But the plants? They looked almost identical to regular flora, yet they harbored deadly poisons and toxic gases. On top of that, the monsters here closely resembled the ones typically found on the eastern continent. That was exactly why the Forest of Darkness was considered a restricted danger zone. It was the only place on the western continent that held traces of the eastern continent. "Well, young master," Kale nodded at Vice Captain Hillsman when he called out, then asked Watira to keep an eye on the kids for him. "My, there certainly are a lot of beastkin children here." Watira replied with genuine amusement. Kale let out a heavy sigh, looking utterly exhausted. Ignoring her amused expression, he turned and followed Hillsman. Hillsman led Kale to a clearing filled with freshly made graves, the exact place where Choi Han had buried the villagers of Harris Village. Sometimes, Kale couldn't help but think about it. In the novel, the massacre of Harris Village was nothing more than a few lines of text. It was just a plot device written specifically to force the main character's awakening. But was that really all there was to it? It didn't seem that way. Lately, Kale had started to realize it was far more complicated than that. The reason was simple. The Forest of Darkness, the mermaids, and the massacre at Harris Village. These three separate elements had led Kale to a single hypothesis. But this was something he planned to pass on to Choi Han through Locke once the boy returned. Or he could just tell Choi Han directly if he came back with Locke. The tragedy of Harris Village wasn't Kale's burden to bear. It belonged to Choi Han. Instead, Kale just did what he had to do as a member of the Hennetus family. He turned to the vice captain and instructed him to properly renovate the graves later. "Don't you think this is a bit too shabby?" "Yes, sir." Hillsman responded with vigor. Kale gave his shoulder a firm pat and lowered his voice to a whisper. You understand what you need to do, right? A complex mix of emotions flashed across the vice captain's face as his mind drifted back to a few days ago. During their journey, Kale had secretly called him into his tent late at night. I will be entering the forest of darkness. What? But, young master, you're still recovering from your injuries. Why would you go to such a dangerous place? The bastards who attacked Harris Village aren't hiding in there. You don't have to go this far just for Choi Han's sake. Right in the middle of Hillsman's frantic pleading, a small black dragon had suddenly materialized out of thin air. He couldn't even put into words how terrifying that moment had been. But that wasn't all. The little kittens had let out a meow, before instantly transforming into humans, the cat tribe. And on top of that, the sheer aura radiating from the strange boy and girl had given Hillsman full-body goosebumps for the first time in his life. Don't worry. Kale had flashed his usual relaxed smile while sitting right in the middle of those terrifying beings. Ultimately, Hillsman's shock had shifted into absolute awe. Those 2 days were more than enough to forge Hillsman's resolve. Up until now, his ultimate life goal had simply been to become the captain of the Knights. That was as far as his ambition went. But Hillsman was a man who knew how the world worked. Yes, I understand completely, young master. Good, I'm trusting you with this. Those words made Hillsman tightly clench his fists. He had always thought that becoming the captain of the Hennetu's Night Brigade would be enough for his life. But over the last 2 days, his mindset had completely changed. He looked right at Kale and voiced his new resolve. Young master, I am going to become much stronger. You do that, Kale replied, his tone completely flat and indifferent. Truthfully, Kale felt a massive wave of relief, knowing that Hillsman would handle all the tedious and complicated matters regarding Harris Village on his own. The next day arrived, bringing with it the quiet, still calm of the early dawn. It was the hour when only a handful of guards were out on patrol, but there were no soldiers near Kale's current position. Hillsman had conveniently altered the patrol routes. Kale stood before the colossal stone wall. Fiddling with his spatial magic bag, he spoke softly to the group. There are 2 swamps in the Forest of Darkness. One is right in the middle of monster territory. The other is in a dead zone where absolutely nothing can survive. He turned his gaze to Pacitan. Pacitan, you mentioned earlier that the mermaid's poison seemed much stronger than before, right? Keeping that in mind, which swamp do you think we're heading to? Pacitan swallowed hard, his voice laced with tension. It has to be the swamp where nothing can survive. Kale figured there was a high chance it was that specific swamp, so they'd head there first. If it turned out to be a bust, he'd just move on to the monster-infested swamp instead. Taking that route would be a lot easier. Watira, who had been standing quietly, suddenly looked at Kale with a face full of worry. She hesitated for a moment before asking, Isn't this a bit too dangerous for the children? On and Hong were currently clinging tightly to Cal. You told us the Forest of Darkness was super dangerous, young master. Plus, a swamp where absolutely nothing can survive. That means it's either highly poisonous or just incredibly lethal. As she spoke, Watira noticed something off. The cat tribe children, specifically On, the silver-furred cat, was wagging her tail in pure excitement. Places full of danger are right up our alley. Besides, we won't get hurt. The stealth and scouting abilities of the cat tribe are just as sharp as our caution. Completely caught off guard by On's reaction, Watira glanced over at Kale. She noticed the corners of his mouth twitching upward into a smirk, and the red-furred cat. Hong was smirking right alongside Kal. The 2 of them were sporting identical wicked little grins. Hong was practically vibrating with excitement as he chimed in, I came out today so I can get even stronger. He didn't care about the danger at all. It was finally time to level up his poison fog. A perfectly safe opportunity had presented itself to the kids who were itching for power, and to Kale, a guy who only ever wanted peace and quiet. This was a golden opportunity. If things went perfectly, they could brew a poison fog so intensely toxic that it could even affect the mighty whale tribe. Watira and Pacitan were still eyeing Kale with heavy skepticism, but he really didn't care. They'd see just what On and Hong were capable of soon enough. The black dragon soared straight up the massive stone wall. Soon after, Kale's body lifted effortlessly off the ground, floating right behind him. Naturally, On and Hong were tucked safely in Kale's arms. Pacitan gave a firm nod when he heard Watira call out to him. The whale siblings lightly tapped their feet to warm up before scaling the towering cliff at breakneck speed. Jets of water erupted beneath their feet with every single step, propelling them upward like stepping stones. In the blink of an eye, they breached the top of the wall. The vast, untamed wilderness of the Forest of Darkness stretched out endlessly before them. It was the second largest of the 5 forbidden regions on the western continent. This colossal forest began at the northeastern tip of the Rhone Kingdom, expanding in a massive oval all the way to the eastern coastline. The Forest of Darkness was easily the size of 2 or 3 average territories combined. That was exactly why the Rhone Kingdom was so desperate to bring this land under their absolute control. But so far, no one had ever managed to conquer it. Well, maybe the Black Dragon or Choi Han could pull it off. The Black Dragon gently lowered Kale and the kittens to the ground, then dispelled the illusion magic hiding the whale siblings. Watira flashed a bright, refreshed smile. Ah, that's much better. Holding that disguise was getting a bit suffocating. Thank you, Dragon Nim. The Black Dragon proudly fluttered his wings at Watira and Pasiton's gratitude before settling down next to Cal. He noticed that the mana here felt unusually heavy and dark. On top of that, there was a familiar scent lingering in the air, though he couldn't quite place it. It wasn't a dangerous smell, just incredibly ancient. Hearing the dragon say that only made Kale more confused. A dragon's sense of smell was incredibly sharp, so how could he not recognize it? That was definitely strange. Right at that moment, Watira walked over, asking him about their next move. How do we get to that swamp? Kale simply pulled out a map in response. He had sketched it out roughly based on what he remembered from the novel, The Birth of a Hero. Kale pointed at it and explained, the spot we're heading to sits right on the border between the inner and outer regions, so it shouldn't be insanely dangerous. I mean, I'd love to avoid the monsters as much as humanly possible, but we don't have to overdo it. In this massive forest, the outer perimeter is relatively safe. You rarely run into mutated monsters out here, but the inner region? That's a total death trap. It even took Choi Han decades just to survive and move freely in there. Choi Han had started his hellish journey in the northern part of the forest, fighting his way from the center out to the edges. He had explored every brutal inch of the Forest of Darkness, surviving alone for dozens of years. After an agonizingly long time, he finally made it down to the southern edge of the outer perimeter. That was where human civilization actually started. Kale tapped the paper, continuing. But keep in mind, this map isn't 100% accurate. That's why we need to see it with our own eyes and assess the situation as we go. Wrapping up his explanation, he pulled a water bottle out of his magic bag, tossed it to Watira, and told her to lead the way. Watira caught the item, giving her hand a fluid flick, and a massive 3-meter whip instantly materialized. She casually swung the whip, letting it coil smoothly around her arm, and joked with the group, "Don't worry, I'll escort you all safely to our destination." Honestly, Kale felt incredibly reassured. His absolute trust in the humpback whales was on a whole other level. After all, the royal family could effortlessly command the killer whales, the undisputed thugs of the ocean. He smiled and gave Watira a nod before falling into step behind her as they ventured deeper into the Forest of Darkness. The forest wasn't deafeningly loud, but it was alive with an endless chorus of echoing noises. The buzzing of insects, the chirping of birds, the rustling of animals, and the distant low roars of monsters. Weren't incredibly dangerous places supposed to be dead silent? Pasiton spoke up, glancing back at Kale as he hacked away the thick brush with his sword. That kind of eerie silence only happens when there's an apex predator ruling the area. But there is no absolute ruler in the Forest of Darkness. Out here, it's strictly a brutal cycle of the predator and the prey. Keep your eyes forward. Kale's deeply apathetic tone made Pasiton immediately snap his attention back to the front, trailing behind his sister as they carved a path through the brush. Meanwhile, Kale casually kept jotting down every new piece of geographical data onto his map. After a while, they cleared the thickets and were about to enter the territory of lesser monsters. Because of that, Kale warned everyone to tread lightly and keep the noise down. The moment the words left his mouth, a sharp whistling sound ripped through the air from the nearby bushes. Watira casually flicked her wrist. A crude poison-tipped dart was now caught cleanly between two of her fingers. Kale watched Watira glance back at him with a predatory smirk. "I'll take care of this, nice and quietly." A few grotesque figures crept out from the shadows of the trees. These weren't mutated goblins, but hantas, vicious monsters native to the eastern continent. They were pretty similar to goblins, maybe not as agile, but vastly more cruel and bloodthirsty. Ah, no wonder they looked so freaky. Watira gave a brief nod, her voice deadly calm. I'll wipe them all out. But Kale quickly raised a hand to stop her. No. While Watira was blankly staring at Kale for a moment, An and Hong suddenly caught her eye. The two little ones fluffed up their fur, warming up and readying for battle, as Kale flashed a confident smile. If it's just this many, we can handle them. Besides, he also wanted to test a few things. Kale needed to gauge his own current power level, and right now was the absolute perfect time to test it. He had the Black Dragon on his right, Watira on his left, and Pacitan guarding his back. With a lineup like this, couldn't he just go absolutely wild in complete safety? He told the whale siblings to fall back and only step in if he called for help, then turned to face the monsters. At that moment, a shimmering shield materialized around Watira and Pacitan. The Black Dragon stood protective in front of the whale siblings and declared, "The poison is stronger than I thought." Pacitan glanced at his older sister with a highly questioning look. Watira shook her head in confusion and looked straight ahead, suddenly letting out a soft gasp of awe. Not bad at all. She fixed her gaze on Hong. A thick red mist was currently swirling fiercely around the little boy. It seemed Watira finally understood what the dragon meant by poison. The hideous monsters let out savage shrieks and lunged straight at Kale. Swirling winds rapidly wrapped around both of his legs and one of his arms. As his entire body was engulfed in the crimson mist, the vitality of the heart flared to life deep within him. Feeling that intense surge of energy, Kale smirked. Let's go. He unleashed the indestructible shield. The red mist wrapped tightly around the shield, expanding it to twice Kale's size, and slammed directly into the monster horde. A deafening crash echoed out, followed by the sickening crunch of something being violently crushed. Without missing a single beat, fierce tornadoes laced with the red mist erupted right beside them. Two beasts coughed up blood as they were violently hurled into the sky, dark blood seeping heavily from every orifice of their poisoned bodies. Pacitan watched the brutal scene in utter shock, unable to hold back his sheer disbelief. And they call him weak? He is incredibly weak. Hearing the Black Dragon's blunt response, Pacitan took a moment to process it. Sure, they were small monsters, but there were 10 of them, and they were significantly stronger than goblins. Another massive boom echoed through the air as the thick mist finally began to dissipate. The slaughter was officially over. Now that Pacitan could clearly see Kal, the young master casually remarked, "They must have been rookies, huh? Way too weak." Kale critiqued. The silver kitten, An, gracefully padded out from the fading mist. "Sister, was my poison still too weak?" The red kitten, Hong, popped up right beside her, happily wagging his tail. The very ground beneath Hong's paws had turned a sickening, pitch-black color from the deadly toxins. He casually kicked up some fresh dirt with his hind legs to cover up the tainted soil. It looked like such a peaceful little scene. Yet, taking in the gruesome sight of monsters agonizingly dying from poison, gasping their last breaths, and corpses literally ripped to shreds by tornadoes in the shield. Pacitan hurriedly asked, "Young master, you aren't hurt, are you?" "Not exactly." Pacitan whipped his head around, his face suddenly drained of color in outright panic. "You actually got hurt?" Kale just lazily pointed at the back of his hand. "It's just a tiny scratch." Pacitan was instantly rendered speechless. Watira patted her younger brother on the shoulder and walked up to Kale, playfully teasing, "Young master, are you going to keep taking care of the small fry for us?" Kale wiped the smudge of blood off his hand and nonchalantly replied, "Maybe. I'm still recovering, so I really shouldn't overexert myself." Watira burst into laughter at his shamelessly calm demeanor, watching as An and Hong trotted over to the Black Dragon to hear his review of the battle. Kale addressed her and the rest of the group. "Let's get moving. We still have a long way to go." 2 days later, after countless grueling battles, An, Hong, and the Black Dragon had all grown significantly stronger. A small fox-like monster was violently convulsing on the ground, completely overtaken by poison. That's all of them. The Black Dragon happily fluttered over to Kale to report their success, and Kale gave him a deeply satisfied pat on the head. Just as he thought, real combat experience was making them mature much faster. Because An and Hong had been on the run from their tribe, they had been forced to live in hiding, completely missing out on any proper training. The Black Dragon was in the exact same boat, having been imprisoned and tortured since birth. But now they were rapidly making up for lost time by grinding for experience in the Forest of Darkness. Should I join in too? When would he ever get another chance to safely farm experience like this? Hearing his quiet muttering, the black dragon and the kittens instantly whipped their heads around to glare at him. There's no need, you weak human. Anything past this point is way too much for you. You already fought for one day, and that's more than enough. The youngest is totally right. Remember when you used your shield last time? You literally coughed up blood. Watching the bizarre intervention, Pacitan was utterly speechless. They were acting like Kale was made of glass. Fine, if I don't need to fight, I won't. Kale quickly unzipped his magic pouch and handed everyone a heavy-duty gas mask. Human, there's a really weird smell here. The black dragon had been complaining about this constantly for the past few days. He still couldn't quite put his finger on what the smell was, but it felt weirdly familiar to him. It's probably just the stench of poison, or maybe rotting plants drifting over from the swamp. Kale answered indifferently as he strapped a mask onto On's face. The black dragon muttered something under his breath, but it was so quiet Kale couldn't catch a single word. No way. This definitely isn't some ordinary smell like that. Pacitan sidled up next to Kale. It really is strange, though, a forest this massive, and yet there are only 2 swamps. Is that so? Why don't I see it that way? Pacitan could clearly see the corners of Kale's eyes crinkling in pure amusement. He was absolutely wearing one of his signature sinisterly wicked smiles behind that mask. You'll understand once you see it with your own eyes. 2 swamps are more than enough. After double-checking that everyone had their masks secured tightly, Kale carefully observed their complexions. It had been exactly 2 days since they stepped foot into the Forest of Darkness. His group had only been sleeping for about 1 to 3 hours a night. Yet, despite roughing it in the deadliest forest for 2 whole days, everyone looked perfectly healthy and full of life. You guys are seriously built different. Pacitan instantly scrunched up his face hearing Kale's casual remark. Is that seriously coming from the guy with the brightest, healthiest complexion out of all of us? Ignoring the complaint, the entire party pressed forward on their journey. From this point on, it was the boundary between the inner and outer regions. There were no walls, but the moment they crossed the line, a deafening roar washed over them. The monsters here were noticeably larger too. Watira asked Kale while gently stroking the whip wrapped around her wrist. Young Master Kale, she said, is it our turn now? Kale pointed at the swarm of monsters charging toward them and replied, It's all yours. Watira swung her whip the moment he finished speaking. The ground was violently torn apart as the whip cracked down and the chaotic noise vanished in an instant. Seeing his sister step up, how could Pacitan just stand by? He drew his sword, gathering a swirling current of water from within the forest as the enemies slowly revealed themselves. The boundary was home to monsters weaker than those in the deep center, but vastly stronger than those on the outskirts. Mutant ogres, mutant trolls, spider-like monsters from the eastern continent, and other high-tier beasts began to appear. These monsters are definitely acting strange, Pacitan noted. I suppose I'll be fighting right in front of the esteemed dragon. Pacitan charged forward. The battle between the whale siblings and the high-tier monsters had officially begun. The monsters in the Forest of Darkness felt no fear, even when facing overpowering beings like a dragon or the whale tribe. In fact, they charged blindly into battle. It was as if their instincts drove them to attack, completely unable to tolerate the presence of anyone strong enough to rule over them. Slash! A monster was cleaved cleanly in half. Kale casually raised his shield to block the splattering blood, turning to the 2 kitten siblings. Watch how the whales fight, he told them. Learn from their combat experience. After clearing out the small fry and walking a bit further, they finally reached the swamp. The area was entirely shrouded by thick, dense trees. Well, does it live up to the name of the Forest of Darkness? Kale glanced at the awestruck Pacitan before looking back at the swamp. The murky water looked like a pitch-black lake. It's massive, isn't it? Kale remarked to the group, big enough to fit several large ships. The deep black color of the swamp was striking. Out of everywhere they had seen, this place truly embodied the name Forest of Darkness. This swamp is the only pitch-black area in the entire forest, someone noted. I never imagined it would be this huge. Watira voiced her amazement, but she swallowed hard as she scanned the area surrounding the swamp. Kale understood exactly why she was so tense. Every single tree around them was either pitch black or a sickly brown. Yet they weren't withered at all. On the contrary, they were brimming with life. It was all pure poison. Kale gave Watira a knowing nod and secured his mask. He tightened the laces of the boots he had changed into at dawn and pulled on his gloves. The rest of the group quickly followed his lead. Kale's voice sounded slightly muffled as he spoke through the mask. The plants here grew up in venom and evolved just to survive. It might not be instantly lethal, but it's still poison. Be careful not to let any leaves touch your bare skin. Even Choi Han, with all his poison resistance, finds this place annoying and keeps his distance. Kale's warning reminded Paciton of the mermaid's deadly poison, prompting him to quickly double-check his gear and cover up completely. But then Paciton noticed something completely absurd. The little red kitten casually trotted past them and darted straight toward the swamp. Realizing it a second too late, Paciton reached out in utter panic, but Hong just purred, "Wow, this is delicious!" Hong was happily wagging his tail, munching on a pitch-black blade of grass. In stark contrast to Paciton's horrified expression, Kale calmly strolled over to the kitten. "Don't eat too fast. You'll get an upset stomach," he chided gently. Hong kept munching away loudly, acting like a food critic. "Oh, this one is just a basic paralyzing poison." "It's seriously so good." Kale turned to look at the whale siblings. They were still standing completely frozen at the edge of the swamp. "Are you guys coming or not?" Kale led them deeper in. Luckily, the solid ground was a distinct brown, making it incredibly easy to tell apart from the black sludge of the swamp, so there was no risk of accidentally stepping in. That contrast also made it easy for Kale to analyze the situation. "Someone left tracks here?" Paciton said. "I'll go investigate." Paciton immediately got to work, while Kale scanned their surroundings. The dirt near the edge of the swamp had been dug up, leaving behind a mess of footprints. Monsters avoided this area entirely, which left only one logical explanation. The ingredients gathered from this swamp were exactly what made the mermaid so powerful. Kale pulled his gaze away from the swamp and looked down, feeling something rubbing against his pant leg. "I told you not to eat too much," he sighed. Hong looked incredibly pleased with himself, his little muzzle completely stained with black poison. The little guy even tried to take a sip of the swamp water, but Kale immediately stopped him. That earned him a pout. "But I want to get stronger too," Hong whined. Kale just placed his large hand gently on the kitten's head. "Stop worrying about useless things," Kale told him. "Just take it easy for now. Besides, you're already way stronger than I am." Hearing that, Hong brightened up and completely forgot about drinking the sludge. Kale pointed to another spot, telling the kitten to go over there and absorb as much poison as he wanted. It was only then that Kale noticed the little black dragon acting strange. The dragon kept pacing back and forth, wandering left and right in confusion. Just then, Paciton returned. He had scouted the perimeter. "There are no signs of the plants being harvested," he reported, "but there are massive tracks of something dragging along the edge of the swamp. Judging by the condition of the tracks, whatever it was has been here for about 2 weeks." Kale stared into the vast, pitch-black swamp as he replied. "It looks like they were harvesting something from inside the swamp itself," he said. "That's the most likely scenario." Seeing the grim expressions on Paciton and Watira's faces, Kale was about to speak. But just then, the black dragon flew up to him. Kale frowned. "Why did you take off your mask?" Kale asked. But then he realized what was happening. It wasn't a physical scent in the air, but the distinct, familiar scent of mana. A sudden chill ran down Kale's spine. The little black dragon pointed its chubby front paw straight at the swamp. "This swamp? It reeks of a dragon's mana," the dragon stated. Kale immediately whipped his head toward the pitch-black water. It was practically impossible to gauge just how massive this swamp really was. But when Kale pictured the sheer size of an ancient dragon, or even a fully grown adult dragon, it all made sense. There were no signs of life, only the lingering trace of its mana. The little dragon's words struck him like a physical blow, turning his wildly absurd theory into an undeniable reality. In a flash, Kale figured out exactly how the mermaids had gotten so ridiculously strong. There was a dragon's corpse resting at the bottom of the swamp. Kale immediately turned to the black dragon and asked, "How can you smell the mana of something that's already dead?" The black dragon answered effortlessly. "It must be the swamp. The swamp dominates the mana and keeps it from scattering. Dominating mana is a force that naturally exists in the wild. It might look similar to an ancient power, but they are clearly fundamentally different. The moment a living creature dies, its mana vanishes, but an ancient power remains." Right then, Kale heard the black dragon's voice. "I am very sharp. I can feel a power just like your shield and wind inside that swamp. Kale instantly grasped the situation. The black dragon was saying that there was an ancient power hidden within the swamp, and it was highly likely related to the concept of domination. This was the very first time Kale had stumbled upon an ancient power that wasn't mentioned in the novel. Of course, he had no idea whether someone had left this power behind, or if it had just formed here naturally. You're pretty smart. That's right, I am very smart. Curiosity swelled in the eyes of the onlookers as they watched Kale and the black dragon exchange a wicked, knowing smirk. Young master, may I ask what this is about? Kale turned to look at Watira. She was asking him, but it seemed she had already grasped the general gist of the situation. It's just a guess, but there seems to be a dragon's corpse inside this swamp, and it must have died a very long time ago. The kid, Hong, made a disgusted face, totally losing his appetite the moment he heard the words, dragon's corpse. He padded over to the black dragon's side. I'm sorry, youngest. I actually thought the swamp water was going to taste delicious. It is totally fine. I am completely different from whatever is in there. Just as expected, dragons truly had no concept of kinship. Every single dragon is a fiercely unique entity. Seeing that the black dragon wasn't bothered at all, Kale spoke up. The mermaid's main weapon is poison. I believe the mermaids grew stronger thanks to the poison in this swamp, or possibly because of the lingering dragon's mana left inside it. Or perhaps it's a combination of both. Kale looked over at the two whale siblings. If it's just poison, we could simply take a sample and develop an antidote. But dealing with a dragon's mana is a completely different story. Another glaring issue was that the swamp was far too massive. They couldn't just seal off the entrance to the Forest of Darkness, nor could they afford to just stand around guarding the swamp forever. While Watira was giving herself a headache trying to figure out a solution, Kale had already come up with a plan. First, go ahead and collect all the swamp water you two need. Kale pulled his gaze away from the swamp and looked straight at Watira. After that, we are going to make a deal. Originally, Kale had only planned to investigate the swamp's poison and then be on his way. There was absolutely no reason for the enemy to just leave behind the very source that was empowering them. Plus, something incredibly lucrative had just fallen right into his lap. An ancient power sitting right in front of his eyes. The deal Kale wanted to make was simple. He would help the whale tribe take care of the swamp by completely flipping it upside down. Watira was utterly stunned. How on earth could anyone flip such a massive swamp upside down? Right then, Kale's voice cut through her racing thoughts. You guys don't need to overthink this. I'll be the one handling it, so all you have to do is make the deal with me. The Forest of Darkness was the kind of place where absolutely anything could happen, and no one would bat an eye. Kale could easily write this off as just another ordinary accident. It was also the perfect spot for him to completely deny any involvement later. A single deal here could entirely wipe out the massive threat posed by the mermaid tribe. Watira agreed without a second thought. For now, Kale would help them deal with the swamp, with the strict condition that whatever he found inside would belong entirely to him. As for their main deal, they decided to table it for later. With the agreement settled, Kale immediately sprang into action. He tossed a magic-infused flask that prevented deterioration over to Paston so he could collect the swamp water. Then he instructed everyone to head deep into the forest and wait for him there. As for himself, he kept the dragon by his side to finish taking care of the swamp. The black dragon waited until it confirmed that everyone had retreated to a safe distance, then fluttered closer to Kale. So, what exactly are you planning to do? It cut itself off mid-sentence the moment it saw what Kale pulled out of his spatial bag. Catching Kale's grinning gaze, Dageski's Rinky, the dragon smirked and continued, You really are quite smart. What do you mean, smart? Resting right in the palms of Kale's hands were two magic bombs. But these were completely different from those weak chain reaction explosives he had used back in the Ubar territory. These were magic bombs with their destructive power and lethality amplified to the absolute max. The very same devastating weapons used by the Mage Alliance during the final battles of their civil war. That was exactly what Cal was holding right now. I've been wondering where I should finally use these, but it looks like the perfect time has just arrived. Kale casually handed the two bombs over to the black dragon. Go ahead, go totally wild and use your power to your heart's content. Is that really okay? It was blatantly obvious just how much the black dragon wanted to unleash its true power, considering the massive mana tremors it was giving off that everyone could clearly see. Kale gave a short, simple reply. Don't ask the obvious, but obviously you can't let a single scratch land on me. The corners of the black dragon's mouth curled up into a vicious smirk. Instantly, a massive gale erupted, fiercely swirling around its small body. This was the raw reaction of the atmosphere itself whenever mana, the pure force of nature, was violently activated. Kale quickly summoned his indestructible shield. Just as he felt like he was about to be blown away by the wind, Kale saw the black dragon look back at him, fully prepped and ready to go. Kale pointed straight at the black swamp and gave the order. "Flip this place upside down." The mana within the black swamp and the surrounding air began to furiously distort. As the black dragon glared down from the sky, its true nature was unmistakable. It was a magnificent dragon. A brutal, impossibly arrogant aura crashed down, completely suffocating the entire swamp. Kale glanced back over his shoulder at the boundary between the black swamp and the tree line. It seemed that the dragon's overwhelming aura had completely locked down the area, ensuring the forest itself wouldn't be blown away by the shockwaves. Kale recalled how a dragon's power was described in The Birth of a Hero. The only reason the whale tribe could ever stand their ground against a dragon was simply because they were just barely resilient enough to survive without getting slaughtered immediately. If a dragon truly wanted something dead, there wasn't a single thing in the world it couldn't kill. Witnessing this absolute power firsthand, it was undeniably clear why dragons believed they were the most supreme, unique beings in existence. Kale shifted his gaze toward the sky. Violent streams of mana clashed and condensed fiercely around the black dragon. Yet it just stared down at the swamp with cold indifference. The image of the tortured, battered 4-year-old baby dragon was completely gone. You couldn't find a single trace of it in the black dragon soaring up there right now. A dragon didn't even need a reason to rule, because its very existence was the absolute symbol of dominance. The forest of darkness began to violently tremble and roar. Kale scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't sense a single living creature nearby. However, endless screeches and panicked howls were echoing from deep within the woods. Just a little while ago, the monsters hadn't shown any fear of the black dragon, but right now, pure, unadulterated terror bled through their ear-piercing shrieks, totally engulfing the entire forest. So damn noisy. Hearing the black dragon's cold voice, Kale tilted his head up to look at it. The black dragon was staring right back down at Kale. The 2 magic bombs were silently floating in the air beside it. There was absolutely zero hesitation hidden within the little dragon's eyes. This was nothing to him. The corners of Kale's mouth slowly curled up into a smirk. The whale tribe's blood aura, yeah. An overwhelming power, one that even that giant humpback whale couldn't hold a candle to, was radiating from that tiny little body. Kale replied in a loud voice, "Works for me. Let's get this over with quickly." "I knew you'd say that." Kale saw the black dragon crack a smile as its uniquely dark mana surged, swirling all around its little body. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Kale could feel the heavy vibrations rumbling right beneath his feet. Terrifying. But Kale didn't have the luxury to stand around and watch the earthquake. The mana had completely vanished. Seeing how utterly refreshed the black dragon looked, Kale made a silent vow to himself never to mess with this vicious little punk again. He looked down at the bottom of the swamp. The black mire was gone, but a small pool of dark sludge remained, forming the exact shape of a dragon. Coated in that black sludge, the massive silhouette looked just like an adult clay dragon, and right where its head should be, sat a glowing white crown. That was the ancient power. "Can I just do whatever I want?" the black dragon chimed in, answering Kale's earlier question. "Don't ask the obvious." "Thanks." Completely oblivious to the black dragon flinching in surprise, Kale stepped closer to the mound of black mud. If he cleared away that sludge, he'd find dragon bones beneath it, securing both these bones and the magic tower. Now that was no joke. Kale's lips curled into a wicked smirk, his palms practically itching with anticipation. He summoned his shield forward, and at the exact same moment, a fierce whirlwind erupted. He instantly cranked the whirlwind's power to the absolute max. The moment the wind let out a piercing shriek, the black sludge shot straight toward him like a bullet. It rushed in at blinding speed, looking perfectly ready to swallow him whole. But right at that moment, the voice of the ancient power's original owner rang out. This wasn't some natural energy born from the environment. It was a power deliberately left behind by someone. Do you know what true domination is? The bone-chilling voice seemed to pierce right through his gut, making Kale's heart hammer wildly in his chest. The whirlwinds in his hands suddenly shot out like twin arrows. As the roaring winds tore through the black sludge and carved a path wide open, Kale didn't hesitate and sprinted right through. His silver shield and holy wings flawlessly blocked the filthy, oozing liquid from even grazing him. Do you know the absolute easiest way to snatch away your enemy's very breath? The whirlwinds kept erupting from Kale's hands, violently paving the way forward. Now completely surrounded by the pitch-black sludge on all sides, Kale found himself trapped in total darkness. Yet, he just kept walking straight ahead, following the trail his winds had carved out. That was when the voice echoed again, trying to use fear, threatening, intimidation my ass. Kale? No. Kim Rock-soo had waded through countless nightmares and clawed his way to survival, all because he desperately wanted to live. Because he wanted to live a happier life than anyone else in this damn world. Humans forge their own present out of pure fear of an unpredictable future. The two roaring winds collided, merging into one massive, earth-shattering tornado. It blasted out of Kale's hands, ripping the path wide open once more. The sheer force of the wind was on a completely different level than before. Bullshit. Domination? Intimidation? What the hell is the point of all that? Kale only gave a damn about things that actually brought him real, tangible benefits. He quickly strode down the freshly blasted path. Just then, the voice echoed in his mind again. You're right. It truly is utter bullshit. You know exactly how it is. There it was. He finally laid eyes on the crown. The very second Kale's fingertips brushed against it, a blinding white light exploded from the crown, entirely vaporizing the black sludge. At the exact same moment, the glowing crown shot straight into him. He heard a surprisingly cheerful voice, totally different from the cold one before. Put it to good use. Sometimes, a good bluff is the only thing that'll save your life. Kale could feel an entirely new surge of power wrapping tightly around his heart. Bath thump, bath thump. His heart began to pound fiercely. Kale instantly knew exactly what this new power was. The black dragon flew over to him, its little face scrunched up in utter confusion. Human, how come you suddenly feel about as strong as my big toenail? I thought you were still just a weakling. What's going on? Is it because the sheer magnetism of this body just leveled up? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? The black dragon looked genuinely horrified, as if Kale's ridiculous words were the absolute truth. Kale finally realized the true name of this ancient power. The Dominating Aura. What an incredibly cringy name. But this ancient power did exactly what it said on the tin. Only the aura itself became overwhelmingly strong. Despite coming from such a majestic glowing crown, the actual power was practically useless in a fight. Scamming people is just plain bad. The black dragon scowled, grumbling under its breath at Kale. But Kale completely ignored the little dragon, turning his gaze back toward his party members. He noticed everyone standing frozen in place, seemingly too intimidated to even take a step toward him. Kale instantly reeled in the terrifying pressure of the dominating aura and casually waved his hand at his stunned companions watching from afar. The forest was now completely dead silent, as if those shrieking monsters had never even existed. Kale casually broke the heavy silence. Come on over. The moment they heard his gentle tone, On and Hong immediately sprinted straight toward the black dragon, checking to make sure it wasn't hurt. That was so terrifying. Our precious youngest sibling absolutely cannot get hurt. The kitten swarmed around the little dragon, frantically inspecting every inch of its body. Then they cautiously nudged closer, affectionately rubbing and patting the black dragon's scales. Our little sibling is the absolute best. So freaking cool. You're incredibly strong. Satisfied that the black dragon was quietly letting the kittens fuss over it, Kale turned his attention to the two whale siblings who were still completely frozen in place. He offered them a slow, lazy smile. The black dragon floated back to his side. With an indifferent expression, Kale absent-mindedly patted the little dragon's head and called out to the whale siblings, Are you two just going to stand there? His calm, unbothered voice drifted over to the stunned siblings. Watira finally exhaled, slowly loosening her tightly clenched fists. Even if not right now, the very moment that black mud vanished, there was something undeniably different about Kale. Sure, he was still just a fragile human who could lose his life to a single strike of her whip. It wasn't raw, overwhelming power. Yet, even if just for a fleeting second, watching Kale stand there all alone reminded her of her father, the Whale King. It wasn't about physical strength, but rather the commanding aura of someone standing at the very pinnacle. She could feel that heavy presence. Watira remained silent as Kale effortlessly returned to his usual nonchalant self. Kale looked away from the whale siblings and turned his attention to the black dragon. Can you still smell the dead mana? It's all gone now. The black liquid vanished entirely, so there's not a single trace of dead mana left. All that remains are dragon bones, sturdier than absolutely anything else in the world. They possess absolute magic resistance and can act as the perfect vessel for mana. Then do me a favor and collect those bones for me. Got it. Kale glanced down at the kittens, affectionately rubbing their fuzzy faces against his calves. Catching his eye, the two little cats gently tapped their front paws against his feet. We thought something terrible happened. We don't get why you always rush in headfirst when you're the weakest one here. You could have just left it all to our youngest. Though, of course, our youngest getting hurt is totally unacceptable too. Kale completely ignored the grumbling, overly protective kittens. He turned to the rest of the group and simply said, "Let's head back." Now he had to return to the Count's estate. Kale rested for a solid 3 weeks before gearing up for his scheduled trip to the Whipper Kingdom. Everyone, from his family to Amaru, was practically sick with worry when they heard he was heading to such a volatile place. They couldn't fathom why the Crown Prince would send him to such a dangerous territory right after he had just recovered. But an order was an order, so all they could do was pray for Kale's safe return. But to Kale, survival was an absolute given. The thought of actually getting hurt didn't even cross his mind. Besides, he wasn't going on this trip alone. Perhaps because they had successfully turned the Breck Kingdom upside down, Choi Han returned much earlier than expected. Roslyn and Locke came back with him as well. As for An and Hong, even though they were trembling like leaves, they stubbornly insisted on tagging along. Naturally, the kittens had their devoted, cat-obsessed butler at their beck and call. Vice Captain Hillsman was violently seasick, meaning B-Crow had to keep an eye on him along with the wolf children. But most importantly, he had a mighty dragon by his side, so Kale had absolutely nothing to fear. Standing on the deck and gazing out at the vast ocean brought an inexplicable sense of peace to the soul. The black dragon seemed to absolutely love the sea, and his wonderfully relaxed mood suddenly made him think of something. "Hey, human, since you're the one giving me a name, I'm just asking out of curiosity. About my name, I totally thought you'd give me some boring one-syllable name. Something lame like Black or Dragon." "You mean your name? Do you not like it?" Kale asked. Raon Miru. Kale had chosen that exact name with the sincere hope that the black dragon would live a joyful and fulfilling life. But how was the little dragon supposed to know that? He curiously demanded to know what his new name actually meant. Kale offered a soft, gentle smile. "It's just for you. It's a combination of words and letters created exclusively for your sake, because you are an incredibly mighty dragon. Exclusively for me." Those sweet words kept echoing in the little dragon's mind as he stared up at Kale in awe. Kale was giving him such a gentle, warm smile. To the young dragon, it was simply the most beautiful smile in the entire world. The black dragon fluttered his tiny wings in sheer excitement. "Awesome! I will make this name truly special. I am the great and mighty Raon Miru." Having declared that, the black dragon, no, Raon, flew over and plopped right onto Kale's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his chubby little face against him. Kale couldn't help but chuckle. At this rate, if Kale ever actually got hurt, absolute world-ending destruction would surely follow. Anyway, let's rewind a bit to the time before they set off for the Whipper Kingdom. Back then, the black dragon was already a mighty being. Nameless, sure, but still undeniably badass. A certain terribly weak human had promised to give him a proper name within a month. He had been waiting with bated breath, absolutely certain it would be the most epic name ever. Meanwhile, Princess Rosalind had made her final choice, officially renouncing her claim to the throne of the Breck Kingdom. As for the Grand Duke's family, they were all swiftly executed in a single morning. By Rosalind's side stood two incredibly talented individuals. While the general public was clueless about their true identities, the Crown Prince had already seen right through them. "Are these your subordinates?" the Crown Prince asked Kale. Kale found it quite amusing to be mockingly lumped in with them by His Highness. The two snarky bastards completely refused to yield, ruthlessly trading sarcastic jabs until it practically gave everyone a migraine. Kale was hungry for magic stones while the prince desperately needed a mage. "Honestly, it just creeps me out knowing there's someone exactly like me out there in the world," Albaru muttered. "Fine, I'll give you absolutely everything you want," the Crown Prince declared with exaggerated generosity. Since His Highness was offering so graciously, Kale wasn't about to hold back. He fully intended to shamelessly take the absolute best of everything. Meanwhile, the black dragon had been waiting so long his neck was practically stretching out, yet Kale still hadn't given him a name. Needless to say, the little guy spent all day looking incredibly gloomy and utterly betrayed. As time slowly passed, the folks who had previously left finally made their return. Rosalind cheerfully approached Kale, suggesting he just drop the formalities and use her normal name since she had been officially struck from the royal registry. Choi Han immediately tried to give a full debrief on the Brett Kingdom, but Kale shot him down flat. Kale's younger siblings were currently staying somewhere else, Harris Village to be exact. Although Harris Village was a gorgeous little town nestled right in the heart of nature, a tragic massive fire had recently ravaged it, so it was currently under heavy reconstruction. Because of that, the children's escort was stationed right there in Harris Village. A proper cemetery to beautifully lay the victims of the terrible fire to rest was also being built. That was actually something the Count strongly pushed for. Even Vice Captain Hillsman is putting in a massive amount of effort right now. The orange-haired butler reported with boundless enthusiasm. Kale, however, couldn't have cared less. He just waved them off, asking Locke to go visit the kids in his place and give a quick report on the land they used to call home. Once everyone finally cleared out of the room, Choi Han slowly bowed his head in deep gratitude to Kale, but Kale coldly brushed off the thanks. That guy named Bob didn't even manage to leave a single scratch on Kale either. Meanwhile, the little black dragon waited and waited, but still hadn't gotten his damn name. He had been hoping so desperately for a name that was insanely, ridiculously badass. Did that stupid, weak human actually forget to name him? Will I really just be called Dragon? He asked himself, filled with restless anticipation. Knowing that Kale planned to go to the capital, his entire family vehemently opposed the idea. They were deeply worried about him, but couldn't care less about the kingdom itself. Kale could only force a smile and say, "Father, aren't we nobles only safe when the kingdom is safe? I'm like a golden turtle, perfectly secure inside my tough shell, and I am a Hennetus, so please, don't worry." Despite his family's best efforts to stop him, Kale, being a man of his word, set sail anyway. Going back a few minutes, urged by the black dragon, Kale had given him a name. "I give you this name hoping you can live a joyful and happy life." Kale smiled warmly and said, "Raon used to live in a deep, dark, and freezing place. He always longed for the day he could escape." This was the very first time in his life that Raon got to live the free life he had always dreamed of. This is absolutely amazing. The human who gave him his freedom is the very same human who gave him his name. Words that belonged solely to him, a name that was his alone. "I am a great and mighty dragon. I am Raon," he thought to himself, overwhelmed with indescribable joy. Raon shyly mumbled a word of thanks to Kale. The two exchanged a warm, affectionate look. Outside, the deep blue ocean surrounded the ship. While they were bickering playfully, Choi Han suddenly bolted out from inside like the ship was on fire, scaring the living daylights out of Kale. It turned out Choi Han thought there was an intruder, which was why he was so worked up. 10 out of 10 for vigilance, really. The reason the ship was violently rocking was due to the sudden appearance of the incredibly massive Whale King. The one who ruled the entire ocean was the Whale King, Shik, an existence that no human emperor who merely ruled a fraction of the continent could ever compare to. "How about we have a chat here on the deck?" Kale asked softly, facing the overwhelming pressure exuding from the Whale King. The whales thrashed, splashing water everywhere, and in an instant transformed into Watira, the successor to the Whale King, alongside the white-browed killer whale. Seeing this, Raon remained radiating with confidence, thinking that dragons were far cooler and more beautiful than whales. Amused by Raon's antics, Kale happily patted his head. Under Choi Han's stunned gaze, the Whale King, with his bluish beard and imposing face, leisurely stepped out of the water. Watira introduced Kale to her father, and the two sides exchanged pleasant greetings during this rather inconvenient first meeting. "Thank you for saving my son. I came here with my daughter because I wanted to thank you in person." "You don't need to be so polite, Your Majesty. I only did what I had to do. But since we are both quite busy, let's get straight to the point." Kale smiled faintly, gently shaking the Whale King's hand as a formal greeting. Meanwhile, the white-browed killer whale stepped toward Choi Han. The two of them locked eyes in an intense stare-down. The atmosphere incredibly heavy, without a single word exchanged between them. Witnessing this scene, Kale was a bit speechless, feeling that if they started fighting right now, they wouldn't stop even if the ship sank. Choi Han, what's wrong? Kale patted Choi Han's shoulder in confusion. The killer whale, Archie, still refused to drop his death glare, looking as if he wanted to rip his opponent's guts out. Even though they were on the same side, he was someone who just irritated people for absolutely no reason. He was acting like this because he had just met the whales face to face. Kale sighed in relief. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to use the auto-reaction power of the vitality of the heart. No sooner said than done. Kale put on a completely innocent expression, using a "please don't look at me like that" kind of gaze. His special bashful act attacked the other party, making them feel mildly nauseous. After being smacked on the back of the head by the Whale King, Archie bitterly bowed his head in greeting to Kale. After the rather awkward greetings from both sides, the Whale King finally got to the main point, pulling something out of his pocket. Ta-da! The Whale King took out a bottle of dead mana and handed it to Kale. But why do you need this? If you're human, there shouldn't be anyone who needs something like this. But if it's for a vanished necromancer, who knows? The Whale King said. Kale smirked, not even knowing himself how things were going to unfold. The meeting was over much faster than anyone could have imagined. The Whale King bid farewell to Kale. See you next time. He also apologized to Kale for the rude behavior earlier, rambling on and leaving the entire whale tribe thoroughly embarrassed. The whole group quickly dove off the ship and hurried back home. Seeing that they had left, Choi Han finally breathed a sigh of relief, his expression relaxing once more. Kale headed down to the cabin to catch some sleep. Ever since he got his name, the dragon Raon was so happy that he couldn't stop showing it off to anyone and everyone. Choi Han barely registered half of what the dragon was saying, as his mind was completely elsewhere. I need to get stronger too, Choi Han told himself. The ship continued to ride the rolling waves, bobbing gently across the foamy sea. A few days later, at the port of the Whipper Kingdom, a heavily tanned Billows personally came to welcome Kale. Billows' outfit for greeting guests was a bit sloppy, but his handsomeness was still off the charts. The two of them excitedly threw their arms around each other's shoulders. The magic towers of the Whipper Kingdom had fallen, and the magic tower master had been torn apart and killed by Tunka. With the magic tower destroyed, it was now nothing more than an ownerless treasure trove. Finding treasure is always so thrilling, Kale thought to himself. So, if you want the treasure, get to work. I'll give you as much as you want. Ho ho! Billows laughed heartily in response. Kale was utterly speechless, feeling like the guy's brain had completely short-circuited. Since Kale hadn't clearly explained anything yet, Billows should have been racking his brain instead of laughing so shamelessly. Magic devices, that was the only thing he needed to hand over to Billows. Kale watched Billows' back as he slowly disappeared from the ship. Down below, On, Hong, and Raon were joyfully playing with one another. Kale recalled a moment from earlier when Choi Han had curiously asked him how he came up with the last name Miru for Raon. He definitely noticed my reaction, didn't he? Even if he doesn't know Raon, he knows Miru, Kale mused to himself. He smoothly told Choi Han that it was just a name that had suddenly popped into his head. It's as simple as that. It's just because I found it quite fascinating, Choi Han replied softly. But obviously, when he first heard the name Raon Miru, his expression had looked a little strange. Is this really just going to slide like this? Even though that name just comes from a few simple Sino-Korean words, Kale wondered, rubbing his temples in frustration. Then he walked over to Rosalind. At that moment, she was holding a staff in her hand. Seeing Kale approach, she eagerly showed him the super-powered strike from her staff. You are truly brilliant, Kale praised, giving her a big thumbs up. On the surface, he praised her, but deep down, his mind was full of question marks. After all, given her status as a royal mage, she really should have hidden her identity when facing danger. Wise. My foot. I had to do something so I wouldn't be a burden to everyone. Besides, I've actually studied quite a bit of martial arts since I was a child. Plus, I really wanted to see this place for myself, Rosalind replied, her eyes brimming with hope as she took in the surrounding scenery. The carriage was ready to go. Now, Kale could finally set off. Did you keep things quiet so no rumors would spread? Kale asked Billows. Isn't that obvious? Why on earth would I share my own profits? Billows' answer left Kale feeling very satisfied. Speaking of the victors, Billows revealed that the non-mage alliance was far more reckless than he had initially thought. They aren't afraid of death at all. and it seems the only thing they care about is slaughter, especially the magic-resistant individuals. If they show up in massive numbers, it would be quite terrifying, sir. Billos explained. These individuals with innate magic resistance had been born across many generations. They were the biggest variable in the war between the non-mage alliance and the mage alliance. The people of this tribe had left their mark, a bloody trail from slaughtering the mages who controlled nature with their mana. In particular, there was a man named Tunka, the leader of the non-mage alliance. Both he and his subordinates were exactly as their title suggested. They operate purely on instinct. I've only seen him from afar exactly one time. Back then, he was snapping the mages' necks with his bare hands. It was absolutely brutal. Even now, just thinking about Tunka and his subordinates is enough to make my stomach churn. They piled up the corpses of the mages they'd killed into a massive mountain right in front of the city gates, though for the citizens of the Whipper Kingdom, even that still wasn't enough. Kale listened quietly to Billos' long speech, eventually standing up and announcing his plan to meet Tunka at the Magic Tower. Trust me. Kale gave Billos an arrogant smirk. I trust my intuition. And my intuition tells me to follow you, young master. Billos flattered him, pouring more wine into Kale's cup. Outside, although the war had officially ended, the gruesome remnants of the mages still lingered. Every corner of the Whipper Kingdom was engulfed in the agonizing cries of death, madness, despair, and sorrow. All of these horrors blended together in this very place. A few days later, Cal followed Billos to this beautiful yet mysterious tower. Seeing Kale pull gold coins from his pocket to hand over, Billos instantly switched on his flattery mode, acting so disgustingly sweet that it gave Kale goosebumps. Meanwhile, witnessing this brutal battlefield caused the bloody, death-filled memories within Hans to suddenly flood back, making him want to vomit right then and there. Kale suggested Hans go rest if he was feeling sick, but he stubbornly refused. By then, the rest of the group had fully assembled. We are here today to meet a man named Tunka, so, until then, don't cause any trouble, Kale declared. This Tunka was actually the guy named Bob they had met back in the Ubar's territory, but Bob was just his fake name. Hearing this familiar name, Choi Han clenched his fists, looking rather agitated, but he stayed silent when Kale asked him about it. All right, first things first. Billos, did you say you could get us all into the staff officer's tent? Kale asked Billos. Well, not everyone, sir, but I can manage to get 6 people in, including myself, Billos replied. Kale figured the merchant must have made a massive fortune here. Having enough pull to speak directly with the staff officers meant he had definitely profited big time from this civil war. Gon had a strong hunch that something incredibly entertaining was about to happen. Choi Han, Locke, Hillsman, and Rosalind were all gathered and ready. With the entire squad assembled, they set off alongside Kale. Everything else was left in Hans's capable hands. On and Hong affectionately clung to Kal, practically vibrating with excitement to reach the magic tower. The whole group walked in a totally badass formation down the road, marching straight ahead while the surrounding soldiers stared daggers at them. It's already a bloodbath, yet it seems that still isn't enough for these guys, Kale silently evaluated. After a short stroll, Billos pointed at the tent up ahead, announcing their arrival. Kala already knew what Billos was about to say. Siding with the non-mage alliance meant a severe loss of rationality, but realistically speaking, it was more like replacing one type of madness with another. Are mages really the only intelligent ones? Are they the only ones who actually study? Countless scholars, unable to stomach the relentless suppression anymore, had flocked to serve under Tunka. Truth be told, they loathed magic even more than Tunka himself did. Kale thought to himself, quickly ordering Billos to make contact with the other party. This was the exact tent where the staff officers were stationed. Even if Tunka was willing to abandon his weaker soldiers, he fiercely protected these tacticians. Therefore, Kale just needed to use these staff officers to arrange a face-to-face meeting with Tunka. However, a sudden chill ran down Kale's spine the moment the tent flap was pulled open. Sensing a dangerous energy from behind, Choi Han instantly dashed forward, shielding his master as an overwhelming scent erupted from within. Just when I was getting bored out of my mind. A massive, ridiculously hairy man violently yanked the tent flap open and barged out. His face was twisted in manic excitement, sharply contrasting with Choi Han's effortlessly ice-cold glare. It turned out this hairy brute was none other than Tunka. He seemed absolutely thrilled by the intense aura radiating from Choi Han. He immediately lunged forward. "Fight me! Aren't your hands itching for a brawl?" Tunka cracked his knuckles loudly, staring intently at Choi Han with a feral grin. Completely sidelined, Kale stood off to the side, letting out a heavy sigh, only to nearly jump out of his skin when he heard Choi Han coldly reply, "Fine by me." It looked like Gon's hunch about something entertaining happening was dead on. The moment the agreement was struck, the two of them immediately lunged at each other. Eyes narrowing, Choi Han flared with fierce killing intent and reached to draw his sword. Suddenly, Kale gave Choi Han a firm pat on the back, wanting to check if his knight actually intended to go through with this fight. Only then did Tunka shift his gaze toward Kale. He stared blankly, suddenly realizing that this was the exact same red-haired bastard who had tossed him into the ocean and sneered down at him. Even though it was undeniably Kale, Tunka couldn't help but feel that something about him was entirely different now. Being stared down relentlessly by Tunka made Kale slightly annoyed. "Choi Han, if you want to fight him, then go ahead." Kale's unexpected permission left Choi Han rather surprised. Patting Choi Han on the shoulder, Kale essentially gave him the green light to go totally wild. This surge of support made Choi Han absolutely confident that he would secure the win. Meanwhile, Tunka was practically overflowing with pure adrenaline, eager to charge in and start the brawl right then and there. "If you two are going to fight, we need to make the stakes clear. Let's make a bet," Kale proposed with a sly smirk. The sun was slowly beginning to set, but Kale was more pumped up than ever to watch this explosive showdown between Tunka and Choi Han. He and the rest of the group dragged out some chairs to sit and watch the show. Honestly, all they needed was some popcorn and drinks to make it a real movie night. Kale wondered to himself, if I keep acting like this, am I going to end up making enemies? Rosalind chimed in, utterly speechless at the situation. Locke was also pacing around, worried sick that something bad might happen to Choi Han. "You two really don't need to worry about him," Kale said in a laid-back tone. "Just sit back and watch." The reason Kale was so unbothered was that, compared to what he had expected, Tunka wasn't actually all that strong. Sure, by human standards, the guy was an absolute beast, but compared to dragons and whales, he was practically nothing. If Tunka was the type to seek revenge every time he met someone stronger, he never would have made it this far in the first place. Right now, the two fighters were locked in a fierce staring contest. With the wind howling around them, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Kale just rested his chin on his hand, figuring that for meatheads like them, nothing mattered more than winning or losing. So, purely for the pride of a warrior, a fight was inevitable. "Hey, why are you staring at that evil bastard?" Tunka yelled at Choi Han, who was currently busy glancing over at Kale. "I asked why you're looking at him. Whether it's on the battlefield or anywhere else, villains like him are always the first ones you need to crush. There's no way a warrior like you doesn't know that." Tunka kept rambling like a maniac. Kale, of course, couldn't care less about whatever nonsense the crazy bastard was sprouting. But suddenly, Choi Han lowered his head. He dropped his sword to the ground with a heavy thud. Then, moving at terrifying speed, he lunged forward and delivered a merciless, bone-crushing combo of punches straight into Tunka. Caught off guard, Tunka flew into a berserk rage and immediately tried to counterattack, but Choi Han effortlessly blocked every single strike. Choi Han slammed Tunka into the dirt with a loud thud. Yet, the brute just scrambled back to his feet. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Tunka grinned, deciding that Choi Han was actually a pretty fun guy. "You're pretty damn strong, aren't you? Ha 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 ha! But I'm not going down that easily." Tunka yelled in sheer excitement, but all that yapping was just annoying. Without a word, Choi Han rushed in again, relentlessly beating and kicking Tunka like he was nothing more than a human punching bag. Instead of fighting back, Tunka just kept bursting into maniacal laughter like he was high out of his mind, which honestly made Kale cringe a little. It seemed this Tunka guy was a complete masochist who actually enjoyed getting brutally beaten half to death. Rosalind turned and asked why Kale wasn't stopping them. He simply replied that interfering with the sacred will of a warrior was a massive taboo. By letting them fight it out, they were showing their respect. So, the best thing to do was just stand back and witness that so-called sacred will unfold. Meanwhile, the dark aura swirling inside Choi Han was erupting more violently than ever before. Tunka was absolutely getting pummeled to a pulp. He was sent flying high into the air before crashing back down with a shockwave that would have left anyone speechless. The whole group stared in wide-eyed disbelief as Choi Han calmly sheathed his sword. Kale even offered him a genuine compliment for that spectacular beatdown. Only then did Tuanka manage to drag his battered, bruised body up from the dirt. He looked up to find Kale standing over him, wearing a deeply mysterious, unreadable smile. "You lost. So, I believe you're supposed to guide us into the magic tower now, right?" Kale asked smoothly. Ever since Choi Han had beaten Tuanka to a bloody pulp, the surrounding soldiers had been glaring at their group with sheer, undisguised hostility. Kale didn't really care about their death glares. As long as they played nice and let his group do their thing, he was fine with it. "Hey, warrior, next time we fight, I'm definitely going to kill you," Tuanka declared as he limped toward Choi Han, making a bold promise. With the dramatic spectacle finally over, Cal walked over and told Billos to bring the people camping outside into the area. It was going to take another 2 months before they could actually infiltrate the magic tower proper. "Understood, but there is someone I need to introduce you to first, sir. This is the chief of staff who is currently leading the alliance, Harold." Billos gestured politely to the young man standing beside him, introducing him to Kale. The two of them exchanged pleasantries and shook hands. "Ah, so the buyer our leader mentioned, the one purchasing the magic tower, is you, Duke Kale. It is an absolute honor to meet you. Let's discuss the finer details a bit later, shall we?" Harl said with a bright, welcoming smile. However, On, who was standing nearby, instantly caught a whiff of total nonsense hidden in his overly polite words. Commoners in the Whipper Kingdom did not have family names. And true to his appearance, Harold seemed like an incredibly ordinary guy without any outstanding magical abilities. But ironically, it was exactly that normality that made the people follow him. The duo of Tuanka and Harold had become a shining beacon of hope for the citizens of the Whipper Kingdom. This entire unfair transaction was being orchestrated by Harold, not Tuanka. Knowing that, Kale realized he had better keep his guard up. Standing right in front of the magic tower, Kale noted that the exterior actually looked much better than he had expected, though the inside was undoubtedly a complete disaster zone. When Kale asked if he was coming inside, Tuanka flinched like someone had just poured boiling water down his pants. He made it crystal clear he wanted absolutely nothing to do with that filthy place. "Harol and Pelia will guide you instead," he said, aggressively pointing over his shoulder. Kale noticed that Tuanka kept anxiously glancing behind him. Kale quietly guessed it was because he could sense the sheer, overwhelming power radiating from his group. "You know, it's honestly fascinating because you're so damn weak. You're a weakling, yet you give off this incredibly bizarre, powerful aura. Wait, why are you glaring at me like that? You want to go another round?" Tuanka suddenly whipped his head around to yell at Choi Han, looking absolutely, incredibly eager to throw down again. Choi Han completely ignored Tuanka's unhinged rambling, letting out a long, exhausted sigh without saying a word. Kale glanced around. Seeing that Billos was deeply engrossed in a conversation with Harold, Kale quietly scooped up on and Hong. It was time to ask the kittens to help him catch some rats inside the tower. Rowan was tagging along too, though he was on a mission to catch something entirely different. After letting On and Hong slip inside, Kale turned back to Tuanka. "Have you cleaned up all the mages' corpses inside the magic tower yet? We left a few bodies behind. There's absolutely no need to offer comfort to the souls of scum like them," Tuanka replied coldly. Kale had already expected this. In this culture, cremation was the ultimate way to bring peace to the dead. The tribespeople would strictly cremate any bodies that died from things like infectious diseases. So, the corpses they intentionally left behind to rot had to belong to the twisted mages who had used the kingdom's own citizens as living test subjects. But the mages who died here were only those deeply affiliated with the magic tower itself. There were still plenty of other mages scattered across the Whipper Kingdom, mages driven by power, blind ambition, and politics. Disillusioned by all the political corruption, many of them had chosen to abandon the tower entirely. Historically, those wandering mages only ever cared about purely researching their magic. Right now, those surviving mages were likely keeping a low profile, desperately searching for a way to flee the Whipper Kingdom. And the one who would step up to be their ultimate shield was none other than Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. Following the agreement, Harold escorted Kale inside the tower. The moment they stepped in, a foul, rotting stench mixed with thick dust hit them like a physical blow. Before he threw up, Kale immediately ordered the soldiers to throw open every single window and cover up the rotting corpses. Instead of starting the tour on the first floor, Kale asked Harold to take him straight to the very top. I want to see what it feels like to stand at the absolute peak and look down on everything else. The Tower Master's room. Take me there first, Kale ordered. The room was an absolute disaster, with dried blood splattered across every surface. Kale stated that he wanted some quiet time to think alone in the room, which put Harold in a slightly awkward position. However, since the guards and Pelia were stationed right outside and Kale had deliberately left the windows wide open, they eventually felt comfortable enough to leave him be. The inside of the room had been completely trashed, with dark bloodstains marring nearly every corner. But of course, it looked like a slaughterhouse. This was the personal quarters of the most wicked bastard to ever live here. The very place that housed a monstrous being born from sheer mana. You're a mage yourself, aren't you, Chief of Staff? Kale flashed a wicked grin at Harold. He was Harold Kodiang, one of the supporting characters in the Burfern, The Birth of a Hero. He carried the bloodline of the Magic Tower Master, Pister Kodiang, and was a true monster born from a creature created by mana. His father never even knew he existed. After giving birth to him, his mother died all alone. That was the very root of Harold's burning rage. He craved war even more than Tunka did. He wanted to wipe out every single trace of mages in this world. But there was one thing he didn't know. In The Birth of a Hero, there was a single line that made Harold's fury feel utterly tragic. Harold Kodiang was the fruit of their love, but sadly, he would never know that. Harold, don't you want to erase every last trace of your father? I'll help you wipe out the magic tower that holds his legacy. What do you say? Hearing Kale's offer, Harold couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Harold demanded to know how Kale found out. Did Mana tell you? Kale replied. So, is the young master planning to use my bloodline to blackmail me? Harold asked. Harold clenched his fists, trembling. What crime does a bloodline hold that I would use it against you? Kale retorted. Besides, your side is the one in a rush anyway. Kale arrogantly added. The people rebelled to survive because they couldn't bear the heavy taxes imposed by the Magic Tower. Harold, you have to meet their demands to some extent, because only then can you stir up even more madness. Harold questioned why there was a mage in Kale's group, wanting to know what the Roan Kingdom planned to do with the Magic Tower. Kale firmly declared that the tower was his, and he wouldn't share it with anyone. Do you know how much time I've wasted coming all the way here? I'd have to be crazy to just hand it over to the kingdom. The Magic Tower will be the material I use to build the strongest, most comfortable castle in the world, Kale thought to himself. Harold let out a heavy sigh. It seemed a whirlwind of thoughts was racing through his brilliant mind. Does young Master Kale want the mages from the Whipper Kingdom? Harold suddenly asked. I don't need any more mages, because I already have a far greater entity right beside me. Kale replied. Kale answered. That entity was obviously Rayon. Who else could it be? Of course, Kale was also planning to help the Crown Prince out a bit. All right, Chief of Staff Harold, the others have arrived. You can hear the details from my people later, so have a good chat with them. Kale playfully patted Harold on the shoulder. By this time, Billos had also arrived. Billos whispered into Kale's ear, letting him know that the payment would temporarily be made under his name. The payment structure was set up as follows. Billos would act as the middleman, receiving the funds from Kale and then paying the non-mage faction. Of course, in reality, Billos would be getting the money from the royal family, not Kale. However, there was no way the non-mage faction would ever find that out. Hearing Kale give the green light, Billos bowed respectfully and said he would handle the deposit and full payment within 1 month. Young Master, there's one more thing. How much do you think it will be? 100 million? 1 billion? Could it possibly be 10 billion? Billos sweated bullets the more he asked. Somewhere around there, Kale replied casually. This completely shocked Billos, because the Magic Tower was already totally destroyed. If it had been fully intact, even 100 billion wouldn't have been enough, given how massive it was. But right now, the magical devices inside the tower are completely useless. That's why I said it'd be 10 billion at most. Are you going to lowball them by saying it's just a bare skeleton of a tower now? It's fine to spend a bit more, so make sure to buy up the surrounding lands too. Because there's something there that can be sold for the exact same price as the Magic Tower itself, Kale instructed. Billos didn't quite get what he was buying, but whatever it was, he knew he had to squeeze out the highest possible profit to feel at ease. I'll go negotiate the price for the Magic Tower first. Dealing with such a huge sum of money is making my heart pound like crazy, sir, Billow said with a cheeky laugh. Over on this side, Choi Han looked around, feeling that once they bought the place, they really needed to clean it up because it was just way too filthy. I'll scrub it spotless, Kale asserted with 100% certainty. Well, there's no need to check anywhere else right now, so let's head back. We'll be returning here tonight anyway, Kale thought to himself in amusement. That evening, using the excuse of feeling unwell, Kale excused himself, leaving Choi Han behind at the festival. Slipping out of Tunka's sight, Kale stationed guards outside his tent, then secretly geared up with On, Hong, and Ron, preparing to head to the Magic Tower Master's room. Soaring past the roaring campfires and the wild cheers of the crowd, Kale flew straight toward the Magic Tower with his beast companions. The group slipped in through a window and made their way down the stairs. On and Hong excitedly bounded all over the place. Following their lead, Kale flew down to the stairwell wall on the first basement level to search for something. On and Hong sniffed around, thoroughly scanning the area. As expected, it was hard to pinpoint the exact location just by scent alone. There really was way too much useless information written in The Birth of a Hero, even though that's exactly why I was able to find the useful stuff. Thinking this, Kale pulled an iron rod out of his bag. The lines from the novel flashed through Kale's mind. He used his small stature to hide inside a secret wall located in the Magic Tower's stairwell. It was a place known only to his family and the past masters of the Magic Tower. That coward hid inside, and out of fear of the guards, he didn't dare step outside, effectively trapping himself in there. Kale walked down the stairs, tapping the iron rod against the walls. Tap, tap. Then, with one hell of a strong strike, Kale found what he was looking for, a hidden hole. The spot was marked by 5 grooves forming the shape of a star. Kale took the diamond out of his pocket and placed it perfectly into the slot. With a rumbling sound, a secret passageway was revealed. A small boy named Muller was inside, sobbing pathetically. Kale flashed the friendliest smile he could muster. But the kid just kept bawling his eyes out, looking utterly pitiful like his world had just collapsed. Pitiful? Yeah, right. As part of the Magic Tower's design team, he had already enjoyed every single luxury and flaunted everything he possibly could. Kale crossed his arms, evaluating Mueller in his mind. He is the only one who knows the Magic Tower's final defensive shield, but he was so terrified of being caught that he hid in a corner here. Too scared to die, he completely ignored his own father's dying wish. Kale suddenly tossed a pile of bread right in front of Mueller, making him stop crying instantly as he snatched it up and stuffed his face. How can he look this stupid? The novel clearly stated that he inherited both the brilliant craftsmanship of the dwarves and their meticulous attention to detail. Along with the stealthiness of the rat tribe, he was supposed to have the aura of a top-tier designer and architect, right? So why do I get the feeling he's just a total idiot? But whatever. I still have a use for him, so I'll just take him with me as planned. Kale thought to himself as Mueller finished scraping up his food. He mumbled a tiny thank you to Kale. Kale told him straight up that he'd save his life, but on one condition. He had to spit out the location of the Magic Tower Master's secret treasure room. Hearing this, Mueller jumped in shock, dropping his bread. Terrified by Kale's oppressive aura, he could only stutter out that it was hidden down on the 4th basement floor. Mueller's mind was reeling in absolute shock. Just how on earth did Kale know about that place? The Magic Tower was publicly known to have 20 floors above ground and 3 basement floors below. Of course, that was just what the public was allowed to know. In reality, the Magic Tower was never that simple. Mueller bowed his head respectfully, swearing he'd do absolutely anything for Kale as long as he saved his life. All right, then finish your bread first. After that, lead me down to the 4th basement floor, Kale ordered. With the magic stones and Mueller leading the way, Kale soon arrived right in front of the hidden cave. There were magical alarms set up, but Kale handled them all effortlessly. As the heavy door swung open, Kale felt a thrill of excitement. He had finally found the very first treasure hidden inside the Magic Tower, and it was sparkling brilliantly right before his eyes. Just what kind of secrets was the Magic Tower hiding? One of those secrets was a pair of highly classified research documents. They detailed a mana storage device that utilized the principles of ancient powers, and the core reason behind the emergence of magic resistance. The tribal people had always revered ancient powers, and Harold? He absolutely despised magic, yet craved its power at the same time. If they ever found out about these research documents, they would be absolutely overjoyed. Well, that was never going to happen now because that joy belonged entirely to Kale. As Kale approached the dazzling treasure, Ron looked just as thrilled, eagerly offering to take care of it for him. Do you want to try taking care of it? But in exchange, once it grows up, it belongs to me, Kale said, sly as a fox. Who would have thought the naive little Rayon would gleefully agree without a second thought? The moment Kale gave the word, the little dragon joyfully swept everything into his spatial dimension, incredibly pleased with himself. Is he really that happy? I guess I'll have to build him his own little research lab later, Kale thought to himself. Muller, now take me up to the Magic Tower Master's room, Kale commanded with a strong, unwavering tone. This fourth basement floor would be completely exposed the moment the magic tower collapsed. Because of that, Kale wanted Rayon to set up some alarm systems down here, and while he was at it, rig a few deadly magic traps too. That way, nobody else would be able to sneak in and steal anything. Rayon eagerly agreed on the spot. Now that I've taken the research documents, that meathead Tunka and his anti-magic alliance won't be able to boost their own strength. Though honestly, even if they did use it, it would only speed up their own destruction. Not like I need to care about that anyway. Kale smirked. Following Moeller's directions, the group made their way all the way up to the 20th floor. Thanks to Kale's levitation magic, Muller was dragged through the air like a rag doll, spinning so wildly he got completely dizzy and honestly thought he was going to die. Standing on the filthy, trash-filled 20th floor, Kale shot a sharp look at Muller. Scratching his head awkwardly, Muller confessed that the Magic Tower actually had one more floor. It was the personal quarters of the Magic Tower Master, but it wasn't called the 21st floor. The true chamber of the Magic Tower Master was a place that even the Anti-Magic Alliance hadn't been able to discover. In the novel, The Birth of a Hero, that room was only described with a single, brief line stating that absolutely no one knew it existed. We call it Floor Zero, Muller muttered. He pressed his hands against the floor, channeling an eerie, pale blue magic. With a sharp crackle of energy, a blinding flash of light erupted, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Outside, Choi Han, who was happily drinking away, faintly caught the sound of an explosion echoing from the tower. Back inside, Kale was glaring daggers at Muller after the rat casually mentioned that Floor Zero was actually located outside, and they just had to jump out the window to get there. You do know what'll happen to you if you're lying to me, right? Kale's face darkened as he grabbed Mueller by the collar, flashing him a chilling, sinister half-smile. Actions speak louder than words. Without hesitation, Kale ruthlessly chucked Mueller right out the window so he could demonstrate first. Only after watching Mueller safely land on a mysterious, invisible magical platform outside did Kale finally grab the kids and jump down after him. The inside of this place was as blinding as a spotlight. It was overflowing with so much gold, silver, and precious jewels that Kale could barely believe his own eyes. Mueller, I will provide you with a warm bed and a safe place where you can live in complete peace. Eventually, I'll even give you your freedom. But that's only on the condition that you obediently do exactly as I say. First off, I'll help you escape from this Whipper Kingdom. As he spoke, Kale casually tossed a solid gold artifact to Mueller, making the little guy's eyes light up like fireworks. By now, Mueller was completely ready to do whatever Kale ordered. All right then, I want you to design a castle and a ship for me. Something about the scale of this magic tower should do just fine, Kale ordered. He possesses the innate talent of a master architect, so of course I have to make him do all the designing. Kale thought to himself with a scheming smile. A ship and a turtle. Kale remembered reading the records of the great naval battle in the ocean. All he really wanted was a comfortable house and a ridiculously sturdy mode of transportation. Everything was just for the sake of his peaceful, slacker life in the future. The crest of our family is the golden turtle. Figure out how to incorporate it into your design and show me the blueprints later. It would be best if you treated this as if your life depended on it, so you'd better work hard. On Hung. Keep an eye on him for me, Kale said, handing the supervision over to the kids. The very next day, after just a single night, Harold and Billows had already ironed out all the terms for the Magic Tower sale contract. The final transaction amount sat just a little over 10 billion gallons, since it also included the surrounding land. Aside from the absolute requirement to demolish the Magic Tower, Harold had insisted on 2 additional conditions. Condition number 1, the Magic Tower must never be relocated to another kingdom. Condition number 2, Mages must never be gathered together under the name of Kale Hinatus. When Harol asked Kale to stamp his fingerprint on the document, his expression was practically oozing with suspicion. Deep down, it was obvious he really didn't want to hand the magic tower over to Kale. But what else could he do? Given their current situation, selling off the magic tower was an unbelievably profitable deal. The sheer amount of money was just too good to pass up. With a swift motion, Kale confidently signed and stamped the contract. Tunka let out a booming, boisterous laugh, happily announcing that he and Hillsman were scheduled for a sparring match today. Hillsman seemed to be getting along incredibly well with the tribal warriors. He really is the perfect Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kale thought. Afterward, Kale and Tunka shook hands warmly, acting like the closest of brothers. Tunka swore he'd back Kale up with everything he had if he ever needed it. Brimming with cocky confidence, the meathead boasted loudly that he was going to make absolute history across the continent. Yeah, if Ruin can be considered history, then I suppose you could say that. That timeline happens right at the end of Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero. As for what happens after that, even I don't know the exact details. Still, I'm looking forward to it. Kale figured Bylos was just a bit starstruck seeing the golden plaque for the first time. But to his surprise, Kale even offered him a 30% cut of the magic devices crafted by the mages of the Whipper Kingdom. The offer was so generous that Bylos scrambled to accept it, deeply moved. After all, he had figured he'd get 20% at best. Guildmaster, you need to hurry and secure the position you want. The northern region and the sea trade route are about to be turned upside down. Looks like another war is brewing. Keep this strictly to yourself, Kale added. Why would you share such valuable information with me? Bylos asked, completely caught off guard. Kale didn't answer directly. He simply suggested that Bylos keep in touch with his uncle if possible. That would be Odious, the man who ruled the underworld of the Roan Kingdom's northwestern region. The day to avenge the little black dragon wasn't far off. You have 1 month. Go to Mount Gia, find the item I mentioned, and bring it back here. Can you guys handle it? On a perfectly sunny day, Kale casually dropped this question on his party. Hillsman had heard it was the third most treacherous mountain on the continent, boasting terrifyingly high elevations. Knowing the peak was covered in snow year-round gave him the chills, but under Kale's commanding gaze, he had no choice but to swallow his fear and turn it into motivation, reluctant as he was. M will be in charge of backing up Locke, while Hillsman will act as the guide and handle food and lodging. Everyone has their assigned role. Perfect and simple. Once you're done, come straight back here. Kale said this while casually pointing at the path of no return on the map, making the entire group go pale. They genuinely thought he was just messing with them. 3 weeks later, Hillsman's group arrived at Mount Gia in the pouring rain. The area was littered with tombstones, a grim testament to the hope that had soured into despair for the families of lost travelers, who had waited in vain for their loved ones to return. The Rain City's forest was one of the 5 forbidden regions of the western continent, right alongside the Forest of Darkness. It rained there all year round, and anyone who wandered inside could never find their way back out. Right at its entrance, a village built on desperate longing and fragile hope had sprung up. The families of those lost travelers had gathered at the edge of the forest, settling down in an endless, painful wait. Over time, some of them had erected tombstones to mourn the loved ones who would never walk out of those woods again. What a heartbreaking place. We will become the hope of the jungle. Kale stepped forward, holding his umbrella over an old man sitting nearby, and murmured those words. Having given his umbrella away, Kale had to share Rosalind's. He then asked Choi Han to find whatever inn was available so the group could dry off before pressing on. Inside the inn, Choi Han wondered aloud why anyone would deliberately walk into that rain-soaked forest. Kale explained that they went in searching for hope. Legend had it that a dragon lived within the path of no return, and it would grant the deepest wish of anyone who managed to reach its lair. Make me filthy rich, cure this terminal illness, or even something vague like, make that person happy. From the greediest desires to the smallest pleas, whatever the wish, the dragon would supposedly grant it all. Rayon was slightly ticked off hearing this, because as a proud dragon himself, the idea of just granting random human wishes was absolute nonsense. Of course, the legend was completely fake, but people backed into a desperate corner couldn't easily let go of that single thread of hope. Choi Han came up with the rather unhinged idea of just burning the damn forest to the ground. That way, they could easily prove there was no dragon inside. They just needed to expose the legend as a lie. If we do that, people will no longer have any reason to walk to their deaths in that forest, he reasoned. Kale let out a heavy sigh. Right at that moment, Hillsman's group returned from Mount Gia. They looked completely exhausted, but every single one of them was grinning from ear to ear, clearly thrilled that they'd found exactly what Kale had asked for. Even though Locke knew perfectly well that the item inside the bag was an ancient power, the honest boy handed it over to Kale without a second's hesitation. Since preparations were mostly complete, Kale decided it was time to step into the forest. The entire group jumped out of their skin when they heard that, screaming in pure shock. But no matter how much they tried to talk him out of it, Kale absolutely refused to change his mind. The reason Kale was acting so boldly was that he already knew the truth about the forest. There was a specific element in the fog that scrambled both human senses and mana, making it impossible to find the way out. However, Kale was completely confident in the companions standing by his side. Late that night, deep inside a rocky alcove within the forest, a group of people sat huddled around a campfire. Misery was painted on every single face. They had been wandering this forest for 2 whole weeks now. There were no monsters here, no lurking enemies, but the suffocating fog made it impossible to see anything beyond their own noses. Their rations were dangerously low. That bastard's fire! It's because of his damn fire that I had to come all the way here. If there's truly no other way, I'll just have to burn this whole forest down to carve out a path. I know destroying this forest is practically a sin, but the lives of the loyal subordinates who followed me into this hell and the people desperately waiting for us back home are infinitely more precious. Latana tightly gripped the jar of fire in her hands, trembling at the thought. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed. The entire group instantly sprang to their feet, aggressively leveling their spears at the noise in the dark. A soaking wet figure stepped out of the shadows. It was none other than Kal, accompanied by his little beasts. Flashing a rather sly smile, his deep, calculative gaze sweeping over them, he politely asked if they could share the fire for the night. Latana graciously handed Kale a towel to dry off and warmly invited him to stay by the fire. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person at all, she thought. When we had our spears pointed at him earlier, I didn't really get a good look, but seeing him up close now, he clearly isn't your average traveler. His posture and the way he walks, he hasn't learned martial arts, but he isn't a mage either. She quietly evaluated Kale, but was left completely stunned when he casually mentioned that he planned to leave the forest tomorrow because the rain was getting too heavy. He's dressed so simply and carrying practically nothing, as if he's just out for a casual stroll. And yet, he actually knows the way out of here? The legends say a dragon will grant your deepest wish, but what does a dragon even look like? What form would it take? The myths never mention those details. Could it be... Is this man a dragon in disguise? Startled by her own theory, she eyed Kale with intense suspicion. But before she could even ask, Kale completely shut down her wild thoughts, bluntly stating that he was absolutely not a dragon. It left her feeling completely dumbfounded. In Kale's mind, this was the final phase of securing his retirement funds for a rich, gloriously lazy slacker life. And the plan? Simply becoming the savior and guide for these desperate, trapped souls who had lost all hope in this rainforest. I may not be a dragon, but I do know my way around here, Kale said smoothly. This child here is from the cat tribe. I happened to cross paths with her in the slums on a miserable rainy day, much like today. This kid actually knows how to manipulate fog. Kale explained, casually gesturing toward his little silver kitten, On. I learned about this place after leaving my territory and traveling around. During my journey, I stumbled upon some ancient texts. It specifically mentioned that this entire area is being controlled by a magical fog. That's exactly why the two of us came here. We figured that with her abilities, we could finally unravel the secrets of this place and perhaps bring a shred of hope to all those lost travelers and the families desperately waiting for them. I was honestly a bit worried her powers wouldn't work here, but thankfully, she can control the fog and clear a path for us. Hearing Kale's smooth explanation, Latana finally felt a genuine sense of relief. So, the dragon from the legends probably never existed in the first place. When Kale promised to lead her entire group safely out of the forest tomorrow, she let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Deep down, she clearly still harbored a desperate, unfulfilled wish, leaving her with a lingering sense of regret about leaving this place. But her group had been wandering aimlessly in this wretched forest for far too long. If Kale hadn't shown up when he did, she honestly would have been pushed to burn the whole place down just to escape. Fire? Just hearing that word sounds absolutely terrifying. I can feel how difficult this situation must be for nature-loving Southerners like yourselves. I've always loved traveling, and I deeply appreciate the beauty and diversity of nature, the mountains and rivers of the jungle. I've read many books and know just how incredibly beautiful everything in the jungle is. I was planning to go enjoy those sights after leaving this rainforest if I had the time, Kale said. Unfortunately, once you leave this rainforest, the jungle you see won't be as beautiful anymore. A fire had broken out in the jungle, a fire that could neither be extinguished nor spread. One day, a fire suddenly erupted in a section of the jungle right next to this rainforest. Magic water? Spells? No matter what method we used, the fire couldn't be put out. That's why I've been so worried. But miraculously, the fire only burns in that one specific area and hasn't spread anywhere else. I honestly don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing anymore. I've never seen such a massive fire in my entire life. Every single day, it reaches high up into the sky, constantly looking like it's exploding. It radiates so much heat that just getting near it feels like you're being burned alive. Even so, I will do everything in my power to put it out, she replied firmly. Kale sighed and held his head, then suddenly offered to have her lead him to the fire so he could put it out, leaving both her and Raon absolutely stunned. The people living in the southern jungle have bronze skin and sturdy physiques. They protect the vast nature that is the jungle. Because of this, they tend to be deeply connected to nature. And this connection to nature is divided into two types. On one side is the tribal culture, and on the other is the culture of the Southerners. The tribes in the Whipper Kingdom developed a mindset of conflict and survival of the fittest, based on the enduring truths of nature. Meanwhile, the Southerners developed the concept of symbiosis and a pack mentality of following a single leader. However, later on, Litana would form an alliance with Tunka, the very man who embodied the concept of survival of the fittest, the fire that couldn't be extinguished by magic or spells. The reason that fire broke out in a section of the jungle traced back to the crown prince of the Magoru Empire, also known as the Empire of Alchemy. The crown prince caused that fire to suppress Litana's power after she united the 15 sections of the jungle. Later, Litana discovered that the fire was the crown prince's doing and joined forces with Tunka to stand against him. The queen who rode a black panther instead of a horse, Litana, led her warriors into battle to protect the jungle. Though I don't need to worry about things that far into the future. Crown Prince Albaru and the Empire's Crown Prince might seem similar, but they are slightly different. Albaru is fundamentally someone who pursues justice, so it's easy for me to deal with him and use him to my advantage. But the Empire's Crown Prince is not like that. He is a cunning and treacherous bastard who only calculates for his own benefit. Shangxing, Qianding, Fengfu, and Mian, I'll just smoothly handle everything in the jungle this time and collect the money. Then I'll deal with a few urgent matters and live peacefully in my territory. Kale thought to himself. Litana was someone boundlessly soft-hearted towards the weak, generously sharing with the kind, while also being a woman who would repay grudges tenfold and favors 1,000-fold. Finally, it was time for Kale to reveal the gift he had prepared for her by extinguishing the fire with his own power. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I come from a small territory situated in a corner of the Roan Kingdom, Kale introduced himself. Are you from the Northeast region? As for us, we are currently operating as warriors of the jungle, Litana replied, intentionally hiding her identity. Kale continued, coming from a minor noble family. Thankfully, I never lack the funds for my travels. I also have a group of companions. Although only On and I entered this forest, there's still a trusted group of companions traveling with me. Anyway, while traveling around, I was lucky enough to have a fateful encounter. I got swept up in a whirlpool at sea and barely managed to escape. After that, I found a cave. Inside, I discovered someone who was injured and managed to save them. How fortunate was that? Because it seems like that was the very reason I got pulled into the whirlpool that day. I'm so sorry. I wasn't planning on bringing that up. It's just that I couldn't ignore them. Anyway, at that time, I received a kind of power, a special water capable of controlling fire. It can extinguish absolutely any flame. Hearing Kale say this, Litana stared at him in pure astonishment. Kale had infused the attribute of this water into the absorbing necklace. It was the ancient power that Locke had brought back. No matter what properties the fire has, as long as it's a flame, this water can suppress it. Originally, according to the novel, Tunka was supposed to be the one to discover this power, and by drinking this water, he would gain a body completely immune to fire. But since Kale already possessed the vitality of the heart, his body could heal itself upon coming into contact with fire. Even though it would hurt a bit, Kale had no need to actually use this water on himself. The limit of this water is that it can put out a sea of fire spanning the entire western continent. Unless it's used to extinguish a fire of such massive scale, it wouldn't run out even if used for a lifetime. Latana worried whether it was really okay to use such a precious and limited power on her problem. Power does not discriminate between the noble and the lowly. To me, what matters most is how we use the power we have. If I can use my power to protect nature, the animals and plants, the lives of people and their homes, then what could possibly bring me more joy? Every word Kale spoke left Latana both deeply moved and stunned. Because Kale was the owner of this power, he had to go there and use it himself. Therefore, it would take a bit of time and be slightly complicated. Even if he didn't walk right into the flames, Kale at least needed to get close to the fire. This made Latana worried that Kale would be in danger. Being able to help others with my power is my greatest happiness. I sincerely want to help and support you all. Kale radiated the halo of a living Buddha, putting on such a saintly act that even Raon felt a little suspicious. Despite Kale insisting that this was no big deal, Latana remained absolutely determined to repay his kindness at all costs. She didn't want to just receive help empty-handed. Then how about this? In a book about the jungle, I read a passage describing Section 1. It's a place that boasts a harmonious beauty between the coastline and the majestic jungle. The sunset there is said to be especially beautiful, too. After I put out the fire, could I go there to watch the sunset? Kale asked with a smile. He must know that the entire coastal area has also been scorched, so the scenery there won't be beautiful anymore. Yet he isn't asking for money or land, he just wants to go there to enjoy the view. Latana thought with a sense of wonder. Feeling that it wasn't nearly enough, she decided to go all out and build a whole villa for Kale right there. Unable to refuse after several attempts, Kale finally asked to exchange the villa for just a small plot of land, inwardly pleased but acting incredibly modest. Afterwards, Kale brought out the bag of food he'd brought along for everyone to enjoy together. The most basic and fastest way to win someone over to your side is to feed them. That was exactly how Kale had lured Choi Han in, too. A lavish feast was laid out before them, completely dazzling the group. Consider this payment for the blanket you all lent me. Eat up and gather your strength for our journey tomorrow. First, we'll head back to the village where my companions are waiting. After that, we'll cross this forest to reach the jungle. You should eat before it gets cold, Kale said while handing a plate to Latana. She accepted it shyly, secretly feeling that the legend wasn't so far away after all. Kale happily watched her enjoy the meal. The next morning, in the pouring rain, Choi Han's group stood with their umbrellas, waiting for Kale to return. After a while, Kale finally came back, leading a whole group of people behind him. Kale walked right up to the old man who had been waiting at the forest entrance and told him straight, "There's no dragon inside, only the clothes and remains of the missing people." This shocked the old man to his core. The legend that had given faith and hope to those entering the forest was now completely shattered. This was probably the only thing Kale could do for them. Han, go gather the list of missing people from the villagers. On will guide us to Sector 1, then head back with Hong. After that, all of you will work with On to collect the remaining belongings left in the forest. As Kale assigned the tasks, Muller hesitated, muttering that he still had to draw up the blueprints. Honestly, Kale didn't want to drag this dwarf around by the scruff of his neck anymore, but he couldn't just leave the little idiot all by himself. Ignoring his rambling, Kale firmly ordered him to pack his bags and get ready to head to the jungle. Latana, who had been watching this whole exchange, was a bit stunned. Since Kale looked so ordinary, she had assumed his followers would just be knights with average strength. But in reality, one of them was so overwhelmingly strong that she couldn't even gauge his true power. And there were so many other talented individuals following Kale's orders. She truly felt that Kale was an extraordinary person. In the pouring rain, Choi Han walked behind Kale and asked if the fire in the jungle was also caused by them. Choi Han was referring to the secret organization responsible for the magic bomb terror incident in the Roan Kingdom's capital, the same bastards who massacred the villagers of Harris Village. Kale quickly shook his head, saying it wasn't their doing. Originally, Choi Han was supposed to have a minor clash with them in the Brett Kingdom. but it seemed he didn't run into them this time. Amused by Choi Han's concern, Kale promised that if he found out their identities, he would definitely tell him. Choi Han smiled softly, then asked Kale not to shoulder all these heavy burdens alone from now on. Rosalind completely agreed with Choi Han on this, but Kale genuinely didn't feel like anything he was doing was hard at all. It made Choi Han and Rosalind shake their heads in helpless resignation. After leading Latana's group to the burning forest, Kale suggested going alone from there, but Latana immediately stopped him. He only asked to go alone because he fully knew she would insist on escorting him somehow. Just as Kale thought, she was a woman of action, instantly summoning 10, a massive black panther. Latana leaped up, sitting regally on the beast's back, and immediately called for Kale to get on too. Latana's newly arrived subordinates, hearing her claim that Kale was a dragon, stared at each other in absolute shock. Choi Han also wanted to escort Kale, but he flatly refused. With that kind of heat, just getting close will give you burns. It's too dangerous, so all of you stay back in the safe zone, Kale said. He knew their powers wouldn't do a damn thing against that fire, so letting them follow would only make them a burden. After asking Rosalind to handle the protective shields, Kale had no choice but to climb onto 10, as Latana's overwhelming enthusiasm made it impossible to say no. Honestly, Kale could have just used the sound of the wind to move quickly, so he just had to deal with this slightly awkward ride. 10 carried them both, darting forward as fast as the wind, blowing past the desperate cries for their queen from the villagers living around the area. Seeing them endlessly calling her name, Lieutenant bit her lip in embarrassment and ordered 10 to speed up. When finally facing the flames, Kale realized the Crown Prince was truly a total lunatic. Setting everything else aside, just from this alone, he could clearly tell the Crown Prince wasn't your average psycho. This fire was burning in an incredibly bizarre way. With a fire this massive, how much of the water's power should I use to suppress it? Since I don't know the exact limit of the necklace's power, I'll just use about 1/3 of my strength, Kale thought to himself as he took off his outer coat and walked closer to the inferno. Latana tried to follow him, but 10 blocked her path. It seems that child believes my words. I won't get hurt. I'll put out the fire and come right back, so please step back and watch. If you see me in danger, you can come save me then. Kale gave a faint smile and walked straight ahead. The heat in this place was seriously no joke. If Kale didn't have the vitality of the heart, he would have been reduced to ashes ages ago. The necklace he wore also seemed to be helping its owner block out the heat. The sassy little dragon flew around, cursing at the fire with an annoyed tone. Kale glanced over his shoulder and spotted Choi Han and Rosalind standing right behind him, leaving him entirely speechless at their sheer stubbornness. I need to take care of this fire quickly. If that fire's like a tsunami, then I just need to create a real tsunami. With that thought, Kale immediately swung his arm, summoning a massive, roaring wave of water that flooded the entire sky. The wave crashed down with fierce power, completely washing away the roaring flames, but it also dragged Kale straight down into the water right along with it. Everyone screamed his name in absolute terror. A moment later, rain began to fall in the exact spot that was just engulfed in flames. The fire that seemed like it would never go out was finally extinguished. Kale emerged from the forest looking like a god. He had a god-tier power, so how the hell could he die? It was all because Rayon was so busy admiring the water that he completely forgot to use his shield. Honestly, Kale was just as distracted, which was why he forgot to use his own shield too. It seemed he had wasted way too much power. Rayon bawled his eyes out, blaming himself for being so careless. Rosalind and Choi Han rushed over to check on Kale. Latana stood frozen, unable to even move her feet, completely stunned that Kale could actually put out that massive fire so quickly. Now that the fire in the jungle was out, Kale had no more business being here. I thought he was a frail person just by looking at his appearance. But he was the one who summoned a torrent of water to extinguish the blaze. He is so gentle, yet so incredibly strong. To possess such overwhelming power, yet always maintain such a relaxed demeanor. I was completely wrong. He isn't weak at all. He is an unbelievably powerful existence. This train of thought raced through Latana's mind, which had practically short-circuited from shock. Kale declined to go with Latana and the others. The person they need right now isn't me, but you. The fire was put out thanks to everyone's perseverance. I don't want to be in the spotlight. I just want to quickly head to where that beautiful sunset is. To be completely honest, Kale just wanted to grab those magic stones and get the hell out of there as fast as possible, Since Kale had made up his mind, Latana climbed onto Ten's back alone, preparing to bless the land as its queen. The fire has been extinguished. I believe all of you have witnessed this miracle. Even the wrath of nature must yield to the passage of time. As time passes, our forest will eventually return to us. Therefore, today marks the day we bless a brand new beginning. Latana's voice rang out loudly. All around her, countless loyal subjects gathered, cheering and celebrating the promise of a brighter future. By the time they returned, both Kale and Raon were completely drenched, looking like a couple of drowned rats. Kale gently dried the little dragon with a towel, completely ignoring his whiny protests. Looking through the crystal ball, the crown prince was quite baffled by Kale's soaking wet appearance. When Kale asked about Marquis Stan's family, the prince informed him that they were currently undergoing a change of leadership. It was finally time for Kale to get his revenge. It would take them 3 weeks to reach Hoik village. This was one of the many things Kale had been plotting all along. After everything the Marquis Stan family had done to the Black Dragon, Kale had to make them pay, to help the little guy completely break free from the trauma of his past. The Crown Prince had no idea what Kale was scheming. He simply urged him to return to the royal palace as soon as possible. The next day, Latana handed over a massive, thick real estate contract, putting Kale in a rather awkward spot. No, not at all. It's not too much in the slightest, she insisted. If the land were owned by a private individual, it would be tricky. But if it's anywhere else, I'll take full responsibility for it. So please, take as much as you'd like, the generous queen offered. Even if Kale had said he wanted the entire coastline, she would have been totally cool with it. As expected, she was the type to repay a favor 1,000 times over. It seems she really plans to give me anything I ask for, Kale thought to himself. He casually replied that he only needed a small plot of land, just a quiet place to retreat to whenever he felt like taking a break. Seeing Kale politely but firmly refuse, Latana softly asked for his family name. I just want to leave quietly, he replied. Let's forget about what happened yesterday and just look toward the future, Kale added. As far as he was concerned, no reward could ever compare to a giant pile of magic stones. There was a massive deposit of the highest grade magic stones buried right here in the jungle, and they weren't just your average magic stones either. Hearing that Kale wanted to go check out the land, Latana whistled for Ten, ordering him to help Kale find the fastest route to the coast. Kale wasn't exactly thrilled about riding the giant Black Panther, but seeing it enthusiastically bow down to invite him up, he really couldn't say no. Since its owner is standing right here, I'm sure it's fine for now, but this still feels like walking straight into a lion's den, Kale thought nervously as he climbed onto its back. From behind, Rosalind called out, saying they would stay behind to help restore the area, and would catch up with him once Choi Han and Non arrived. Well, that worked out perfectly for Kale. If Rosalind tagged along and ended up discovering the magic stones, things would get incredibly awkward for him. After waving goodbye, Ten sprinted straight ahead with Kale on his back. This was the first time Latana had ever let Ten go off with someone else, but strangely enough, she didn't feel worried at all. She trusted Kale. If he weren't a reliable person, Ten wouldn't have agreed to go with him in the first place. Upon reaching the beach, Kale told Locke not to follow him, but to go hang out with Ten instead. Locke seemed to understand Kale's intentions, promising to keep a tight grip on that guy right by his side. Kale then turned and pressed Beecrox, asking if he had ever been to the northwestern region of the Rowan Kingdom. Kale needed an interrogation expert for his upcoming plan. When it came to physical torture, Beecrox was second to none. As for psychological torture, the crazy priestess traveling with the eldest son of Marquis Stan would be the perfect fit. After walking just a few steps, Kale suddenly stumbled upon a treasure chest. As the chaos of war grew more severe, the value of these high-grade magic stones would inevitably skyrocket. Because of that, he'd have no shortage of places to sell them off. Especially Crown Prince Albaru, he was guaranteed to be a very lucrative buyer. Seeing how excited Rayon was, Kale promised to let him pick out his absolute favorite piece, which made the little dragon jump with joy. With all the major tasks practically wrapped up, all that was left was to wait for everyone to regroup and then set off for the Henatu's territory. 1 week later, on the coast of Section 1 of the jungle, everything was fully prepared, so Kale decided to head back. However, their destination was no longer the Whipper Kingdom. From a distance, Billows brought a sailboat all the way to the island to pick Kale up. Kale tossed him a heavy pouch of money and quickly boarded the ship. Now it was finally time for Kale to get to work. He brought Muller along as he went to greet his father. The little guy trembled, shrinking into a corner as he introduced himself as a descendant of the Ha'an family, boasting a design and architectural legacy of over 200 years. Father, I heard you're having the castle walls reinforced. I'm guessing the reason for that is because you also foresee that a war is coming, right? This little guy here is the descendant of the very family that designed the magic tower. What is it that you're so worried about, Father? Because I am worried that our family might suffer heavy losses. I'm sure you already know that the current state of the Western continent is like a ticking time bomb, Kale said to his father with a sense of urgency. He knew there was absolutely no way a nobleman would suddenly reinforce his castle walls and heavily invest in a naval base without knowing something was brewing. I'm only telling this to you, Father. The fact that His Highness the Crown Prince sent me to the Whipper Kingdom is directly tied to a certain matter. The northern factions have formed an alliance. The moment Kale finished speaking, the Count jolted in shock, shouting, "What?" in absolute disbelief. Kale wasn't terribly surprised by his father's reaction. After all, this was massive news that would severely impact the entire Western continent. There are 3 kingdoms in the north. One of them is the Perrin Kingdom, located at the very northernmost tip. Their guardian knight has decided to lead his knight brigade down toward the fertile lands of the south. Isn't that the Whipper Kingdom or the Mogoru Empire? The Count asked. But how on earth are they supposed to cross the gorge to get here? Not to mention the Forest of Darkness is blocking the way, the Count added. The Gorge of Death was exactly as its name suggested, the most treacherous gorge on the entire continent, acting as the ultimate border dividing the north and the central region. And with the Forest of Darkness sitting right at the end of that border, it made it nearly impossible for the northern forces to march south. However, there was still another way. Kale thought about moving by ship, but ships weren't the only option available. Why would those other 2 kingdoms ally themselves with the Perrin Kingdom? In a barren land filled with knights who blindly worship the strength of martial arts, their guardian knight had managed to recreate something straight out of a legend. The Wyvern Knights Brigade. They had acquired the means to dominate the skies. With that kind of power, they could effortlessly bypass the Gorge of Death as well as the Forest of Darkness, short of long-distance flight magic, which only powerhouses like Rosalind or a dragon could pull off. It was the most terrifyingly effective method possible. Those 3 northern nations have been secretly building warships to conquer the seas as well. They've been preparing this for over 5 years, and there are less than 2 years left before they make their move. Why do you think I had to go and help fund the naval base in the Ubar territory? It's because the time for them to strike isn't far off at all. Plus, by that point, it'll be a future I can no longer predict. The real problem here is that this is the kind of novel where the characters possess absolutely absurd levels of power. Kale thought to himself that The Birth of a Hero was the kind of novel where one page started out as a blank white egg, but by the very next page, it had already turned into a full-blown plate of fried chicken. To survive in a world like that, Kale had to prepare with absolute thoroughness. The Lord told him, "As your father, I believe what you're saying, but as a lord, I need to verify if it's actually the truth. And obviously, verifying it won't be easy. But since you heard it directly from His Highness the Crown Prince, I will look into it as soon as possible. However, if my abilities fall short and I can't find anything, then I will trust your words," the Lord replied. Kale knew full well that this wasn't something a normal noble could just find out. It was all thanks to him reading the novel. When war breaks out, money itself won't be a great power, but the results bought with money before the war will become a priceless source of strength. Kale sighed inwardly, firmly declaring to his father once again that he had zero intention of becoming his successor. This typical out-like reaction from Kale made the Lord chuckle, finding it quite amusing. After stepping outside, Kale casually slipped a gold necklace around Mueller's neck and told him, "Build a place where they absolutely won't end up dead. Only then can you keep breathing and keep receiving more gifts just like this one." Thrilled, Mueller promised to build a place that was completely safe. A few days later, Kale decided to head out with only Choi Han and the Beast children, leaving Beecrox to follow behind later because Kale had some business to take care of. Choi Han immediately guessed it was related to Marquis Stan's household. Kale quietly praised Choi Han for his sharp instincts and asked everyone to quickly get ready. During the long carriage ride, Ryun was itching to just use teleportation magic so they could get there faster. Kale noticed that after traveling with Rosalind for a while, the little dragon had gotten used to human magic and had grown way more than before. A dragon goes through a total of 3 growth phases. During the first phase, a dragon won't have too many physical changes. But as it goes through the second and third phases, it will grow into a massive adult dragon nearly 20 meters tall. Compared to the incredibly long lifespan of a dragon, Raon was still just a baby. So, it would still be a long time before he entered that first growth phase. That is, unless he suffered some kind of severe shock, or if the dragon himself desperately craved power. In those cases, the growth phase could trigger much earlier. Kale, is the plan we're about to pull off against Marquis Stan's household actually doable? I don't think it's a bad plan. I'm just wondering how we're going to lay a finger on the Marquis and Venyon. Right now, the discarded eldest son, Taylor Stan, has already expanded his influence. And his power isn't just limited to the inner circles of his family. So, some of the people in the Northwest region have chosen to back Taylor Stan? Choi Han wondered aloud. Sure enough, smart people always ask the right questions. The number of vassals and relatives within the Marquis's household supporting Taylor Stan is steadily rising. If the Marquis tries to stop him, he won't be able to keep his seat as the head of the family anymore. For Marquis Stan's household, survival of the fittest is practically their absolute motto. The heir to the family is forced to become the strongest, and that heir must kill off their own siblings. The Marquis can't just kill Taylor Stan simply because his faction is getting too strong. Because Taylor Stan has never openly shown any intention of killing the Marquis, Kale replied. Now, they needed to start by securing a location and getting the right manpower, and that person happened to be someone Choi Han already knew. Odious Flynn. The moment Choi Han heard that name, he flinched in surprise. Odious Flynn was the uncle of Belos, the bastard son of the Flynn Merchant Guild, and the current ruler of the Northwestern Underworld. In this Northwest region, he was the very first person Cal's group needed to meet. Only then would good things start coming their way. Oh, and they also needed the crazy priestess Cage. The conversation between the three of them went on just like that. To Kale, Odious looked incredibly uncomfortable, but his reaction was totally understandable. On one hand, you had a guy who wanted to rule the Northwestern Underworld, and on the other hand, you had the close aid of someone who wanted to completely wipe it out. Having 2 people like that sitting at the exact same table was honestly a massive headache. Since young Master Taylor stated that he wanted to know everything about Marquis Stan's household and the Northwest region from every possible angle, Kale felt like the guy really just wanted to dig into the dark side of the Northwest. People usually called the dark side of the Stan territory the Underworld, a place full of gambling, heavy drinking, loan sharking, illegal trades, black market auctions, slave markets, and brutal violence. It was a place where all sorts of filthy deeds happened on a daily basis. But at the very least, Odious didn't deal in slaves or use pointless violence. He conducted his business based on a system that actually protected the people involved in the trades. Young Master Taylor Stan was a noble and also a member of the ruling family of the territory. Because of that, he completely despised the existence of the underworld. In the Hennetus territory, underworld transactions like these simply didn't exist. Count de Ruth was a remarkably strict noble. He had a strong sense of responsibility and backed by his massive wealth. He absolutely refused to let things like that happen under his watch. But Venyon Stan was a completely different story. In the volume of Vor, The Birth of a Hero, where the Black Dragon appeared, there were a few lines explaining Marquis Stan's household and Venyon. Unlike his elegant, noble exterior, Venyon Stan was doing whatever the hell he wanted, pulling all sorts of dirty tricks behind the scenes. Because of that, even if he wanted to cut ties, he could never truly break away from the Stan territory's underworld. Thanks to those 2 lines in the novel, Kale was able to fully understand exactly what kind of person Venyon was. The very bastard who crippled the eldest son of the Marquis, assassinated his own brother, and then clawed his way to the top among his siblings. Young Master Taylor made it clear that he desperately wanted to wipe out the underworld. Originally, during the period when Marquis Stan's household fell into ruin, Odious was supposed to gain a massive amount of influence. To stop Venyon, he exposed the guy's true colors and completely destroyed the Marquis family's reputation. But right now, Odious didn't need to step out into the spotlight at all. We can leave the infighting for later. Right now, we need to join hands and annihilate our common enemy. As for Venyon, I'll handle him myself. Just killing him isn't enough. We need to make him suffer far worse than that, don't you think? Kale suggested with a deeply menacing look in his eyes. That very night, that bastard Vignon was secretly leading his troops somewhere in the dark, his heart boiling with absolute hatred for Kale and Raon because they kept poking their noses into his business. Suddenly, right at that moment, his soldiers started foaming at the mouth and convulsing violently. Panic-stricken and terrified, Vignon watched as his men all collapsed to the dirt, completely unconscious. A heavy voice echoed from above. Frantic, he shot a look upward, his face draining of all color when he realized it was a dragon. "Why do you look so surprised? Is it because my body isn't drenched in blood that you find it strange?" Raon threw his wings wide open, his entire body radiating an overwhelming surge of magic as he spoke. Vignon never expected Raon to come back. His eyes bulged, his face ashen, sweating bullets under the sheer, horrifying shock of it all. But it was way too late to be scared now, buddy. Raon's power had already crashed down, suffocating him with zero chance of escape before he even knew it. The very next morning, young Master Taylor nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw an utterly unconscious Vignon being casually tossed over Choi Han's shoulder. After locking in a 4-day time frame with young Master Taylor, Kale sent someone to clean up the leftover soldiers from the night before, then stepped straight into his carriage. Odious drove the carriage up to the gates and then took his leave, just as Kale ordered. He found it incredibly bizarre how someone supposedly as gentle as Kale could actually be so unbelievably dangerous. Choi Han was a genuinely kind and righteous person, yet he followed the young master's every word without a single doubt. The funny thing is, even I'm following the young master's orders like it's completely natural. Now I finally understand why he used Vignon as an excuse to demand my personal service. Right, this isn't something I can just hand over to my subordinates, Odious thought to himself as the carriage carrying Kale arrived at B. Crow's location. The group stepped into a gloomy room filled with terrifying torture devices. Just yesterday, right after arriving here, B. Crocs had been briefed about the existence of the Black Dragon. Of course, B. Crocs knew nothing about Vignon's situation, so he was probably quite displeased with the current setup. Kale told him that he just needed to deal with Vignon, and that would be enough. "I will pay him back. For everything I've had to suffer. I was kept in a cage by him for 4 whole years. Every single second I was tortured and tormented, locked away in that dark cave. Over the next 4 days, I want to be compensated for those 4 years. I will tell you exactly what I had to endure. First, the great and mighty me was whipped until my tough dragon scales peeled right off. He mainly targeted my open wounds and bleeding spots. Before Raon could even finish, Kale swung his leg and kicked Vignon hard. The paralyzing poison must have been incredibly potent, because even after being beaten like a ragged doll, he still didn't wake up. Raon continued his unfinished story. Since they were short on time, he couldn't go into every little detail, but he made sure to vividly recount all the crucial points. That was more than enough. Although B. Crocs was a torture specialist, deep down he had a major soft spot for children. Before B. Crocs made his move, Kale suggested that he prepare some food for Raon. Vignon used to beat him during mealtimes just to build up his own appetite. This made Choi Han incredibly heartbroken for the little dragon. Hearing that, B. Crocs immediately put on his gloves, his face darkening as he announced that he would prepare a truly lavish feast. Vignon jolted awake, utterly panicked to find himself tied up in a dark dungeon. Remembering how On had dragged him to this place, he gritted his teeth, ready to spit out curses. But a magic circle silenced his throat, making him unable to utter a single word. By now, Raon and Ron had set up a lavish feast, and quietly ordered B. Crow to hurry up and begin. Suddenly, the lights went out. Raon chewed with his mouth full, his eyes wide open as he watched the bloody scene of Vignon getting violently beaten, exactly like what he had endured in the past. On and Hong were so terrified that they trembled violently, not daring to even open their eyes. They were heartbroken not because the scene unfolding before them was too cruel, or because they pitied Vignon, but because through this sight they could truly feel what Raon had suffered. And to think this level of torment was only just the beginning. Kale gently reached out to stroke On and Hong. Raon kept munching on his food while watching Vignon get beaten to a pulp. A massive wave of grievance welled up inside him, making him burst into tears. Seeing B. Crocs about to use a healing potion on Vignon, who was now foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the ground, he quickly stopped him. Kale wanted to wait until Vignon was right at death's door before using it. After all, this level of pain was still far too light. B. Crocs continued to deal with Vignon, while Kale held Raon tightly in his arms. His size was clearly still the same, but his body had definitely grown heavier over the past few months. Kale thought to himself, then quietly told B-Crocs to stop, but the dragon wanted him to keep going. Kale had no choice but to knock on the door and call for Choi Han to bring out a newly released wine to help him, while he held the heavy Ron in his arms, speaking in a soft, soothing voice to comfort him like a baby. Venyan Stan, I plan on keeping you alive, so whenever I lose my appetite, I will come find you. Rayon's voice rang out amidst the sound of the healing potion splashing onto Venyan's battered body. A moment later, Venyan jolted awake in his own room. Finding himself completely normal without a single scratch, he gleefully reassured himself that it had all been a nightmare. But the past 4 days were more than enough to plant seeds of pure terror and dread deep into the heart of the arrogant Venyan. His entire body had been endlessly tortured, and B-Crow occasionally terrified him to the point of completely losing his mind. Now, Kale didn't even need to call anyone in for mental torture anymore, because Rayon's voice would forever echo inside Venyan's head. He turned pale with fear and was about to open the door to run away. But surprise, surprise. Someone was already waiting for him right behind the door, making Venyan tremble violently, unable to utter a single word. The white-haired youth sat with Kale's group chatting happily. Even if I don't have any free time, I still have to make arrangements to come see the young master, don't I? If not today, I'm afraid I'll be even busier later on. The people you informed us about are mostly connected to Venyan, and among them are even my father's subordinates. He said this while taking a sip of wine, while Kale played dumb and acted like he knew nothing. Kale had actually known early on that Venyan Stan was raising the dragon under the Marquis's orders. And among the guards stationed where the black dragon was held captive, there would naturally be the Marquis people too. With this incident, the absolute worst they could face is the death penalty, and at the very least, hard labor. Because the Marquis Stan household has the most ruthless laws of all. To completely wash his hands of this incident, the Marquis will wipe them out entirely. Without saying much more, the group happily continued their lively drinking party. The white-haired youth poured wine and promised to reward Kale generously in the future. The next day, after saying goodbye to Odious, Kale stepped into the carriage ready to leave. Before departing, he casually brought up the basement room with a completely calm look in his eyes. I will make the arrangements and clean up the aftermath flawlessly, Odious replied, sweating profusely. In his mind, Kale was a ruthless and sinister young master without a single redeeming quality. Also, regarding this matter, I expect you won't breathe a word of it to Billos. Well then, I'm leaving now. After thoroughly instructing Odious, Kale finally got into the carriage and truly set off, leaving Odious staring after him from behind, his deep gaze full of anxiety and a guilty conscience. Inside the carriage, Choi Han mentioned that he had actually traveled through this current mountain range before, making Kale wonder if Choi Han had perhaps caused some trouble in the Brett Kingdom, which led him to pass through here. Choi Han immediately shook his head vigorously, making it clear that absolutely wasn't the case. However, Kale figured that simply hearing the results of the Brett Kingdom incident from the Crown Prince would be enough. Next, he asked Choi Han if he had ever passed through the Ten-Finger Mountains. That place is the starting point of the Roan Kingdom's southwestern region. There are 10 granite mountains lined up close together, resembling 10 fingers, Kale said. Maybe we followed the northwest route that time, so we didn't see that mountain range, not even on the way back. Choi Han replied, Is that so? I heard the scenery there is incredibly mystical, so I'm really curious. I'm considering whether I should take a trip there in about a year, which is why I asked you about it. Hearing Kale say this made Choi Han quite surprised. Kale thought to himself that in a year, he absolutely had to go to the Ten-Finger Mountains, because the final ancient power would make its appearance there. There were no human villages in that area, only an elf village, beings who loved nature to a terrifying degree and worshipped dragons even more fervently than mages did. Elves are a mystical race that uses illusion magic to hide their villages and live completely isolated from humans. They are the race closest to nature, second only to dragons. They can control elementals and always win the affection of the continent's humans thanks to their stunningly beautiful appearances. If things followed the original plot, on his way back from the Brett Kingdom, Choi Han would pass by the village in the Ten-Finger Mountains. After that, Choi Han would accidentally discover the elf village, and there he would also meet a certain character, an elf possessing the power to heal others, Pendrick. Pendrick was the trigger for Locke's very first berserk transformation. In The Birth of a Hero, Pendrick passed away while trying to save Locke. That meant if Pendrick didn't join Choi Han's party like he currently had, there was no way he would die. Kale figured that if Pendrick had absolutely zero involvement with Choi Han and Locke for the next year, he would definitely live much longer than he did in the original story. And perhaps that would be the biggest deviation from the original plot of The Birth of a Hero. The window for him to join Choi Han's party had already closed. Then, when we head to the Ten-Finger Mountains, we just need to avoid that elf village, Kale sighed, speaking to An, who was getting cranky from the endless journey. Seeing her express that she wanted to visit the village in a year to take in the sights, Kale became even more determined to never bring An anywhere near that elf village. Because if those elves ever laid eyes on her, they would absolutely treat her like a god. A little while later, Kale went to meet the Crown Prince to hand over his gift. The moment the bottle Kale brought was opened, a familiar scent instantly filled the air. It was a scent that Ron had smelled back at the Black Swamp. Your Highness, naturally, this gift isn't free, Kale stated. Rayan had mentioned before that the Crown Prince's true hair color was actually an ordinary brown. Dragons and humans, the cat tribe and the wolf tribe. He belonged to a race entirely outside the boundaries of those tribes. Clearly, the Crown Prince's power was completely different from the natural mana of the world, an unknown, mysterious force. And the answer lay right inside the glass bottle the Crown Prince was holding in his hands. He probably wasn't from the demon race, nor was he a black mage, and of course, he wasn't a necromancer either. I've heard that your late mother was once mistakenly thought to be of mixed southern blood. They say dark elves usually have dark skin, but a quarter-blood dark elf would have a complexion very similar to a southerner. So, what would the child of a quarter-blood dark elf look like? Just those few pointed questions from Kale were enough to strike a nerve, instantly putting the Crown Prince on high alert. Dark elves were beings with the darkness attribute, wielding mana born from death. In the past, they settled near graveyards or in plague-ravaged villages, making them a target of intense hatred and disgust from the rest of the world. Because of that, compared to regular elves, the dark elves had to hide themselves much more deeply in the shadows. What else could they do? Like I said, this is a gift for your highness, but it won't be free, Kale said, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. The Crown Prince could only force a stiff smile, brushing back his sweat-drenched hair as he listened to Kale's demands. With that kind of sensitive information, this guy could have easily gone to the second or third princes, couldn't he? Is he doing this because he'd rather make a deal with me? The prince thought to himself. Well, at least it's a stroke of luck that the two of us are cut from the same cloth. He was burning with curiosity. If Kale wasn't a dark elf himself, how on earth did he manage to dig up his deepest secret? You need this, don't you? This batch has zero toxic energy, and it's incredibly pure. This little item is priceless, because it's the dead mana of a dragon. Kale suddenly tapped his finger sharply against the glass bottle, his tone brimming with absolute confidence. The Crown Prince was genuinely shocked. Finding regular dead mana was already hard enough, but for Kale to actually get his hands on a dragon's dead mana, that was absolutely terrifying. The amount of dead mana inside the vial was extremely small, but because it belonged to a dragon, even a few drops were easily enough to boost someone's power by several entire stages. This is absolute madness. Do you truly have no intention of leaking my secret? I know you're expecting compensation, but I still don't understand why you'd hand over something this priceless to me, the Crown Prince asked again, his voice thick with suspicion. Why would you even ask something so obvious? No matter what happens, I have absolutely no interest in blabbing about the things I know. Kale chuckled and replied, The Roan Kingdom needs to grow much stronger. Right now, if we're looking at military might across the continent, the weakest factions are the Brek Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom. Even though the Whipper Kingdom and Tunka are currently riding a one-way train straight to hell and ruin, the southern jungle managed to put out their fires way ahead of schedule and are already regrouping. On top of that, the Northern Alliance of the Three Kingdoms is already gearing up to march south. Knowing all of this, Alberu had already laid out plans to solidify his own power and recruit the mages from the Whipper Kingdom as a defense against invasion. However, even that wasn't going to be enough. Not when they still had to deal with the Empire and the Wyvern Knights Brigade. Once those Wyvern Knights took control of the skies, and the Imperial Crown Prince began expanding his influence across the Western continent, the Brek Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom would be nothing more than flickering candles in a hurricane. which meant if Kale wanted to live a peaceful, lazy life, the Roan Kingdom absolutely had to survive the coming war. And for that to happen, they needed a powerful and capable leader at the top. Besides, that kind of power is basically poison to me anyway, so I might as well use it to build a rock-solid safety net for myself, Kale plotted inwardly. Because he seemed to know absolutely everything, it left the Crown Prince at a complete loss for words. He did manage to thank Kale, noting that the Magic Tower Master's communication device had proven to be incredibly useful. The Magic Tower, I've been wanting to either relocate it to the Roan Kingdom or fully restore it. But the Crown Prince clutched his head in frustration, entirely unsure of how to pull that off. That was when Kale casually chimed in. I have no desire to rebuild the Magic Tower myself, but in the future I could hand over a portion of the tower's blueprints to you. In exchange, I expect the conditions I've laid out to be fully met in 2 years. Because in order to secure a peaceful, safe, and gloriously lazy slacker life, the one thing Kale needed even more than money was absolute authority over his own life. The absolute best part about being a wealthy slacker was that, aside from his family, he wouldn't have to give a damn about bosses, clients, or business partners. Kale just wanted to live entirely on his own terms, eating, sleeping, and lounging around all day doing absolutely nothing. I think that's a puzzle Your Highness will just have to figure out for yourself. Either way, this arrangement benefits us both. So, I believe we should simply sit back and enjoy it. Don't you agree, Your Highness? With that said, Kale offered a cheerful goodbye and strolled out, leaving the Crown Prince behind in a state of sheer bewilderment, his mind spinning with endless questions. A few days later, back at the Hennetus territory, Choi Han rushed over to urgently report that B. Crox's father had finally returned, but he was in terrible shape. B. Crox turned deathly pale and barged straight into the room. He recoiled in sheer horror at the sight of his father lying on the bed, wrapped in blood-soaked bandages with a chunk of his arm completely missing. After kicking all the servants out of the room, leaving only B. Crow and Choi Han behind, Kale rushed over to the bed. He demanded to know how a simple fox hunt had left him looking like a butchered corpse. If I had known it would be like this, I never would have come back here. I'm a dead man walking anyway, Ron thought bitterly. I just wanted to see my son's face one last time before I died. Just him, and maybe a few others. Pushing through the pain, B. Krug's father slowly recounted his entire past to Kale. He revealed that he was an assassin, a direct descendant of one of the 5 most notorious assassin households in the underworld, and his family had been utterly annihilated by a secret organization known as ARM. To the outside world, ARM seemed to dominate the entire underworld, but in reality, that was just a small branch. From what he had managed to dig up, they were backed by a central organization that was terrifyingly massive. At first, I intended to hunt down their leader, Ron rasped out. But I'll admit, I was genuinely terrified by the sheer scale of a faction that I couldn't even fully comprehend. So, my son and I fled to the western continent and went into hiding, living quietly as servants. But Svaspuising. After decades of silence, I finally caught their scent again. When Choi Han first arrived in this territory, he was absolutely reeking of ARM's stench. Hearing those words, Choi Han froze. His mind flashed back to the bloodbath when he slaughtered the intruders who had decimated Harris Village. There was an incredibly high chance that those bastards were part of ARM. The massacre at Harris Village, the mission the Marquis had entrusted to him, the terrorist bombing at the capital's plaza, the massacre of the Blue Wolf tribe, the ones behind every single one of those atrocities had to be ARM. They've started expanding their grip across the western continent, so I figured this was my one chance to make a move, the old man confessed. But it wasn't a hunt. Calling it a stray dog wandering straight into a tiger's den would be much more accurate, B. Croak's father said, his voice laced with bitter defeat. He had no idea where he got the confidence to do such a thing back then. However, he didn't regret it, because he finally figured out exactly what those bastards were up to. While I was investigating in the capital, I ran into a strike force from ARM and discovered what they were plotting. But during that clash, I lost my arm. I barely managed to escape with my life. He revealed that he still hadn't uncovered the true identity of that organization known as ARM. Ron, do you remember exactly who cut off your arm? Kale pressed for answers. Yes, it was a rather young mage. He would chop off the arm of anyone he laid eyes on. Hearing this, Kale immediately knew that the guy was none other than that lunatic, Retica. Choi Han also trembled with rage just thinking about that bastard. Ron was stronger than Retica, especially with his masterful stealth as an assassin. For him to lose an arm and be forced to flee, there had to be a hidden reason. Suddenly, a foul, pungent stench drifted up from Ron's heavily bandaged body. Everyone turned deathly pale when they realized that the stench was coming from a mermaid's poison on Ron's wound. So, the ones backing the mermaids were them all along. Kale instantly pieced the truth together. Back when he first met the whale tribe and heard their tales about the Forest of Darkness, he learned that the mermaids had grown stronger using materials from that very forest. Although he had his suspicions back then, he hadn't wanted to dig any deeper, because getting tangled up in it would be a massive headache. Still, if I had known that organization's true identity, I would have had to tell Choi Han. Since it didn't directly threaten my own safety, I just let it slide, Kale thought to himself. But he also knew that just because he let things slide didn't give them the right to invade his territory. As for the assassin, Ron, Kale had always been on guard against this scary old man. But after this whole ordeal, Kale truly realized that Ron was his own subordinate. Choi Han, stop standing there zoning out. Bring Muller in here and get the ships ready. Kale suddenly shot up to his feet and barked out the orders to Choi Han. Ron would also be joining Kale on this trip, even though the old man was currently clinging to life by a thread. B-Crux was genuinely shocked to find out that Kale actually knew how to cure mermaid poison. Kale had already used this exact method to save a whale tribe member before. Stop worrying and go get ready. The reward I'm giving your father is a long life, Kale declared. Young master, it seems the mermaids and Arm are eyeing the sea routes, Ron said with a trembling voice, but surprisingly, Kale had known about this for a long time. Can I ask you one more thing? Did anyone see your face? Kale pressed further. Only that mage saw my face. Young master, that organization won't push for an all-out war, will they? At Ron's question, Kale didn't answer, but simply offered a silent, mysterious smile. Ron slowly caught on to Kale's true intentions, feeling quietly pleased since it would ultimately benefit Kale. Kale had absolutely no desire to get dragged into anything utterly exhausting or difficult. He simply wanted to hit his target goals and wash his hands of the whole mess as quickly as possible. Naturally, Kale was heading there to completely ambush the enemy forces. After leaving Ron's room, Kale headed back to his own quarters, angrily cursing those bastards under his breath. Even if they were a secret organization, whether it was Arm or the mermaids, no matter how powerful they were, sparking an all-out war wouldn't be easy for them. With the Black Dragon, Choi Han, and Rosalind, at the very least, the sheer power of the people around him would utterly crush their schemes. Kale had already laid out a plan, a surefire method to protect himself and the people he cared about. Kale was willing to do whatever it took to secure his ultimate slacker life, both in body and soul. A few days later, back at the Ubar territory, Kale went to meet the manager in charge of constructing the naval base. Before the manager could even start rambling about the issues they were facing, Kale just crooked a finger and Muller came waddling over. Muller handed the manager the blueprints for the Phase 1 exterior, which he had drawn up himself. The manager unrolled the parchment and let out a loud gasp of pure shock. It was the first time he had ever laid eyes on a ship with such a bizarre design. To Kale, money didn't mean a damn thing. The only thing that mattered was getting these ships built as fast as humanly possible. Muller was also wrapping up the Phase 2 interior designs, heavily inspired by the philosophy that attack is the best defense. This crazy little dwarf was really giving Kale a massive headache. Kale then gave the order to gather their forces, bringing in as many people as possible. He figured it was best to just go all out and crush the enemy in one fell swoop. The Heis Islands, a massive cluster of islands scattered between the eastern and western continents. They were named by attaching a number to the word Heis, based on the order they were discovered. Kale's group was setting their sights on the absolute largest island in the entire archipelago, Heis Island 5. According to Ron's intel, this island housed a joint military base for both Arm and the Mermaid tribe. Count Daruth had made the firm decision to save Ron's life, a man who, to the rest of the world, was nothing more than a lowly servant. But to them, he was the man who had faithfully stood by and cared for the Count's family and Cal for well over a decade. As their first move, Kale's group would head toward Heis Island 12. the closest safe point to their final destination. You mentioned that we'd be clashing with the mermaid tribe. But are we really going to be okay? I've heard that the mermaids have grown terrifyingly strong using poison and darkness-attributed dead mana. Don't worry about it. Young Master Kale already knows exactly how to neutralize the mermaid's poison. And even if we're dealing with darkness-attributed dead mana, we just need to crush it with an overwhelmingly greater power. Rosalind chimed in, answering on Kale's behalf. She explained that they could use superior mana, aura, or raw offensive power to completely suppress the enemy's dead mana. However, there was one specific type of power, stronger than anything else, that could go head-to-head with dead mana. It might seem incredibly simple, but its effects were instantaneous. That's right, it was blood, and this method required a massive amount of it, to boot. Kale pondered for a moment. Blood was the undeniable proof of a living, breathing creature, and inherently, that which is alive will always overpower that which is dead. The most lethal weapon against the dark nature of dead mana was pure life force. Blood could completely block its advance, even if only for a brief moment. Of course, there was a dangerously high risk of bleeding to death, and this method was completely useless against dark elves who resisted blood, or vampires who literally drank it. Blood pumped directly from the heart, driven by the heart's raw vitality, carried a far stronger life force and regenerative power than any other type of blood. Thanks to that intense regenerative ability, the blood could flow out endlessly. Although they'd have to test it to be sure, Kale still hadn't found a blood source potent enough to clash directly with the darkness attribute. Kale actually considered testing out his own blood, but the entire group immediately shut that idea down with fierce protests. I was just throwing the idea out there. You guys know I absolutely hate pain. Why on earth would I use my own precious blood? There are plenty of other things we can use besides blood, aren't there? Kale desperately tried to defend himself, but nobody in the room was buying it. Suddenly, Kale shot up from his seat and announced that they were heading straight to the Cliff of Winds. Back in the day, the Whale Tribe Princess had promised to lend Kale her strength whenever he needed it. The moment they arrived, the whole group stared wide-eyed, completely mesmerized by pods of majestic whales dancing under a vibrant, breathtaking sky. The Whale Tribe guy appeared and greeted Kale, saying, "I've found out about the bastards helping the mermaids. My subordinate was struck by mermaid poison while investigating them. Right now, I desperately need an antidote for my subordinate, and I also needed to share what I've learned, which is why I called you. After all, didn't the mermaids grow stronger thanks to the Forest of Darkness in your territory? The Whale Tribe is already incredibly strong, so you'll handle things just fine, but I still want to pitch in. Besides, it's not like we're strangers," Kale rambled on. "I am truly grateful to you, young master. You saved my life, and now you're even helping us deal with the mermaid tribe. But to cure mermaid poison, we absolutely need a mermaid's corpse." Before the Whale Tribe guy could even finish, Kale cut him off, stating that he and his group would go hunt for a corpse themselves. At that moment, the killer whale sister also emerged from the ocean. Hearing Kale boldly suggest riding on her back to reach their destination, she nervously broke into a sweat. Ordered by the Whale Tribe guy to pull the entire ship Kale's group was on, the sister was so annoyed she could cough up blood, but she still had to bite the bullet and obey. That night, Kale and the entire group rode on the whale's back, tearing through the wind and surging across the rolling restless sea. Since it was his very first time riding a whale, Round was full of awe. Moving at the speed of a rocket, the whales quickly dropped Kale and the crew off at a certain island. While the others were bustling about pitching tents, Kale quietly called Choi Han over, saying they needed to talk. "Before the Whale Tribe gets here, there's something I need to tell you first. Even if people call it playing dirty, I'd rather use underhanded tricks than let any of us get hurt. But this time, there's something I absolutely must do. That mage we ran into during the terror attack in the capital. You remember him, right? He is the only one who saw Ron's face. There are two main priorities for my plan this time. The first is to heal Ron, and the second is to completely wipe out the threat that could endanger us later on. You catch my drift, right?" Kale lowered his voice. "Yes, I will destroy that bastard mage's remaining eye, or I'll just kill him. B-Crow probably wants to do it himself, but I think it's best if I handle it. With the way he is right now, he won't be able to make rational judgments." Choi Han growled, his eyes radiating pure killing intent. Choi Han was undeniably a good person, but his moral boundaries when it came to slaughter were terrifyingly blurry. Kale hadn't even finished laying out his plan when a humpback whale, absolutely drenched in blood, violently breached the surface of the sea. Is there really someone out there who fights using such a crude, blood-spouting method? Did she purposely wound herself? Kale thought, utterly speechless. Rayon didn't like this bloody spectacle one bit, immediately opening his little mouth to warn Kale never to pull a stunt like that. Human, hand over the magic stones right now. I'm going to make dozens of magic bombs just like you asked, Rayon declared. The magic stone crystals, condensed from pure mana, packed a terrifyingly destructive punch, especially with both Rayon and Rosalind pouring their power into them. The code name for this operation was Reflection, an eye for an eye. There was absolutely nothing else that could deal such a devastating psychological blow to make the enemy this miserable. Watira fought right on the front lines, boasting an aggressive nature that even put killer whales to shame, and she wasn't the least bit afraid of getting hurt. That kind of raw grit was exactly what they needed on the battlefield. To think a royal descendant of the whale tribe like Watira would become the alpha whale, shedding her own blood across the sea just to drive back the mermaids. How incredibly touching. If they fought like that, their morale would skyrocket even further. Of course, I have absolutely zero intention of doing something so crazy myself. To hell with morale. Not getting hurt is the only thing that matters, Kale thought to himself. He then casually informed Watira of his grand plan, wiping Island 25 right off the map by corralling the enemy ships over to Island 27. Most of the islands in the High's archipelago were about 2 to 3 hours apart by boat, and according to Ron, absolutely no living creatures resided on the High's islands except for that secret organization. So even if they blew one of those islands to Kingdom Come, it wouldn't be an issue at all. Before we do that, there are 2 things we need, and a prerequisite to pull them off. First, we're going to fight without exposing our identities. This is strictly crucial when clashing with the organization backing the mermaids. To do that, we first need a mode of transport. Just a small one will do. Hearing this, Watira immediately thought of mobilizing the smaller whales, focusing heavily on both mobility and stealth. Second, we need to cause absolute chaos. While we're blowing Island 25 and the mermaid base beneath it sky high, the whale tribe needs to raise as much hell as possible. Kale explained. You want to draw their attention to lure out the swordsman, the spearman, and the mage. But once the swordsman and spearman show up, the mage will definitely hang back near the island. That mage won't show his face unless we get close to the island, Watira noted. Kale felt that was actually perfect. After all, what could be better than blasting the entire island into oblivion along with that blood-crazed mage, Retica? According to the intel we gathered, that lunatic is utterly obsessed with the color red, which means if I get spotted, it's going to be a massive headache, Kale, sporting blazing, vividly red hair, casually pointed out. Watira also chimed in, mentioning that not only was the mage a total freak, but the swordsman was pretty bizarre himself. But honestly, Kale figured he probably wouldn't end up crossing paths with him anyway. The very next day, Kale sent his crew off to Island 12, ordering the whole lot of them to lay low and stay put. B-Crow, receiving a rare word of encouragement from Kale, offered a subtle bow of gratitude. Kale also didn't forget to hand out matching uniforms to the group. 5 white stars and 1 striking red star were embroidered right on the chest. It was the exact same uniform of the secret organization that they had worn back when they rescued Raon. Of course, these were just cheap knockoffs, not the real deal. But they were incredibly useful right now. That massive, heavily packed fleet charged head-on, throwing themselves into a brutal, all-out brawl with the whales right in the middle of the endless ocean. Watching both sides tear and rip into each other, with bloody human corpses crushed within the massive jaws of the ferocious whales, dyeing the sea a horrific crimson, Kale was genuinely grossed out. You'd have to be a complete idiot to go anywhere near that. Catching wind of the blonde swordsman's crazed ramblings as he unleashed a flurry of attacks on the deck, shouting about how beautiful the sea of blood was, Kale felt a deep sense of concern. That guy's brain has definitely short-circuited. The bloodbath between the humans and the sea creatures raged on, explosions roaring continuously across the water. Neither side was willing to back down even an inch. The shockwaves from the fiery explosions were absolutely mind-blowing. The swordsman unleashed fierce, powerful strikes, fluidly counterattacking every single masterful blow from the merman facing him. Meanwhile, Kale's group stood quietly on high ground, safely observing the sheer chaos unfolding below. Rosalind gently turned to reassure Kale. She confidently declared that even if the plan somehow went south, there was no way she and Choi Han would get hurt. Little did she know, Kale was actually just terrified for his own damn safety more than anything else. Down below, the fierce naval battle continued to rage on without any sign of slowing down or coming to a halt. Among the targets down there were certain elements that could pose a serious threat in the future. Even if the plan failed and everyone had to rush into battle, Rosalind would be able to handle it. Especially since exposing themselves in front of everyone would just complicate things, they had to be extra careful. Kale muttered to himself. Just as Choi Han had said, the magic traps and alarm spells were mostly set up along the coastline. The magical presence was also heavily concentrated there. Kale and his group had reached the designated coastline, but getting past the magic barrier and infiltrating the central building was going to be a massive headache. That mage from earlier had used a terrifying amount of magic. Retica had nearly kicked the bucket when his hideout was almost discovered by Choi Han after the bombing, so they would definitely be on high alert this time. Well, that makes things pretty simple, Kale thought to himself. He immediately scrapped the plan to attack the central base directly and decided to plant the magic explosives at the spots marked on the map instead. High-grade magic stones, combined with magic explosives created by a dragon. A terrifying weapon powered by magic stones whose destructive force only grew more massive when used in war. On top of that, these were the highest quality magic stones. Rosalind quietly assessed them. Back when she was the heir to the throne, she had marveled at the magical cohesion of the top-tier magic stone kept in the palace. Even owning just 10 of these magic stones would make someone incredibly wealthy. But Kale had simply handed them over to Ryan without saying a single word. This left Rosalind in absolute awe of Kale's generosity, while also making her intensely wonder where on earth he had managed to get his hands on such rare treasures. Holding the beast children in his arms, Kale suddenly spoke up, suggesting that the group split into 2 teams first and regroup later. The moment Kale finished speaking, they immediately went their separate ways. 50 up the mountain, 50 down to the sea. Kale's team, consisting of him and the 3 little ones, quickly hurried straight into the forest. While they were searching around, Ryan suddenly announced that someone was approaching. Kale immediately stopped and hastily jumped up a tree to hide. It turned out to be a group of strangers secretly showing up right in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by thick fog. The bloodthirsty Ryan was about to take them out, but Kale quickly stopped him. There was no need to fight them. Just making themselves invisible like this was more than enough. I really don't want to draw any attention from the enemy, Kale muttered to himself. A moment later, after waiting for those guys to leave, Kale and the beast children finally crawled out of the bushes. Hearing a loud commotion echoing from a distance, Kale figured that Rosalind and Choi Han must have been exposed. Right, clashing with the enemy and getting into fights is just the typical life of a main character. They'll sort it out themselves and come back. As long as they don't blow their cover, it's totally fine. Kale tried to comfort himself in their current situation. Meanwhile, the beast children hurriedly dug holes for Kale to plant the bombs. Once that was done, Kale quickly headed over to Archie's location. Now all they had to do was wait for Choi Han's group to finish up and everything would be perfect. Suddenly, a few chaotic screams reached Kale's ears. It turned out to be Retica, frantically chasing after Choi Han and Rosalind, looking absolutely furious and full of burning hatred. Choi Han and Rosalind powerfully leaped across the cliff, barely escaping the guy's relentless pursuit. Upon reuniting with Kale, the whole group immediately hopped onto the whales and sped across the sea. They tried to get as far away from this island as possible, ignoring the countless aggressive screams of their pursuers from behind. Realizing that someone had discovered the bombs they planted, Raon, following Kale's order, immediately waved his paws and began to channel a swirling force of magic. As for Rosalind, she was doing her best to cast as many layers of shields as possible to cover Archie and the other whales. Archie caught Rosalind's signal and immediately motioned for the whales to retreat. Seeing that Raon had finished preparing the sphere of magic power, Kale gave a slight smirk and bluntly ordered him to detonate it. An earth-shattering explosion instantly roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. A massive shockwave erupted wildly. The sheer scale of it was so ridiculously massive that even a nuclear bomb would look like child's play in comparison. The blinding light, mixed with destructive streaks of aura, violently spread across the sky and the sea. Kale's group desperately braced themselves, clenching their cheeks and clinging tightly to the whales. but the dazzling, blurry spectacle unfolding before them clearly had no intention of letting them leave that easily. Amidst the swirling seawater tossing up white foam, Kale's face turned completely pale. He glared sideways and cleared his throat, saying, "No matter how much the power of the magic bombs was amplified, this is still way too strong compared to what we expected. Aren't we supposed to blow it up this much, human? I thought since we were going to blow away the island anyway, we might as well blow it up this big." "So I enhanced it several times over," Rayon replied with an incredibly innocent and cheeky laugh, making Kale's face contort in exasperation. Well, it seemed like Kale and Rayon had completely failed to communicate this time. "This is definitely way too much power than we actually needed," Kale sighed again, glancing at the absolute chaos unfolding in front of him. Even though he was the one who orchestrated this whole thing, he really didn't enjoy looking at this destructive scene at all. Being teased by Rayon that he had a weak stomach made Kale a little annoyed. If he was truly weak-hearted, he would have never thought of destroying the island in the first place. We are doing the right thing for that old man and for Bikra, who helped us get our revenge. Even if it was justifiable, it wasn't exactly a righteous deed, but a person couldn't live righteously forever. I'm not someone who wants to live doing the right thing all the time anyway, Kale thought to himself while they were at Island 12, while the whole group was resting and waiting for Witira to bring back the mermaids' corpses to wrap things up. A shrill scream suddenly pierced the air. "I'm going to kill you all. I'll kill every last one of you. Was taking my eye and my arm not enough for you, and now you blow away the entire island? Go to hell, all of you!" Covered in blood, Retica screamed like a madman and charged at them, his entire body radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Rosalind guessed that he was likely in a state of mana burst. Kale nodded in agreement. Yeah, well, whether he was having a mana burst or not, Kale wasn't scared at all since Choi Han was right there with him. However, when he saw their enemy's ship hurtling towards them at breakneck speed, Kale couldn't help but feel a slight jolt of panic. Right now, your subordinates are either fleeing from the crumbling island or on the verge of dying. Shouldn't you be heading over there instead? Kale thought in confusion. Seeing that things were taking a bad turn, Rosalind decisively stood up and stated that she would handle the swordsman, leaving the crazy mage to Choi Han. Although winning flawlessly might be a bit tricky, she still wanted to give it a shot. Since Raon was currently invisible, Rosalind thought it would be difficult for him to show himself in this situation. So Kale spoke up, declaring that he would fight alongside the group. However, that definitely didn't mean Kale was going to put himself on the front lines. Following Kale's command, the entire group charged straight ahead, their fighting spirit burning brightly. After sending Choi, Han, and Rosalind on their way, Kale and Archie stealthily inched closer to the coastline to observe the situation. Retica, who was now being ganged up on by Rosalind and the others, was completely enraged and fiercely unleashed his power. But that guy still got his ass handed to him in a heartbeat. What the hell? He actually managed to block that attack? He's stronger than I thought. Who are you people? Another female swordsman dressed in white on the ship yelled in panic. Rosalind didn't feel like wasting her breath. She instantly launched a blazing firewall straight at the woman's face. The woman scoffed and smoothly dodged it, looking incredibly amused by Rosalind's fiery temper. Meanwhile, back to Retica, after getting knocked straight into the ocean, the bastard was somehow still kicking like a cockroach. He aggressively fired a blast of magic at Choi Han, trying to get even. Standing on the sidelines, Kale didn't say a word but quietly signaled for Raon to destroy him. This gave Choi Han a slightly bad feeling, and sure enough, just one brutally overpowered strike from Raon was enough to knock that guy out cold, sending him sinking face first on the spot. Backed into a corner, their group hastily retreated, scrambling away like frightened ducks. But there was no way Kyle and Raon would just let them leave that easily. Countless streaks of aura shot out from Raon's paws like a torrential storm, carrying an incredibly terrifying force. As expected, dragons truly are magnificent creatures. Yet unexpectedly, in just the blink of an eye, the white-clothed female swordsman managed to destroy a huge chunk of the incoming aura strikes, leaving Kale and the others thoroughly impressed. But even so, Kale's side still had more than enough firepower to completely obliterate their ship. Retica's mana burst had also reached its absolute limit. After taking one final critical hit from Choi Han, he quickly went to meet his maker right then and there. Amidst the chaotic scene heavily reeking of gunpowder, Cole hid behind the whales, catching a glimpse of the direction Raon was pointing at. Over there, it wasn't just the female swordsman, there was also a magic spearman, a guy who could seamlessly use both magic and spear techniques at the same time. He used flight magic, which he hadn't touched in a while, just to save one single person from this blazing sea of fire. Sure, the guy was strong, but Kale wasn't really worried, knowing full well that this guy was still weaker than Choi Han. After a massive boom echoed through the sky, Choi Han and Rosalind couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when they saw that the magic spearman and the swordsman had made it out completely unscathed. Seeing that those two seemed just as curious about their opponent's true strength, Rosalind casually invited Watira to join in and gang up on them. Such a shame, but I'm afraid I don't have much time. The magic spearman suddenly glared at them, and quick as a flash, he used long-distance teleportation, vanishing into thin air like sea foam. But he totally spoke too soon. Right at the very second they were about to escape, Choi Han suddenly lunged forward and drove a fatal strike straight into the magic spearman's chest, leaving him screaming in absolute agony. Seeing that the enemy still managed to vanish, the group was, needless to say, furious, but there was nothing else they could do. Don't worry, even if he gets healed, the traces of my mana will still be permanently marked on that magic spearman's body. Unless they have a dragon, they'll never be able to detect it. Next time that magic spearman dares to come near, he's going to get it. Rayon smirked proudly, while Kale gave a soft clap, praising him for truly living up to the title of being his mighty dragon. Hearing Rayon promising what he'd do when he grew up, Archie broke into a cold sweat, terrified at the thought that if this kid was already this absurdly strong, what kind of absolute monster would he become later? Meanwhile, Watira kept her promise and handed Kale an arm from the mermaid royal family, offering a sincere apology that she was too tied up dealing with the mermaids to keep an eye on those other enemies. Our battle commander Archie and the rest of the whales will escort you all to Island 21, but we still need to hunt them down toward the east. We will pursue them to the bitter end. Watira spoke up. She explained that she wasn't going to annihilate the entire mermaid tribe, because doing so would completely shatter the marine ecosystem. She simply wanted to crush them into absolute submission. Kale felt a slight twinge of wariness toward the whale tribe. They truly were a terrifying race. He figured that if he were in the mermaid's shoes, he would absolutely despise the whales too. These beings who had monopolized the top of the food chain while preaching about peace all this time. Kale had always realized one simple truth. No matter what the reason was, your perspective totally changes depending on where you stand. Of course, none of that was his problem anyway. After parting ways with the whale tribe, Kale hurriedly went over to B. Crocs to help treat his father. Only after feeding the old man some magic water to neutralize the poison did Kale finally begin the actual treatment. Now, there isn't a single soul left in that organization who knows what your face looks like. Do you catch my drift? What I mean is, it is time to go home. Kale offered a warm smile to Ron, who was shivering in pain and completely caught off guard by his words. After leaving strict orders for the group to begin Ron's full treatment the moment they arrived back at the territory, Kale quietly strolled over to the deck of the ship, letting his gaze wander aimlessly up at the sparkling night sky. Even though they still had to pour a lot of focus into Ron's treatment and recovery, the old man had survived, and once they made it back to their territory, they would finally have a brief window of peace. Now, he could finally catch a break. Staring up at the brilliantly glowing moon before him, Kale smiled to himself. Meanwhile, back at Harris Village in the Hennetus territory, Cal was becoming lazier by the day, going to bed early and sleeping in late. He slept too much, barely ate, and completely stopped exercising. His sluggish state had the beast children absolutely worried sick. Raon, after running a thorough check on him, let out a massive sigh of relief when he confirmed that Cal hadn't been hit by some kind of eternal slumber curse. They guessed he might be suffering from some bizarre after effect from visiting the Forest of Darkness and Harris Village. Just then, catching sight of Hans walking in, the little beast kids instantly put on the most innocent, heart-melting puppy dog eyes asking for food, which made Hans feel like his heart was going to burst. Oh my goodness, every time you do that, I swear my heart just stops beating. How can such charming and unbelievably adorable little sirs even exist in this world? Tonight, we are serving the melt-in-your-mouth steak that one absolutely loves, along with some sweet vanilla ice cream made specially by Miss Rosalind and B. Crocs, Hans enthusiastically announced, sending the kids into a wild cheering frenzy. All that loud commotion accidentally woke Kale up, prompting him to sluggishly roll out of bed and head down to join everyone for dinner. Ron, who was now fully recovered, was happily bustling around the kitchen with bee-crocs, carrying out freshly cooked food for Kale. Right at that moment, the wolf children and hillsmen dragged themselves in, looking totally battered and exhausted from a brutal training session led by Choi Han. Starving and panting heavily, they immediately plopped down at the dining table. Lately, the wolf kids and hillsmen had been heading into the Forest of Darkness every single day to train. Even though Choi Han was basically a demon drill instructor to them, they would still willingly show up at his door every morning without fail. Honestly, at this point, these kids felt way more like a hardened combat unit than an actual night brigade. Kale broke into a nervous sweat just thinking about it. When Rosalind kindly checked in on him, he quietly mentioned that he planned to stay right here through the winter. As soon as spring rolled around, he would finally pack up and head back to the main estate. When Rosalind heard that Kale was giving her total freedom to travel around for her research, and that he'd supply any magical ingredients she needed, her eyes crinkled into a huge delighted smile as she thanked him profusely. For Kale, having more capable people he could rely on in the future was a massive win. After all, building a powerful network is a wonderful thing. Kale flashed a sneaky, calculating smirk. After the meal, right when he was totally passed out and enjoying a beautiful dream, his video communication orb suddenly started glowing blindingly bright. Turns out, it was the Crown Prince calling, laughing loudly as if he knew exactly what kind of lazy life Kale was living. Getting woken up right in the middle of his sleep made Kale annoyed as hell, but on the outside, he tried his absolute best to keep up his polite, unbothered facade. The Crown Prince immediately started sweet-talking about their wonderfully close relationship, practically crying about how incredibly difficult his current situation was just to butter Kale up for a favor. "Could you do me a huge favor and make a trip to Village D for me?" That single sentence from the Crown Prince was enough to send Cal's mood crashing straight into the abyss. His glorious, carefree days of slacking off were officially over. "I have a certain item I need retrieved from that village. Both my dark elf subordinates and I have pressing matters to deal with, so it's impossible for us to go. It absolutely has to be a human who goes there." Even though the item was crafted by a highly skilled engineer, the funny thing is, the moment anyone with even a drop of dark elf blood touches it, the artifact will instantly trigger. The Crown Prince explained to Kale with a very awkward, strained laugh. Since a guy like Kale was literally the only person the Crown Prince could actually trust, he had no choice but to ask for his help, even if Kale absolutely hated the idea. "But still, if it's inconvenient for you to move right now, couldn't you just have one of your human subordinates fetch it for you?" Kale asked, genuinely confused. Believe me, I'd love to do exactly that. But right now, I have absolutely urgent business in the Empire. Their Crown Prince and the Sun God twins are hosting a massive festival. Hearing the Crown Prince say that left Kale completely stunned, mainly because the event of him being invited to a festival in the Empire never even happened until Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero. Those twins of the Sun God were the Saint and the Holy Maiden, fraternal twins who were widely worshipped as the living incarnations of the Sun God. They were seen as the ultimate symbols of sacrifice, possessing boundless kindness and a desire to make the world a pure, beautiful place. Of course, their entire standard of good and evil was strictly based on the doctrines of the god they represented. No matter how you look at it, Dark Elves fundamentally clash with the Church of the Sun God. Even though I'm only 1/4 Dark Elf, the chances of my true identity being exposed there are dangerously high. If that happens, an absolute disaster will unfold. The Crown Prince explained heavily, knowing full well that Dark Elves were a universally despised race on the Western continent, and yet he was carrying their cursed bloodlines in his veins. If he was ever found out, he would undoubtedly be stripped of his position as the Crown Prince and ruthlessly burned at the stake by those very twins. Kale instantly got a terrible, sinking feeling about this whole mess. All he could do was wish the Crown Prince a safe journey, though he couldn't help but ask one small question. Why is the Imperial Crown Prince suddenly throwing a festival and inviting you right now? I'm sure he's already reached out to the other kingdoms too. The guy must have lost his mind. Even I think the whole thing is incredibly bizarre. From what I know, the Emperor and the Imperial Crown Prince are both people who want to suppress the power of religion. Yet, out of nowhere, someone like him is suddenly throwing a massive banquet to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the Sun God becoming the Empire's official religion. Ugh, does that sound like it makes any sense to you? And what's even more laughable is that he's pairing it with a massive event celebrating the 500th anniversary of the Alchemist's Bell Tower. The fact that the Church of the Sun God actually agreed to co-host this event alongside the Alchemists is exactly why they're inviting nations from all across the continent. Listening to the Crown Prince vent all this out, Kale felt it was getting more and more suspicious. He had a terrifying gut feeling that something massive was going to blow up at that event. It was probably some mysterious conspiracy, but Kale didn't want to get involved. Nor did he like dealing with troublesome matters. Anyway, I'm leaving this to you. I will definitely reward you handsomely. The Crown Prince added. Not wanting the Crown Prince to lose his life, Kale could only grit his teeth and ask where the village he needed to visit was located. The West. You'll have to head to the Western continent to help me out. The moment the Crown Prince said that, Kale immediately knew it was the place where the Dark Elves lived. In the Land of Death during the day, the sand here was as crimson as blood, but when night fell, it turned as pitch black as the dark night itself, with new dunes piling up every single day. In the past, a necromancer had led countless corpses and initiated the final decisive battle right here. Just thinking about having to go to the desert in the middle of summer was enough to make Kale want to pass out on the spot. Suddenly, he asked Rayon to reconnect the communication device, then smirked and announced that he would be going somewhere else first. There was a powerful order capable of countering the Church of the Sun God. Not the moon, nor ordinary darkness, but eternal darkness, the very thing that prevents humans from seeing the sun. Death. Kale quickly contacted the Stand Territory and asked Cage to continuously cast the God of Death's blessing on the item he brought back, once a day until he returned to the capital. Cage guessed that someone was probably planning to assassinate a priest of the Sun God. It seems you don't think it's me, do you? Kale said with a mysterious smile, making Cage exclaim, There's no way young Master Kale would ever want to pick a fight with the priests of the Sun God. On the contrary, the Church of the Sun God would absolutely love you, young master. You're wealthy, possess ancient powers, and above all, you're a kind-hearted person. Hearing Cage praise him like this made Kale feel awkward as hell. Based on the Sun God's doctrines, he really was the exact type of person they would adore. Except for the kind-hearted part. Before setting off, Kale didn't forget to introduce Tasha the Dark Elf, who would be their guide for the trip. Cage and Tasha happily shook hands to greet each other. The two girls seemed to hit it off quite well, especially when it came to drinking and partying. Very soon, the whole group quickly hopped onto the carriage and set off for the scorching, flesh-burning desert. Tasha mentioned that they built a city gate facing the land of no return. This was meant to catch anyone who dared to run away, just like the scene unfolding right in front of their eyes. It was used to catch the villagers who tried to sneak out through that gate. Of course, the numbers weren't massive, but they consistently fled because the Dubori family had been continuously raising taxes throughout their generations of ruling the territory. While Tasha was explaining, seeing the guards violently beating and cursing at the innocent villagers, Kale subtly interrupted her. He pulled a gold bar from his pocket and handed it to a guard, stating that he wanted to pass through the gate. The moment the guard saw the money, he stopped his hands and quickly snatched it to pocket it. After opening the gate, the guard didn't forget to wish Kale's group a safe return. Before leaving, Kale tossed him another gold coin, demanding that he let those poor villagers go, along with a promise that if they returned alive, he would give him yet another coin. This noble act of Kale left the whole group stunned, staring at him without blinking. Only when Kale cleared his throat did Tasha snap out of it, forcing a smile and praising him for being so genuinely kind-hearted. Kind? What kind? If anything, it's totally irresponsible. Kale scoffed. Following Tasha's lead, the group crossed the desert dunes, which were indeed covered in blood-red sand. The vast, colorful, glittering scenery in the sky left everyone wide-eyed and open-mouthed in awe of its majestic wonder. This place felt as deeply mysterious as if the night sky itself had descended upon the earth. If that's the case, then perhaps the Dark Elves go even deeper than the night itself. Well then, I will now guide everyone to the city of the Dark Elves. Tasha cheerfully strode forward and explained. The night falls to cover the earth, and deep beneath the ground lies a place even more profound than the night itself. Tasha suggested the group start entering the glowing sinkhole ahead, which looked like an underground tunnel. Kale and Rosalind felt a bit of cold sweat, knowing that one wrong slip would instantly send them straight to the afterlife. But thankfully, since Rayon was here, Kale decided to just risk it all. The moment he jumped down, he was surprised to be greeted by a smoothly gliding slide that took him straight down in absolute comfort. Raihan beamed with joy, laughing so hard his eyes turned into little crescents. Although Kale couldn't see a single thing in the pitch-black darkness, he was quite surprised too. With a soft thud, both of them landed on something as soft as a giant body pillow. Tasha chuckled and quickly called out to Kale, "Come on, get up! Get up now! Welcome to the City of Death!" All around Tasha was a magnificent, grand city filled with countless twinkling lights. Everyone couldn't stop gasping in awe, their eyes darting around to take it all in. They never expected that such a beautiful place could exist right under the ground. Tasha explained that this was all thanks to the power of nature. Even though dark elves gain their magic power from death, they are a proper natural existence. They are the race of darkness, and at the same time, they are true elves. That's why they can command elementals while simultaneously using dead mana. Tasha's dark elf acquaintances hurried over, enthusiastically helping Kale's group carry their luggage and showing them the way. Upon Kale's request to meet the mayor, they immediately led the way for the group. As they approached the mansion area, the glowing lights made the scenery look even more dreamy and magical. Kale wondered why there were humans mingling around in this place, but Tasha just answered him with a mysterious smile. "Ah, I get it now." Kale realized that the people who fled into the desert and could never return were actually staying because they wanted to live in this luxurious and dazzling place. The land of death is one of the 5 great mysteries. Those blood-red grains of sand out there were formed by the deaths of countless people. There's even a horror story claiming that dark elves use curses to lure humans into the desert. Despite such rumors, there are still people who have no choice but to run away just to survive. And those who have been on the run themselves, like the dark elves, understand that desperate mindset better than anyone else. The more Kale thought about it, the more amazing he found it. A place for the living that shares a profound connection with death. A race that had to flee because of human persecution. Yet they could still be so endlessly forgiving and accommodating to humans. Unlike the regular elves who loathe being close to humans, the dark elves still possess the fundamental traits of elves. Now Kale completely understood why nature bestowed its favors upon the dark elves. Isn't this simply due to the characteristics of the land I live in? This place is originally the land of death. Although we don't know the exact reason, this desert contains the energy of death. And once or twice a year, a massive amount of dead mana blooms right above the sands of this desert. Sean explained before Cage suddenly chimed in from behind. But the death energy overflowing in this desert isn't evil at all. It's just the natural energy of death that is meant to vanish naturally or pass on according to the order of heaven and earth. Sean smiled awkwardly, guessing that it was probably because Cage was a priestess of the god of death that she was so sharply perceptive about this. Who knows, maybe this is a land bestowed by the god of death himself. Just because they are a race of darkness that requires the energy of death, it doesn't necessarily mean they only commit evil deeds. I mean, among humans there are plenty of cruel lunatics too, so isn't it pretty much the same thing? Kale said with a smirk. Tasha nodded in agreement, feeling that his words made perfect sense. In short, this was a damn good city to live in, no questions asked. The group quickly headed straight to the mayor's office. In this city, the mayor was the oldest person around, having lived through 521 years of life. Seeing the old mayor trembling and barely able to stand, Tasha rushed over to support him. Only now did Kale realize that Tasha was the mayor's granddaughter, which meant that the crown prince was, without a doubt, the old man's grandson. Just as I thought. There's no way a crown prince would have an ordinary background, Kale thought to himself, breaking into a cold sweat. The old mayor approached Kale, trembling as he revealed that he could clearly feel the presence of a dragon coming from him. Rayon couldn't help but praise the old elf for his surprisingly sharp intuition. Even though Kale firmly denied being a dragon, the old man insisted that this aura was exactly the same as the one he felt when he was granted an audience with a dragon in the past. Kale was startled. Wait, what exactly did this old guy run into? Well, it makes sense. If he's 521 years old, he's definitely lived long enough to encounter a dragon at least once. The problem was, Kale had heard that when an elemental senses a powerful presence, it will observe and remember it. What do I do now? Since the old man explicitly said his elemental saw it, Kale couldn't exactly keep lying his way out of this one. If the mayor could clearly feel a dragon's aura, denying it would only make him relentlessly suspicious. Left with no other choice, Kale thought for a moment. Once the doors were shut tight, he immediately had Rayon reveal himself, making everyone in the room gasp in absolute shock. Witnessing a real living dragon right before his eyes made the old mayor's legs turn to jelly. The dark elves were so terrified their jaws practically hit the floor. The mayor hastily dropped to his knees, bowing deeply at Rayon's feet to offer his utmost respects, leaving Cal completely speechless. After letting them exchange their awkward greetings, Cal quickly urged the old mayor to stand up, but the man stubbornly refused. The esteemed dragon I met in the past told me that standing on two legs means you are taking a combat stance. I absolutely do not wish to fight an esteemed dragon, sir. Seeing the old man so deeply terrified, Kale couldn't help but wonder what kind of dragon he had actually met. Judging by his reaction, the mayor wasn't showing respect, he was just scared out of his mind. Ryan immediately raised his voice, demanding the mayor to get up, and the old elf timidly obeyed. The little dragon then turned to Kale and gave him a smug wink, looking pretty pleased with himself. Once the others had gone to rest, Kale finally had a moment to sit down, enjoy some tea and cookies, and chat with the mayor. After learning the old man's name was Obante, Kale asked him to keep the dragon's presence a strict secret. Of course, young master, I swear upon my bond with the elementals that I will keep this a secret, Obante answered eagerly. Kale could tell the old man was still walking on eggshells around him. It was likely because of Rayon's presence and Cal's close bond with the dragon. Noticing how casually Obante used the crown prince's name, Kale figured the two of them must be related. To think Albaru secretly had ties to someone this esteemed, I shouldn't tell Albaru either, should I? Obante asked cautiously. I will handle that matter myself, Kale replied smoothly. What a pity, but I will definitely keep my promise. Anyway, I heard the young master hasn't been given the full details regarding the item you're receiving today. It takes the form of a bracelet, but... Obante was cut off by Kale before he could finish. Mayor, I really don't care what kind of item it is. What matters to me is this. If humans are handling it, does it matter how many people touch that bracelet? There is someone in our group who knows how to perform the blessing of death. Until that item is handed over to me, I want us to receive that blessing every single day. So, I will have the two priests perform that blessing. Those two will be the ones touching it. If that is the case, then I should be the one thanking you. That shouldn't be an issue at all. And if we do it that way, the chances of Albaru finding out will be much lower. Even if you end up in a dangerous situation, you'll still be able to slip away. Obante replied with a hearty laugh. An excommunicated crazy priest performing the blessing of the god of death. Even though she had been excommunicated, the power of her blessing hadn't weakened in the slightest. Honestly, she alone might be enough to rival the blessings from the sun god's twins. After instructing Obante to prepare everything needed for the crafting process, Kale stated that they would leave the very next day once the bracelet was finished. However, Obante hesitated, warning him that leaving so soon might be difficult. I'm not sure if young Master Kale is aware, but twice a year in this desert, dead mana blooms from the very grains of sand. And since this phenomenon doesn't follow any set schedule, we haven't been able to pinpoint the exact timing. We expect it to happen in about 3 days. Hearing that the dead mana didn't just pool as a liquid, but also hovered in the air like toxic smoke, Kale felt a twinge of concern. Even though Tasha, being a dark elf, could safely fly across the desert during this time, it was much safer for everyone to just wait it out and leave in a week. Kale ran the numbers in his head and quickly decided to just stay and chill for a week. Thrilled, Obante happily volunteered to be Kale's personal tour guide during their stay. Suddenly, Kale glanced over at the mysterious, heavily cloaked figure who had been sitting quietly beside them this whole time, curious as to who they were. Ah, that child is currently learning how to craft by helping us make your bracelet. I called them over to introduce them to you, sir, Obante quickly explained. Rayon and Kale were whispering to each other, wondering how a mere human could survive down here in the darkness. Suddenly, the mysterious cloaked figure, whose name was Mary, spoke up. I want to go out into the world. I am very curious about the world out there. Mary's sudden declaration left the dark elves completely stunned. Despite everyone trying to stop her by warning her about how dangerous the outside world was, Mary stubbornly insisted on leaving. This pushed Tasha past her breaking point. Unable to control her fiery temper, she slammed her hands on the table with a loud bang, making the atmosphere snap with tension. Rayon whispered in Kale's ear, genuinely confused as to why someone as strong as Mary wasn't allowed to leave. Mary fell into a terrifyingly heavy silence. Her aura flared up so intensely that it made everyone hold their breath in a cold sweat. Then, under the watchful eyes of the room, She slowly pulled back her sleeve, revealing an arm covered in grotesque black web-like veins. A 100% pure human, yet possessing the dark attributes of the beings who dwell in the shadows. And on top of that, a crafter of dark attributed items. That was the unbelievable truth. It was practically impossible for an ordinary human to obtain the darkness attribute. But this person with the black spiderweb veins? If she was truly a necromancer, then that completely changed the story. She could forge an arm for John. Kale's mind began to spin with new schemes. I am Mary. I am 25 years old. Mary spoke up quietly. Tasha was incredibly anxious seeing Mary expose her cursed body in front of strangers, but she froze a second later, completely thrown off by Mary's extremely blunt self-introduction. When Obante asked if he knew anything about necromancers, Kale smoothly replied that he only knew what the general public knew. If that's the case, then I suppose I don't need to explain the basics, Obante noted. During the period when the dead mana blooms, we go up to the surface every night. We have to bring any wandering humans down to the city as quickly as possible. Most of the people who flee to the land of death are already extremely frail and severely weakened. That's because being exposed to even a tiny amount of dead mana is usually fatal. But despite what the rumors out there say, we really can't save everyone. That was how we found Mary. We found her on the day the dead mana bloomed heavier than it had in years. When we found her, Mary had already absorbed a massive amount of dead mana, yet miraculously, she was still alive. It hurt so much, I felt like every blood vessel in my body was going to explode. To survive when my whole body was in such excruciating pain, I had to be able to control that dead mana. So, between becoming a black mage or a necromancer, I chose to be a necromancer. After that, the pain completely disappeared, and I still feel fine now. Mary, whom Kale had just realized was actually a woman, whispered softly. A little girl was discovered in a desert overflowing with dead mana. Mary had to become a necromancer just to survive. However, because the gods do not tolerate the consumption of such massive amounts of dead mana, necromancers are beings cursed to endure agonizing pain for the rest of their lives. But I don't have any memories of that. All I remember is that the rest of my family collapsed, and I just kept running and running through the desert. The faces of my family members or the world I used to live in, I can't remember any of it. The only thing I can still recall is my mother's voice. Even though I had to endure excruciating pain for 15 years, I was truly happy. I am still happy now, and I feel so incredibly grateful. I heard that humans despise necromancers and are thoroughly disgusted by these scars. I just need to move around while avoiding people's eyes, making sure these scars stay hidden. I've honestly prepared a lot for this. I am just so curious about the outside world. Mary poured her heart out in one breath. Rayon suddenly shot up, boldly praising Mary for being so cool and amazing to have miraculously survived like this. But if a weak human, who is only as strong as my pinky toe, says they won't get hurt but comes back covered in wounds, I will completely level this place to the ground. Rayon's fiery, intense threat made Kale sweat a little. Of course, Mary wouldn't want her loved ones to get hurt either. So Kale could completely understand Rayon's words and the sincere feelings of these dark elves. But absolutely no one could stop Mary's desperate yearning to reclaim the 10 years of her life that she had lost. I won't leave this place until I get your permission, and I promise to return within 1 year without letting anyone discover me. Mary spoke up again, but Obante just waved his hand, then signaling her to drop the subject for now. Young master, once the dead mana blooming period has passed, may I contact you again? Until then, please allow me to host you so you can rest comfortably here. After finalizing the deal with Kale, Obante asked Tasha to show Kale the way. A little while later, Kale secretly went back to meet Mary, asking her to help him create a left arm. He was a bit surprised when Mary immediately agreed to do it without asking for a single penny in return. Mary, if you go to the human world, what exactly do you want to see? Kale asked curiously. I really don't know. Because I have no memories and have only read stories written in books, I just can't imagine what the human world actually looks like. So, I guess I need to see it with my own eyes first before I can figure out what I truly want to see. Mary replied softly, and Kale quite understood her mindset. It was a vague, simple wish, not wanting to see or do anything specific, just yearning to be free. To him, the world used to be nothing more than a dark cave, so he didn't know or want anything either. That was why the one who understood Mary's thoughts the most was actually Ron. Seeing Ron endlessly showering Mary with praise, Kale chuckled to himself. Was the little guy perhaps beating around the bush because he wanted Mary to tag along with them? 2 days later, Kale brought Mary to meet B. Crocs. He announced that she was the one who would create the left arm for Ron, which took him completely by surprise. Even though Kyle was someone who absolutely loved free things, money, and stabbing people in the back, he still wasn't a scammer. Because of that, in order to avoid owing Mary any favors, Kale declared that he would provide her with housing for exactly 1 year and 6 months. Seeing Mary just frozen stiff, completely clueless about what Kale meant, he had no choice but to reiterate, "I mean, I will provide you a place to stay right up until winter." However, compared to the normal world where humans reside, the place you'll be staying isn't a bustling village or a city where everyone lives together. But you can definitely spend your time taking in the true, untamed beauty of nature there. That was because the place Mary would be staying was the Forest of Darkness, a territory swarming with monsters. Aside from those things, the scenery is actually pretty beautiful. The crazy stunts Kale was pulling here were simply his way of flipping off society's norms. And the reason he could keep pushing his luck like this was because there was no way they could ever catch him. And 6 months from now, when you inevitably cross paths with the Church of the Sun God, I will at least make sure you don't die and help you escape safely once. The moment Kale's words fell, they successfully made Mary incredibly thrilled. The owner of this inn was a 70-year-old man. As expected, this old man had also been rescued from the desert by the Dark Elves. From what was told, after Tasha left, he basically became Mary's family. Kale planned to give Mary the dragon's dead mana to see how she would handle it. The power of the necromancer, Mary, was entirely on par with the mage Rosalind. If she had to travel around while avoiding the priests of the Sun God Church, he just needed to make her even stronger. Since she's making the arm for Ron, I need to at least do this much for her to make it fair, he thought to himself. Kale reasoned. When Ron heard about Kale's plan to give Mary the dragon's dead mana, he grew extremely agitated because such an item was unimaginably precious. But seeing Kale just nonchalantly wave his hand as if it were no big deal, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and sit back down quietly, feeling a twinge of guilt inside, thinking this was all his own fault. Regarding the request you discussed with me, I'm thinking of creating the arm first. His muscles have developed in a rather unusual way. Looking at his right arm and his overall body balance, it seems he uses his left arm in a very similar manner. I believe the arm needs to be crafted with extreme precision. It would be best for him to try using it, and then we can adjust it accordingly as we go along, Mary explained. Knowing that the process would take about 1 to 2 months, Kale immediately suggested that she could work on it at the inn up on the surface. After all, Ron was also currently working at the inn she stayed at. That might be a bit difficult. This makes me feel a bit conflicted, and it's quite hard for me because I absolutely cannot let my presence drag you down. But since you have such powerful beings by your side, perhaps I won't be a burden after all. Mary replied hesitantly. Rayon instantly puffed out his chest and started bragging. He haughtily raised his voice, declaring that if anything happened, he would just smash everyone to a pulp and be done with it. It made even Kale cringe a little at his shameless boasting. Mary asked for some time to think about it before giving Kale her final answer. Kale nodded in agreement, reminding Mary to make her decision quickly before the group packed up their bags and moved to his place. He also didn't forget to invite her to taste the lemon tea made by B. Croc's own hands. A moment later, Ron quietly pulled Kale aside to question him about Mary's true identity. Kale simply shook his head mysteriously, telling Ron to just accept it without asking, and then immediately returned to his room. A few days later, at the inn in the village near the capital, Mary arrived lugging her bulky luggage. Seeing the boundless, endless sky for the very first time made her feel completely, utterly amazed. Rayon laughed boastfully, telling her that once she came to his house, she would get to see a night sky far more beautiful than this. Meanwhile, Kale was being practically forced by Tasha to host the Crown Prince in a lavish room filled with delicious food, even though he himself wasn't all that comfortable with the situation. Have you heard the news? Tunka has just become the commander-in-chief and general of the Whipper Kingdom. The Crown Prince revealed. For the past few months, I thought Tunka's group was laying low, but they've officially made their move. Tunka climbing to that position means the Whipper Kingdom's royal family is already in his hands. Looks like he took the shortcut of a crumbling kingdom. As they chatted back and forth, Kale gently tossed the Crown Prince the necklace he had just brought back from the Dark Elf village. The moment the Crown Prince put it on, his entire body was dyed pitch black, making Kale gasp in awe. Is this the blessing of the god of death? Thank goodness. I heard General Tunka will be replacing the Whipper Kingdom's heir to visit the Empire. I couldn't even imagine what a disaster that would be. The Crown Prince sighed and complained, then turned back to Kale. Kala told him he'd just stay in his territory, grow some crops, and rest for a while, but the Crown Prince wasn't buying a single damn word of it. Kale was actually telling the truth about farming. The seeds he brought back from the Magic Tower's secret lab had sprouted. Upon returning to his territory, Kale planned to cultivate those seeds, gather talented people, and hoard some serious cash. Of course, I have zero intention of doing any of it myself. Through the crystal ball in Kale's room, the Crown Prince mentioned that everyone was secretly fishing for information about Kale. The ocean had grown peaceful now, but a top-secret piece of news surfaced. The Pope of the Sun God Church had just kicked the bucket. The culprits were none other than the twins, serving as the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Sun God Church. The two of them were currently on the run, though nobody knew where they had vanished to. A letter from the Whale Tribe arrived for Kale, letting him know they were about to hold a festival. The Beast children went completely nuts with joy hearing this. But Kale had originally planned to play dumb after hearing the shocking news the Crown Prince dropped. Just contact Rosalind and don't give a damn about anything else. I will visit the Count in 2 days, Kale quietly instructed Ron. Ron happily and respectfully followed the order, not forgetting to remind Kale that if he wanted to let the kids go see the festival, he'd better hurry up and prepare. Kale heard that one of the princes had asked the Crown Prince for information about him and Rosalind, and the Crown Prince had decided to tag along with that prince to the Empire. This was the news Kale wanted to pass on to Rosalind. Rosalind guessed that the person was probably the 4th prince, leaving Kale confused about what she meant. When he was little, he was a total crybaby who whined about everything, so I scolded him countless times. Since he's a prince, he might not realize it, but it's not like anyone begged me to babysit that brat or anything. And the world doesn't just bend over backward just because a prince throws a tantrum. So, I was simply giving him a reality check about how the world really works. Rosalind laughed heartily as she said this, making Kale feel a bit uneasy. It gave off the vibe of a world filled with absolute disdain. The word entertained coming out of her mouth also sent a chill down Kale's spine. The doorbell quietly rang, and Mary and An slowly walked in. Rayon excitedly announced that he and Mary had discovered something super cool. Thinking he had just found some weirdly shaped rock or a leaf with a bunch of holes in it, Kale absolutely did not expect that what Rayon found was actually bones. We found a place containing around 200 corpses. Most of them seem to have been buried right after they died, so the bones are incredibly well preserved. They've probably been buried there for 2 years at most. We can make an accurate guess by comparing the joints. It looks like a massive brawl took place between land monsters, flying monsters, and other small monster races. Mary explained. Rayon, standing right next to her, kept whining and begging Kale to let Mary use some of those bones. When reassembling them, the damaged parts will need to be restored, but they still look really sturdy. Compared to the land monsters, their numbers aren't huge, but there are probably around 70 of them. They seem to be mutant monsters, slightly smaller than a wyvern. As Kale listened to Mary's every word, a sudden thought popped into his head. If the Northern Wyvern Knights use fire and magic to fight, we'd normally have to worry about our own troops taking massive casualties. But now, I guess that won't even be an issue anymore. Kale smirked to himself, hearing Mary firmly promise that she would definitely repay him if she ever got the chance. Kale immediately agreed to let her go to the territory and take the monster bones to practice, on the condition that she returned them later. Rosalind, sitting nearby, was utterly baffled by this bizarre transaction. Oh, Mary, but if it's the corpse of a flying monster, it can still fly up in the sky, right? Kale asked curiously. Yes, but since this is my first time using flying monster bones, I need to test it out first, Rosalind replied. Alright, perfect. Kale calculated in his head that if everything went this smoothly, it would become a highly effective countermeasure against the Northern Wyvern Knights. A flying skeleton army. Just thinking about the name sounds so damn cool. Mary, let me know when you've mastered controlling flying monsters later. Kale softly instructed Mary before seeing her and on off. Kale guessed that a dragon could probably crush a wyvern to death, since there were still the bones of an adult dragon left behind in the Forest of Darkness. Later, Kale met with Rosalind privately. How is the military strength of the Breck Kingdom? From now on, the plan I'm about to tell you is an absolute secret. The three northern kingdoms have formed an alliance. Since this is a secret, very few people know about it, but the alliance doesn't just stop there, does it? Every word Kale said made Rosalind's jaw drop further and further. On their way into the city, the Beast children were completely awestruck seeing a massive line of people gathered in front of the Lord's castle for the very first time. Cooking, painting, sculpting. In the Henatu's territory, every festival brought along various competitions hosted by Countess Violin. The prizes for these competitions were quite hefty, so every time this happened, the area in front of the Lord's castle was absolutely packed with people. Choi Han mentioned that there were even sword fighting tournaments, which surprised Kale quite a bit. Not only that, but Ron also revealed that in this place, even assassins could go work as servants, chefs, or artisans, leaving Kale more and more dumbfounded the more he heard. He had almost forgotten that this was a fantasy world. In this world, an ordinary-looking chef could actually be a master of lethal poisons, capable of wiping someone out without batting an eye. That was just how this world worked. Returning home, Kale video called the Crown Prince, sighing in utter exhaustion as he had to look at his miserably gloomy face every single day. "Your Highness, the three northern kingdoms have already formed an alliance, haven't they?" Kale asked. "Ha, so you were just playing dumb? Is that why you helped me develop the coastal military base and rope in the mages?" "So, what do you think we should do next?" the Crown Prince asked with a hearty chuckle. "The exact opposite. Lady Rosalind will be meeting her younger brother." "She is my comrade," Kale said. "I promise to keep it a secret from the others." Seeing that Kale already knew about the fourth prince's arrival, the Crown Prince went ahead and confirmed it. "The fourth prince is coming. He will bring 3 escort knights with him and head straight for the Henatu's territory. I will be leaving the Empire tomorrow, so you can just estimate the timing based on that schedule." Kale quietly calculated that, at the latest, they would arrive in about 1 month. Deep down, he couldn't help but wonder if his father knew that Rosalind used to be a princess. Lost deep in thought, Kale was suddenly jolted back by the Crown Prince's voice cutting in. "Young Master Kale, want to hear a funny story? Do you have any idea how the Pope of the Sun God Church kicked the bucket?" Right after the Emperor declared the festival open, the Pope delivered a congratulatory speech, since the event was tied to the Sun God. The Pope was standing at the podium right in front of the Sun God Temple in the imperial capital. But out of nowhere, that podium was blown to bits, just like what happened to us. Kale was absolutely stunned. He immediately guessed it, an explosion. It had to be a magic bomb terror attack, exactly like the one that had rocked the capital before. Crown Prince Alberu had specifically used the word us, which meant it could only refer to that explosion. Kale thought to himself. The Sun God twins, those bastards in black robes, and the magic bombs. The destructive power was entirely on par with what we witnessed back in the capital. Don't you feel anything about this? Luckily, I survived thanks to a mage's barrier, but the believers gathered in front of the church were practically blown to pieces. That means the Pope wasn't the only one who died. I swear I'll track down the organization behind this, and I won't let them get away with it, because they plotted to do the exact same thing to our kingdom. Even though the culprit this time was a different mage and not that blood-crazed bastard from before, I am dead set on hunting him down and making him pay. The Crown Prince furiously clenched his fists, growling in absolute rage. Sweating bullets, Kale quickly cut him off, casually dropping the fact that the mage in question had kicked the bucket a long time ago. Alberu was left completely dumbfounded. The cause and effect of this entire mess were getting incredibly tangled. The Sun God twins and the magic bombs. This whole situation was a massive headache, but he couldn't exactly send Choi Han or anyone else from his group to investigate it either. Feeling a wave of dread, Kale thought to himself, I'll just stop talking right here. Before cutting the connection, the Crown Prince left him with one final instruction. The moment the fourth prince arrives, Kale was to contact him immediately. The fourth prince is a highly refined and dignified gentleman. You should have a good chat with him. Hearing the Crown Prince say that left Kale utterly baffled. That description was the exact opposite of what Rosalind had told him. The following day at the festival grounds, Kale explained the local currency to An and handed the kids a little pocket money. They looked absolutely thrilled, beaming from ear to ear. Files holding information on former knight commanders, archers, and assassins were piled up right in front of Kale. This was more than enough to form a covert everyday combat squad. If the Skeleton Flying Brigade and this covert combat squad were to show up together, Just how badly would the enemy wet their pants? Kale flipped through the stacks of documents, quietly assessing his growing forces. John then casually mentioned that the strength of all three candidates was on par with Vice Captain Hillsman. This made Kale extremely satisfied. Realizing the Hennetus territory was truly a wonderful place to live, Kale and John locked eyes. A strange sense of mutual understanding passed between them, and they both let out a low, sinister chuckle, leaving Choi Han completely and utterly bewildered. After learning that the three northern kingdoms had formed an alliance, Count Daruth immediately began fortifying the city walls. He wasn't just increasing the number of troops, but significantly upgrading the quality of the territory's military force as well. Naturally, he was pouring money into this without a second thought. But to Kale, it still didn't feel like enough. While he was clutching his head in deep thought, a pathetic wailing cry echoed from outside the castle, completely ruining the peaceful atmosphere. An old painter was howling and cursing his own incompetence amidst a chaotic pile of paper and brushes. Kale frowned in sheer confusion. To him, the old man's drawings looked absolutely stunning. The art competition had begun its preliminary rounds before the festival even started. After that, a second evaluation would be held to determine the winner. Right now, the artists who had passed the preliminaries were tasked with painting the Rocky Mountains and the stone quarry located behind the Lord's castle. He's an archer. Word is, he's the highly sensitive artistic type. He's only been settled down here for 3 months, which makes him the newest arrival among our targets. I heard he's living in a small house right next to the white tree at the entrance of the slums. That tree is supposedly his greatest source of inspiration. Choi Han, who was standing nearby, explained while staring at the old man currently tearing his hair out and screaming his lungs out. The man's muse was none other than the indestructible shield, the infamous man-eating tree in the slums where Kale had acquired his very first ancient power. That tree reacts to you because you're the master of the indestructible shield, Choi Han pointed out. Kale thought to himself, if I go to meet him, what if he sees the tree trembling and reacting to my presence? Knowing my rotten luck, I'd probably end up becoming his new inspiration. Screw that. Worried about the headache that would bring, Kale decided to just ignore the old man completely. Just then, John informed Kale that the sculptor had actually failed the preliminary round. Kale was left totally speechless. With his plans thrown off, he had no choice but to go meet the chef first. The meeting happened shortly after. Kale offered a respectful bow to the chef, who was not only his late mother's former swordmaster, but also his little sister's current teacher. Little Lily, who was standing beside him, jumped in panic. She almost let slip that she had been secretly learning swordsmanship when she accidentally blurted out "Master" to the chef. But seeing Kale's completely unfazed and calm reaction, the little girl was left thoroughly confused. Enro was a chef, but he was also a former knight commander. More specifically, he used to lead the knights of a noble family that had fallen into ruin. Back when Countess Violin declared she was diving into the cutthroat world of commerce, he threw away his life as a knight. He became a mercenary, working as a bodyguard for her merchant guild, and eventually followed her all the way here to the Hennetus territory. After Violin became the countess, he finally pursued his lifelong dream of becoming a chef and settled down for good. This very restaurant was actually built specifically for him by Count Daruth. He had been Violin's sword instructor when she was young, and now he was Lily's master. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kale politely told the man that he was genuinely excited to taste the food here. Ed quickly led the way, guiding Kyle into a private dining room that had been prepared in advance. Glancing back at John, Enro muttered a few choice words about him being a sly bastard, which only made John let out a low, raspy chuckle. We snuck out here behind the Countess's back, so please keep today a secret. The young master came here partly for Lady Lily's sake, but also because he wanted to personally meet the man who used to serve his mother. The young master wants to hear about how his mother used to live, John added smoothly. Before coming here, Kale had given John a specific order. Lay the groundwork so that if the territory was ever in danger, this man would voluntarily step up to fight. Kale knew that having a loyal veteran like him take a stand would instantly win over the people's hearts. Seeing Enro standing silently outside the door, listening to the warm, cheerful laughter of Kale and Lily echoing from within, John smirked. He knew Kale's plan had already cleared its first hurdle. Later that night, wandering through the bustling streets, Kale's eyes landed on a bizarre, incredibly ugly sculpture. Honestly, creating something that hideous took real talent. The middle-aged woman selling it beamed with joy when Kale offered to buy it. She looked thrilled, as if someone had finally recognized her artistic genius. If she's just acting, Kale thought, she's putting on a damn good show. If she's not an assassin, she has to be a spy. But my intel says she's no spy. Kale carefully observed her shifting expressions as he analyzed the situation. Kale casually tossed her a gold coin and pulled back his hood, revealing his face. The woman gasped in utter shock, stammering out, young master?" After handing over the money, Kale stepped back and let John handle the rest. After all, it takes an assassin to smoothly talk to another assassin. The woman was none other than the runaway assassin and aspiring sculptor, Freya. And just like that, the second target had walked right into Kale's trap. If I'm going to build a covert combat squad, I might as well go all the way, right? Kale turned on his heel and walked away, a sly smirk creeping onto his face. Fast forward 3 weeks, and Kale was currently being tortured. He sat there chewing on a pastry, forced to listen to the relentless, whiny sobbing of Rosalind's younger brother, the fourth prince. Rosalind herself looked completely helpless as her brother bawled his eyes out, wailing about how sorry he was that she had to live in such a shabby, rock-filled wasteland. Kale stared so hard his eyes nearly popped out of his skull, but he absolutely could not find a single trace of the refined, dignified gentleman the Crown Prince had claimed Prince Pen of the Brett Kingdom to be. While Pen was chatting with Alberu through the communication orb, casually mentioning that he'd be crashing here for a few days before leaving, Kale couldn't help but suspiciously scrutinize the prince's eyes. Was this really the so-called polite and refined royal? Well, at this exact moment, Pen did look somewhat decent. Even though he had literally just thrown a massive crying fit, Kale still couldn't spot an ounce of politeness or elegance in him. To Kale, Pen looked way less like a proper gentleman and a whole lot more like a wild, reckless little foal kicking up dirt. On the other side of the communication orb, Alberu saw Kale's furious expression, looking ready to throw hands, and actually felt a little intimidated. After Pen hung up, Rosalind cheerfully asked Kale to borrow his training grounds. She wanted to practice and have a nice heart-to-heart chat with her long unseen little brother. Pen felt like passing out on the spot the moment he heard that. There was no escaping this deadly disaster at the hands of his older sister. Let's rewind a bit to right before the call with Crown Prince Alberu. Because Pen had a big mouth, trash-talking the territory and daring to doubt Rosalind's abilities, his dear sister had smashed an entire glass of water right over his head. "I think it's time we had a very deep, meaningful conversation, little brother." Rosalind was smiling, but the raging storm of aura around her left Pen utterly paralyzed with fear. Back in the present, Ron looked at the crybaby in front of him, absolutely seething. That loudmouth brat didn't even realize just how brilliant the mage Rosalind truly was. And yet, he dared to mock our home and look down on my weak human. I don't like him one bit. Rayon growled bluntly. Kale, too, absolutely despised whiny brats like him. Right before Pen was dragged to the training grounds, Kale flashed a polite smile and gently reminded him that the floors were made of ultra-reinforced solid stone, sending a chilling shiver right down Pen's spine. Time flowed on, and before he knew it, Kale had turned 19, though he still couldn't kick his habit of sleeping in. It was already late spring, which meant it was time for Kale to seek out the ancient power. His destination was the Ten-Finger Mountains. But before heading out, Kale and Mary successfully test flew the Bone Wyvern squadron she had created. The two of them had sprinkled the dust of 2 highest-grade magic stones over the corpses of the 72 flying monsters Mary had reassembled. Though sitting on a pile of bones was a real pain in the ass, Kale had to admit, the breathtaking aerial view totally made up for it. Down below, Hans nearly had a heart attack when the massive pile of bones piloted by Kale made a sudden, unannounced landing. Catching his breath, Hans carefully handed Kale a stack of letters sent by the Count and Mueller. "It looks like everything is finally wrapping up," Kale muttered. The letter read, "Young Master, I am putting my absolute all into decorating the interior according to the exact concept I discussed with you. I am also working very hard so that I can grow taller. Yours, respectfully, Mueller." As for the Count's letter, it reported that the 2 armored ships and the ultimate defense systems for the castle walls were nearing completion. He also mentioned that he would be meeting with Rosalind soon, and that Watira would be arriving shortly to discuss something in person. After skimming through the letters, Kale said his goodbyes to Mary as they prepared to head their separate ways. Mary looked a bit reluctant to leave, firmly promising that she would return. In Odeus's office, Kale sat casually chatting with the informant. Odeus reported that Venyan Stan had completely lost his mind and had been locked away in a dark dungeon for the rest of his life. Every time mealtime rolls around, he falls into a violent seizure. However, Kale wasn't just here to catch up. He had come to Odeus today to demand that he prepare 200,000 gold coins within a single hour. Odeus flinched hard, absolutely convinced he had misheard. 200,000 gold coins? That was roughly 200 billion won. Gathering that massive amount on such short notice would be incredibly difficult, but it wasn't impossible for a man like him. Besides, having the Crown Prince find out he had around 2 billion hidden away was far better than letting him discover the full 200 billion. Odeus thought to himself in a panicked sweat. Faced with Kale's demands, which were thinly veiled threats, the poor merchant had no choice but to bitterly agree. The whole reason Kale wanted those 200,000 gold coins was to literally pave a road of money with every step he took. Exactly 1 hour later, Odeus brought out the colossal mountain of gold, his heart bleeding and crying over the insane loss. Kale didn't bother telling him where he was heading. He simply asked him to send his regards to Belos, and then immediately teleported away with the massive fortune. Meanwhile, Hans seemed to have fully embraced his role as the ultimate devoted servant to the Beast's children. Kale could only stare at the pathetic sight, completely lost for words. He was currently standing in front of an inn with Choi Han and Hans, waiting for Rosalind to arrive. The group was currently in Brook Village, a bustling settlement nestled near the western border of the Rowan Kingdom, highly frequented by merchants and travelers alike. The Ten-Finger Mountains and the Elf Village had to be somewhere nearby. But really, so what? Those reclusive guys hate mingling with humans. There's no way in hell they'd come down here, Kale thought to himself confidently. The elves never dared to set foot in Brook Village or any other human-populated city. It was a strict rule of their kind. The only scenario where they would ever descend from the mountains was if their village was on the verge of total annihilation. Because of that, Kale felt completely at ease. With zero fear of bumping into them, he fully intended to just relax and enjoy a good meal. But alas, things rarely went according to plan. The moment he stepped inside the restaurant, Kale spotted a group of people cloaked completely in the black, huddled together at a table. Seeing that their food consisted entirely of grass and greens, immediately set off blaring alarm bells in his head. Out of nowhere, one of the cloaked figures started twitching, his face turning completely pale. He abruptly shot up from his seat and frantically scanned the room. Kale's stomach dropped in panic. Could this guy actually sense the dragon's aura? "Rayon," Kale whispered quickly, "quietly fly around the restaurant. Don't let anyone spot you. And remember, I have absolutely no idea who you are," Kale muttered under his breath, shooing Rayon to fly somewhere else. Fortunately, the place was packed with customers. As long as Rayon kept flying circles up near the ceiling while invisible, there wouldn't be any issues. In contrast, the cloaked man's face was growing paler and more panicked by the second, while Kale tensed up, trying his absolute hardest to look like an innocent, clueless idiot who didn't know a damn thing. Meanwhile, Rayon was happily soaring back and forth across the ceiling, completely oblivious to the tension. Honestly, compared to pure-blooded elves, a dark elf's sensitivity to a dragon's aura was basically non-existent. If an actual elf felt Rayon just casually wagging his tail, they'd probably collapse straight onto their backs. Kale couldn't even begin to fathom the sheer, terrifying chaos that would unfold if they actually came face to face with the little dragon. So he prayed to whatever gods were listening that his secret wouldn't be exposed. Right at that moment, the cloaked man staggered forward. He looked utterly dazed and exhausted, swaying like a drunkard, which stressed Kale the hell out. Following Kale's strict orders, Rayon kept spinning in endless circles up near the ceiling until the poor kid was practically dizzy. Right at that peak of tension, Hans suddenly shouted out, nearly giving Kale a massive heart attack. "Young master, they said the comfortable rooms are only from the 3rd floor up. Is that all right with you?" Hans asked brightly. Sweating bullets, Kale forced an awkward smile, gave a stiff nod, and hastily spun around to bolt up to the 3rd floor. Seeing Kale leaving, Rayon eagerly tried to follow him, but Kale immediately shot him a mental command to stay put. He marched up the stairs, his footsteps growing faster and more desperate by the second. But just then, a voice called out from right behind him, freezing Kale dead in his tracks. If he turned around right now, that absolute nightmare of a scenario was guaranteed to happen. Wait, hold on a second, he thought. I have Choi Han with me. Instantly feeling emboldened, the entire group whipped around and glared suspiciously at the strange man standing behind them, demanding to know who the hell he was. In that brief moment, Kale instantly recognized the companion desperately trying to hold the strange man back. It was Pendrick, unmistakable with the distinct mark by his eye. The cloaked man ignored his friend and simply stammered out, I know this might sound a bit strange, but do you believe in mana? That utterly random question made Kale freeze like a deer in headlights, completely at a loss for words. As for the strange man, he had been intensely feeling the majestic aura floating around the room this entire time. He knew it belonged to a dragon, but the idea of a mighty dragon just casually flying around in circles was simply too absurd to believe. Therefore, he concluded that this individual must have purposely commanded the dragon's aura to circle the room. A dragon, an existence so terrifyingly divine that one didn't even dare to speak its name aloud. The scent of the wind, the scent of the forest, the scent of the river, all radiating from him at once. A mere human could never possess such a harmonious blend of nature's scents. The elf thought in absolute awe. His grand, mystical assumptions came crashing down when Kale deadpanned that he didn't believe in nonsense like mana, leaving the poor elf completely stunned. Ah, so that is the persona you have established. I shall act according to your noble will, the cloaked man finally replied, bowing his head with a weirdly cryptic tone that left Kale utterly baffled. It was blatantly obvious that the elf was treating him like he was the dragon in disguise. Having no other choice, Kale leaned hard into his ignorant human act, hurriedly bidding them a polite farewell while his heart was practically doing flips in his chest. After respectfully apologizing to Kale and taking his leave, the elf urgently pulled Pendrick aside, telling him they needed to rush back to the village immediately to gather their strength. Over at the Ten-Finger Mountains, the fire of destruction had already begun to manifest on the third peak. A viscous, blazing liquid, indistinguishable from either fire or molten lava, was quietly burning. In exactly 2 weeks, it would melt away half of the third mountain peak, and until that monstrous fire of destruction fully swallowed the peak, or until the elves managed to secure an ancient power capable of controlling fire elementals, absolutely nothing in this world could stop those flames. Ordinary people would never even fathom how to claim such a chaotic ancient power. But Kale? He was the only one who had read The Birth of a Hero, meaning he was the absolute only person who knew the exact foolproof method to make that power his own. Kal, brimming with confidence, immediately tossed the cool coin straight into the flowing lava with sheer excitement. It had been so long since he got to experience this refined scent of money, and his mood visibly improved. So the original owner of this ancient power was actually a total money-craving maniac. Kale threw every single coin he had collected straight into the blazing lava, creating a refreshing river of cash. He could toss around this pile of 200,000 silver coins, given to him by the crown prince however much he pleased. That elf couldn't obtain the fire of destruction in its complete form because he didn't know how, so he just ignored the power, thinking it was useless. However, Kale knew that the more money he threw at it, the more the true power of this fire would clearly reveal itself. If that elf ever found out just how terrifyingly strong this fire really is, he'd be kicking himself with regret, Kale thought with amusement. The golden pig that popped out from that sea of fire was absolutely thrilled to have a crazy bastard like Kale throwing money around like trash, and it immediately decided to acknowledge that he had enough ambition to inherit this power. The more he was praised, the more hyped Kale got, just continuing to shower it with money, making the pig grin from ear to ear. I admit, I was hesitating, because I could feel the power of my best friend coming from you. Just as expected, not a single one of these ancient power owners is normal. Hearing the pig speak, Kale finally realized that this guy was best friends with the thief. The former owner of the Sound of the Wind would have been absolutely dumbfounded. Kale was also mildly annoyed at being called an abnormal weirdo by that guy. But that was fine. Being granted a power that could burn everything to ashes by this guy was more than enough to satisfy Kale. Wait a minute. You lived in the land of boulders, but you don't have the power of the boulder? You've resolved my grudge, so I'll make a special exception and tell you. Actually, there's one more thing besides money that I cannot destroy, and that is stone. In the land of boulders, there's a terrifying stone known as the Super Rock. The pig quietly revealed this to Kale. Kale heard that, but he felt absolutely nothing, because right now he already had water that could put out the fire as well as the dominating aura. Then why would he need another ancient power? Anyway, just by adding this type of power, he already had everything covered, from defense and regeneration to escaping all the way to attacking. I will have all of these in the palm of my hand. Kale thought to himself, quickly grabbing the pig and commanding it to melt away anything blocking his path and to endure whatever came. The moment he finished speaking, a burst of power mixed with the deafening light flared up before completely vanishing into Kale's hand. The flowing lava disappeared like sea foam, replaced by the appearance of a lightning-shaped symbol on Kale's shield. Rayon generously praised that Kale's power was now much stronger than before. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Rayon finally revealed to Kale that the magic spearmen had already arrived nearby. The magic spearmen from that mysterious organization Kale's group had clashed with at Island 12. Now he finally remembered that guy. Rayon pointed right between the 7th and 8th peaks of the Ten-Finger Mountains, where a village was hidden by illusion magic invisible to humans, and said that 2 magic spearmen were currently there. A magic spearman has appeared at the elf village, a danger so severe that it forced those 5 elves to leave their village. Of course, this storyline wasn't anywhere in the first 5 volumes of the novel. Why would that magic spearman suddenly show up at that village out of nowhere? Ah, I can already guess who the elves are fighting against. Kale pondered to himself. Suddenly, Rayon announced that the guy they met last time had come here, and with that, the dragon fluttered his wings and zipped away to hide, leaving Kale all alone in a state of utter, bewildered panic. That guy was none other than Pendrick, who had now caught sight of Kale here. He was recalling what that man in black had said about Kale, that he was someone it was best not to know. Pendrick was standing there, hesitating on whether to go over and greet Kale, but Kale had already turned around and spoken first. Rayon whispered in Kale's ear, informing him that Pendrick was the elf standing behind the one who had struck up a conversation with him at the inn the other day. Kale didn't even need Rayon's hint. He had already figured out who the guy was. I met you at the inn last time. I remember we made eye contact. Pendrick approached to greet Kale, but who would have expected Kale to coldly turn his back and walk away? He looked tough on the outside, but inside, Kale was sweating bullets, terrified that the guy would see through all his secrets. So walking away right now was absolutely his best option. Have you obtained the ancient power? Pendrick asked so bluntly that Kale was a bit startled, but he had no choice but to confirm it. Given the situation, it seemed Pendrick was stubbornly tailing Kale, bombarding him non-stop with the most tactless questions that made Kale sweat buckets. Excuse me, but would it be possible for me to borrow that ancient power? Pendrick hesitated before asking again. This time it successfully made Kale turn his head to look at him. Pendrick had now pulled back his hood, revealing a face that, although pale, was still incredibly handsome. He was an elf who couldn't control elementals, forcing him to live his entire life in a state of despair. I am an elf, currently living in the elf village. A certain organization has attacked our village to steal a branch of the world tree, Pendrick said. This took Kale quite by surprise. Just like in any typical fantasy story, this place also had legends about the existence of the world tree, the very thing supporting the 2 continents. The world tree here allowed the elementals in nature to live freely and comfortably. The elves had harvested branches permitted by the world tree to build their villages, living in nests crafted from nature's very own trees. The branch of the world tree granted the elves safety through illusion magic. So, what would happen if that branch disappeared? Kale knew the answer. The elf village would completely collapse. Pendrick was momentarily surprised to see that Kale knew so much about elves. Therefore, to protect the branch, the elves and the elementals are currently fighting against that organization. I don't know where they are from. I only know that their uniforms have 1 white star and 5 red stars. No matter how much we investigated, we couldn't figure out what place that symbol belongs to. Pendrick shared in frustration. But the moment Kale heard that, he knew right away it was that annoying arm organization, whose true identity was practically impossible for ordinary people to uncover. Raon also absolutely despised that group, growing fiercely agitated and annoyed, cursing that they would definitely get their karma. Kale now understood that the elf village was in grave danger, but he still didn't know what his ancient power had to do with any of this. Do you know what the most lethal poison for elves is? Pendrick mumbled, keeping his face lowered. Of course, Kale knew what it was. It was the exact reason why the relationship between elves and dark elves was so terrible. It was beneficial for dark elves, but it was absolute poison for elves. Dead mana. Even though he wasn't sure if the power of the fire could burn away dead mana, Pendrick still desperately begged Cal to help him just this once. Thinking about how this would make Mary owe him a favor, making her easier to boss around later, Kale immediately switched into his sweet-talking mode, smoothly agreeing to Pendrick's request without asking for anything in return. Kale knew that elves liked people who weren't materialistic, so he purposely said exactly what they wanted to hear to score some major points. Besides, Pendrick had survived because the storyline changed, and Kale didn't want to let him die either. Tell me the location of the village. I will take my group there to assist you right now. Because no matter what, that organization is probably the same group I've run into before, Kale said with a smirk. And so, in the late afternoon of that day, Kale and his group, fully disguised from head to toe, aggressively drew their swords and brutally slashed up the armed bastards who dared to harm this elf village. Struck by the surprised Aafis attack, they furiously roared, demanding to know which bastards Kale's group were to dare interfere. But he'd have to be crazy to actually tell them. The ever-so-cold Choi Han was actually smirking now. Arrogantly declaring himself part of the secret organization sent a slight chill down Kale's spine as he stood beside him. The group successfully triggered a furious, purple-faced rage from the enemies. Everyone got into a battle stance, fully prepared to beat the living daylights out of them. Among the enemies we had to face, there was a young man named B. Honestly, kid would be a much better word to describe him. The middle-aged swordsman by his side was desperately trying to protect him. The moment the whites of Belat's eyes were revealed, all the wolves in the village instantly lost their minds. I suppose that's his special ability. Belat was a pretty tough opponent to deal with. He used the animals around him to transmit dead mana. Dead mana is a lethal poison to elves. They were so busy dodging it that they couldn't even fight back properly. They are all weaker than the magic spearman. But I feel there's something rather special about Belat, Pendrick remarked. Belat's ability allows him to either befriend magic beasts and animals to make them fight for him, or strip away their minds and turn them into the undead. Those mindless beasts and animals were completely controlled, moving around just like corpses. And once Ben retracted his attribute, the beasts that couldn't survive would begin to mutate and meet their deaths. On the other side, Kale and Ron had already geared up in full black outfits from head to toe, preparing to head to the border region. And just like that, within the thick fog, Kale's team clashed fiercely with the enemy group with all their might. However, they all suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of B, including the young wolf boy. Tossing their blood-soaked gloves onto the ground, the wolf tribe members stared blankly at Cal's silhouette up ahead. They realized that he wasn't a dragon, but a human, the very person who had helped the whale tribe, who were suffering headaches from the mermaids and secret organizations, and who had protected the villagers from the magic bomb attacks. I heard his name when I left to investigate. The people with him are far from normal too. Where exactly are those incredibly strong people with immeasurable skills? The wolf boy thought to himself. Facing off directly against the battle-crazed Ben, Kale remained incredibly calm and composed, effortlessly countering his moves. Despite having such top-tier power, Kale didn't rely on dead mana at all. Instead, he unleashed an overwhelming firepower that left Pendrick's eyes wide in shock. That fiercely wild blast of fire erupted with overwhelming force, sweeping across the sky in a blinding blaze. Right after a deafening clap of thunder cracked through the air, Kale was jolted violently backward. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood in sheer agony, completely caught off guard by just how intense this recovery backlash would be. Desperate cries calling out his name echoed all around him. Kale, he thought weakly to himself, is that Ron? But the sudden, agonizing pain crashing over him was absolutely unbearable. It hurt so damn much. Ever since coming to this world, this is the very first time I've felt pain like this. Choi Han rushed over in a panic to help him up. Kalanim! Just then, a chillingly cold voice rang out. Stop right there! Ron stepped closer and warned, one wrong move and the blood will flow backward. What if it floods into his windpipe? Choi Han was still deeply anxious, but Kale tightly covered his mouth to stem the bleeding and tried to reassure them. I'm fine. Kale struggled to get the words out. More importantly, you need to hurry up and Cough, cough. Choi Han panicked even more at the sight. Kalanim? Kale was slowly figuring out exactly why the bleeding wouldn't stop. Because the vitality of my heart has started to recover. The pain is slowly fading, but I'm still coughing up blood. Not to mention, my stomach was burning intensely, feeling exactly like I'd been starving for ages. I'm so incredibly hungry. Kale desperately tried to urge him on. Hurry up! You have to... Hong and On scurried over, crying out in deep concern. What on earth are you saying? You need to take care of your own body first. Kale was in so much pain that he couldn't even form the words. No, he thought miserably. I was just trying to tell you to go get me some bread. I'm starving. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from behind him. Belot stared in utter despair at his fire-scorched burns. My skin! My skin! My precious skin! As the flames continued to blaze fiercely, Kale explained the situation to Choi Han. I acquired a new ancient power, and I just wanted to test it out. That's exactly why I wanted everyone to clear out when I gave the signal. Behind him, Belot was still shrieking his lungs out. It burns! It hurts! I'll kill every last one of you! He was hastily teleported out of the blazing inferno by Bento, his guardian, all while endlessly cursing, I'm going to kill you all. Ron witnessed this and was genuinely stunned. They managed to use teleportation in such a split second, they're not completely dead yet, huh? Their appearances were already abnormal to begin with. Kale immediately nudged Choi Han. What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and go! Take care of those tamed beasts. Are you really just going to leave those innocent animals suffering like that? He was exactly like this during the terror incident in the capital, Choi Han thought bitterly. He's the kind of person who will prioritize saving others, even when he's bleeding out himself. No matter how blood-soaked or utterly exhausted he is, he will always stand by their side. Even when he's battered and drained to the bone, he's still... Choi Han's heart ached as the thought crossed his mind. What is even the point of having such power? If using it means you're going to end up agonizingly hurt like this every single time, wouldn't it be far better if... Kale's urgent voice suddenly snapped him out of it. Hurry up! Choi Han was still hesitating. But Kale weakly placed a hand on his shoulder, giving him an encouraging pat. I'm leaving it all to you. Kale had originally planned to send on instead, but Rowan was acting incredibly strange, chanting blood, blood, over and over again. Choi Han finally gave in and agreed. He firmly assured him, I will definitely be right back. Kale simply nodded. All right, now go. He then directed his focus to the other two. Ron, gather the dead mana. Locke, you go with him. The two of them immediately darted off. Kale knew that Ron's brand new left arm had been meticulously crafted by Mary, the necromancer. Since it wasn't exactly a living entity, it was perfectly capable of safely extracting dead mana. He silently calculated the profits in his head. No matter how exhausted I am, I absolutely refuse to give up free money. I can easily sell this dark energy to the Dark Elves and the Crown Prince for an incredibly high price. A soft meow brought him back to reality, and Kale gently patted their little heads to comfort them. I'm fine, don't worry. Now, we should hurry up and follow them. He squinted at the flames ahead. But is the fire of destruction always this intense? Not bad at all. It was definitely worth the 2 billion. Just as he was about to leave, a wave of dizziness hit him, and his body swayed from exhaustion. The little dragon cried out, Master! He rushed over to support his back, sobbing, No, Kale, you can't collapse! Pendrick anxiously channeled his healing magic into his body. Young Master, are you all right? Kale confirmed. Yeah, I'm fine, he assured them. I'll get started. Suddenly, Pendrick sensed something strange and gasped. What is this? Something is touching me. Kale didn't catch his meaning. What are you talking about? It was a dragon. Kale said casually, Pendrick, after we deal with the beast tamer, I think it's best if the elves take care of the animals. They've lived alongside your people after all. He watched his subordinate struggling with the beast horde. I've chosen a difficult path. As bolts of red lightning crashed down, Pendrick knew that with this kind of power, they would have reacted the same way no matter what. Yet, the reason the situation wasn't resolved was that Kale was intentionally avoiding using it on the animals. He was trying to show mercy. He exclaimed, deeply moved, Thank you so much. I will never forget the kindness you and your subordinates have shown me. That was exactly Kale's goal. Why else would I waste my time putting on a show? I stepped up saying I wanted to challenge myself, but look at me now. If there are talented people around, it's best to just use them. Footsteps echoed as Bento unleashed an eerie, gloomy killing intent. Thick waves of dark energy surged through the forest. Choi Han cursed. "You crazy bastard!" He charged forward, swinging his sword with a lethal strike. Bento was knocked back. He growled, "It's because of you. It's because of you, Kale." Rayon declared coldly, "I will kill you." Bolts of lightning struck Bento directly, leaving him in utter disbelief. "What? A mage?" Rayon said casually. "Weak human, I have reached the limit of my patience, but I won't reveal my true form like you asked. However, don't look at what I'm about to do. It'll be too hard for you to watch." The weak Kale immediately understood what he meant. "Got it, I'm gonna sleep." A storm of violent darkness engulfed Bento. He screamed in despair. "Is this the protection of a higher being?" Kale felt his eyes slowly closing, feeling as if his body was being dragged down. Even in this moment, he was still fixated on one thought. "Once I wake up, I have to eat a loaf of bread." In Kale's ears, someone's voice kept counting continuously. 3, 2, 1. "Human, I'm going to count down from 100 again. You have to wake up before I reach 0. If you don't, I will destroy this continent." His eyes slowly opened, and that same voice rang out again. 100, 99, 98, 97, 96. Kale suddenly remembered. "That's right, I passed out. Have I been here the whole time I was unconscious?" Just as the count reached 59, he raised his hand. The little dragon screamed in pure joy, crying tears of relief. "Human, you're finally awake! Why were you unconscious for 3 days straight?" Kale was in absolute shock. "What, I was out for 3 whole days?" "Me?" Raon explained. "I could easily create dozens of those thunderbolts. So don't ever do that again. If you're weak, then just live like a weakling." Right at that moment, Ron returned. The old man called out, "Young Master Kale." All of his subordinates gathered around him. "You've finally woken up." He just couldn't understand why everyone was acting like this. They hadn't changed a bit. "Didn't you say I was unconscious for 3 days?" Looking at the lush green forest in front of him, Kale found himself wearing a flower crown on his head. He just couldn't accept this. "And why am I even here, in a forest filled with bright blooming flowers?" Rayon revealed the secret. "They said this place has the highest density of vitality and natural energy. I brought you here because they said it was good for your recovery." Kale suddenly remembered. This was the elven village's flower field that he had seen in the novel's records. Lightly touching the flower crown on his head, he also realized something about this crown made from the leaves of the world tree. "I'm receiving the best care possible, right? Wait, but why does something feel off?" Had the village chief discovered the dragon's existence yet? He pointed at Ron and asked Choi Han. "Not everyone knows about him, right?" Choi Han had to tell the truth. "Yes, at the very least no one has actually seen him. However, it seems the village chief and the guardian warrior are aware of his presence." Kale held onto a sliver of hope. "Only those two?" He didn't dare to lie. "I believe that everyone has at least somewhat realized it." Rayon quickly defended himself. "I didn't reveal myself. I kept my promise. I just stayed quietly by your side." "Human, I completely ignored the village chief even when he tried talking to me. It's true." Kale thought to himself, 3 days of being unconscious was way too long. I have absolutely no idea what these guys were up to during that time. He asked them gently, "None of you got hurt, right?" Ron smiled warmly and confirmed, "That's right, no one was hurt, so please do not worry, young master." Kale breathed a sigh of relief. "I see. That's how it should be." Meanwhile, Choi Han was giving his report on the situation. Just as he was reporting the results of the battle from 3 days ago, Kale cut him off. "I'm hungry." This left Choi Han stunned for a moment. "Excuse me?" Kale repeated himself. "Meat. Tell them to bring me meat." He was demanding meat in a village full of vegetarian elves. While Choi Han hesitated, B-Kruk put on his white gloves. He took the task upon himself, stating, "I will go prepare it right away." Kale rejoiced inwardly. "That's my reliable chef for you." Resting in a wooden cabin atop an ancient tree, Choi Han gave his report. "Following the battle 3 days ago, all of our enemies have temporarily retreated. The one suspected to be their top assassin was killed. The tamer, who lost his sight and fell unconscious, managed to escape via teleportation along with the priest. The priest suffered a severe leg wound, so they likely won't be able to use their lower body anymore. Kale double-checked. You mentioned that the middle-aged swordsman and a few other members are currently tied up, right? Choi Han replied, Yes, that's correct. He then asked, And the rest? The answer Kale received was just two blunt words. They're dead. Choi Han said with heavy guilt, I couldn't stop them. In the end, all the animals had lost their lives. Kale figured, I guess it's about time for us to leave. Pendrick stepped forward to express his gratitude. We will definitely repay this debt. Kale rejected it in a heartbeat. No need. You elves will be busy enough restoring the village and guarding the borders. I won't ask for anything. As long as none of my people got hurt, that's more than enough for me. Pendrick thought to himself in awe. I've always heard that nobles were overwhelmingly greedy for wealth and power. It seems I was completely wrong. As expected of someone blessed by a dragon, his character is truly noble. Canaria stepped forward and spoke softly. I am certain there is a profound reason why the dragon refuses to reveal itself, yet chooses to stay by your side. I believe it is because the esteemed dragon does not wish to be worshipped, but rather desires for you to receive that utmost reverence instead. You have received the blessing and love of a dragon. Considering you went as far as coughing up blood just to protect us elves in the World Tree, it all makes perfect sense. Since you hold the protection of a dragon, I believe you are fully entitled to it. Kale immediately caught the keyword. Entitled? Wait a minute, this doesn't sound good at all. Hold on. I just want to grab the thing I originally came to this elf village for. Canaria continued her inquiry. I assume you are looking for the World Tree, are you not? Kale cursed inwardly. Great, I just heard another troublesome piece of information. She confidently assumed they hadn't been told the location of the World Tree yet. After all, very few beings actually knew where it was. Kale quickly hatched a plan. For now, I'll just play dumb and pretend I don't know a thing. He calmly replied, That is because there is absolutely no reason for a mere human to know such a thing. Canaria immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. One must not succumb to greed. Only the deeply covetous would ever seek out such forbidden knowledge. She thought to herself with deep respect. But this man is entirely different. He shows zero greed and willingly sacrifices his own well-being. Even an inherently selfish dragon uses its power for the sake of others when around him. This means this human is, at the very least, a grand hero destined to leave a massive mark in history. Despite that, he doesn't seem to possess any overwhelming natural talents. However, he was fortunate enough to be chosen by several ancient powers. Canaria then offered a solution. Therefore, to help us overcome this crisis, I intend to have Pendrick report this incident directly to the Gold Dragon. It is thanks to his formidable magic that the World Tree's protective barrier continues to hold strong. Rayon perked up in utter surprise upon hearing that title. A Gold Dragon! He turned and eagerly asked Kale, Human, I'm super curious about that dragon. At this point, Kale couldn't play dumb even if he tried. I seriously wanted to pretend I didn't know anything. Why on earth is an inherently arrogant dragon suddenly so deeply curious about another of his kind? Kale gave up and bluntly asked where Pendrick would have to go to deliver this report. Canaria answered, To the Whipper Kingdom. Rayon blinked in confusion. Human, aren't we supposed to go sell that little sapling to that naive idiot? We also need to go meet Watira from the Whale Tribe, head to the Whipper Kingdom to claim our reward, and completely destroy the magic tower. Kale knew this was a massive headache. I seriously, absolutely do not want to cross paths with another dragon. Usually, in fantasy novels, ancient dragons show up as wise mentors or crucial allies. But the dragons in this world are just insanely selfish. Rayon was just a rare exception. The little dragon puffed out his chest and declared confidently, I am absolutely certain that no other dragon is as mighty and great as I am. But I am still a very curious dragon. All of you have your own tribes and families, but I don't. Of course, there is also no human out there who is as ridiculously weak as you are. So I'm perfectly fine with this. I will just stay right by your side. Kale helplessly massaged his temples, groaning inwardly. Just how did things end up like this? Everything was supposed to go perfectly according to my master plan. So, why the hell is everything derailing and getting so ridiculously complicated? Is it because I decided to keep a dragon and the main character, Choi Han, glued to my side? Noticing his distress, Rayon asked with genuine concern, Human, are you hurt again? Seeing the little guy's worried expression, Kale felt utterly defeated. Good grief. Left with no other choice, he gave in and asked Canaria, "Could you at least tell me exactly where this place is?" Seeing him finally agree, Ron cheered in absolute delight. All right. Meanwhile, Kale's mind was flooded with endless worries. So neat, will this gold dragon actually have a friendly temperament? Wait, how can I even try to judge a mighty being like that? They are all supposedly majestic creatures who demand absolute reverence. Yeah, there's really no point in trying to reason with such arrogant, overpowered beings. Well, that was a useless question to ask myself. Voicing his lingering doubts, Kale finally asked, "Are they some sort of divine dragons?" Karan gave him some good news. It was an ancient dragon, and fortunately enough, he's quite sociable. Kale felt a wave of relief. Still, no matter how friendly a naturally selfish dragon could be, that gold dragon should at least treat them decently. That alone gave him some peace of mind. Rayon proudly patted his chest, swearing that he, the great Rayon, would prove his magnificence. Karan was really looking forward to it. However, since he is an ancient dragon, I am worried about his fading vitality. When he meets another dragon, he might just be overjoyed. To Kale, this was yet another piece of excellent news. I am so glad to hear about his lack of energy, he thought. That's right, it means I can easily run away if I ever need to. If I bring Choi Han and the others along, Raon won't feel intimidated at all. Just then, the elf chief tried to ask a favor. "Excuse me, sir, but could you possibly meet with that swordsman before you leave?" "That swordsman?" "Even though we've tried interrogating him, he hasn't said a single word. You mentioned that you didn't know who they were, sir, but this is the third time already, so I was wondering if you might be able to squeeze a little more information out of him." Kale thought to himself while chewing on some bread. It was the same in The Birth of a Hero. This chief really took full advantage of Choi Han. Ignoring Karan's plea for a moment, he prioritized his meal. After all, you can't think on an empty stomach. Looking at the woman sitting across from him, he knew that despite her claims that materialism was born of human greed and her refusal to offer any rewards, she was still perfectly fine, making plenty of demands. Of course, I have absolutely no intention of letting her string me along. Only after Kale finished his food did he finally give his answer. I will accept this request for the sake of everyone here and for Pendrick's sake. We should all help each other to live better lives, shouldn't we? Opening your heart is far more wonderful than merely having material wealth. Kale turned to the Guardian. Don't you agree? The Guardian warrior replied with deep respect. Yes, my lord. A human who truly understands the value of the heart. You are undeniably worthy of a dragon's protection. Pendrick chimed in, fully agreeing. That's exactly right. A sincere heart is something that simply cannot be bought with material wealth. Karan felt completely baffled. Why were they acting as if all of this was some beautiful revelation? Just as the Guardian Warrior had said, a heart can only be repaid with a heart. Kale knew the trap was set. Now, all of you will have to pour your absolute hearts out to help me. Raon, noticing Cal's shifting demeanor, immediately asked, "Did they do something wrong, human? Why are you smiling exactly like you did when we met the Crown Prince?" Kale internally declared, "All right then, let's get started. If there's a favor needed, it's only natural to jump right in and do the heavy lifting, isn't it?" Kale thought to himself. At first, when they mentioned an interrogation, I honestly thought the elves were just asking simple, straightforward questions. This underground area hadn't been mentioned in The Birth of a Hero at all. There was a basement here, though it would be much more accurate to call it a dungeon. Looking at the enemy captive inside, Kale winced internally. Choi Han really did a number on his leg. The guy looks absolutely pathetic right now. He was seriously worried. With him in that kind of state, can he even speak? Pendrick didn't seem too sure about that either. He grumbled internally. People always say the rich just keep getting richer. Those kinds of stereotypes are absolute nonsense. Elves and humans are exactly the same in the end, huh? Kale turned and made a polite request. "Pendrick, could you ask the other elves to step outside for a moment? I'd like to have a little chat in a more comfortable environment." The elf healer readily agreed. "Ah, yes, right away." Pendrick then gestured for the other two elves to leave the room. Beecrox looked over and asked, "Do you know this guy's name?" Kale plainly replied, "I have no idea. No matter what I did, he refused to talk." B. Crow casually slipped on a pair of white gloves before continuing. His name is Bale. I heard the Magic Spearman call him that during the battle. It seems he's a bodyguard for Tam Mir. Bale glared at them darkly and growled, "Who the hell are you people? Who do you think you are to dare—" Before he could finish, B-Crocs ruthlessly grabbed him by the hair. A cold, dangerous voice echoed in the room. I suppose targeting the Eastern Continent just wasn't enough for you all." Bale stammered, caught completely off guard. What did you just say?" B-Crow casually listed off a few specific names: the Sun God Twins, the Blue Wolf Tribe, the Mermaids, and the Empire. Mentioning the Mermaids obviously pointed to the sea trade route. But why would they target the Roan Kingdom and the Empire? Bale smirked, letting out a contemptuous scoff. "Do you really think I'm going to tell you anything?" He sneered internally. "I've got an explosive bead hidden right here in my mouth. The second I trigger it, I'll be blown into absolute dust." Bale suddenly let out a crazed, desperate roar. "I will never talk. I'd rather die than—" Right as he was about to trigger his little suicide plan, On quietly appeared. A strange energy radiated from the kitten, On, causing Bale's entire body to instantly lock up. He panicked, his mind racing. Paralyzed? B-Crocs forced the man's jaw open, mocking him coldly. "If you honestly thought you could escape using such a cheap trick, you're severely underestimating me." He reached right into Bale's throat and yanked out the explosive bead. "I don't fall for these basic cliché parlor tricks." The bead sat harmlessly in B-Crow's gloved hand, usually capturing an enemy only to get zero information because they killed themselves with hidden poison or devices. Well, that was a classic tragedy meant for the typical main character. Unfortunately for him, I'm not the main character, Kale thought pragmatically. I have zero interest in dealing with that kind of tragic nonsense. Rayon immediately recognized the object. "Human, that's a magic device. I'll analyze it right now." B-Crocs then turned and asked, "It looks like he passed out from the paralysis poison. Should I wake him up, sir?" Kale calmly replied, "No, just leave him be. It's truly a blessing that we managed to save him from killing himself, isn't it? Every single life is precious after all." He then turned to the elf, asking, "Pendrick, how do you plan to deal with this man?" Pendrick clearly hadn't thought that far ahead yet. Kale double-checked. "You're not entirely sure, are you? Well then, how about I make a little proposal?" Pendrick looked at him, slightly suspicious. "A proposal?" Kale replied, "Yeah." He thought to himself he must still remember what I mentioned earlier. The continent's affairs from our earlier conversation. I haven't even mentioned that in front of the chief yet. So, from Pendrick's perspective, he would want that information even more. Because there is no race as dead set on revenge as the elves. So, he asked, "What do you think about handing the prisoner over to someone else?" Pendrick asked suspiciously, "Are you talking about yourself, young master?" Kale cleared his throat and denied it. "No, it is not like that. Try discussing this with the chief and think it over. I will give you the details, including where to hand over the prisoner, once I hear your answer." Pendrick was still hesitant. "Is that place trustworthy?" Kale assured him. "Of course it is. This is an important matter, so think it through carefully and give me your answer by tonight." "I still have things to do, so I have to hit the road tomorrow." Pendrick wondered to himself. Someone trusted by a dragon must be reliable, right? Kale suddenly remembered something. "Oh, and also, are you heading to the Whipper Kingdom by yourself?" He blankly confirmed. "Yes, I suppose so." Kale invited him. "Then come along with us." Pendrick was stunned. "Excuse me?" Kale explained. "Going to the Whipper Kingdom alone right now is extremely dangerous. We also have business there, so it will be much safer if you tag along with us." He replied hesitantly, "I couldn't possibly impose on you all like that." Kale just asked coolly, "Impose how?" "I think you should come with us, and while we're at it, you can check on how the hostage transfer goes. Think it over." Pendrick exclaimed, deeply moved. "Thank you, young master." Kale said politely, "There is no need to thank me. We have to help each other out in this life, don't we?" In his mind, he already had a plan. Wouldn't it be so much better to have an elf present when meeting the gold dragon? Might as well drag everyone along while he was at it. Even though I'll be hiding all the way in the back behind Choi Han. Pendrick was thrilled. "You are absolutely right, young master." Kale replied casually, "Of course I am." He knew it was time to meet the person he would be handing the prisoner over to. Stepping into the closed room, he looked at the communication orb in front of him and initiated the greeting. Long time no see. Your Highness still looks like the shining star in the hearts of the citizens, just as always. Seeing his blatant flattery, Alberu frowned and asked, "What are you planning to ask of me this time?" Kale replied smoothly, "You truly understand my heart so well now." He cut him off coldly. "Knock it off." Kale reported, "We have caught one of the people from the group that caused the terrorist attack in the capital. He seems to be a mid to low level swordsman, and we currently have the target in custody." Alberu asked, "How did you manage that?" "No, the process doesn't matter." Kale denied it. "Not at all. The process is very important, sir." He thought to himself that he didn't want to get tangled up with that secret organization anymore, nor did he want to step up and resolve everything himself. Kale revealed that the guy was captured within the Roan Kingdom. He secretly hoped the Crown Prince would take the bait, because this was definitely not an issue that a mere Count's son should be dealing with. And the result did not surprise Kale in the slightest. He took the bait. Someone that the secret organization and the elves would have a hard time messing with, who could handle this mess much cleaner than he ever could. And to top it off, someone whose weakness he already had a firm grasp on. That person could only be our dear Crown Prince. Kale summarized the situation. As for the exact details, I can only tell you after we finish our discussion. But the gist of it is that a member of that organization was caught near the Ten-Finger Mountains, right here in the Roan Kingdom. Alberu asked warily, "And what is your reason for telling me this?" Kale just smiled without answering, waiting for him to say it. Eventually, Alberu had to give in. "Hand him over to me, then." "Yeah, you just dump whatever troublesome matters you have onto me." Kale asked calmly, "Do you not like it, but your Highness?" Alberu replied, "Like it? Of course I absolutely love it." Kale probed, "Your Highness, you're going to investigate this, right?" He followed up, "Investigate where?" The answer was crystal clear. The Empire, of course. Kale thought to himself. He already knew, yet he still asked. Alberu burst into laughter upon hearing that. "That's right, we have to look into the Empire." Kale understood that the Empire still hadn't caught the secret organization or the twins who assassinated the Pope. That must be a huge thorn in their side. The Imperial Prince was someone who valued his face and reputation more than anyone else. Therefore, it made zero sense for the Empire to be unable to find a single clue regarding the incident. The Imperial Prince was the one who set the jungle on fire just to consolidate his power and become the central command. Right now, he must be waiting for the North, the Roan Kingdom, and the Brett Kingdom to tear each other apart and weaken. There was no way a guy like that would just easily let the secret organization off the hook. It could only be one of two things. Either the Empire wants to root out that organization in secret, or they're actually in bed with them. Over in the Whipper Kingdom, Tunka is gearing up to march his army into the Empire. The 5th volume of the novel I read is drawing to a close. My presence has already derailed the original plot here and there, but I still have to stick to my plan and do what needs to be done. Alberu gave him his orders. Hand the prisoner over to my aunt and give me a full report of everything that happened. Kale simply replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Then Kale casually dropped his pitch. "I'm selling dead mana, by the way." Alberu gasped in shock. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Kale delivered the bombshell. "I have quite a massive supply of dead mana, so I should probably sell it at the Dark Elf City. Since it's such a rare commodity, I'll be selling it at full market price with absolutely no discounts. I expect hard cash, paid up front in a face-to-face deal. So, are you buying?" Alberu quietly weighed his options before asking, "Exactly how much are we talking about here?" Having successfully hooked his customer, Kale smiled brightly. "I'll make sure to bring it to you at a very fair price," he said with a warm, welcoming tone. "Thank you, Your Highness." Down in the dungeon, Bell was violently shocked awake with a bucket of freezing water. Disoriented, the man muttered, "What the hell is going on?" Kale coldly broke the silence. "Oh, so you're finally awake?" He glared down at the prisoner with icy eyes. Bell stared back at him with a hollow, dead look. Seeing this, Kale gave him a chilling reminder. "I really don't like the way you're looking at me right now." The man gritted his teeth, snarling, "What the hell did you do to me?" Kale simply shrugged. "I haven't done anything yet, but I'm about to." Bell's eyes bulged with pure, unadulterated rage. Kale calmly continued, "You're going to leave this elf village with me, which means your pathetic life is now entirely in my hands. So, pay close attention. because I'm going to run you through our itinerary. You better adapt quickly. Tell me, who are the strongest beings in the world right after dragons? I plan on paying the whale tribe a visit first, Kale revealed. The royal whale lineage, Kale thought to himself with a smirk, is the exact same race that absolutely despises your little secret organization, and they are dying to get their hands on you. After that, we're going to go see a dragon. You know what dragons are, right? Dragons are incredibly famous for being utterly selfish, ruthless, and cruel. Hearing this, the invisible little dragon firmly decided he didn't want to be associated with those kinds of dragons at all. I am not like that at all, the dragon protested in Kale's mind. Kale smoothly played along. Well, of course, there are exceptions. Not all dragons are like that. The dragon we're visiting this time is an ancient dragon who holds a deep affection for the world tree and the elves. You're definitely going to want to look forward to this. The next morning, Kale closed his eyes in utter defeat. My head is killing me. He had explicitly asked for a quiet departure, yet the entire elf village had gathered to see him off. Feeling the overwhelming aura of a dragon radiating from him, they were all in absolute shock. Sir, are you truly under the divine protection of a mighty dragon? Is that too difficult of a question to answer? Pendrick trembled as he guiltily confessed. I am so incredibly sorry, sir. I swear I only mentioned this to my immediate family. It's fine. Don't worry about it, Kale sighed. Brushing it off, he crouched down to look at little Hammy. It's not a difficult question to answer, so please don't feel bad for asking. All the young elf children gasped, their mouths hanging wide open in sheer awe as they could physically sense that this human was being guarded by an immensely powerful force. I think that's the aura of a real dragon, one whispered. He's carrying so much pure energy from nature itself, another murmured. I've never seen a human like this in my entire life. He's not an elemental, and he's definitely not an elf. He must be truly beloved by the ancient powers, and by Mother Nature herself. How incredibly rare. Kale gave the children a gentle smile, openly admitting it. You're absolutely right. A great and mighty dragon is protecting a weak, fragile human like me. From right behind his back, an invisible Ryan puffed up his chest and proudly agreed. You are exactly right, weak human. The clearing immediately erupted with their excited, breathless voices. Oh, wow, I'm so incredibly jealous. You are the absolute coolest. That is so amazing. For the past 3 days, we've really wanted to sneak over to the World Tree Garden just to meet you. But the people traveling with you were just way too scary. I mean, they just look so overwhelmingly strong, so we couldn't even dare to get close. Kale finally understood what had been going on. So, the elves have actually just been going out of their way to avoid us all this time? He slowly turned his head to glare at his 3 subordinates, seriously wondering what exactly those vicious bastards had been doing to protect him over the past 3 days. Hammy looked up, his eyes shining with curiosity. Excuse me, young master, what is the great dragon actually like? Rayon and Kale answered in perfect unison, great and mighty. The little girl practically bounced with excitement. The dragon is super cool, isn't he? And he's ridiculously strong too, right? Taking the bait, Rayon proudly showed off in Kale's mind. There is absolutely no one in the world as strong as me. Kale seamlessly chimed in right on cue. Of course he is. He is incredibly cool and possesses a truly magnificent, mighty power. Heartened by this, Hammy decided to push his luck. Do you think we could maybe meet the great dragon just once? Rayon immediately and happily accepted the offer. We can meet right now. Kale cursed internally. Meet right now, my ass. I have absolutely zero intention of letting the elves and the dragon actually meet. To steer the conversation, he quickly spoke up. Can everyone feel the majestic aura of the dragon? Since all of you are so deeply connected to nature, I'm sure you can feel his magnificent power. Anyway, I'll pass your request along to the great dragon. If the opportunity arises, I will definitely arrange a proper meeting the next time we visit. But for now, as you all know, times are incredibly tough, and dangerous things are lurking at every corner of the continent. So, unfortunately, I really must take my leave. I still have a lot of work to do, things I've been tasked with, although it's been an honor to meet friends of nature such as yourselves. Beecrow frowned at him as Caleb bid them farewell. But I really must be going now. Glancing at the people around him one last time, he turned and walked away. Of course I do. I still have a ton of work left. The whole point of this trip was to scam Tunka for a massive payout. not to mention all the other people he still needed to meet. Canaria asked politely, "Young master, did you mention that your family's territory is located in the northeast?" He shot her a suspicious look. "Yes, that's right. Why do you ask?" She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young master, you are probably the one who knows this best. I can sense a wide variety of powers residing within you, but the power of earth is not among them. However, in the kingdom of boulders, the power of earth reigns supreme, and its most formidable manifestation is stone." She handed Kale a book. "Therefore, I would like to give this to you. This book details an ancient legend regarding the earth element. To us, this tale might not hold much meaning, but perhaps it will be of use to you." Kale really didn't want to take it. He thought to himself, if it's an ancient legend, that just makes me want it even less, doesn't it? I seriously don't need stuff like this. Canaria explained, "This is the journal of a certain hero who possessed devastating destructive power and an extreme obsession with money. After his death, another hero tracked down his amassed fortune and hid it away. It truly is quite a ridiculous legend. For someone who had no desire for power, status, or fame, his only hobby was literally collecting coins. Don't you think that's completely absurd? Why on earth would a hero be so greedy for money, especially the very hero who saved the frozen world?" Kale nodded along, playing along with her. "Exactly! There's simply no way a hero would act like that." Canaria added, "To sum it up, this is a book about a hero who was both a friend and an enemy to that money-crazed hero. And it seems this particular hero wielded the power of earth. We have no use for this book, so I wanted to pass it on to you, just in case it might prove useful. After all, you did save my people." Kale stared blankly at the book in his hands. Canaria still held on to a sliver of hope. Even though having this book probably wouldn't change much, he possessed such a pure energy that perhaps, just perhaps, things might turn out differently for him. Kale replied politely, "Since you mentioned the elf village has no need for it, I won't decline your goodwill. I'll gratefully accept it, as ancient powers aren't something you can simply find just by looking for them. Well then, I hope we cross paths again if fate allows." Watching Kale's retreating back, the elf chief called out warmly, "All right, I hope the next time we meet, I'll get to see you along with the esteemed dragon. Safe travels." As he walked, Kale pondered aloud, "Does that actually make any sense to you? Why would a hero who saved a frozen world be so obsessed with money? For someone who didn't care about power, status, or fame to only care about collecting coins. What's so absurd about that?" It made perfect sense to him. After all, not too long ago, he himself had practically thrown money at that very same hero. The master of the fire of destruction was a money-crazed hero. And then there was his former best friend, the terrifying Super Rock. Did that mean the master of the Super Rock ran off with the fire of destruction's money? Suddenly, Raon noticed something. "Human!" The little dragon excitedly shouted. "Look over there! Do you see the ruins from our glorious battle? We absolutely destroyed everything. But human, the scorch marks left by your fiery thunderbolt are definitely the most devastating. See?" Kale helplessly massaged his forehead. "At this rate, the elves are going to..." Raon continued to proudly encourage him. "That power is totally worth using. But you'd better not use it again. If you do, I'll show you a power way stronger than your fiery thunderbolt." Upon returning to the capital, Kale muttered in surprise, "Has it really been 3 months already?" His subordinate replied, "It seems so, young master." When he went to greet Rosalind, she let out a bright laugh and warmly welcomed him back. "Miss Rosalind, I've really been looking forward to hearing that greeting. Here, take a look at this." Kale carefully read over the document she handed him. Since the war broke out, Rosalind had stepped up as the leader of the Mage Alliance between the Breck Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom. As for the building they were currently standing in, on the surface, it looked like an ordinary inn, but the basement was secretly being used by the mages as one of their main bases of operations. Tasha asked with a bright smile, "Young Master Kale, is this place to your liking?" He replied with little interest, "I'm not really sure. Honestly, I still prefer my family's estate." Tasha let out an awkward chuckle. "Come on now. You have to admit this setup is still far superior to a regular lord's estate." She proudly explained, "Of course, this isn't our central headquarters, but to make up for it, it houses all the most advanced magic devices available. I'm sure you're aware of the current situation. Right now, magic devices are completely sold out everywhere. We're currently holding an exclusive monopoly on selling these tools, though no one has a clue where that mysterious merchant managed to source them from. Both Rosalind and Kale exchanged a knowing look and stared at her. Tasha froze, suddenly feeling a bit self-conscious. She stammered, Wait, young master. Are the magic devices at the Henitu's estate really that much better? Rosalind chimed in from the side, nodding in agreement. They really are. Tasha thought to herself in disbelief. The Henitu's territory is the most remote region in the Roan Kingdom. It's a place where magic has barely even developed. Yet they have all the most cutting-edge magic devices. Didn't His Highness the Crown Prince mention that he managed to acquire a portion of the Magic Tower's blueprints? It was only then that it finally clicked for Tasha. I kept wondering where on earth he got them from. Turns out it was from you all along, young master, Kale replied with a smug smirk. Obviously, he knew full well that while Rosalind was officially in charge of the magic devices in the Henitu's territory, the reality was that Ryan had created most of them. It's not like I've been handing him 10 silver coins as an allowance for nothing. Tasha tried to playfully plead with him. Young master, I really want to visit the Henitu's estate now, too. Kaylee agreed without missing a beat. Construction is still underway at the moment. You're more than welcome to visit once it's completely finished. Make sure to bring Mary along with you, too. Looking around the estate, he felt quite satisfied. This place is actually a lot more comfortable than I expected, don't you think? I'm sure that guy will find it quite comfortable here, too. Running his hand over the chair in front of him, Kale mused in awe. All the edges and corners in here are completely rounded off. It's almost as if it was designed specifically to prevent anyone from ending their own life, opting to inflict psychological torment rather than physical pain. How fascinating. Tasha remained completely silent, choosing not to respond. Beecrox hauled Venyan into the new building and dragged him down into the basement. He coldly ordered his prisoner, Open your eyes. Staring down at the pathetic, violently trembling body, Kale casually revealed, He's completely paralyzed from the waist down now. As for the rest of his minor injuries, those have already been healed. Beecrox gently pointed out that the young master was far too soft-hearted. Kale chimed in, If you need psychological torture, let me introduce you to an expert. Tasha politely declined. No need, we have our own methods. All right then, let's begin. Belb had no idea what kind of sheer terror was waiting for him. She radiated a chillingly dark aura and whispered, Let's have a nice, long heart-to-heart. After a long interrogation, as they left the underground prison, Tasha asked the young master, What are those elves like? Kale replied casually, Elves are just elves. What else? Tasha kept the conversation going. Is that so? You protected the branch of the world tree, young master, so from now on, you're pretty much the benefactor of all elves. Plus, considering what happened there, you're practically the holy son of their order, aren't you? Kale was completely speechless, unable to argue back. She was burning with curiosity. But seriously, what exactly are you planning to sell to the Whipper Kingdom that would make Alberu laugh all to himself like that? He was quite surprised. His Highness the Crown Prince was laughing to himself? Tasha nodded. Yes, every time I go to get his approval, Alberu chuckles to himself and says he's really looking forward to whatever you're going to do. His face brightened up as he replied, I suppose he might. An image of Alberu flashed through his mind. Tasha compared them mentally. Their smirks were frighteningly similar. Kale figured, Well, it seems like this won't be anything beneficial for the Whipper Kingdom. She replied matter-of-factly, Of course not. We are people of the Roan Kingdom, after all. I hope everything goes smoothly for you. Let's grab a drink next time we meet. He agreed without hesitation. Sure. Rayon looked up at him with wide eyes and asked, Weak human, is what we're about to do a scam? He definitely didn't think so. Technically speaking, it's not a scam. I'm just selling half the goods. Rowan confirmed it one last time. So, basically, if I destroy the magic tower like you said, you'll give me 10 silver coins, right? Kale generously raised the price for him. I will give you 1 gold coin. Several months later, at the Ubar territory, looking out at the churning sea, Round shouted, Human! He pointed straight ahead and asked, Human? So that's what it is. Choi Han and Pendrick gasped in sheer shock. Kale Nim? Good heavens! Staring at the massive object in front of them, Choi Han couldn't believe his eyes. Kale Nim, that's a ship, right? He casually replied, Yep, it's a ship. Choi Han stood there, completely dazed. Anyone with eyes could clearly tell that it was a ship belonging to the Hennetus family. He had to admit to himself that the ship's exterior was quite different from the turtle ship he had in mind. Staring at the dazzling golden ship before him, Kale still hadn't fully processed it. A golden turtle. I seriously underestimated my father's wealth. The sheer wealth of the Hennetus family. Ron's eyes gleamed as he admired the ship, while Kale just felt a massive headache coming on. Human, is that entire ship made of real gold? Pendrick was in absolute awe of someone's absurd wealth. Young master, your family is truly unfathomably wealthy. Kale quickly spoke up. Let me clarify this right now to avoid any misunderstandings. He pointed at the massive ship and revealed, That's fake gold. Hearing that, Rowan immediately deflated, looking completely bummed out. The four of them proceeded to board the ship. He and the other party exchanged greetings. It's been a while. Yes, young master. Have you been well lately? He replied politely. I'm doing fine, but you look terrible. Watira looked back at him, her face completely exhausted and drained of life. She continued, Through the conflict with the mermaid tribe, we unexpectedly crossed paths with the eastern continent. Thanks to that, we've gathered a lot of information. However, there are some things that are too difficult for us to handle alone. That's why I came to find you, young master. Kale was taken aback. You came here to ask for my help? Watira quickly denied it. I'm not asking for a favor. I want to trade information. Kale wasn't all that surprised. I knew it. For her to come all the way out here looking for me, it definitely isn't some trivial matter. Still, he couldn't just turn a blind eye and pretend he didn't know. If things got too out of hand, he could always just dump the problem onto the elves, the crown prince, or the gold dragon. Kale cut straight to the chase. Tell me, who did you meet on the eastern continent, and what exactly is the information you want to trade? Watira dropped a massive bombshell. The ones who provided us with this information are the Tiger Tribe. Kale was stunned. The Tiger Tribe? She nodded firmly. Yes, the Tiger Tribe, the strongest beastman tribe on the eastern continent. Because of that secret organization, the Tiger Tribe is currently facing the threat of extinction. We happen to know a shaman among them. Their extensive intelligence network genuinely surprised him. There's even a shaman? Thinking about An and Hong, Kale couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's not like I'm running a damn veterinary clinic. Is my fate just eternally tied to animals or something? Otherwise, there's no way I'd be this tangled up with so many beastman tribes. If he actually got involved with the Tiger Tribe, things were going to get incredibly chaotic. Watira finally wrapped up her thoughts. I'm just putting it out there. You don't necessarily have to provide us with any information, young master. This isn't exactly some massive exchange of secrets. We simply wanted to share what we know. Kale stayed quiet, letting her continue. For now, just tell me what you have. Watira mentally organized her intel, then spoke with a serious tone. I heard that the organization called ARM that you mentioned before has already taken complete control of the underworld on the eastern continent. According to the Tiger Tribe, a faction of them has already infiltrated the western continent, and many of them are exceptionally strong. Just as I suspected. The Magic Spearman and the Blonde Swordmaster, they were all rare top-tier experts. Furthermore, we've learned that the 1st Brigade, which is Arm's core fighting force, is planning a massive, large-scale movement. Kale was genuinely startled. What? He urgently asked. Moving where? Don't tell me they're coming here? Watira nodded gravely. Yes, they are mobilizing towards the western continent. The Tiger Tribe and us have been frantically gathering intelligence. The Tigers predict that their massive deployment will happen this coming winter. Kale couldn't wrap his head around it. The Tiger Tribe is literally on the brink of extinction right now. Why the hell are they still aggressively snooping around everywhere? Or are they planning to get revenge on that secret organization? Watira revealed that the Tiger Tribe had provided them with this information in exchange for a proposal. Kale immediately got a bad feeling about this, sensing that he really shouldn't hear what that proposal was. Feeling a sense of dread, he reluctantly asked, What did they propose? Watira answered, When Arm's First Legion reaches the middle of the ocean on their way to the western continent, we are to wipe them out completely without leaving a single trace. We were looking for information to trade for the intel the Tiger Tribe gathered for us during their winter scouting. We need to take our revenge on that secret organization, so we wanted to find information to exchange if possible. Kale immediately understood her true intention. Are you trying to get that information from me? She replied nonchalantly. Honestly, it wasn't that difficult to figure out, but I figured that you, young master, would know much more about it than I do. Kale was suspicious. Know more about it? Don't you mean just having the information? Watira laid out the requirements. A place with as few people as possible, and the colder the temperature, the better. It must have a dense, lush forest. Most importantly, it cannot be ruled by any major faction, must be spacious, and must allow for free interaction with the human world. We want to find a place exactly like that. He couldn't figure out the Tiger Tribe's intentions. Why? The answer he received was that the Tiger Tribe wanted to migrate. Kale was caught off guard. Migrate? Suddenly recalling a memory from the past, he froze. Wait, the Tiger Tribe? The Tiger Tribe had once asked him, "We came looking for a big house. Are there any good ones around here? Could it be?" Kale's words trailed off. "I can't think of anything right now." Raon, floating beside him, urgently fed him the answer. "Ah, I know a place. It's the Forest of Darkness, human." "Did you forget? Repeat after me. The Forest of Darkness." Kale stubbornly refused to listen. "I don't want to, so I'm not saying it." He replied to Watira instead. "I can't think of any place like that off the top of my head." Watira exclaimed in disappointment. "Really?" he replied flatly. "Yeah." Deep down, he knew perfectly well that the moment he uttered the words Forest of Darkness, she would immediately ask to use it. She would ask for the Tiger Tribe to live there. Of course, the Whale Tribe wouldn't ask for a favor for nothing, but he really just didn't want to deal with it. The Tiger Tribe was planning to get revenge on that secret organization. If he got involved, wouldn't it be like hopping onto a runaway train? Sure, having the Tiger Tribe there would make their defenses rock solid if the Night Brigade ever swarmed down from the north, but no means no. He already had enough people to deal with that legion anyway. Watira didn't push the matter any further. "Then it can't be helped. Later on, if you do think of a good place, please let me know, even if it's a bit late." Kale agreed. "Sure." Raon was fuming beside him, practically steaming with frustration. "You idiot!" Watira revealed another detail. "And it seems they are looking for a sea route to avoid us whales, and a few of them will be crossing the ocean first." Kale probed. "Are you just going to let them be?" She admitted. "Yes. For now, we are just going to observe them." Looking at Watira, he completely understood her reasoning. Wasn't it painfully obvious? It was to see exactly where they were heading. The members of ARM who had spilled over to the western continent definitely wouldn't head straight back to their main base, but they could still lead her to some minor clues. "This is getting way too annoying. I need to wrap this up quickly. Why is the back of my neck prickling?" Kale finally spoke up. "Then work hard." As soon as he turned around, he saw his companions radiating intense murderous auras. Kale wondered, am I the only one who finds getting involved in this annoying? He ignored them and replied to Watira. "Work hard and make sure to keep me posted." She agreed. "Yes, I definitely will," Choi Han asked with a cold smile. "We should make them bleed and starve to death, right?" Kale shivered, thinking, why does that sound so creepy? He finalized things with Watira. "So, from the moment we set foot on the mainland, let me know exactly where they are headed." She replied, "Yes, understood." Kale sighed inwardly. Finally, Watira asked a question. "But young Master Kale?" He blurted out, "What is it?" She looked at the blindingly flashy ship anchored below and asked, "Is that your ship, young master?" He admitted it. "To be more precise, it's the ship of our territory. You figured it out with just one glance, huh?" The door to the main cabin suddenly burst open with a loud shout. As the young master turned to look about the person, Kale calmly remarked, "Perfect timing. He just got here." Seeing Mawiller charging toward him, Kale said, "He's the one who built that ship." He ran quickly toward Kale, frantically checking on him. "Young master, have you been well?" He answered, "I'm fine." On and Hong said they missed you. Looking at Hong and On, Mueller froze in pure terror. Are those two with you as well?" Kale said nonchalantly. "The kids mentioned you a lot. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to see you again. Those two hate the water, so they're staying inside right now." Hong and On cheered excitedly. "Let's go play. We love mice." Kale introduced him. He's a half-blood between a dwarf and the rat tribe, and his craftsmanship is absolutely outstanding. Isn't that right, Mueller? He puffed up his chest and declared with absolute confidence, "Yes, this ship is expected to deliver the most terrifying offensive power with a truly futuristic design. It is a masterpiece the likes of which has never been seen before." Bora was full of admiration. As expected, the young master truly has incredible foresight. Has he been preparing for naval warfare all along? Kale reminded them, "What about the blueprints for the villa?" Muller reported, "They are almost finished, sir. It will be built as sturdy as possible and possess absolutely magnificent defenses." Kale carefully reminded him, "You have to put your absolute best into building this." He confidently made a promise. "Yes, I will definitely get it done. We might call it a villa on the surface, but it's much more." Kale placed his full trust in his subordinate. "I believe in you." Nubura guessed that he was actually building a secret base. A few days later, in the Whipper Kingdom, Tunka asked in surprise, "We are tearing down the magic tower tomorrow?" Did Kale deny it? No. He emphasized that they weren't just going to stop at tearing it down, they were going to obliterate it. "We are going to completely destroy that magic tower," Tunka exclaimed in pure excitement. "Did you all hear that?" He passionately rallied his comrades behind him. "Our history of hatred is finally about to disappear. A brand new chapter for the Whipper Kingdom is about to begin." Kale thought to himself, completely sick and tired of the guy's antics. Harold perceptively asked, "Is the young master uncomfortable with the large number of soldiers here?" The land nearby is quite spacious, so the troops have been training there. "When we heard the young master was coming, we brought everyone here." Kale knew damn well there was no training going on. "We know each other far too well for that." It was blatantly obvious they were brought here to witness the destruction of the magic tower just to boost morale. He replied to Harold, "All right, I get it. It doesn't matter if there are even more of them, because it's going to be an absolutely magnificent spectacle." Ryan let out an excited gasp. "Is everyone going to watch the explosion together? They will all witness the sheer greatness of magic bombs." Harold was curious. "But how exactly do you plan to bring down the magic tower?" Kale answered bluntly, "With the magic tower itself, what else?" Kale patted his shoulder and said, "Destroying the magic tower, the very symbol of magic, using magic itself. Wouldn't that be highly entertaining? Moreover, do not cross the line. How I destroy the tower, or what I do with it, is entirely up to me. You hold this kingdom in the palm of your hand and are living freely exactly as you please, aren't you? I am doing the exact same thing. I won't step out of my bounds, so make sure you don't cross your limits either." Harold burst into a relaxed laugh and replied, "You haven't changed a bit, sir, which makes me even more delighted." Kale proudly accepted the remark. "That's right, I'm still a peace lover just like before." Rayon scoffed at Kale. "Human, you are doing that exact same smile you made when we met the Crown Prince." The moment Tunka saw Choi Han, he provoked him. "Hey, it's been a while. Why don't we have a match?" Choi Han wasn't going to just take it, firing back sarcastically. "It sure would be hilarious if the great commander-in-chief got beaten to a pulp right before the big battle." Tunka shot back at him. "That scent of yours is getting stronger by the day." Kale was skeptical. Choi Han got even stronger? He was already ridiculously overpowered to begin with. Choi Han opened up. "I have always tried my best to protect everyone. But a few days ago, after hearing what Ra had to say, I think I made the right choice." Kale was stunned. That sounded incredibly suspicious. It couldn't be. The plan involving the Tiger Tribe and the Whale Tribe. Were they planning to join the operation to wipe out the enemy's combat units? Well, setting that aside for now, there was a much more pressing matter. Kale smoothly changed the subject. "Tunka, why don't we throw a festival today?" Tunka thought he had misheard. "A festival?" Kale laid out his idea. "Yeah, since we will be destroying the magic tower tomorrow. Let's celebrate in advance with a huge drinking party. What do you say?" Tunka cheered in pure joy. "That sounds fantastic. Just as I thought, you are completely different from those rotten nobles. You really know how to live." Kale had successfully baited Tunka. Of course. It looked like Tunka had just boarded the express train to hell, and he was planning to attack the Empire before heading to the jungle. Returning to his quarters and looking at An, Hong, and Raon in front of him, feeling the temperature in the room, he let out a sigh of relief. This place isn't as hot as I thought. Kale wasn't entirely sure if the three kids could handle it, but they promised, "We can do it!" That's right, with our oldest sister and youngest brother, we are the strongest team. I am great and mighty, you know, but not everyone can join the festival. Hong boasted that the three of them could completely wreck the most luxurious venue on their own. An chimed in to support him. "Yeah, he's right. I could destroy everything all by myself." Kale had his own internal struggles. Yeah, Raon could absolutely destroy everything on his own. My only fear is that he will blow up literally everything instead of just doing the mission. He pointed to the sealed wooden crate next to them and firmly said, "Hey kids, you have to do this exactly right. Got it?" Kale thought about that particular book. He remembered what Canaria had said. This book contains everything we found in the Magic Tower's underground lab. An energy storage device using the principles of ancient powers, research data on the cause of magic resistance development, and one single seed. Of course, it's only half the information, with all the crucial parts removed, Rayon grumbled, reminding him. "Weak human, we are way stronger than you. So, stop nagging us." He used his magic to effortlessly float the wooden box up into the air. Rayon warned him, "We're heading out now. You're far too weak, human, so don't drink too much." Hong gently tapped his heel to signal him, promising that they'd be back real soon. "We can play tag around the magic tower with our oldest sister and youngest brother after we're done, right?" Kale hummed in agreement. "Yeah, you can count on it." And so, the three of them happily left the tent, taking along the wooden box Kale had entrusted to them. Kale couldn't help but wonder, they'll handle the mission perfectly fine, so why do I still feel so uneasy? Just then, Pendrick stepped in and called out, "Young master!" Kale replied, "Ah, Pendrick." The elf got straight to the point. "After all of this is over, will you be heading to the lair?" Kale admitted, "Yes, I have to go." His heart felt incredibly heavy. A lair. A dragon. Just thinking about it made it hard to breathe. Pendrick spoke up. "Then I'll get in touch with them. I'm sure they'll be thrilled." At that moment, his eyes lit up with sheer anticipation as he asked, "I'll be able to meet the dragon protecting you, right?" Kale nodded. "Yeah, you can." Pendrick joyfully exclaimed, "I understand!" He was already daydreaming about that day. "I must be the only elf in the entire world who gets the chance to meet two dragons at the exact same time, along with the person I'm supposed to heal. Will I get to meet them on the way back?" Kale replied, "Yes, you'll meet them then." He revealed a bit of news. "When I met Tasha in the capital, I asked her to arrange the treatment for the necromancer, Mary." Upon hearing his answer, Pendrick called out, "Understood! Well, it's getting late, so I shall take my leave." Kale understood. "All right then." Walking over to check on Choi Han, he asked, "Is everything going well?" The knight replied, "Yes." Kale reminded him, "Just make sure everything goes smoothly without a single mistake." Choi Han agreed, "Understood." Kale took the lead and walked away. "All right, it'd be pretty bad if we got caught, so let's just go join the drinking party. Let's go." Outside by the campfire, Tunka was happily drinking with the soldiers, while Kale quietly observed them from the sidelines. The whole group raised their glasses around the fire, making the atmosphere more rowdy and festive than ever. Meanwhile, down in the basement of the magic tower, Hong, On, and Raon stared at the wooden box, getting ready to work. The very next day, Cal calmly looked at the tower in front of him, while Tunka, his face still flushed, waited in sheer excitement. "I'm really looking forward to this," Tunka said. Kale thought to himself, "Looks like he's still a bit drunk." Then Tunka's expression suddenly turned serious. "Our tribe, so many people of the Empire sacrificed their lives because of this damn magic tower. It's a bit of a shame to destroy it just by using magic bombs, but doing it this way is pretty fun too." Harold chimed in from the side. "That's right, Commander. Our history is about to begin." Choi Han reported, "Young Master Kale, everything is fully prepared." Raon excitedly showed off. "Look at this, the newest magic bomb I created," Rosalind assured him. "Just give the signal and I'll detonate it." Kale asked Tunka, "I'll be blowing it up shortly. Wouldn't it be better to inform the soldiers?" He hesitated. "Should I?" Harold asked curiously. "Are you feeling disappointed, sir?" Kale didn't get it. "About what?" Harold got straight to the point. "About the fact that you're blowing up the magic tower without getting absolutely anything out of it." Playing along, Kale replied, "I suppose I'm a little bit disappointed." In his heart, he thought, just a little bit. "But honestly, I'm way more excited." He continued, "I was just thinking about how I'm going to spend my money. I mean, I'm already pretty wealthy." Harold couldn't deny it. "At times like this, you really do look exactly like a noble." Kale stated casually, "That's right, so don't you forget my status." Everyone moved into position, each taking a corner as they braced their bodies. Rosalind stepped up first, backed by the roaring cheers of the soldiers behind them. Kale declared the start, and Rosalind unleashed a blazing surge of magic. "Understood!" A raging fire swept through, and the Joe father and son could feel the intense heat radiating against their faces. Tunka was gloating with anticipation, and Kale was also waiting to see the outcome of all this work. Rosalind held the blazing flame high in her hand. With a completely confident expression, she started the countdown from 5 seconds down to 1. The flame soared impossibly high, incinerating the towering spire. Rayon cheered from behind. "This is so much fun. Since no one's getting hurt, we can destroy everything." Tunka was absolutely ecstatic. "It's falling! It's finally falling down!" Seeing this, the soldiers in the back shouted in roaring excitement, "The magic tower is collapsing! He really is a madman!" Hyrule observed Kale's expression and spoke up. "You're smiling too, young master. You're enjoying this destruction. How refreshing." A while later, when nothing but ruins remained in front of them and dust clouded the air, Cal complained, "How annoying. There's dust everywhere." Noticing him acting weird, Rayon chimed in with concern, "Did you catch a cold?" "Human?" Hyrule asked from behind. "Would you like to take a look at the rubble?" Kale covered his nose with a handkerchief and replied, "I would." Choi Han was the very first to notice that something was wrong. He was completely stunned. "What is this?" He himself stared blankly at the sight before him, bending down to inspect the hole. Choi Han muttered in curiosity, "How strange." "Young Master Kale," he called out, "would you like to come take a look?" Kale's face darkened. "His acting is seriously terrible. I'm going to get exposed at this rate." Beecrox noticed that there was something here. Kale immediately asked, "What's going on?" Beecrox reported, "Young Master, please take a look into this hole." He walked over to observe it and gasped, "Oh my!" Beneath them was a deeply hollowed-out pit. Kale asked, "Just how deep does this go?" Choi Han hesitated before answering. "It seems Beecrox found out that it reaches below the 3rd basement level." Kale pretended not to know a thing. "Really? There's a 4th basement level? That shouldn't be possible. This magic tower was only supposed to have 3 basement levels." Choi Han replied, "Yes, that's correct." Rosalind spoke up apologetically. "Please forgive me, young master. I did actually hear rumors about a hidden laboratory inside the magic tower." Kale shot her a meaningful glance. "Lady Rosalind?" She suddenly realized she had said too much. Seeing Rosalind's reaction, Kale silently praised her brilliant acting. He turned to Hyrule. "Something unexpected has come up. Wouldn't you agree?" Advisor, Tunka, still completely clueless, stepped forward and asked, "What's going on?" "Why is everyone gathered around here?" Kale explained. "Tunka, I believe we've just discovered a hidden space beneath the magic tower." Tunka asked in utter bewilderment, "What? Didn't we already destroy everything?" Kale was secretly annoyed by this idiot. "Order your men to bring a ladder over here." Kale then asked, "Hyrule?" He replied, "Yes, young master." Kale followed up, "You'll help everyone out, won't you?" Hyrule couldn't bring himself to refuse. "Of course, I will help." Kale cursed inwardly. "Help? Bullshit," Choi Han gently reminded him. "Young Master Kale, the aftermath of the explosion holds many hidden dangers. Please stay safe. I'll go get to work right away." Rayon chimed in agreement. "That's right, you are way too weak, human. Just sit still." Kale thought to himself, why is he stating the obvious? Do I look like the kind of person who would walk into a dangerous place like that? Hyrule stepped up to take charge of the task. He is absolutely right. My soldiers and warriors will accompany them, so please do not worry. Kale double-checked. Are you sure, advisor? Everything down there belongs to me, you know that, right? Hyrule replied with absolute certainty. Of course, but won't you be selling the things you don't need? He boldly exposed Kale's thoughts. That's right, you are keeping an eye on them because you think I might pocket some items, aren't you? Kale bluntly admitted that he wasn't entirely wrong. Hyrule, I don't want any suspicion between us, so go down there with them. Hyrule bowed in appreciation. Thank you for understanding. I will do my absolute best to assist. Kale warned them, all right, just don't get hurt. Deep down, he knew perfectly well that Hyrule had to go, because Choi Han and Beecrox would lead him straight into a preset trap. It wasn't like he was going to die. He would just realize the heavy price of the information after putting in so much effort. Raon called him out from behind. Weak human, you are lying again. It's truly amazing. This really is your talent. You flatter me. Kale turned to ask the one who stayed behind. Tunka, you once mentioned that the Crown Prince called me a friend, right? The mage's research will be found in that secret space. If there's anything useful in that research, I will hand it over to you. Tunka was stunned. What? Kale continued. And if it's an item that could bring you harm, I will give that to you as well. Tunka couldn't believe his ears. You can really say something like that? Shouldn't you keep the more ambiguous items and sell them at a higher price if they're rare? Kale scoffed. What? Do I look like that kind of person to you? Tunka quickly denied it. No, you aren't like that at all. Kale explained, I believe that between friends standing on equal ground, all trades should be perfectly fair. And I know you're not the type to steal from me. You aren't heartless like those mages. Tunka grinned from ear to ear and replied, That's right, we aren't like them. I'm not that kind of guy. You might be weak, but you are truly respectable. Kale cut him off. Don't state the obvious. He thought to himself, if I set things up like this, Harold won't be able to pull any tricks. Looking at the pile of items recovered from beneath the magic tower, Kale spoke up. Now then, for someone with a fairly good eye for appraising documents, this comes from the Whipper Kingdom, doesn't it? Harold admitted it. Yes, you are truly knowledgeable. He knew perfectly well that it contained powerful magic, and they surely wanted to get their hands on it. Kale picked up an item and asked, You're talking about the mana storage device inside this thing, right? He replied. That's correct. Our people created it. Kale turned to ask her, Rosalind, can we use this right now? She shook her head helplessly. No, even though it acts as a seed, it is currently completely dried out. Kale revealed his method. Unless we conduct new research using this seed alongside the documents, that way we could develop a resistance to mana. This information was astonishing, but since this was only a fraction of the research, it wasn't overly important. We can just throw it all away, right? His words shocked everyone so much that they practically jumped out of their seats. Kale continued, I'm just kidding. Even if it's only a part of it, it's highly valuable. Only then did Harold and Tunka dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Kale silently weighed the facts. It would take at least 10 years of research by talented mages to achieve this. Even though these items were currently almost worthless, Harold probably wanted to continue this research. Therefore, he announced to Tunka, I will hand this over to you. He still couldn't quite believe it. Really? Kale confirmed it. Yeah, since you asked, I blew 10 billion on a magic tower and walked away with absolutely nothing. I might as well sell the only thing I managed to salvage to you. What exactly are you trying to pull? Tunka casually replied. Sell it for a higher price, Kale confirmed. Bingo. Harold thought in frustration. Since he spent 10 billion, he'll definitely want to make a profit. But we don't have the funds for that, especially while prepping for war with the Empire. We can't afford to clash with this formidable young master. Kale agreed. That's exactly what I'm thinking. He thought to himself that no matter what happened, he had to be the one to name the price first. He spread his hand, signaling a number. Tunka's jaw dropped. 50! Harold paled for a moment, not expecting the negotiations to start at 50 billion. However, Kale offered an unexpectedly cheap price. Not 50 billion, just give me 5 billion. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Tunka couldn't believe it. Just 5 billion? Harold stood frozen in sheer disbelief. Are you for real? Is he actually serious? I really just need to pay 5 billion? Back in the winter of last year, Alberu had told Kale to just sell it to those poor bastards for 5 billion. Besides, it wasn't even you who spent 10 billion to buy the magic tower. Wouldn't it be great to become their benefactor? Honestly, that's exactly what you're aiming for, isn't it? Kale admitted. Of course. Alberu clearly understood and sarcastically muttered, You bastard! So now, Harold asked in disbelief, is 5 billion really enough? Kale immediately confirmed, That's right. After all, the Whipper Kingdom is in a tough spot right now. I figure this is a fair trade for people going through hard times. Inwardly, he thought, Of course, I've already decided to sell the rest of the documents to the Crown Prince at a premium. Tunka was deeply grateful. You're a noble. Yet you make me so damn grateful. I'm truly thankful, Kale calmly replied. It's good that you know. Though he didn't dare say the rest out loud. This is also the first time someone's bought this pile of junk for 5 billion and actually felt grateful. Harold exclaimed in surprise. Young master, are you not greedy for money? Kale called out to Harold. He waited in silence for Kale's response as Kale explained, Do you have any idea how much money our territory has? We have more money than you could ever possibly imagine, and I happen to be the eldest son of that very place. It finally clicked for Harold. That's right, this guy is a young master from an incredibly wealthy family who throws around 10 billion like it's water. Kale continued, "Of course, I know full well that these documents are something every powerful figure on the continent is dying to get their hands on. But I don't like standing in the eye of the storm. You guys know this, right? I'm fundamentally a peace-loving person." Harold breathed a sigh of relief. "That settles it then. Commander Tunka, what do you think?" He agreed immediately. "Sounds great." Tunka shook Kale's hand. "Thank you so much. Then don't forget this favor." Tunka foolishly agreed on the spot. "Got it. I definitely won't forget this debt of gratitude." As Kale was staring at the money he'd just received, someone suddenly called out to him. "Kale Nim." He replied right away, "Yeah?" Then he asked, "Why did you follow me all the way here?" Choi Han expressed his profound admiration. "You are truly amazing. Kalanim's abilities are absolutely outstanding. I don't think there's anyone out there who could deceive you." "Ah, no, I mean, nobody has brilliant strategies like you do. I'm really bad at this sort of thing." Kale thought, he's right about that. His acting is surprisingly terrible. "But were you just about to say scam right then?" He went on. "However, I think you should be as careful as humanly possible during your meeting with the next person." Kale understood now. "So that's why he followed me all the way into the tent? The next person I'll be meeting is the Gold Dragon." Choi Han said anxiously, "You always look one step ahead when you act, Kalanim. But that being is incredibly strong. Even Raon and I might not be a match for him." Raon was fuming on the side. "What do you mean I might not be a match? I am way, way stronger than that guy. Even stronger than you think." Kale chimed in, "Yeah, Choi Han, you're absolutely right. This time I'll let you take the lead." "How does that sound?" He replied. "Please, leave it to me. From you, Kalanim, to everyone else in the group, I will step up and protect you all with everything I've got. Then I'll go get ready for tomorrow's trip." Kale reminded him, "All right, make sure you get a good rest once you're done preparing." He replied, "Yes, sir." Kale suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right. A gold coin was tossed over to Raon. This is your payment. Here's 1 gold coin." Seeing how happy the dragon looked, he asked, "Do you like it?" He replied, "I love it, human. Thank you. I'll work even harder." Kale patted Rayon's head. He seemed to really enjoy it, even though 10 silver coins or 1 gold coin were basically the same to him. Noticing 2 little paw prints on the wall, Cal spoke up. "What about you, An and Hong?" The 2 of them revealed themselves. Just looking at their expressions, Kale knew he couldn't get away with it. He was planning to tell them to keep it a secret, but these kids were way too sharp. So he handed each of them a gold coin, too. "Here you go." Once everything was settled, Kale let out a sigh and leaned back in his chair. He suddenly recalled what happened earlier. At that time, Tunka had come up and asked, "Are you going to look around a bit before you leave?" Kale admitted, "Yeah, I'll let Chief of Staff Harold know who'll be coming, so you don't have to worry about me wandering off somewhere else." He said, with full trust, "Kale, I believe in you, so that thought never even crossed my mind. Besides, from now on, you're free to roam around the Whipper Kingdom. If you ever run into any trouble, just let me know." Kale gave him a genuine reminder. "Tunka, let me give you a piece of advice as a close friend. Alchemy is even more dangerous than magic. You need to value warriors who have magic resistance. Also, the Empire has definitely planted spies in your ranks. You've probably already looked into it, but if you haven't found them yet, start screening the people closest to you. And one more thing, you absolutely must find them." Tunka listened in silence as Kale added one final instruction. "And kill them." He truly hoped King Whipper could hold out as long as possible to make the Empire suffer. Only then would the Roan Kingdom have enough time to grow stronger. But that was only if the Northern Alliance didn't sweep down here first. As for the Gold Dragon, he just prayed it wasn't some crazy dragon. The next day, in a freezing mountain range, Kale's group headed toward the ancient dragon's lair. Seeing him sneeze from the biting cold, Rosalind called out, "Young master, here is a handkerchief." Kale sighed helplessly. "I never expected that dragon to live in a place like this." Locke had been here before to find the absorbing necklace, and it was known to be a treacherous place. Mount Yelia. Who would have thought there'd be a cave up here? He turned to Pendrick and asked, "What do we do now?" The elf replied, "You just need to wait, sir." Shivering from the freezing cold, Kale asked, "Wait out here? For how long?" Pendrick answered honestly, "Until the Dragon Lord grants us permission, sir." Kale felt a wave of despair, his face turning pale from the biting wind. "What? You expect me to wait out in this freezing cold until that dragon decides to see us?" Hearing this, Pendrick was confused. By the way, when will I be able to meet the young master's dragon? If you just give him the location, will he teleport here? Rayon spoke up from right behind him in an exasperated tone. I am right behind you, human. But why isn't the great dragon who lives here coming out to greet me? Suddenly, a strange tremor came from the cave ahead, and the gloomy sky began to brighten. The snow completely stopped falling. Kale was shocked, not understanding what was happening. What is this? The snow just stopped. Wait, was the snowfall caused by the dragon too? Dragons can even control the weather, Raon said smugly. That's right. Of course he has to come out and greet me. The great Raon is here. As soon as he said that, he instantly flew forward. Human, I am going ahead for a bit. Seeing Rayon finally reveal himself, Pendrick was absolutely stunned. Oh my god. To think he was a black dragon. As Rayon flew up to the cave entrance, he saw someone walking out. He happily introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I am great and mighty. Who are you? Arrowhaven stared in sheer disbelief. What in the world is this? Is this thing really a dragon? He simply couldn't believe his eyes. A dragon? A dragon acting all chummy and wanting to shake hands? Arrowhaven asked, Are you really a dragon? Rayon puffed up his chest and replied proudly, That's right! I am a dragon! The ancient dragon wondered to himself. Dragons were notoriously arrogant and selfish creatures, so how could one be acting this friendly? Usually, they would be fighting tooth and nail for absolute supremacy. Still baffled, he asked the same question again. You are a dragon? Rayon cheerfully greeted his fellow dragon. Yep, and you are a dragon too. It's so nice to meet you. He naively pointed his little paw right at Arrowhaven's face. Don't you know how to say hello? Arrowhaven replied flatly. Well, I do know how. Then hold out your dragon paw, Rayon urged. Come on, Arrowhaven asked, completely dumbfounded. You want to shake hands? Rayon immediately nodded. That's right. This was completely beyond the ancient dragon's comprehension. Good heavens. I have lived for almost 1,000 years, and I have never seen anything like this. Is your IQ extremely low or something? Kale quickly stopped his subordinates from reacting. No, hold it in. Choi Han. Arrowhaven shifted his gaze toward them, and Cole instantly got a bad feeling. Huh? Wait, is that dragon looking at me? Seeing the ancient dragon staring right at his face, Kale's heart skipped a beat. Is he really looking at me? He definitely is. But why? Arrowhaven stared intently at the human, thinking to himself, I can smell an ancient scent. Looking at the two people in front of him, he wasn't entirely sure. But then again, there was probably no one left in this era who even knew about this kind of power anymore. Kale felt his entire body freeze. Looking at Arrowhaven's piercing gaze, panic set in. What is this? This feeling? It was like a massive tsunami was crashing down on him. Could this be dragon fear? No, something felt different. If it was truly dragon fear, then every living creature around here should be terrified out of their minds. But I don't feel scared at all. What on earth is this? This isn't an attack. It's actually warm. This isn't dragon fear at all, and it's just temperature control magic. Rayon stepped up to fiercely protect him. Hey, Gold Dragon, you can't just glare at our weak human like that. Don't you know he's a massive coward? Kale was completely shocked. What kind of dragon? A gold dragon? Rayon continued speaking. Human, even though you might be about as strong as my claw right now, I will still protect you. Don't panic, and there is no need to worry. A moment ago, when that gold dragon glared at you, I was fully ready to fight him. But then I saw him use temperature magic, so I figured he was someone who knew his manners. Arrowhaven scoffed dismissively. He certainly is weak, but what did you mean by our? Are you actually an idiot? Rayon mocked him without hesitation. It is not that my IQ is low, it is that my social skills are highly developed. Meanwhile, you are a gold dragon with terrible social skills who does not even know how to shake hands. Kale thought proudly to himself, wow, when it comes to a war of words, Rayon definitely isn't the type to go down easily. Did he just call that dragon a gold dragon? Well, he really is a yellow dragon after all. Pendrick sighed in pure awe from the sidelines. Oh my heavens! The mighty dragons aren't fighting, but are actually conversing in peace? I really should have captured this exact moment with recording magic. I always thought I was just terribly unlucky since I couldn't see the elementals, but who knew fortune would smile upon me like this? This is truly a breathtaking sight to witness. standing before two absolute stars of the natural world. Kale stood frozen in the corner as a realization dawned on him. Right. This guy isn't exactly normal in the head either. Rayon let out a mocking laugh at Eruhaben. Are you that shocked by my sheer greatness? The gold dragon rubbed his forehead in helpless exhaustion and sighed. Yes, thanks to you, I am quite thoroughly surprised. As soon as he finished speaking, he broke into a violent hacking cough. Rayon looked deeply worried. Wait, what is that? What's wrong with you? He panicked when he saw blood trickling from the corner of Eruhaben's mouth. Gold dragon? There's blood! Kale was absolutely stunned as well. What in the world? Is he actually coughing up blood? Rayon cried out anxiously, Hey, don't cough up blood! Kale knew that coughing up that much blood meant it wasn't just simple exhaustion. This looked incredibly serious. Rayon grabbed the ancient dragon's hand with genuine concern and asked, Gold dragon, are you okay? The blood just keeps pouring out. Hearing this, Eruhaben actually let out a tired chuckle. A dragon. Worrying about another dragon? You need to stop talking, Gold Dragon! Pendrick also rushed over in a panic to check on him. Lord Eruhaben, sir, are you all right? The dragon waved it off. The coughing has stopped. From behind, Kale nudged Choi Han. Come on, let's head over there too. Eruhaben spoke. Pendrick, this is the first time I have seen you since you were just a little child. The elf replied respectfully, Yes, sir. It is an absolute honor to see you again. With that, Eruhaben was gently supported and led over to Cal. Kale and his companions quietly observed the ancient dragon. Eruhaben completely ignored their stares and stared right back at Kale. Rayon immediately chimed in, Hey, stop looking at him. Our weak human gets scared really easily. I already told you not to look at him with those kind of eyes. Kale had to admit that he was indeed a bit cowardly, but he definitely wasn't so fragile that he'd pass out just from being stared at. Eruhaben's lips curled into an amused smirk. A coward, you say? How highly amusing. He then gestured for them to follow. Follow me. I suppose this meeting was meant to be. Deep inside the cave lay a ridiculously extravagant palace. Eruhaben asked about their true intentions. So, they are targeting the World Tree? Pendrick nodded heavily. Yes, sir. According to young Master Kale, they belong to a secretive organization and are likely receiving backing from a foreign kingdom or a similarly massive faction. Meanwhile, Kale was absolutely losing his mind over Eruhaben's insane wealth. Even the damn table was made of solid gold. A gold dragon? Kale thought. No wonder. This dragon is filthy rich. Eruhaben was far more focused on the looming threat. So, we still have no idea who the true mastermind behind this mysterious organization is? Standing on the side, Kale silently thought to himself, Mastermind? Even his choice of vocabulary has that majestic dragon flair. Pendrick replied respectfully, Yes, sir. Their identity remains entirely unknown. Eruhaben began to analyze the situation. How very strange. A faction of that magnitude could not have simply sprung up overnight. They say that attempting to seize control of the eastern continent's underworld requires at least several decades of meticulous planning. This situation is growing quite frustrating. Pendrick asked politely, What are your thoughts on this matter, Lord Eruhaben? Though he didn't have a definitive answer, he stated firmly, I have not stepped foot outside this cave for a solid 100 years, so I am largely in the dark regarding the continent's current affairs. However, for a single organization to instigate chaos across both the eastern and western continents, human strength alone simply cannot pull that off. Pendrick gasped in sheer disbelief. Lord Eruhaben, surely you don't mean the demon race? Choi Han was visibly shocked as well. The demon race? Eruhaben stared at the elf, utterly baffled by how wildly his imagination had just skyrocketed out of the atmosphere. Pendrick, your imagination is just as wildly overactive as it was when you were a child. The elf deflated instantly and mumbled, No? Is that not who you meant? Eruhaben gave a firm confirmation. Of course it isn't! If the demon race were actually making a move, the divine realm would have sent us a glaring warning by now, Pendrick said, stunned. Eruhaben speculated. As you guessed, some kingdom might have actively bankrolled this organization over the past few decades, or some powerful, hidden forces in the natural world have been backing them, or perhaps both. Eruhaben stared at Kale meaningfully and continued, I am really curious. Feeling that gaze, Kale thought in annoyance, Not again. Why are you staring at me just because you're curious? But whatever, it's none of my business. I'm getting too old for this. I don't have the energy to step up anymore, nor do I want to bother figuring out whether to support or fight them. But I suppose I should reinforce the World Tree's defensive matrix. Eruhaben announced, I will create another defensive magic device, so take it with you. Pendrick was deeply grateful. Thank you, sir. Kale thought to himself, that dragon is actually a pretty decent guy. In the end, Eruhaben still turned to look at Kale, making him feel a bit on edge. Is he staring at me again? He assessed him. You really are a strange human, or should I say, formidable. Eruhaben asked bluntly, how are you even still alive while hoarding all those ancient powers? Normally, you would have been blown to pieces by now. Kale was dumbfounded. Wait, what? Ron gasped in shock. Die. Han also meowed anxiously. Ryan rushed forward. What did you just say, Gold Dragon? What did you just say? Eruhaben was surprised. Did none of you know? Ancient powers are considered precious treasures that can only be obtained through heaven-sent luck, let alone how immense those powers actually are. You guys knew that, right? Rayon bristled and demanded. I already know that. And then what? Explain it right now, Gold Dragon. He said sarcastically, you truly are ignorant, a dragon so utterly clueless that you need me to explain it to you? Kale sat quietly, listening to them bicker. I am not ignorant. Just tell us already. Eruhaben recounted, there are many historical records and ancient legends documenting humans who possessed ancient powers. But the telling part is that most of them only write about people possessing a single power. Why is that? It is because those who possess two or more powers all died. Everyone was completely stunned upon hearing this. Eruhaben raised his hand and continued. Of course, if one was lucky enough to possess multiple ancient powers of the same attribute, they could still survive. But in a case like yours, having powers of different attributes inside a frail human body no bigger than the palm of my hand, it would just blow up. He coldly spat out the words, shattered and blown to pieces. Hearing him say that, Kale realized something. Come to think of it, in The Birth of a Hero, there was truly no one who possessed two or more ancient powers, and he had never even questioned it. So the reason was that those who held multiple ancient powers had all died, leaving no records behind. Rayon turned around and asked, Weak human, why do you keep picking up such useless trash and swallowing it? He shouted in furious frustration, Every single time! You struggle to swallow them down and end up coughing up blood. Your way of thinking is so weird, just let me do the talking. Kale pacified him and spoke up. But I haven't died. I'm still perfectly fine here. Hearing this, Rounds calmed down a bit. Right, you are still alive. However, he started worrying about something else. Wait, does that mean he is going to die soon? The entire room became eerily quiet. Kale broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, why does that sound so terrifying? Eruhaben spoke up coldly. Die? He is a bizarre and astounding fellow exactly because he isn't dead. Is that water contained inside that necklace? The necklace on his chest gleamed. He confirmed. Right, the power of wood, the power of wind, and even the power of fire. Eruhaben listed out the powers he possessed. The dominating water inside the necklace soaking the indestructible shield born from the power of wood, the sound of the wind, and the fire of destruction. That's not all. There is also a distinct power exclusive to humans. The unique power that only humans possess, the vitality of the heart, which is regeneration. Kale finally understood. So it was because of that power that he was still alive. Right? The intense vitality of ancient humans. That regenerative ability regulated the powers of all the other attributes and harmonized them. He thought back to when he acquired the sound of the wind. He had assumed his powers were amplified thanks to the vitality of the heart, but in reality it wasn't amplification, it was harmonization. I'm guessing you acquired that power first or second, Eruhaben said. Kale had nothing left to hide. That's right, it was the second ancient power I obtained. Eruhaben concluded, that is exactly why you survived. The regenerative power safely entered your body before two differing attributes could clash, preventing their conflict from blowing your body to pieces. Suddenly, Eruhaben remembered. He called himself Kala Hinatus, right? He glanced at Kale's subordinates, assessing them one by one. That swordsman and that mage over there don't surprise me too much. Looking past Pendrick, Eruhaben thought with amusement, what interests me is the pure-blood wolf tribe kid. And even more fascinating are those pure-blood cat tribe kids, who I'm guessing have gone through a mutation. But none of them are as mind-boggling as this human right here. He is so absurdly lucky that he managed to possess a total of 6 ancient powers. This goes way beyond mere heaven-sent luck. If he wasn't favored by the gods, how could this even be possible? He truly is a lunatic, so insanely lucky that it drives you mad. Kale chuckled and said casually, if that's the case, then I don't need to worry anymore. This strangely calm demeanor made Eruhaben even more curious. If he had obtained a different power first, he would have been dead. Isn't he even a little bit shocked? What an utterly bizarre guy. Outwardly, Kale was smiling casually, but inside, he was panicking. Oh my god, thank goodness. If I had grabbed any other power first, I would have been sent straight to the afterlife. Eruhaben continued, you're safe for the time being. Kale narrowed his eyes in suspicion. For the time being, he blurted out, that's right, your body is basically a ticking time bomb right now. If the regenerative power ever loses its balance, you will blow up in an instant. Raon was so shocked that his jaw dropped. What? Eruhaben waved his hand and replied, don't panic too much, there's still a way. Kale wondered, could it be the power of Earth? Why am I thinking of that terrifying boulder at a time like this? Eruhaben clasped his fists together, giving an example. Right now, the power of water inside the necklace belongs to you too. So, you just need to get the power of Earth and let them balance each other out. As long as you gather all the attributes, they will naturally balance each other out. Kale stared blankly, thinking, do I really have to get that stone? Raon frantically urged him. Human, let's go find the power of Earth right now. Kale gently chided him. Kid, have you even been listening to a word they said? You need the heavens' luck to obtain an ancient power. Raon confidently exclaimed. A great and mighty dragon can easily create that kind of luck. Do you not know how great dragons are? Watching Raon's antics, the gold dragon Eruhaben felt a headache coming on. Just how on earth was this kid raised? Kale completely agreed. That's exactly right. Raon made a solemn promise to him. Human, we will find the power of Earth using the book the elf chief gave us. I will definitely find it, so don't you worry. You deserve to live a long, long life. Eruhaben suddenly asked, does your family tame dragons? Kale was caught completely off guard. Huh? What? Eruhaben pressed on. Are they not? Kale immediately denied it. Of course not. He turned to ask Ron. Our family is just a minor noble household, right? Ron calmly played along. Yes, young master, that is correct. Seeing the old man close his eyes with a benign smile, Kale felt deeply confused. What the hell? If you're so sure, why won't you look me in the eyes? How bizarre. Kale then turned to ask Choi Han. Our family is pretty weak when it comes to military strength, right? Choi Han broke out in a cold sweat but played along anyway. Yes, very weak, Kale thought to himself. See? The Henatu's family might be filthy rich, but in terms of military might, we're completely average. So why are they acting so suspicious? Eruhaben asked bluntly, are you not from a family of dragon slayers? Kale denied it with perfectly sound logic. No. Besides, what kind of human could possibly kill a dragon? Eruhaben wasn't easily fooled. Why not? They existed in the past. There was a certain household that bore the title of Dragon Slayer. They were a bunch of absolute lunatics. They didn't bow to the fear of a dragon and possessed a power that allowed them to stand toe-to-toe with us. That power was exclusively passed down to the descendants of their bloodline. But eventually, the last descendant vanished, and that power was lost to history. Kale thought to himself, a power that can stand toe-to-toe with a dragon, and that power disappeared? Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling about this? Don't tell me. Is it the dominating aura? Eruhaben revealed, it was a power overflowing with sheer courage. Kale breathed a huge sigh of relief. Courage? Oh, then it has absolutely nothing to do with the dominating aura. My aura is only good for scamming people anyway. So, he nonchalantly replied, is that so? Then it's definitely not me. Eruhaben said casually, if you say so, then I suppose it isn't. But inwardly, the ancient dragon thought otherwise. It seems he still doesn't know. An adult dragon possesses a unique dominating presence that naturally overwhelms everyone else. Yet, he is completely oblivious to the intense pressure ordinary humans feel when facing me. While Kale remained perfectly composed, his subordinates were practically sweating bullets in sheer terror. Erohaben continued, "There is one more thing." Internally, Kale was screaming, "Now what?" The gold dragon looked over and called out, "Little kid!" Ryan glared at him in absolute annoyance. "What is it?" "You old dragon!" That nickname made Erohaben freeze in sheer disbelief. "Old? Dragon?" Kale smirked inwardly, feeling utterly triumphant. That's right. Rule number 1 of any verbal spar. You have to establish dominance right from the greetings. Erohaben struck right back at Ryan's youth. "I see you haven't even gone through your first growth phase yet, have you?" But Ryan wasn't intimidated in the slightest. "I am still mighty and strong." Erohaben tried to scare the child. "If you ever cross paths with other dragons right now, you'll be crushed into pieces." Getting his head patted, Ryan vehemently protested, "Crushed? That is absolutely impossible." Erohaben chuckled in amusement. "You really don't act like a dragon. You're actually quite cute." Ryan bristled at the word. "What? I am not cute. I am great and mighty." Erohaben then offered to help Ryan. "I will help you, kid. I will teach you everything you need to know. Stay here in my lair. In just 3 short months, I promise you will gain some fascinating experiences." Ryan was too stunned to even speak. Kale wondered to himself, dragons are fiercely independent. Will he refuse the offer? Seeing Ryan's silence, Erohaben continued, "Of course, you can refuse if you want to. I am very generous, so I won't hold a petty grudge like other dragons would. Take your time deciding." Ryan let out a cold smirk and called out, "Gold Dragon." He asked bluntly, "Are you really teaching me for free?" "Are room and board completely free too?" Erohaben smiled. "Yes, they are." "Deal sealed. All right then, I accept." All that filled his little head was sparkling gold. "If I get my paws on the gold dragon's stash, I'll be twice as strong. And best of all, it's completely free." Kale looked proudly at John. As expected, the financial mindset of our kids is just absolutely top tier. Meanwhile, Ryan stomped his little paws, demanding, "Hey, dragon, teach me everything. Teach me your secret arts." Erohaben calmly replied, "I was planning to do just that." Ryan praised him, a very wise choice. "You agree with me too, right, weak human?" Kale didn't dare to argue. "Of course," Erohaben said nonchalantly. "I am going to die soon anyway, so passing it all down isn't a bad idea." Bendrick was absolutely stunned to hear this news. "What, is something wrong? Why are you dying?" Ryan was just as anxious. "What did you just say? Goldie, you're going to die?" "But why? Were you poisoned? Or did someone curse you? Did you get hurt fighting someone?" Erohaben gently reminded the little one. "Calm down, kid. Is there any logical reason a mighty dragon would ever get injured?" Ryan just couldn't understand. "Then why are you dying? Don't die. You are the only other dragon I know." Kale looked at Erohaben curiously. "May I ask why you are ill?" The ancient dragon answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I am simply growing weak from old age. Every living being in nature will eventually die of old age. That is an absolute truth I cannot overcome." Kale didn't buy it. "Don't you have some kind of ancient power that helps extend your lifespan? He just handed me something incredibly valuable, and now he says he's dying." Erohaben revealed, "Actually, there is still a way for me to escape death without getting hurt." Kale followed up immediately. "And what would that be?" The dragon replied, "I would have to fall into the darkness, just like a zombie, an entity that can neither be injured nor die." That is exactly what an undead is, an immortal. But even necromancers die, even if they walk the path of darkness. The same goes for the dark elves. However, if I choose to become an undead, I will never truly die. However, I refuse to do that. There were a few dragons who chose that path a very long time ago. I understand how they felt, but I utterly despise that choice. Besides, the day I die is still far off, so don't worry your little head." Bendrick murmured sadly, "I understand." Rayon couldn't bear to watch the only dragon he knew pass away, so he swore, "Goldie, I am incredibly mighty, so I will definitely find a way to help you live a very, very long time." His little face was absolutely overflowing with determination. "Just you wait and see." Rayon then turned to rush Kale. "Human, don't you need to go meet the Jungle Queen? Come back quickly. I'll give you exactly 1 week. I don't want to be left all alone." Kale simply replied, "Sure thing." Rayon then turned around to lay down the law for Erohaben. "Goldie, this weak human only sleeps on the most luxurious beds. Oh, and he loves fresh fruit and will only eat top-tier, premium meat. The ancient dragon scoffed in surprise. Are you telling me to prepare all of that? Raon answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. You are the host. You literally just said room and board were free. Erohaben never expected to be hustled by a literal toddler, while Kale felt incredibly smug that his little dragon knew exactly how to milk a good deal. He stood up and said, Anyway, I will be back. Erohaben casually warned, Fine, I don't care where you go, but be careful while you're around here. I have no other choice because of this little kid, but I am highly sensitive, you know. I don't even know if I'm doing the right thing anymore. Oh, and let me make this absolutely clear right now. I am only teaching the little kid. I will not teach a single extra thing that you demand. Even though I am mildly intrigued by the beastkin, no means no. Rayon whispered to him, So, he's totally going to teach us a few extra things. Human, I don't think Goldie is sensitive at all. Why are you smiling like that? Kale smoothly made up an excuse. It's nothing. I just happen to agree completely with what you said. Rayon kept rambling his warnings. Human, you have to come back quickly. And don't go volunteering to help people just to act like a good guy. Kale let out a heavy sigh. I know. I'll take a few people with me and be right back. John asked him in concern. Young master, are you feeling all right? Kale smiled and reassured him. I'm perfectly fine. It's been a while since I've traveled with such a cozy group. It's really not bad. But looking at the group of subordinates in front of him, Kale thought the exact opposite. Not bad, my foot. This lineup is the absolute textbook definition of a villainous crew getting ready to do some very bad things. Maybe I should have brought Han along, who stayed back at the Uba territory. He briefly recalled Han's bright, smiling face as he saw them off. Young master, good luck, someone reminded him. Young master, we can depart now. He gave a brief hum of agreement. Let's get moving. They arrived at Hoi village, located on the southern border edge of the Geiper kingdom. Welcoming them was a torrential downpour blanketing the dense forest. As they ventured deep into a cave, Kale's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Bendrick gasped. This energy feels so familiar. Kale was shocked as he peered deeper inside. What in the world? Inside the dimly lit cave, Tana was sitting guard over a frail and weakened Hannah. Kale stared at them, completely on guard. Recalling Hannah's usual fierce demeanor, he was stunned. Why are they here of all places? Tana shot them a harsh glare, his eyes brimming with heavy suspicion. He abruptly stood up and demanded, Who are you people? I said, who are you? How did you find this place? The whole group remained dead silent, not uttering a single word as they observed the cave. Kale's mind raced. What the hell is going on here? He doesn't recognize our faces because during the fight we were all wearing masks. A blonde sword master. That woman only knows what we look like with our masks on. She doesn't know my face, nor does she know my companions. That's a relief. Including that man over there, they don't know a single thing right now. That means... Kale ordered Choi Han to sheath his sword. He hesitated for a moment. But Kale instructed him, Hide your aura. Kale stepped forward, greeting him with the most harmless look he could muster. I'm so sorry. We must have startled you. John was the first actor to take the stage. Please forgive us. Our young master's bodyguard just has a very strong sense of responsibility. The old man smiled warmly, looking incredibly friendly as he thought to himself, I have no idea what's going on, but I'll just play along. Kale felt a surge of pride having an attendant who was so wonderfully adaptable. Good old John, always so reliable, he mused. Anyone looking at their group right now would only see a noble young master, his servant, and his bodyguard. Tana observed them silently. He was quite sharp. You people can't fool me. Kale blinked in surprise. What was with this reaction? John spoke up on Kale's behalf, asking, Whatever do you mean? We are simply travelers passing through. We have absolutely no intention of deceiving you. Tana shouted, totally on guard. Stay away from me! John held his hand out, but Tana still hesitated. Kale thought to himself, wait, does he know John's arm is fake? Did he actually realize that his arm was forged from dark magic? Damn it! Seeing him anxiously scramble back to Hannah, Kale instantly understood. A blonde man and woman who looked strikingly similar. I think I know exactly what's going on here, Kale realized. A magic bomb, the sun god church, and the Saint Insanus. Kale felt a chill run down his spine just thinking about it. Oh no! Damn it, this is really bad. I do not want to get involved in this mess. Meanwhile, Tana cursed at them furiously. You filthy heretics! You dropped a dead mana bomb on us, and now you dare to flaunt your dark magic? Hearing that term, Kale was genuinely shocked. A dead mana bomb? Dead mana could be turned into a bomb. Stepping closer to the man, he tried to explain with total sincerity. I really don't understand what you're talking about. It seems there's been a terrible misunderstanding. But Tana stubbornly refused to believe him, shouting, I will protect Hannah with my life. His voice trembled as he demanded, How? How could you use the Empire's name to commit such disgusting atrocities? Kale blinked. Wait, what? Kale was completely lost. What is he talking about? Tana continued to curse them. The sun will bear witness to your crimes. You will never escape the wrath of the sun god. Kale felt like his head was spinning. What in the world? What the hell is this guy rambling about? He quickly spoke up. Hold on a second. Tana stubbornly raised his voice. I will never submit to you. His heart filled with bitter resentment as he thought to himself, have I been nothing but a burden to my little sister my whole life? Wasn't being used by the church bad enough? And now we're being hunted by the Empire? But no matter what, I have to protect Hannah. Tana began to ramble. I might just be a half-blood who only knows a few basic healing skills. But I won't just stand by and watch everything fall apart. So even if you try to silence me, I won't back down. Kale listened to this completely helpless and facepalmed. Good grief. The rain outside was pouring heavily, but Kale's heart felt even heavier just thinking about this mess. My brain hurts. So, is he saying that the Empire was the one who made that dead mana bomb, and now these two blondes are being hunted by the Empire as well? Observing Hannah's terrible injuries, Kale immediately recognized that the black veins spreading across her body were caused by dead mana. This is really bad. I never even considered the possibility of the Empire developing a dead mana bomb. The novel didn't mention a single word about this. Even though Tana was shaking like a leaf in terror, he kept talking tough. Even if you try to silence me? But Kale simply cut him off with an order. John, give them a recovery potion. Tana was completely stunned, unable to grasp what this group was trying to do. John gently placed the potion bottle on the ground and explained, If you've been affected by dead mana, this is a top-tier recovery potion. You can use this to stop the dead mana from spreading any further. Kale chimed in to add, My servant has been through this exact same thing before, so he knows a thing or two about it, right? Yes, John nodded. My left arm and lower abdomen were severely infected. It was quite a struggle to cure. Tana was utterly shocked. He actually managed to cure it? Kale reminded him, This is all we have. These are recovery potions crafted by the Church of the God of Death over in the Roan Kingdom. So why don't you just use these to treat the young lady, and we can all just pretend none of this ever happened? Tana was still in a complete daze. Are you serious? A potion like this must cost an absolute fortune. Kale waved it off generously. Don't worry about it. A human life is much more important. But deep down, he was grumbling to himself, Damn right it is. These are the absolute highest grade potions. Vion packed so many of these for me. A crazy amount, really. Tana was forced to look at them in a completely new light, the defensive glare in his eyes finally softening. That reminded Cal to introduce himself. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I am Kale Hennetus from the Roan Kingdom. Later, Kale instructed Beecrox. Since we don't have a mage who can operate the video communication device, you'll just have to go there in person, even though it's a bit of a hassle. Beecrox double-checked, you're talking about Tunka, correct? Kale knew that even if he didn't spell it out, Beecrox would understand exactly what he meant. Handing the item over to Beecro, he carefully added a reminder. That's right, make sure you give this to Tunka. If he has this, it'll make for a much fairer fight, won't it? Kale knew that if Tunka went in completely blind to the fact that the Empire had created dead mana bombs, he would be at a massive disadvantage. Beecrox let out a soft scoff. It seems you genuinely care about the guy. Kale completely froze. Huh? What? Worried about Tunka? He asked. Yeah, Kale felt like that was a pretty stupid question. That's enough talking. Just go. Kale knew all too well how Tunka and Harrell fought. Even if their soldiers fell, whether injured or dead, they would just leave them behind and keep pushing forward. Tunka firmly believed that was the only right path to take. If he had to be worried about anyone, it wasn't Tunka. It was his soldiers. At the end of the day, they were the ones who would suffer the brunt of that magic bomb. What did they ever do wrong, other than following leaders blinded by greed and acting completely on their own? If they got infected by dead mana, they would have to constantly drink the highest grade potions just to stop it from spreading. Would Tunka or Harrell really waste potions like that on their ordinary soldiers? He told him there was no need to go straight to Tunka right now. Rosalind was nearby, so if he handed over to her, she would pass it along. She would also make sure it reached Crown Prince Alberu. B-Crow was curious. Understood, but who are they? Kale voiced his suspicions. I'm guessing they're the Sun God twins. B-Crow looked surprised. Those runaways? Kale revealed a bit more. And that woman right there is the swordmaster from the secret organization we fought alongside the whale tribe. B-Crox frowned deeply when he heard that. That woman? Kale quickly reassured him. Just trust me and Ron, and get out of here. I'll make up an excuse for you. B-Crox scooped on up into his arms and simply replied, all right. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Hannah had finally regained consciousness. Jack cried out in a panic, Hannah, are you okay? He turned back to Kale, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you so much, young master. Thanks to you, my sister is finally awake. Kale replied politely. That's a huge relief. He guessed she was still in the early stages of dead mana poisoning. But was it because she was a swordmaster? She was holding up incredibly well. Swordmasters were famous for their high endurance thanks to their aura. It was highly likely that the aura inside her was desperately fighting to keep the dead mana from spreading. Hannah coughed up a mouthful of blood, but still forced herself to speak. I told you not to let anyone in. Jack quickly tried to stop her. Hannah, please, don't speak. You're coughing up blood. I'll explain everything to you. Just try to calm down. Kale decided he would collect the black blood and ask the gold dragon about it later. He casually sat down and offered her a handkerchief. Please focus on your own condition first. Your brother was absolutely desperate, trying to find any possible way to save you. I was truly moved watching him. Ron then stepped forward and handed Kale a potion. A recovery potion, young master. Kale relaxed as he thought to himself. We're playing our parts perfectly. It felt completely different from when he was dealing with Rosalind and those 8-year-old kids. Hannah observed the two of them with a cold, piercing glare. Then she spoke up. So, who the hell are these bastards? Jack quickly corrected his sister. Bastards? No, they're not bad people at all. Hannah, you actually know them too. You've heard about Kale Hennatus from Harris Village, right? Hannah suddenly remembered the name. Kale? Jack nodded eagerly. Yeah, you were the one who told me you knew him. You even said he was a great hero. The one who stepped up during the terrorist attack in the Roan Kingdom to save the civilians. Kale's face instantly darkened at the thought. Great hero, my ass. That nonsense annoyed me to death. Jack continued to earnestly persuade her. Even Queen Latana mentioned that he's a truly kind-hearted person. Kale immediately caught on to that detail. Wait a minute. What did he just say? Why bring up Latana? He asked immediately. Who are you talking about? Jack answered brightly. She's the queen of the jungle. We actually got to know her when we visited the jungle a while back. Every word Jack spoke felt like an arrow piercing straight through Kale's chest. Hannah stared at him. He's that Kale? The hero of the Silver Shield? Kale felt incredibly embarrassed. It had been a long time since he'd heard that incredibly cringy nickname. He was a bit flustered, but he summoned his Silver Shield anyway and admitted it. That's right, I am that Kale. The brilliant glow from the Silver Shield reflected in the completely stunned eyes of the two siblings. Kale then asked, Do you believe me now? They both answered at the same time. We believe you. Kale nodded. All right then, get some rest. We'll take turns standing guard tonight. I'm not exactly sure why I'm going this far, but protecting the injured and the exhausted is the duty of a noble, isn't it? Ron chimed in from the side. That is exactly right, young master. We are absolutely nothing like those vile scum who committed those atrocities in the capital. Humans must take the initiative to help one another and live completely different lives from those bloodthirsty murderers. Hannah silently agreed in her head. That makes sense. Meanwhile, Kale just stood there, taken aback. Oh, I didn't expect Joe to respond. He forced an awkward smile as he listened to Hannah curse, I'm going to make those fanatics bleed to death. How ruthless, Kale judged. As he pondered over it, he realized that they didn't actually belong to that secret organization. Could it be that the woman betrayed them? From outside, Choi Han called out, Young master, there's a light approaching us from a distance. He whispered, I heard about it during the battle with the elf tribe. That guy said everything was caused by those blonde twins. Why would they do such a thing? That's exactly what they said. Kale confirmed. Got it. Behind him, Tana spoke up. From what I can see, it looks like a guest. Surprised, Kale turned around and asked. Really? He replied. Yes, it's highly likely that this is our final guest. The Queen of the Jungle. The saint didn't just bring her up for no reason. The reason the blonde twins were here was to meet her. Latana stepped out from the deep forest, and upon seeing a familiar face, she greeted him. Oh, if it isn't young Master Kale. He politely greeted her back. It's been a while, Lady Latana. Glancing at the blindingly bright orb in her hand, Kale asked curiously, By the way, it looks like you're holding an orb with the symbol of the Sun God Church. Why is it pointing their location out to you? Tana gasped. Young Master Kale, you actually recognized it. Come to think of it, those two looked exactly like siblings. No, twins. Now I understand how you didn't get lost in this forest and managed to find your way here. Lady Latana, I finally realize who they are. Latana replied, feeling a bit guilty. Kale lowered his voice and said sternly, I helped them out of the goodness of my heart, but the people I just saved are from the Sun God Church, the very ones who caused the terrorist attack. Latana cried out in panic, How could this be? Hearing this, Tana also reacted intensely. That's not true. Hannah tried to calm her brother down. Brother, calm down. Kale really deserves an Oscar for this acting. He lowered his head and continued in a gloomy tone. I'm sure there's something else going on that I'm not aware of. The Lady Latana that I know isn't someone who would do such a terrible thing. And I don't think a pair of siblings who care so much for each other would do it either. No, I truly believe you didn't do it. Very quickly, Latana fell right into Kale's act. She firmly declared, I am exactly the person you think I am. The attendant walking beside the young master chimed in. That's right, young master. We didn't come here with any bad intentions. Kale merely lowered his head and smiled, but little did anyone know just how sinister that smile really was. While Latana ordered her people to inspect the inside, Joe stepped closer to Kale and gave him a hand signal, as if saying, Great job, young master. Kale brushed it off with a smile, showing that this little trick was nothing to him. Once everything was settled, Latana offered, Please come inside, young master. But Kale declined. I'm fine. He was actually thinking, that conversation was just a bit too exhausting. I should decline at least once. As if this is something a noble couldn't handle. Latana followed up. This isn't a matter where we need your help. Rather, it's just something I wanted to tell you if I ever got the chance. Once Kale gave his permission, she asked, Young master, do you still remember the forest fire? Putting on a weary expression, Kale replied, I remember. It was absolutely terrifying. In his mind, he was wondering, why is she suddenly bringing up that fire? Then Latana hesitantly revealed, About that fire, I found the person behind it. Kale already knew exactly why the twins had approached the Queen of the Jungle. The Crown Prince was the one who caused the fire, and there was no way the Queen would take action based solely on that. Latana continued speaking. I don't think the culprits are those twins. Yes, just as you said, they told us who was really behind it. Hannah turned to her brother and told him to explain everything to them. After hesitating for a moment, Tana finally decided to speak. The world knows us as the Saint and the Holy Maiden. But I am merely a saint with only half the divine power, and my sister Hannah is no holy maiden. She's skilled with a sword and was trained as a swordmaster. The church declared that both of us were born with divine power and forced us to live as the saint and the holy maiden. Because of that, we were never able to see the world for what it truly is. Kale thought to himself. Not able to see the world for what it truly is? What a load of crap. Just look at the naturally fake expression of someone who belongs to a secret organization. Putting on an agonized look, Tana recounted, A group of people detonated a magic bomb, turning the church into ashes. In the midst of that chaos, the Empire accused us of colluding with them and started hunting us down. Kale suddenly questioned, So you're saying you weren't behind the terrorist attack? He insisted, That's right, it wasn't us. Given the situation, it was the perfect excuse to get rid of us. Kale asked why they would do that. Tana explained, Because we knew what the church was planning to announce during the festival. Other than the two of us, everyone else who knew about this information has been murdered. Latana couldn't hold back her curiosity. What was that information? It was that the Empire is using alchemy and manufacturing bombs from dead mana. According to Titanet's account, the massive fire in the forest was also caused by the Empire. The church wanted to use that announcement to keep the Empire in check, but a sudden terrorist attack happened, turning us into criminals. The Empire knows that we have this information, which is why we're being so unfairly hunted down. He clenched his fists, speaking bitterly. And Hannah and I, we were just used. It's incredibly unfair, Kale thought to himself. This is clearly an issue between the Empire and the Church, so why did that secret organization get involved? Are they on the Empire's side or the Church's, and what's the deal with that girl? Hannah chimed in after her brother. Exactly. We're being used by absolutely everyone. By everyone? The Church? The royal family? And someone else? Kale probed. So, are you asking for protection in exchange for that information? Playing the victim, Hannah replied, Yes, we have information on the Alchemist's Tower. We will give it to you, so please help us escape to the Eastern Continent. I beg you, just take my brother with you. Naturally, Tana couldn't bear it and cried out, Hannah, what are you saying? Feigning sorrow, she choked back a sob. I'm going to die in the end anyway. He really looks like he's in agony. Dying? Don't say that. I'm going to save you, her brother pleaded. Kale suddenly asked if she was planning on getting revenge, making Hannah jolt in surprise. Her expression said it all. She shot back, and what if I say yes? Tana couldn't accept this and cried out, What on earth are you talking about? Getting revenge on the Empire? You're the one who told me not to do that, so why are you... Hannah, answer me. She suddenly fell silent. Kale figured her target wasn't the Empire at all. She was after a completely different faction. Not the Church, not the Royal Palace, but the secret organization that had betrayed her. Tana continued to plead beside her. Hannah, we have to stay together, or else everything we've done is completely meaningless. Kale cut the siblings off. Pardon the interruption, Miss Hannah, but since you seem so set on your goal, don't you want your revenge to actually succeed? Seeing her confused expression, Kale bluntly informed her that she was basically already dead from that dead mana. I'll extend your lifespan for you. Hannah still couldn't wrap her head around what the hell Kale was talking about, so he just cut to the chase. You don't want to die known as some blood-crazed fiend, right? Tana looked utterly bewildered. What's a blood-crazed fiend? What a horrifying title, a blood-crazed fiend. Kale casually recounted, there was someone who used to go by that title. I've only heard rumors about the guy, but he's already dead. From what I heard, he met an incredibly gruesome end. He was stabbed by his own comrade's sword. Hearing this, Hannah jumped out of her skin, freezing completely in place. Noticing her strange reaction, Tana asked, Hannah, do you want to drink another potion? You really don't look so well. Kale put on a fake look of dismay. Oh my, perhaps I brought up something a bit too violent. Her forehead is completely drenched in sweat. Let me wipe that for her. It's all right, my heart is just racing a bit after hearing that story. Tana gratefully thanked Kale for his concern. He thought to himself that even if he couldn't make friends with the enemy, he could still use them for his own purposes. So, Kale decided to strike another nerve with one more remark. You see, I really hate seeing people die right in front of me. You get it? Hannah's face grew even paler at his words. Latana felt a wave of sympathy for Kale. Of course, I completely understand how you feel. Young master, you truly have a hard time dealing with partings and death. But wait, are you actually planning to help them get revenge? Kale turned to her. Lady Latana, do you know what the most vicious kind of revenge is? She looked surprised. The most vicious revenge? Kale glanced back at Hannah. Miss Hannah, while I'm not entirely sure if it's my place to meddle in this, there is just one thing I'd like to say. Living a long and fulfilling life is the truest form of revenge. You should just focus on living a happy life with your brother. Kale only said that to butter them up. To him, the idea that living a long and fulfilling life is the truest revenge was absolutely ridiculous. Real revenge meant making those bastards suffer every ounce of what they had dished out. Only when that blood debt was paid in full could a person truly sleep at night. Latana praised Kale's deep empathy. Ah, so that's what you meant. Unlike me, you truly have a deep understanding of the human heart. John chuckled warmly in agreement. She's right, that is the best kind of revenge. Tana then spoke up. It's almost dawn. Since we have sick people in our group, how about we all get some rest? What do you say? Kale pointed out that the enemy could strike at any moment. How about Lady Latana's group and mine take turns patrolling the area? What do you think? He then turned to reassure the siblings. Please, get some peace of mind and rest. Once everyone had left, he turned to his younger sister. It's been so long since we've been able to close our eyes comfortably like this. I think we can finally get a good night's sleep. Then we'll take the first watch, Kale decided. Much later, long after the siblings were fast asleep, John gently reminded him, Young master, you've been on patrol for quite a while now. You even walked all the way to the edge of the woods. Catching on, Latana stepped up to take over the task. Leave the rest to us. It should only take about 2 hours anyway. Kale nodded. Understood. Please be careful out there. Upon returning to the cave and taking off his soaking wet cloak, Hannah slowly stirred awake and asked a rather blunt question. Who exactly are you? Kale stood in silence for a moment before casually replying, Actually, I should be the one asking you that. Hannah eyed him with suspicion. Are you one of them? Kale simply shrugged, acting as if he had no clue who they were. That secret organization, Hannah clarified. Kale figured she must find this whole situation incredibly bizarre. Seeing as she was in the exact same boat, how must it feel to ask a total stranger if they were tied to that secret organization? So, he decided to probe a little. If you really thought I was one of them, you would have bolted by now. So why haven't you made a run for it? You're worried about your brother, aren't you? Hannah fell dead silent. Kale had hit the nail right on the head. Sweat poured down Hannah's face as her mind raced. What do I do now? The church and the Pope completely used us. That organization approached us when we were on the run from them. They treated us like family, only to stab us in the back. And now, just when I'm completely backed into a corner, I run into yet another potential enemy. She shot a wary glance at Kale and his subordinate, her thoughts spinning. What the hell am I supposed to do? What do I do? The hand gripping her brother's shoulder began to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, Kale broke the silence. We aren't going to threaten you. Hannah looked at him, completely stunned. What? If that wasn't a threat, then what the hell did you just do? Kale pointed out their current situation. It looks like you've been completely betrayed by them. I hear that priest wielding the magic spears hunting down you and your brother. Hannah's head was spinning. The Imperial Army, the church, and now even that secret organization too? She demanded to know why Kale was bringing this up. Are you saying that since I'm backed into a corner, I should spill everything and swear my loyalty to you? Worshipped by the kingdom as a hero, playing the saint, I bet no one has any idea what your true face looks like. Right? It seems the queen is completely in the dark. Kale cut her off. But you know. This casual attitude caught Hannah off guard yet again. I've already shown you both sides of myself. Isn't that enough of an answer for you? Showing you this much is already me taking pity on you for being betrayed. Hannah hesitated. So, you actually want to talk? Exactly. More precisely, I want to make a deal. It looks like you're ready to listen. The main point is this. I will not be sending you and your brother to the Eastern Continent. Hannah couldn't grasp Kale's intentions. He retorted, I'm the one who has no idea what's going on inside your head. Did you know that darkness rules the underworld of the Eastern Continent? But Hannah reacted as if she was hearing this for the very first time. What? No, I had no idea. You clearly know way more than I do. I thought that organization was small and only operated in the north. They said they would take my brother and me to the north. Because we were betrayed, I honestly thought we'd only survive if we could make it to the Eastern Continent. Choi Han and Kale exchanged glances. Did they hear that right? She said the north. That meant the secret organization was connected to the north. Should he dig a little deeper? Kale pressed on. Then that's exactly why you shouldn't go. The Perrin Kingdom, the North, and the Darkness are all colluding together. Hannah firmly stated, if that's true, there's nowhere left for us to hide on this Western continent. But I had no idea the North and the Empire were working together. Kale cursed inwardly. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. He furrowed his brows, making a conclusion. That's what I meant. So, you really do know everything. But Hannah spoke with agonizing despair. I honestly don't know anything. So, in the end, there really is nowhere left for us to run. I don't have the full picture. What I just told you is literally everything I know. Kale told her that was exactly why he wasn't sending them to the Eastern Continent. the three northern kingdoms, that secret organization, and now even the Empire. Based on the novel, he had assumed the Empire held a massive amount of intelligence. After all, they knew about the Wyvern Knights of the Northern Alliance. But it seemed he was dead wrong. Now that the Alliance knew about this, it wouldn't be long before everything spiraled into absolute chaos. Seeing Kale stay silent for quite a while, Choi Han suddenly cleared his throat. Ahem, ahem. He communicated through his eyes, basically asking, "What should we do now? Kale is brewing up a new plan, so what's our move?" Now that things have come to this, the only logical step is to make it even messier. Hannah asked, "So, what are we supposed to do now?" But Kale put on an Oscar-worthy performance, throwing the question right back at her. "You were so suspicious of me at first, and now you're asking me what to do?" This left Hannah flustered, awkwardly tossing the question back to Kale. "But aren't you fighting against Arm?" "Fighting. Please, don't make it sound like some noble, righteous crusade." Kale feigned a bit of weakness, perfectly playing the part of a fragile young master. "This vast jungle has more than enough places to hide. For now, rely on Miss Latana and focus on healing your body first. You're the only one who can protect yourself. You know that better than anyone, right?" Hannah's voice dropped softly. "I know. I realized it even more clearly after everything that's happened." She thought about how her brother was born with the healing powers of the sun god. But maybe because of that, his physical body is incredibly weak. I'm not like him. I have a talent for swordsmanship and quick reflexes, so I have to be the one to protect us both. Kale completely agreed with her. Exactly. Don't trust anyone. Don't trust Miss Latana, and definitely don't trust me. Just focus on surviving alongside your brother. For so long, countless people had manipulated the siblings for their own selfish gains. I will grant you and your brother freedom. Believe in us. Trust me. Only by having faith in me can you walk the radiant path of the sun god. I am the one who turned street beggars like you into something glorious. All they ever said was to trust them. But Kale didn't say that. Instead, he gave her hard facts. I will bring someone who can cure you. Just wait. Hannah, still filled with doubt, asked, "Can I really live? And if I want to live, what price do I have to pay? You mentioned we were making a deal." Kale confirmed. That's right, a deal. The deal will be bound by a vow of death. When I bring the person who will save you, that's when we'll seal the pact. Hannah still couldn't fathom that she could heal, that she could actually survive. Kale continued, "And once your treatment is complete, I will ensure you get your proper revenge. So keep your head down and wait. A blood-crazed maniac like you, I will gladly let you bathe in all the blood you want." The next morning, seeing Kale sitting alone looking completely drained, Latana, who had just returned from her night patrol, approached and asked why he was already sighing so early in the day. "Young master, did you not sleep well last night?" he confided in her. "Miss Latana, my mind is just a bit of a mess right now." After hearing his story, Latana completely agreed that things must be incredibly difficult. With his gentle and kind nature, facing such harsh truths and events surely wouldn't be easy for him to swallow. Kale buried his face in his hands, his mind spinning. But what agonized him wasn't some grand cause. It was the tragic fact that his dream of a peaceful slacker life was slipping away yet again. Latana sat down and gently advised him. "Young master, you once told me that instead of fixating on your enemies, living a long, happy, and healthy life is the greatest revenge of all." He looked up, playing right along with it. "Yes, I truly believe that is the best kind of revenge." While his heart was still crying over his lost days of lounging lazily in bed, wondering if it was time to cause a massive scene, Latana spoke up again. "I understand your point, young master, but I don't feel the same way. Countless trees, plants, and animals were reduced to ashes in those flames. We will have to invest a massive amount of time and effort just to restore the corrupted Section 1 of the jungle. And the people who lost their homes will have to endure that entire agonizing weight all over again. That is exactly why, as a child of the jungle, I must avenge them." What she ruled over wasn't just individual tribes, but the entire southern jungle, a place that deeply valued harmony. A leader there had to know how to be tolerant and embrace others. But more than that, they had to be fully capable of standing against outside threats and fighting their enemies. Latana didn't become the queen of the jungle for nothing, and Kale guessed there was only one reason she would suddenly bring up last night's conversation. Right? And so, he suggested, I will contact the crown prince. Crown Prince Alberu would absolutely welcome a conversation with you, Miss Latana. She was overjoyed to hear that. As for Kale, it went exactly as he had planned. He was both kind-hearted and brilliant. Young master, thank you so much for offering. Since the Empire is involved, I don't believe we can handle this on our own. We need to prepare to expose the truth about those dead mana bombs. Kale curiously asked if she was aiming for the timeline right after the war between the Empire and the Whipper Kingdom. Latana confirmed that was exactly the plan, because the jungle also needed time to prepare for war. Kale silently marveled at how utterly ruthless she could be. Suddenly, Latana pulled out a scroll, saying it was a token of her gratitude. Before Kale could even figure out what it was, she casually mentioned that the plot of land he used to build his villa was far too small. So, I thought it would be much better to just give you the entire hill that the land sits on, along with a portion of the coastline. He was genuinely taken aback by the wealthy Queen Latana's sheer generosity. The entire hill where the highest grade magic stones were discovered in the coastal area of Section 1 of the jungle. Wait, are you planning to hand over the ownership of half that coastline to me? He was absolutely thrilled, but had to play coy and act a little shocked. Half of the coastline, that is simply too much. Naturally, Latana insisted. Oh, come on now. You travel by ship anyway, so I'm giving it to you for your own convenience. That area hasn't been completely restored yet, but thankfully it's land managed by the tribe leaders, and the tribe's people have already agreed to hand it over to you. It's a sincere token of gratitude from the people of Section 1. Please do accept it. Well, faced with that, Kale had no choice but to graciously accept. He told her he would secretly bring the Crown Prince over by ship and have them meet at this very coastline. She looked at the man beside her, completely baffled as to how he could always think so far ahead and care so deeply for others and his kingdom. Kale put on his benevolent act once again. Ah, and Miss Latana, those twin children, their situation sounds truly pitiful. Please take good care of them until I can bring someone who can treat dead mana. She was deeply moved. Your kind heart always brings tears to my eyes, young master. Meanwhile, Kale wondered to himself, I think everything is sorted out perfectly on this end. But once the Crown Prince hears about this, he's definitely going to flip out again, isn't he? After returning to the Gold Dragon's lair, he started contacting Alberu, but it took quite a while before the prince finally responded. The moment he saw Kale, he snapped, Just where in the world are you right now? What kind of godforsaken place are you in where everything is constantly flashing like that? Kale cut straight to the chase. Your Highness, that is not important right now. The bastards behind the bombing incident are collaborating with the 3 northern kingdoms. There's the connection between the Sun God Church and the Empire. The atrocities committed by the Empire and our encounter with the falsely accused twin children. The link between the jungle and the Empire, the fact that we've had past ties with the Whale Tribe, and our upcoming plan to strike back at the secret organization's combat unit. He gave Alberu a brief rundown of everything that had happened. The prince was bewildered. So, you're saying the Queen of the Jungle wants to meet me right now? The Empire is behind all of this, and the North is involved too? Just what the hell are you? Kale let out a hearty laugh. I'm Kale Henatus, of course. Alberu pulled at his hair in absolute frustration. I am going to lose my damn mind. It looks like we're stepping straight into hell, aren't we? Kale told him he guessed right. The whole kingdom was already a chaotic mess from top to bottom anyway. Then let's just create a little chaos of our own. Your Highness, we've already allied with the Breck Kingdom. And who else do we have on our side? The Jungle, the Whale Tribe, and even the Whipper Kingdom. Plus the twin children who were falsely accused. Oh, and we also have a dark elf who can completely control those dead mana bombs. Rayon chimed in, sending a telepathic message to Kale that went something like, Human, it has been a long time since I've seen that smile of yours. Tell me what you're scheming right now. I want to join in on the fun too. Kale still wanted to ask for Alberu's opinion. What do you think? We are preparing to ambush the Empire, the North, and the secret organization all at once. The Crown Prince replied that this crazy plan just might actually work. It's been a while since you've said something so insane yet so incredibly refreshing. Kale chuckled and replied, See, Your Highness, I don't always just bring you headaches. Oh, and that hostage you sent to my aunt? We are interrogating him right now. I am guessing a piece of the truth will come to light very soon. My aunt brought in an absolute expert in that field. Alberu sighed heavily. There is so much to do. The communication with the Queen of the Jungle, Leave that to me. I should also get in touch with the chief of staff of the Whipper Kingdom. That way, geographically speaking, we can isolate the empire from the 3 northern kingdoms. Why are you looking at me like that? Kale was busy thinking, exactly as he had expected. Smart people always have to work hard, and they inevitably end up doing all the annoying chores anyway. So he put on a stellar performance, praising the prince to the heavens. It is because I am so proud of you, your highness. I respect you immensely. Albaru sighed. Every time he finished a call with Kal, he was haunted by nightmares. You cheeky bastard! Kale playfully teased back. May your highness live long and prosper. After disconnecting the call, Kale was scheming. He wondered if he should just pretend to gather information and slack off until autumn. It was not like he could do anything right now anyway. That was, until Ryan interrupted his train of thought. Human, are all the big issues settled now? Then we can finally go get the power of the earth. Kale, who had just been dreaming of an early retirement, felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him. Right, he had completely forgotten about that. Some say that fools are nothing but blockheads. I will show such a human a tiny fraction of true fear. The ground, the very earth we stand upon, is the most unyielding. The earth sacrifices its own body so that all other beings may survive. The absolute strongest form of earth is rock. The people of the world called him the Guardian. They gave him that name because he stopped the monsters from swarming down into the village. He was the hidden guardian of the Boulder region. He always appeared wherever danger struck, standing on the front lines to block everything. He was a master of both offense and defense, and even the tiny stones he threw carried the most terrifying, destructive power. Before holding back the darkness in his final, miraculous stand, he and his friends hid everything in his hometown. The strongest boulders all lie within the Boulder region. His hometown was a deeply dangerous place, a place where all kinds of monsters could cross the continent to invade. The selfless guardian, thinking only of justice and righteousness, left behind a trail so his friends' descendants could find his relic. Kale slammed the book shut, groaning to the heavens. He draped an arm over his forehead in deep thought. No matter how many times he read it, that place sounded exactly like his own territory. A loud voice rang out. Human, hey human, aren't you going to eat fruit while you read? These are super fresh. That is why I brought them here. Human, I heard you went into a cave in the pouring rain. Eating good food will make you stronger. Erohaben, watching the little dragon fuss over a human, looked thoroughly disgusted. Good grief, in all my years I have never seen a dragon serve a human like this. All the while, Raon was feeding Kale pieces of fruit, fussing over him like a baby. Human, try this one too. Eruhaben felt like the world was coming to an end. Raon chimed in, I told the old gold dragon that we should train together. I came here to tell you that. Wait a minute. Kale blanked out for a second, wondering when exactly Erohaben had become the old gold dragon. After offering him a seat, Erohaben let out a heavy sigh and complained. I have lived for 1,000 years. I am ancient. And yet, you dare bring such an arrogant little brat into my home. Rayon strained his little neck and argued back. Gold dragon, I am not arrogant. I came here so my weak human can become stronger. And I am not skipping class. I want to train with you. The little dragon had decided he was tagging along with the old gold dragon, but Erohaben, aloof as ever, flatly refused. Rayon stubbornly demanded that the gold dragon come along, but Erohaben calmly replied, I am the one who decides whether I go or not. Erohaben warned Kale that finding the ancient power of the earth would not be easy at all. Searching for something without a single shred of information or a proper plan is incredibly difficult. Kale quietly assessed him. The more he looked at this ancient dragon, the more of a huge softy he seemed to be. Erohaben kept rambling on. First, you should read up on ancient legends. Then, from those texts, you need to deduce the location of the ancient power and figure out the method to claim it. Kale casually mentioned that he had already figured it out. Erohaben blinked. All of it? Seeing Kyle nod in confirmation, Erohaben gave him a rather backhanded compliment. Well, you have got some absurd luck, making it this far. Rayon started whining again. Let's go, old gold dragon. Erohaben looked at the little dragon in front of him, his eyes softening with a hint of melancholy. He had already heard about how much the kid had grown and how those two had met, but he quickly brushed those thoughts aside. Erohaben turned to Kale with a smirk. I will do whatever I please. That is the true way of the dragons. Kale smiled with satisfaction, knowing full well that dragons were creatures whose actions rarely matched their tough words. A few days later, deep within the Forest of Darkness, Hillsman volunteered to lead the way, marching forward like he was part of a suicide squad. He kept anxiously glancing around, making Kale incredibly impatient. "Why are you so tense?" Eruhaven also sighed, telling Hillsman to just act naturally. Human, Hillsman proudly declared that he had once marched straight to the center of the dark forest alongside Choi Han. "So please, leave this to me." Eruhaben and Kali just stared at him, silently judging. Most people would be terrified out of their minds meeting a divine dragon like me. We just passed through this human's territory, and there were roughly 10 blue wolves there. He let out a weary sigh. Not only did he possess ancient powers, but he was also surrounded by an army of ridiculously strong beastmen and crazy humans. What an exhausting life to live. Rayon, hearing his sigh, immediately started bragging. "But my weak human has me, so he is not tired at all. He has the great and mighty Rayon Miru." Eruhaben, however, silently evaluated the situation differently. Looking at it from another angle, this human just had terrible luck. Hearing a rustling sound in the distance, a group of goblins screeched, signaling each other. Hillsman raised his guard. "Young master, the monsters are acting really strange," but Kale remained entirely unfazed. "Of course they are running away. There is a divine dragon here. Let's just keep moving." Eruhaben turned around, poking fun at the little dragon. "Little kid, do you finally understand my absolute greatness now?" Rayon stubbornly puffed his cheeks, turning his head away. "I did not see anything." Eruhaben told Kale that he was about to enter his first growth phase, so he would become even greater. "Kale, when we reach the center of the forest, are you planning to look for that place?" "I sure am. I'm planning to use my ancient power to track it down." Rayon looked suspicious. "Human, are you planning to use that weird fire again?" Hearing Kale say he would try to hold back, the little dragon worriedly warned him. "I'll be watching to see if you cough up blood again. I'll destroy every single rock in this world." Kale just mumbled an "uh-huh" to brush it off. Eruhaben wondered if the kid was really going to excavate a dragon corpse in this forest of darkness. Kale replied, "Yes," and then asked, "Would you like to come along with us to that location, sir?" Eruhaben flatly refused. "No. How should I put this? It's just far too bothersome. How another dragon died is absolutely none of my business." Rayon looked surprised. "Really? I'm actually pretty curious about you, though." Eruhaben replied, "If you really want to know, I'll tell you about it later, little kid." Eruhaben hyped up the fact that this forest of darkness was quite special, so they should all take a good look around. "I rarely come here because I don't want to see those monsters." Kale turned around and asked, "The forest of darkness is special?" Eruhaben explained that the 5 mysterious regions currently known to humanity were established a few centuries ago. The Forest of Darkness, the Path of No Return, and the Lake of Despair are 3 of those 5 regions, and these 3 have existed since ancient times. That's right, those 3 lands have been around since 10,000 years ago. Even for a dragon, 10,000 years was an incredibly long time. Kale wondered to himself, having never heard this before. Should I ask him for more details? Suddenly, Hillsman shouted a warning. "Young master, please stand behind me." It turned out a gigantic monster was blocking their path, and this thing's size was way out of proportion. Hillsman acted like the most reliable man in the world, volunteering to handle the situation himself. But Kale just thought he looked completely ridiculous. With just a single glare from the gold dragon, the monster withered in fear, collapsing to its knees to Hillsman's absolute shock. Eruhaben casually praised the beast. "Oh, you've got some brains. Good job. Lead us to the center of the forest then." The group followed the monster deep into the center of the forest, with Kale having already summoned a small flame in his hand. Seeing this, Rayon asked in a panic, "Human, isn't that thing in your hand a small fire?" Hillsman also started nagging right in his ear. "Young master, why did you start using that without telling us? You absolutely cannot faint again." Kale felt a headache coming on. Then, from his right side, the indestructible shield materialized as well. Rayon asked curiously, "Human, what's going on?" "Did your ancient power get destroyed?" Kale replied, "No, I'm just used to it now. Follow me. Take a left here, then keep heading northwest." "No, wait, now it's northeast." Kale smiled as they finally reached their destination. This is the place. The group was now standing right in front of a massive boulder. He took the flame in his hand and physically struck the boulder with it. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within. My friend, the fire has finally arrived, my sworn enemy and my eternal friend. Sensing the sheer number of ancient powers emanating from Kale, the boulder asked in astonishment, "What on earth is going on? Why are you hanging around a cheapskate, a thief, a crybaby, and a total glutton?" Kale gave a knowing smile, thinking to himself, the cheapskate is the fire of destruction, the thief is the sound of the wind, the crybaby is the vitality of the heart, and the glutton is my indestructible shield. The voice spoke up once more. "Who exactly are you?" Kale confidently replied, "I'm Kale. I finally found it." With Kale actively displaying his array of ancient powers, a faint golden light began to peek through the boulder. Arahaban sternly warned a restless hillsman to stay put, knowing full well that an ancient power had to be earned entirely by oneself. No one else could interfere. If they were to help, all they could do was stand guard. But a mighty dragon standing guard for a mere human, that was simply unimaginable. Of course, there were always exceptions. Raon also felt that their human was acting a bit too strange, so the little guy ordered Arahaban to help him stand guard over Cole. The mysterious voice echoed out once more. "A human who has awakened all four of their powers?" The golden light grew so brilliantly intense that it became blinding. The massive boulder cleanly split into two halves, leaving behind a final message. "Take the keepsakes of my fallen comrades. You are truly worthy of them." As Kale stepped inside, he realized that the boulder itself was the actual entrance. It was such a surreal experience. With every single step he took, the ground seemed to guide his way using an ancient, unfamiliar language. But what exactly were these keepsakes anyway? Just like with the previous ancient powers, the voice began to ramble on, telling an endless stream of stories from its past. "I truly lived an incredibly harsh life. Back then, my only dream was a life where I could eat 3 full meals a day and sleep without a single worry. As an orphan forced to survive entirely on my own, the only thing I could ever rely on was the earth itself. By the will of the heavens, I realized that the power the earth had bestowed upon me was resting right inside my own body, and I firmly believed that I should use this power for the greater good of the world. That is exactly why I kept standing up to fight. I wanted to protect those who were just as weak and helpless as I once was. I have zero regrets about living my life that way. But if I had to name just one regret, it's that I lived too rigidly. Even knowing that my comrades were in mortal danger, I chose to stay by the side of the weak. And while I was busy protecting them, I ended up losing every single one of my comrades. That is why, in the end, all I could hold on to were their mementos, and I had to leave this world before I could even pass them on." Kale remained silent and pressed deeper inside. He kept telling himself there was no need to listen to this guy's endless rambling anymore. "Because I'm different. I firmly believe that my people and I must come first. I have absolutely no noble desire to sacrifice myself to protect others." Of course, we don't have to share the same mindset. The voice still hadn't stopped. "I was truly glad to protect this land, but being unable to pass on the legacies of my comrades, not even being there to witness their final moments. It was agonizing, and it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, knowing I couldn't leave behind a single trace of my own existence." Kale shielded his face from the blinding light with his hand. "Are you kidding me right now?" Right in front of Kale was a massive villa. No, it was practically the size of a palace. Being 100% gilded in gold like this was just way too flashy. He scanned the area, taking in the marble pillars and the intricate decorations that looked as though a master craftsman had spent days painstakingly carving them. You'd really only expect to see something like this from the Count Hennetus estate. No, actually, this was even more magnificent than the Crown Prince's palace. The voice echoed again. "I am not a greedy man, but since someone carrying the will of my comrades was coming, I couldn't just leave things looking shabby, so I put a little bit of effort into it." Kale really wanted to curse the old man out. "Ugh, this place is ridiculously gorgeous. Isn't claiming you're not greedy a flat-out lie?" But then his eyes landed on 2 pillars heavily wrapped in chains and ancient runes, and a sudden chill ran down his spine. What the hell is that? It gave off a deeply ominous vibe, like a seal meant to lock away a demon king, an evil spirit, or some vengeful ghost. Even though deep down he really didn't give a damn, the voice just kept rambling on. "There is a tragic truth about this place. Strangely enough, this forest is home to monsters you won't find anywhere else. They came all the way from the eastern continent. I discovered the truth after stepping into this cave. This place holds a bizarre passage that directly connects to the eastern continent. The monsters that accidentally wandered into this passage ended up here in the western continent, and during that journey, they mutated, becoming much stronger and far more ferocious. Elves, dwarves, and humans were all driven away. Only monsters could survive here. My comrades and I could never unravel that mystery, but we did manage to seal both ends of the passage so those mutated monstrosities could no longer cross over. I stood guard over the western entrance. Kale massaged his temples and groaned inwardly. Great, he had just learned another completely useless piece of information. The voice explained that the seal was incredibly strong and would hold for 100,000 years. If it must be unsealed before then, only the one who inherits my power can do so. He silently calculated the timeline. 10,000 years ago was still the ancient era, so they had plenty of time. At least, it wasn't happening today. Kale stood before the Grand Hall's entrance, then confidently strode inside now that he had permission. The voice guided him to the first room on the 3rd floor. The glutton only ever cared about stuffing her face, so whenever she was rewarded with precious gems, she just casually tossed them into a corner. So I collected them all. Next up, the 2nd room. The crybaby had incredible regenerative powers, but was way too cowardly, so he just hoarded weapons. They were all pretty ordinary, but I went ahead and took them anyway. And as for the 3rd room, there was so much gold and silver it was practically spilling out the doors. This was the miser's personal vault. Though I really have no idea if this currency is even in circulation anymore. Still, gold and silver coins are always useful, right? In the 4th room, the thief kept detailed records of everything he ever stole, his abilities, and even the locations of his secret hideouts. Oh, and the remaining 3 rooms on this floor hold all of my personal belongings. He once told me that if I ever saved him, I could take it all as a reward. So I did. Kale was absolutely ecstatic inside. Did he just say he took it all? Where on earth could you find such a wonderfully generous person? Are you a bit of a hoarder who just likes collecting everything? He decided to offer some polite praise. You're truly on another level. How did you even manage to collect all of this? The voice suddenly turned slightly stern. Well, I am just a rather meticulous person, that's all. This is my room. Finally, Kale pushed open the doors to the 5th floor. He was just thinking that the 4th floor had been a little plain, but the sheer scale of the 5th floor completely blew him away. This entire 5th floor was just one single room. Resting on a pedestal right in the very center of the room was a single stone. Kale suddenly felt a wave of disappointment. Was it really this easy to obtain? It felt incredibly anticlimactic. The voice introduced it solemnly. That is my power. If you truly desire it, then listen closely. Seeing Kale hesitating at the insane request, the old man continued, My power is easy to obtain, but it will only awaken when you truly wish to protect something. I want my strength to be wielded for a noble cause, backed by an unyielding will that never backs down from danger. Kindness and justice are the very pillars holding up this world. Chew it. If you chew on it, my power will be yours. Kale stared at it in disbelief. Do I seriously have to chew this thing? Chew it? The voice commanded firmly, chew it right now. If you accept this power, you will basically become my descendant, and I shall leave this entire estate in your hands. Kale reluctantly did as he was told. In reality, he didn't even plan on using this power for anything. He just wanted the attribute. Naturally, the old man started nagging again. Protection, defense, self-sacrifice, that is the power of the earth. The mother that gives her all to every living creature. Everyone had been waiting outside for a very long time. Seeing Kale finally emerge, Ryan was absolutely overjoyed. The little dragon fluttered excitedly around Kale and cheered. Human, I can feel the power of the earth coming from you. Now we're saved. Rayon took the initiative to scold him. Human, don't do any more weird things now. You just need to rest and slack off. Noticing his unusual expression, Raon asked curiously, Why are you smiling like that, human? Kale gave a deeply mysterious smirk and replied, I just scored a brand new lair for myself. Staring at the outrageously massive villa, Rayon couldn't hide his utter shock. Human? This is... Kale simply smiled. That's our new villa. Rayon happily fluttered his wings, zooming in a circle, still not quite believing his own eyes. He asked one more time just to be absolutely sure. Human, is it really true? Kale nodded, confirming it was 100% true. Erhaben, watching everything Kale did, couldn't help but feel that this human was always just bizarrely lucky. Suddenly, from deep inside the castle, a piercing scream rang out. Tunka stumbled outside, rallying the troops. Charge! Push forward! But then he suddenly stopped, throwing a hand up to shield his face. A sudden shout made Tunka look up. The commander looked up and saw 3 fully cloaked figures hovering in the sky. One of them gave an order to Raon. Hide us! Raon quickly cast a spell, making them vanish into thin air. Got it! Before Tunka could even process what was happening, he roared in furious disbelief. Are they running away? A panicked subordinate stepped up to ask. Commander, what should we do? Tunka's expression darkened and he grimly barked out his orders. First, breach the castle and tear the place apart. Sweep the entire area while you're at it. The subordinate immediately scrambled to carry it out. Yes, Commander. The scene shifted to Kale, whose face was flushed red, his voice trembling. It's so freezing. Rosalind held out a towel, rushing to help him. Young Master Kale, let me cast a drying spell on you. Here's a towel. Choi Han panicked, deeply worried about his condition. Kale and him, you're going to collapse at this rate. Rayon fluttered over helplessly to help dry him off. That's right, human. Getting sick is a massive disaster. You absolutely cannot collapse and cough up blood again. Hearing their fuss, Kale muttered to himself. It's not like I'm going to drop dead over something like this. The scene shifted to a lush green forest. From a distance, Heron politely approached the tent. I hope the sudden chaos earlier didn't startle you. A disguised Kale stepped out calmly to check on the situation. I'm perfectly fine. Now that I'm awake, I'll resume the treatments. Are there any wounded left? He shook his head, giving his report. None at all. Heron then gave a grateful smile. Thank you so much, young master. As Kale walked past, he quietly warned him, keep your voice down. Remember that. Heron firmly assured him, I won't forget. Meanwhile, Tunka grabbed Kylie's hand, his voice laced with regret. Are you really leaving in 2 days, Sir Priest? Kale gave a firm, resolute nod. Yes, I must be on my way. In the distance, a healed patient bowed their head in deep gratitude. Thank you so much. Tunka looked at Kale with genuine regret. You really should have stayed and rested in the castle for a few more days. What a shame. Kale offered a warm smile, spreading his arms to gently make his point. No, Commander, luxury has never suited us. Even now, there are surely people out there still suffering. Kale gazed up at the distant sky with a look of pious longing. That is where we truly belong. Moved by his words, Tunka barked an order at his men. Clear the path! Don't you dare get in the priest's way! Suddenly, one of the soldiers stepped up with a blunt question. Sir Priest, I'm a bit curious. Which god do you serve? I don't believe in the divine myself, but I'd still like to know. A gentle smile touched Kale's lips. He pointed a finger toward the sky in a meaningful gesture, declaring his solemn belief. The sun shines upon all living things without discrimination. He then offered them a piece of earnest advice. If you feel thankful, you should etch that gratitude into your heart, even when the light fades. Tunka turned to his people, sharing a deep reminder. We were once persecuted simply because of magic, but now we are fighting for a world of true equality. Never forget that. Later, Rosalind turned to Kale, whispering a quiet question. Young master, what was truly going through your mind when you spoke of the sun god? But Kale couldn't exactly give her the full, honest answer. I just have my own reasons. Surprised, she quietly watched him as a faint smile stayed on his face. Rosalind felt a deep surge of absolute trust. I truly believe that one day, the young master could become a magnificent pope. Kalinim is kinder and warmer than anyone else. Even without divine power, he has the ability to soothe people's hearts. He'd make a phenomenal pope. The scene then shifted to a vast sprawling ocean in early winter, the waters just off the coast of the Ubar territory. A voice rang out with absolute certainty. I'm not going to burn it. Pasiton suddenly stepped in, desperately trying to change his mind. Sir? But the man just crossed his arms, refusing to budge. Pasiton, I said no, and that means no. Archie snapped his head around, glaring in that direction with pure disgust. There's no way we're letting that woman set foot on this ship. Hannah's fate was bound to be brutal. Even if she had been betrayed by Arm and was now cooperating with them, she was still the very swordmaster who had attacked and slaughtered members of the Whale tribe. They would never, ever forgive her. Back on the other side, they finally settled on their only remaining option. Then let's just do it that way. We'll tie her boat to the back just like before. She can travel on that. Kale stood with one hand on his hip, giving her a blunt warning. You'll be riding on that little boat. The sheer wrath of the whale tribe might come crashing down on you at any second. Are you willing to accept that? Hannah was genuinely taken aback by his casual attitude. Why the hell are you smiling while asking me that? Q immediately fired the exact same question back at her. So, why are you smiling? Hannah looked deeply satisfied, as if she had foreseen it all. Because very soon, the ocean will be dyed red with blood. She was completely baffled by Q's reaction. This guy was definitely not normal. Why the hell are you staring at me? You want me to cover my face? He didn't care at all and left it entirely up to her. Do whatever you want, covered or not, it has nothing to do with me. She then followed up with another bizarre question. Do you know why I leave my face exposed? Hannah's voice dripped with hatred as she spat out the words. Because I must never forget. Every time someone frowns at these scars, it reminds me of the blood of the bastards I need to kill. After that, Hannah fell into a brooding silence. Q just let out a heavy sigh, completely unfazed. Whatever suits you. He then rested his hands on his hips and announced loudly, All right then, let's head to Island 99 and meet the Tiger Tribe. Mary simply pulled her hood down lower, maintaining her usual eerie silence. A little while later, they arrived at their destination and John burst into boisterous laughter. Island 99! Young master, this will be your very first time meeting the Tiger Tribe. Ra chimed in from the side, emphasizing the point. Human, tigers are absolutely massive, you know. She gestured forward with her hand, introducing them. Young master, this is the Tiger Tribe. Q furrowed his brows, observing the Tiger Tribe intently. Yeah, they certainly looked the part. Hulking, robust, tiger-like builds, that was exactly the physique they possessed. He shifted his gaze, quickly digging through his memories. Watira had mentioned there was another shaman around. Suddenly, June patted his shoulder, warning him that something was off. Hey, human, there's something weird about that tiger over there. Just then, Ghassan made his appearance, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Sir Ghassan? The old man furrowed his brow, stepping forward to make his point clear. I have been waiting for you. Q immediately shifted his demeanor to match Ghassan's tone. So, you knew exactly who I was, and yet you still waited for me? A swarm of suspicions began swirling in his mind. So this is the shaman who wanted to see me. How incredibly sketchy. Did Wira actually tell the Tiger Tribe that the Forest of Darkness was a good place to settle down? Out of nowhere, the old man asked a very strange question. Do you believe in destiny? Q stared at the man in front of him, fully on guard. This old geezer is way too weird. He's seriously giving me the creeps. Another thought crossed his mind. This guy felt way more like a street fortune teller than an actual shaman. Right at that moment, June tilted his head and asked, Human, what is destiny? Q just crossed his arms, letting out a tired sigh as he confirmed his own suspicions. I don't believe in that kind of crap. To his surprise, Ghassan suddenly began to open up. My entire life, I've been called a man blessed with spiritual sight. But what does it matter if you have zero interest in it? Suddenly, the old man stomped his foot hard against the dirt. Ghassan burst into a fit of ecstatic, booming laughter. Nature itself spoke to me. It spoke of a red-haired man from the western continent. It told me that a man who had found a brand new life would come to us. Q jerked his head up, staring blankly at the old man. Excuse me, what? The old shaman furrowed his brow, deeply emphasizing the prophecy. We have been ordained to flip it all over. Ghassan then locked his intense gaze straight onto Q. The one who will capsize the ships of those absolute bastards in that cursed secret organization. That person is none other than the red-haired man. Hearing that, a sudden wave of panic washed over him, bringing goosebumps to his skin. How the hell does he know that? A little while later, as they were walking, Ra couldn't hold back her curiosity. Young Master Q, are you actually planning to flip everything over? Q brought a hand to his mouth, looking a bit awkward. No, that's not what I meant. Q bluntly laid out his real plan. I just figured that rocking the boat a little bit might help those bastards sink straight to the bottom. Wouldn't it be much easier to send them straight to the afterlife without us having to lift a finger? At that, John broke into a bright smile, offering a gentle reminder. That shaman truly seems to possess the gift of prophecy. He even managed to read the young master's thoughts perfectly. Didn't you mature after living as a complete scoundrel in the past? Why are we suddenly talking about acting like a scoundrel again? The old man spoke in riddles, trying to make his point. A man who has found a new life. That must definitely refer to someone who used to live like absolute trash, but then transformed into the respectable person you are today. Isn't that right? Hearing that, Q's thoughts immediately went in a completely different direction. Yeah, I really don't think that's what the prophecy meant. Ra chimed in right then, making her stance perfectly clear. Wait, was there ever a time when young Master Q actually acted like a scoundrel? But John immediately shot that down, answering with absolute certainty. No way in hell! The young master is absolutely not a scoundrel. Q lowered his head, his eyes showing a hint of guilt and sadness. Even now, I can't really claim I'm not a scoundrel. Sure, it was all to secure a comfortable future for myself, but I've still caused plenty of chaos and pulled off my fair share of scams. Suddenly, she broke into a wide smile. Ra nodded in deep satisfaction, acting as if she had just experienced a massive revelation. Well, even so, he's definitely not a terrible scoundrel or anything like that. So that's what you meant all along? Her reaction left Q completely baffled. What do you mean, that's what I meant? Choi Han placed a hand firmly over his heart and bowed his head respectfully as he explained. All of your terrible behavior in the past was just an act. Young Master Q, you were simply biding your time in peace until you found your true resolve, and then you finally took action. Hearing that, Q felt his brain short-circuit. What kind of absolute nonsense is he spouting now? But Choi Han looked so damn confident, declaring with absolute certainty, even if you try to deny it out of embarrassment, we all know the truth. That only made Q feel even more agonizingly awkward. This is genuinely so embarrassing. Rosalind stepped in to clarify things with a gentle tone. To be honest, Q used to be infamous as the family's trash. It was practically common knowledge among the nobility. But after actually meeting him, I realized he had simply been hiding his true, brilliant self from the world this entire time. He turned away, finally catching on to what they meant. With how things were going, even if he told them he was just a noble who dreamed of slacking off, wouldn't they just interpret it in some ridiculous way? He then looked over at Ghassan and easily came to a conclusion. Sure enough, the guy really did seem to have the gift of prophecy, but rather than a traditional mage, he felt more like an ancient shaman. Looking him straight in the eye, he asked, "Who exactly am I?" He already had the answer in his head. He knew everyone here was well aware of who he was. He had already formulated his own test, thinking this shaman might actually know his true identity. But Ghassan quickly stepped in to clarify. What I told you earlier was simply what I heard from someone else. Hearing this, he gave a slow nod. I understand. Yet the old man didn't stop there. Something still seemed to be weighing on his mind. Seeing Ghassan's hesitation, he pressed on. Is there something else? The shaman repeated the words he had been told. He said that the red-haired man would grant us a new homeland. However, he shot that down with absolute certainty. That is never going to happen. He frowned, his face twisting in sudden stress. Well, bringing the Tiger Tribe into clash with the Northern Alliance would certainly be a massive headache. No, I need to stop having these ridiculous thoughts. A new homeland. The old man stroked his beard and finally introduced himself. My apologies for the late introduction. I am Ghassan, the shaman representing the Tiger Tribe. It is a profound honor to meet the great figures of the Western continent, including a mighty dragon. He extended his hand warmly. Let us head inside and continue our discussion. To give a brief introduction to this stunning location, the Heis Archipelago was made up of 15 large and small islands. Among them, Heis Island number 2 and number 12 were currently serving as the gathering grounds for the whale and tiger tribes. As he flew high above the open waters, a place truly fitting the name of a vast ocean, he looked down and marveled at the sight. There are far more ships down there than I expected. Ghassan communicated through a crow, explaining the situation. It may look like a massive fleet, but the true threat lies with the 5 ships clustered in the center. We estimate that the 1st Combat Brigade of Arm, consisting of 20 members, is aboard those 5 vessels. Watira was also quick to share her tactical assessment. We are keeping a close watch on them using marine life. They will likely reach the Heis Islands within 5 days. He stared down at the fleet, carefully running the numbers in his head. 20 of them. The numbers weren't that high, But earlier, John had given him a stern warning about the situation. Young master, I have fought against Arm in the Eastern Continent. They may be an underworld organization, but rather than stealth or assassination, they specialize in brute force and slaughter. Furthermore, quite a few of them possess highly unusual abilities. The old man had made sure to emphasize the absolute danger they posed. Even the lowest-ranking grunts in their combat units are likely stronger than most veterans in the Mercenaries Guild. He didn't seem terribly surprised by this revelation. That makes perfect sense. 10 warriors from the Whale Tribe, around 20 from the Tiger Tribe, and our own group. From high up in the sky, Ghassan let out a heavy sigh of regret. If only all of our tigers had survived, we would never have been pushed into this corner. It was a truly bitter pill to swallow. He recounted the history of how the Tiger Tribe ended up here. Tigers are not pack animals by nature. The Tiger Tribe lived in deep isolation within the mountains. Like hermits, we were completely blind to the affairs of the outside world. We lived so far apart from one another that we didn't even know what was happening to our own kin. Because of that, we didn't even realize that Arm was hunting us down, one by one. Then, one day, nature itself warned us to gather our people. Shortly after, a dying tiger managed to send us a message. That was how we finally understood the gravity of our situation. Based on that information, he began to form a strategic deduction. Out of the 20 surviving tigers, probably only 15 of them were in any condition for real combat. Watira spoke up, a trace of anxiety in her voice as she asked for his input. Young master, do you think our current forces will suffer heavy casualties? Uncertain of their odds, she cautiously offered a suggestion. Perhaps we should reach out to the other kingdoms for assistance. We absolutely cannot afford to lose our foothold here. But out of nowhere, he hit Watira with a very strange question. Natural disasters are the most terrifying things in the world. Am I right? What do you think would happen if dozens of massive whirlpools suddenly erupted across the very waters they were sailing through? He didn't even wait for her to answer before answering it himself. They'll panic and scramble for a way out. Their most likely move will be to steer straight toward the nearest ice island they can spot. Along the way, several of their ships will get sucked into the whirlpools and sink. He laid out his hypothetical trap and asked for Watira's thoughts. If I weave these whirlpools right between the 15 Highs islands, they'll instinctively herd themselves toward a few specific islands to survive. What do you think of that plan? Rayon fluttered around excitedly, urging him to set the trap in motion. Human, let's do it right now. I learned a lot from Goldie Gramps, so I'm way stronger now. Let's flip every single one of those ships upside down. He was slightly taken aback by the viciousness of the little dragon's words. How could he say something so utterly horrifying, with such a bright, innocent smile? Shaking it off, he raised his voice and issued a firm command to the group. Then that is exactly what we will do when they approach the islands in 5 days. For now, let's head back. As time passed, the sky bled into the colors of dusk. Fast forward, 5 days later, he was sitting by the shoreline, letting out an exhausted sigh. He tilted his head up to the sky and mumbled a complaint. The winter ocean is freezing. Rayon immediately turned to him, fussing over his well-being. Human, are you cold again? Do you want me to cast a heating magic spell on you? Feeling a bit drained, he waved off the offer. There's no need. I was just making an observation. He stared out into the distance, sensing the massive fleet advancing toward them. They're finally here, and there must be dozens of ships tailing right behind them. Pa stepped forward to deliver the message. Young Master Kale, he said, my sister asked me to tell you that we are fully prepared. Hearing that, Kale smiled in satisfaction and quickly called out, Gashan. The old man gripped his weapon, his spirit completely ready. Yes, let us prepare. Hearing Gashan's command, the murder of crows swiftly took to the skies. Let's move. Rosalind walked over, her voice laced with concern. Young Master, I understand pairing Lady Mary and Young Master John together, but is it really safe to leave Lady Hannah all by herself? She insisted on handling it herself, Kale replied. Just then, Choi Han approached from a distance, his tone absolute. That will be enough. Surprised, Rosalind turned to him to confirm. Is that your own judgment? Choi Han looked back at her, his confidence unwavering. Yes, in my judgment, she is more than capable. Besides, I trained her myself. Hearing this, the two of them looked at him and shared a knowing smile. Joe then stepped up to claim his own task. Young Master, leave the deepest part of the forest to me. I will slaughter them all in absolute silence. Hannah lowered her head, her voice firm as she spoke to Kale. I am more than enough on my own. Don't waste your breath sending anyone else with me. Kale rested a hand on his hip and challenged her. Are you absolutely sure you can handle this alone? She stood her ground, her voice fierce. This isn't a matter of whether I can or can't. Once it starts, there won't be any distinction. Gazing off into the distance, Hannah confessed her darkest urge. Whenever I see blood, I feel this overwhelming need to rip apart everything in my sight. In his mind, Kale couldn't help but sigh. Why on earth did Arm have to turn those two into their enemies? He actually felt a little bad for them. Just then, Rayon looked up at the sky and called out to him. Human, the sun is finally setting. The little dragon beamed, his eyes curving into happy crescents, absolutely buzzing with excitement. Now it's time to destroy everything. Kale frowned, looking at him with utter helplessness. What a vicious little dragon. With a sharp wave of his hand, he shouted, Fall back! Everything is already set into motion. Kale had orchestrated a flawless, meticulously detailed plan, positioning everyone perfectly in his own signature style. A thrilling smile spread across his face as his resolve hardened. I've never pushed my ancient powers to their absolute limit before. Even the fire of destruction. I've never drawn out its full potential. But this time, I will unleash the sound of the wind without holding anything back. A surging aura wrapped completely around Kale, shrouding him in a ghostly, mesmerizing glow. Rayon eagerly urged her on. Rosalind, do it now! Rosalind raised her staff high into the air. Instantly, the entire space flooded with an aura that sparkled like shattered crystals. Suddenly, fierce winds began to howl across the land. Amidst the rising storm, Kale looked down at the staff planted firmly in the ground. I have never cast a spell on this scale before. Rosalind unleashed her mana, and the magical energy erupted with terrifying intensity. Her brilliant red hair whipped wildly in the surging tempest of power. Beside her, Gashin closed his eyes tight, channeling his own immense strength. O wind, you who were once the final breath of the weary, take hold of this humble vessel, and rise as a magnificent storm. Even little Rayon joined in. He threw both of his tiny paws into the air, squeezing his eyes shut as he became one with the overwhelming power. The deafening howl of the gale roared without end, but Kale suddenly felt a sharp sting of unease. His eyes narrowed sharply. Something was very wrong. Kale pressed a hand hard against his chest. The energy circulating inside him was violently accelerating. His expression twisted in sudden pain, his brows locked in a heavy frown. At this rate, I'm going to lose complete control. Have ancient powers always been this aggressive? A desperate shout tore through the wind. Human, stop! If you get hurt, I swear I will destroy everything. Seeing the relentless torrents of water surging forward, Kale felt utterly bewildered. Wait, I was trying to stop it. Choi Han's face grew incredibly tense. He quickly turned toward him, crying out, Sir Kale! A booming voice echoed out, Begin! Without a second thought, Kale thrust his hand forward, unleashing the full brunt of his power. Caught in the violent currents, the ships wildly accelerated, swept away by the raging waters. Choi Han shouted over the chaos, Sir Kale, human! A faint, cunning smile tugged at the corner of Kale's lips. All right, let's make ourselves scarce, too. Meanwhile, in another location, stood the captain of the 1st Armed Combat Unit, Ofit. Standing near the helm of his ship, he looked up and questioned, Rain, at this time of the year? Is a storm rolling in? A subordinate hurried over to report. It's just a light drizzle right now, sir. We will advance quickly and drop anchor at the various high islands to assess the situation. Offutt lowered his voice, calculating. Will we make it before it hits? Yes, sir, the subordinate replied. The captain muttered a grim reminder. We really should have brought a more experienced crew for this. Just then, a blond man approached them. It was Rel, the vice captain of the 1st Armed Combat Unit. He placed a steadying hand on his captain's shoulder. Captain, we didn't really have a choice, did we? We need to slip by entirely under the radar. We couldn't risk bringing on a larger crew and exposing our secrets to more people. Rel's eyes grew cold as he continued. Honestly, we'll probably end up slaughtering all our guides anyway. Offutt leaned his head back, staring up into the pitch-black night sky. You're right. Still. Suddenly, a deafening, thunderous roar shattered the air, making both men flinch violently. What the hell was that? It came from right behind them. Beneath the violent, churning waves, massive whales were fiercely thrashing their tails. One by one, they breached, launching their colossal bodies high above the surface of the water. The captain's face went completely blank, his eyes blown wide in shock. The whale tribe? They're supposed to be way up north at this time of year. Absolute confusion scrambled his mind. The Whale King, Zeal, never abandons his territory. Did they migrate after hearing the rumors about the 3 northern kingdoms? But even so, why the hell is the heir of the whale tribe suddenly showing up here? Beside him, Rel let out a dry, disbelieving laugh. Captain, that's the whale tribe, right? Why are they here? Offit gritted his teeth, making a split-second decision. We're making a run for the nearest Heist Island. With that, he whipped around and screamed his orders. Hoist the black flag over the beacon, now. The soldier quickly took the order and dashed off. Understood. Offit thought to himself. This is an absolute emergency. He thought grimly. Facing the whale tribe at sea means massive casualties. No, this is a battle where we must be prepared to face death itself. With that in mind, Offit turned around and barked out his orders. Retell! Call out every single member of the squad! Retell immediately acknowledged the command. Yes, sir. Offit then stood without blinking, intensely observing the situation. The calls of the whales were getting closer, faster. Offit roared out, Damn it! Raise the sails! Suddenly, a violent whirlpool frothing with cloud-like white foam surged forward, throwing everyone into a panic. What the hell is that, Captain? Sudden whirlpools erupted across the sea. Offit's entire body tilted with every violent lurch and shove of the ship. I'll take the lead to assess the situation. Swirling vortexes endlessly surged toward the vessel. Offit moved with blinding speed, leaping from one ship to another. However, wherever he went, the whirlpools followed right behind, leaving him completely helpless. This is insane, he screamed. Everyone, head for Heist Island. Get to the island as fast as you can. A soldier stepped forward, his voice stuttering in fear. But the whirlpools, Offit furiously yelled, Evade them. The whale tribe is closing in from behind. If you don't want to die, get to the island right now. He deduced that once they were ashore, they could actually put up a proper fight. They just needed to reach the island. Retell reported in. All squad members are wide awake and ready, sir. Sir Offit, it seems we can't dock all the ships at Heist Island together. Offit turned back and gave his orders. Then split up and dock wherever you can nearby. Retell, divide them up and assign them to different ships. He quickly took the order. Yes, sir. At that moment, the crashing waves relentlessly battered the hull, letting out deafening roars. A loud voice cried out. One of the ships following us is getting sucked into a whirlpool. Retell frantically asked, Do we save them? Without a second of hesitation, Offit answered immediately. No! Right then, a whale slammed violently into the side of the ship once again. Offit lost his balance and stumbled. Damn it all! He looked up, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Push forward. No matter what happens, just keep pushing straight ahead. Even if we lose a few ships, we have to make it to the island. He then urgently instructed, Contact the main base the exact second we dock. What are you doing? Hurry up, split the fleet, and dock anywhere you possibly can. Retell quickly complied. Understood. Eventually, all the surviving ships managed to crash onto the shore. Offit stepped down and barked out, Fall into formation immediately. The corners of his lips curled into a smirk, his eyes full of malicious intent. We're no longer at risk of sinking, so we can hold our ground here. Even the whale tribe will have a hard time navigating those whirlpools to reach the island. We need to scout the forest quickly and secure a position. Suddenly, a massive, powerful slash tore right through the trunks of the trees ahead. The entire forest suddenly lit up ablaze from a fiery sword strike. He caught a glimpse of Hannah's silhouette. A sword master? Meanwhile, on another island, Ron took the high ground and offered, I will handle the assassins myself. Mary, please get some rest. Mary replied softly, Yes, sir. Sir, the whirlpools out at sea are still churning violently. Things are really turning into a mess out there. Cale crossed his arms, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The night has only just begun. Cale shut his eyes tightly, slipping into deep concentration. Rayon appeared right beside him, intently watching him unleash his power. Cale spoke softly. I told you, I'm fine. The dragon warned, Your arm was trembling earlier. Don't overdo it with your ancient power. Rayon tugged at his clothes. Human, you really need to build up your physical strength. Cale felt completely baffled. What does an ancient power have to do with physical training? Gashin stepped forward and asked, What are you doing? The old man pointed. Why don't you go out and fight? Choi Han placed a hand on his chest. No, I have to stay right by young Master Kale's side. He firmly stated, we never know when young Master Kale might get hurt, or when he might suddenly start coughing up blood again. Geshin narrowed his eyes. Are you worried? He mused. About the very person who created all these whirlpools between the islands? Ryan placed his paws on his hips, looking quite smug. I am a little worried, but I don't think he's going to cough up blood this time, Kale agreed. That's right, because the great Raon Miru is here. That's right, we still have the great June with us, so just go ahead. Choi Han reluctantly agreed. If that's the case, then yes, understood. Rosalind stretched a bit and chuckled softly. Sir Geshin, let's go. The old man replied softly, all right. Geshin then walked away, muttering under his breath, Oh, nature, please soothe my trembling heart. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Kale reminded him, Don't destroy the island. Choi Han accepted the order. Yes, I will be careful. Meanwhile, the pod of whales kept leaping out of the water, slamming against the side of the ship. Up above, bolts of lightning struck down relentlessly. They attacked in an absolute frenzy, just like enraged beasts. Up on the deck, Kale stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. How ruthless, Raon praised. The whales listen to you guys pretty well, Kale replied nonchalantly. They do. Down below, a hand suddenly slammed hard against the hull of the ship. A figure floating in the raging sea was desperately clinging to a tiny wooden plank. His eyes widened in sheer horror as a deafening sound crashed down from above. Because right in front of him was a colossal whale, looking as if it were about to swallow its prey whole. A terrified scream echoed across the vast ocean amidst the heavy downpour. Just then, a foot with razor-sharp claws stepped forward, completely drenched in blood. Offit's entire body trembled violently. He found himself completely surrounded by fierce tigers, as the leader of the tiger tribe let out a deafening roar. This is insane. Why the hell are these guys here? The man spoke in an icy tone. You skinned our kind while they were still alive. Didn't you? This time, we will skin you alive. The razor-sharp claws slashed down, sending blood spraying like a busted pipe, accompanied by agonized and despairing screams. Piece by piece, Rel suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, looking up at John in shock. Bested by an old geezer like this? Hearing a loud noise, he looked up at the night sky just as a massive explosion violently erupted, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. From the smoke, a figure lunged out, accompanied by a maniacal burst of laughter. Offit gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Damn it! Where the hell did a monster like that come from? He glared in Hannah's direction. The fake holy maiden that the organization threw away? It has to be her. But why is she here? Offit realized he needed to contact the organization immediately. The moment that thought crossed his mind, a flaming slash struck him right across the torso. Offit's body was sent crashing heavily into the dirt. She taunted him, Did you really think you could just keep running and survive? Hannah walked over, looking down at him as he writhed in agony on the ground. Blood is so beautiful, don't you agree? Is that why you tried to kill me? Offit cursed under his breath. Damn it, that was way too close. He then scrambled to his feet and desperately made a run for it. Offit sprinted straight toward the ocean, desperately telling himself, just a little further, if I can just reach that stranded ship on the beach. But suddenly, his legs completely froze, and his vision went pitch black. Standing right in front of him was none other than Choi Han. Now what? Choi Han chuckled softly. Are you still hanging around here? Offit cursed vehemently. Fuck! Caught completely off guard, a powerful slash suddenly came from behind, striking the back of his neck. The devastating blow sent him crashing backward onto the ground once again. Hannah let out a heavy sigh. What's this? How boring. Step back. Let me handle this myself, Choi Han said flatly. I know, he reminded her. I just came to tell you not to go completely crazy and destroy the whole island. Hannah turned away. We already killed their leader first, exactly as Kale ordered. Now, it's time to wipe out the rest of them. The corners of Choi Han's mouth curled up into a rather unpredictable smirk. He muttered softly, I really can't understand them. Pasiton jumped up. What do you mean? Choi Han couldn't understand why the secret organization wanted to kill off the strong ones. The whale tribe, the tiger tribe, the fake holy maiden, the sword master. Instead of recruiting the absolute powerhouses of this world to their side, it seemed like they just wanted to wipe them all out. He couldn't wrap his head around their thought process at all. Pasiton replied, Maybe they just want to be the strongest so it's easier to rule. But what's the point of knowing their reasons anyway? Choi Han closed his eyes. You're right. Whatever their reason is, it's none of our business. Our only job is to slaughter them so they can't achieve their goal. He then gave Pasiton an order. Let's go take care of the weaker targets now. Meanwhile, Kale was utterly baffled when he noticed the guy glaring at him with such contempt. Why the hell is he looking at me like that? Pushing the thought aside, he called out, Round! He lifted his paws to cover his eyes. What's wrong? What's going on? Human? I can't see a thing. Kale was still feeling confused. What do you mean? Rayon glanced over at him. Weak-hearted humans shouldn't look at all that blood down there. Kale asked, You brought the magic bomb, right? I've got it ready, the little dragon replied. But why are you asking? A smirk crept onto Kale's lips. I think we should leave a few traces behind on the most heavily devastated island. Rayon tilted his head in curiosity. Traces of the bomb? We had mana disturbance tools on our side, Kale explained. But they must have sent an emergency report the moment they saw the whale tribe working with mages. He lowered his voice. So, don't you think the secret organization will come here out of curiosity? Rayon fluttered his wings in excitement. Exactly! They definitely will! Kale crossed his arms and analyzed the situation. And that's exactly why they'll come to investigate. And what do you think they'll assume if they see that the Empire tried to wipe away all traces of the bomb? The little dragon snickered. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Kale forced a smile, completely at a loss for words. You really think this is fun? What a terrifying dragon. He glanced down at the completely shattered ships below, feeling a chill run down his spine. The sheer scale of the destruction was genuinely horrifying. Seeing Kale pinch the bridge of his nose, Rayon asked in confusion, Human, are you in shock? Are you that surprised? Rayon looked down at the bodies of the soldiers drifting in the water and stated matter-of-factly, there was no other way. Sometimes for one side to live, the other has to die or get badly hurt. You need to forge that weak human heart of yours into steel to endure the chaos that's coming. The dragon rambled on without taking a breath. Gramps Goldie said so. He said there's absolutely no one as unlucky as you. And honestly, I completely understand your terrible luck. Suddenly, Kale called out his name. Round Miru. Round puffed out his chest and spoke arrogantly. That's why you need to put your trust in me. This great and mighty dragon... Kale cut him off. Let's head down. Rayon grumbled but reluctantly agreed. Fine, all right. This was a battle they simply could not afford to lose. The whale tribe, the tiger tribe, and Kale's group. Who would have ever imagined that such absolute powerhouses would gather and fight on the same side? Shortly after, Kale's feet touched the sandy shore. He muttered under his breath as he walked. They really turned this place into an absolute mess. Hannah, absolutely drenched in blood, slicked her hair back and laughed. Doesn't it look absolutely glorious? Kale quietly observed her, noting that she was completely covered in crimson from head to toe. A moment later, Kale tossed a small red potion bottle into the air. Hannah quickly snatched it. He casually reminded her, take care of your condition and just be glad about it. The saint would probably look the other way if he saw this. She smirked, thinking to herself that this guy really wasn't in his right mind either. But then again, the saint was just like that too. Hannah called out to him, a hint of madness still lingering in her voice. Hey, Kayla Hennetus, I still haven't seen nearly enough blood. Kale crossed his arms and replied with complete apathy. I know. Hannah stared intently at the potion bottle in her hand. Even so. Thank you for keeping your promise. The promise to save her life, and the promise to give her the chance for revenge. He had perfectly kept his word on everything. The scene shifted to the coastline as a respectful voice called out, Young Master, we have completely wiped out all members of the 1st Battle Brigade, and we are currently sweeping the area for any stragglers hiding in the crevices and caves. We will have everything wrapped up before this afternoon. Witira gazed out toward the distant horizon and added, We will dispose of all the bodies and clear out the wreckage from the sunken ships. The other person chimed in, asking, And what about the ships that didn't sink? Witira tilted her head in thought. We honestly have no real use for them. Should we just gift them to the other kingdoms? Kale immediately piped up. Can I have them? He made his intentions perfectly clear. I want to tow the intact ships away. That won't be an issue, right? Witira agreed without a second thought. No, of course not. Keeping them wouldn't do us any good anyway. It's much better for you to have them, young Master Kale, rather than giving them to the other kingdoms. Kale nodded in satisfaction. All right, if they let the secret organization's ship sail right into the path of the Northern Alliance's fleet, that would definitely create one hell of an entertaining show. Rayon playfully patted Kale's head, praising him. Great job, human. We just scored some free ships. Here, let me give you a pat on the head. Kale smiled slightly and patted the little dragon back, thinking to himself that this kid was definitely getting sharper. A short while later, Ron and Mary approached them from behind. Seeing them, Kale turned around and asked, "How did it go?" The old assassin placed a hand over his heart and reported, "We have quietly taken care of everything." Kale praised him. Excellent work. Before long, the whales dove back into the depths of the ocean, and a flock of birds soared rapidly across the sky. He could hear the low, rumbling roars of the beastmen in the distance. It seemed like everyone had finished their respective tasks. A voice suddenly echoed out, "All right, let's head over to Island 29. Kale's expression instantly darkened, kicking himself for slipping up. He realized everyone was staring right at him and felt a sudden wave of awkwardness. I got way too complacent. Men, women, and even the children were looking at him with that very same expression. Gashan suddenly called out to him, "Young master." Kale replied with a gloomy tone, "No." But the old shaman deeply bowed his head in immense gratitude. "That's not it at all. Thank you. Thanks to you, young master, we were finally able to properly avenge our fallen brethren. For the first time in a very long time, our claws were able to hunt with true sharpness." A young boy from the tiger tribe piped up cheerfully. "Thank you so much, young master." Gashan analyzed the situation seriously. "If we remain here on the eastern continent, we'll inevitably keep clashing with Arm. Therefore, we need to relocate our people to the western continent. It would be a blessing if we could find even a small corner to settle down in." Kale listened to the old man's words with a solemn expression. They needed a safe sanctuary to live in, at least until the young ones reached adulthood. And our vengeance is far from complete. Gassan emphasized that they had even brought precious artifacts to offer in exchange for sanctuary. He narrowed his eyes, wondering what these artifacts could be. The old man then set a wooden chest on the ground and explained, "The tiger tribe is a proud and honorable people. When we left the mountains, we brought along all sorts of rare herbs and precious artifacts." The little tiger boy hurriedly rummaged through his small bag. "I brought some stuff too." The little boy happily held out a handful of black items, explaining, "These are 200-year-old snake scales from our mountain cave. I heard they can be forged into incredibly tough arrows." Rayon whispered in Kale's ear, "Human, they seem like good people." Kale chuckled softly. "They do, don't they?" He pondered to himself, "If we take the tiger tribe to the Forest of Darkness, I'm afraid we'll just get dragged even deeper into that secret organization's mess." Kale pondered deeply. "But have I ever managed to avoid getting involved just by running away? Now that I've attended the meeting of the 4 kingdoms and 1 tribe, avoiding that secret organization is already out of the question." He spoke up, "But I have one condition." Suddenly, Gassan's entire body began to tremble violently, leaving Kale utterly confused. Why is that old man acting like that all of a sudden? "He looks terrifying." The old man tilted his head toward the sky and roared, "Nature has finally spoken to us, everyone!" Gassan gripped his staff tightly and continued, "Nature tells us that come spring, our tiger tribe will cross blades in battle on the western continent." Seeing this, he couldn't help but shudder in awe. He really is a shaman with the gift of foresight. How could he possibly know that the tiger tribe would be forced to fight the knights of the 3 northern kingdoms? Kale suddenly posed a question. "If you follow me, that very future will come to pass. Are you still willing to accept it?" Gassan didn't even need to think, answering without a second's hesitation. "The tiger tribe has stayed quiet for far too long. If this ties into our vengeance, we will gladly tear everything apart." He reached out his hand and said, "Then I welcome you." Gassan firmly grasped Kale's hand. The two of them had officially joined forces. The Forest of Darkness was vast, with more than enough room for a streak of tigers like them to live in. Watching that handshake, it finally made sense. Now I understand why the young master had refused to accept the tiger tribe until now. He didn't want the tiger tribe to be forced into a war against the 3 northern kingdoms. Kale proposed, "We will handle the sea transport to relocate your tribe." Gassan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "We would be deeply indebted for your help." Kale added, Yes, and we'll need to sit down and discuss the naval routes as well. Suddenly, Ryan, holding a red orb in his little paws, kept calling out, "Human!" He observed it for a moment and concluded, "It's the Crown Prince. Red means the Crown Prince." Rayon glanced at the orb as Kale asked, "Should we answer the call?" Kale gave a wry smile, recalling the prince's earlier words. Didn't he tell us to take as much time off as we wanted? The scene shifted to a small room, where a voice rang out. "You've never actually seen the Crown Prince's face, have you?" Sitting in front of the communication orb, Kale complained. "You really know how to shut people down right from the very first sentence. Crown Prince Aiden, the heir to the Mogoru Empire's throne. It's not like you know nothing about him." He stared into the orb, questioning. "At the very least, you ought to know his eye or hair color. If you saw him, you'd recognize him instantly, right?" Alberu confirmed that while he knew of him, they had never actually met in person. He smiled faintly, reminding him, "They say if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Go and see for yourself." Hearing this, Kale broke into a nervous cold sweat. "You want me to go? To the Empire? Why does it have to be me?" He quickly threw his hands up, making an excuse. "Your Highness, perhaps there's something wrong with my hearing, but I swear I just heard something absolutely absurd at the end there." "Nope, didn't hear a thing. You definitely must have misspoken." Alberu smoothly conceded. "I did misspeak. Let me correct myself." Alberu added with a cryptic smile, "Come with me for a little while. We have some work to do." Kale sat alone in the middle of the room, thoroughly skeptical. I've never seen the Crown Prince make a face quite like that before. Left with no other choice, he let out a long sigh, forced a smile, and played along. "All right, let's go see what this is all about." Alberu kept his voice light. "To the Empire, I must be an incredibly annoying thorn in their side. As the fiercely righteous Crown Prince, running around day and night to track down the Magic Bomb terrorist organization. It makes it seem like my main goal isn't politics, but completely wiping out those villains." He rested his chin on his hand, wearing a rather lazy expression. "You show strong solidarity with the Empire by sharing in their grief and boldly declaring that we must quickly hunt down the culprits together." Kale asked skeptically, "The Empire must be nursing a massive headache right now, aren't they?" Alberu let out a soft chuckle. "But I'm thoroughly enjoying it. The Roan Kingdom is just your average kingdom, neither overwhelmingly strong nor pitifully weak. Yet, we boast one of the longest surviving histories on the entire Western continent. When the highly influential Crown Prince of such a kingdom passionately champions justice, the Empire can't just brush him off, but they also can't exactly join him in chanting for justice, can they?" A realization flashed through Kale's mind. "Because they're the accomplices." He finally spoke up. "But what does any of that have to do with this incident?" Alberu cut him off. "Especially after I've put on such a spectacular performance?" Kale grumbled in pure annoyance. "What performance?" "Our Crown Prince really is exactly that kind of person. You're just so incredibly righteous and pure-hearted." Alberu let out a heavy sigh. "Cut the crap," he went on to explain. "Anyway, just to scrape together a few clues, I've been hounding them day and night to let us investigate the scene. I told them I wanted to inspect the church where the explosion occurred, along with the plaza right in front of it." Kale asked in disbelief, "Didn't the Empire completely blow a fuse over that?" Alberu gave a faint smile. "I was very delicate in how I brought it up." Kale thought to himself, "Delicate, my foot." He then replied aloud, "And since you're calling me, I'm guessing the Empire gave you the green light for the investigation. After all, they just lost an entire stronghold to the Whipper Kingdom. Things must be an absolute mess over there right now." Alberu looked confused. "A mess? What are you talking about?" "They probably just want to distract the Imperial citizens by pretending to cooperate in a high-profile terrorism investigation." He nonchalantly added, "Besides, this incident is already a year old anyway. They think we won't find a single thing. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt for you to drop by the church to sightsee and admire their alchemy, right?" Alberu lowered his hand onto the table. "The Empire must have already swept up everything of value from the church under the guise of an investigation, haven't they?" Kale replied with a flat tone, "That is correct." He inquired further, "Are the Saint and the Holy Maiden still safe?" He was about to reply, "They are safe." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, cutting off his words. Kale asked, "Your Highness, could it be that there is a hidden treasure within the church?" Alberu fired back with a question of his own. "What? Do you actually think there isn't?" The corners of Kale's lips twitched upward as he denied it in his head. No, not at all. I am absolutely certain there is. This is the intuition of someone who has spent years reading fantasy novels. Alberu raised a hand, closing his eyes with a smug look. 50-50. I am making a huge concession here. Kale wondered out loud. Aren't we turning the treasure over to the royal family? Alberu let out a scoffing laugh. Of course we have to hand it over to the royal family, so we can get paid for it. Alberu added, my personal funds took a massive hit the last time we bought medicine. So, are you going to help me find that treasure or not? I am quite excellent at finding treasures. Kale rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. When are we going? He replied. In December. They even mentioned wanting to celebrate the year-end banquet together. Perhaps they want to show off their power. Kale felt curious. What kind of power? Alberu didn't bother explaining, only stating that they would depart for the Empire in early December anyway. Kale responded, understood. I will meet you at the capital. The time shifted to a few days later, in the Count's territory. Kale stepped forward and sat down respectfully. Father, I have a matter to discuss. I am planning to bring some acquaintances back to our territory. Daruth asked, about how many? Kale estimated, roughly 20 people. They are pitiful folks who have lost their entire livelihoods. Kale spoke in a soft tone. That includes adults, children, and the elderly. I want to let them settle down in Harris Village. Is that not allowed? Taking in or sending away citizens of the territory was strictly under the Lord's absolute authority. Even if it was a request from his son, this wasn't just bringing one or two guests over, it was giving them a permanent home, so he had to be cautious. But he'll probably allow it anyway. The Count voiced his thoughts. That might be difficult. Kale was slightly taken aback. I see. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Father to actually refuse. Daruth leaned forward. Harris Village is located at the northernmost edge of our territory. With forecasts predicting that the Northern Alliance will march south, we cannot place our future citizens there. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. In fact, I am planning to relocate the northern residents before spring arrives. Bring the people you have taken into the Lord's castle. I will provide them with a place to live. Daruth continued in a gentle tone. Our territory is naturally rich in mineral mines and has highly developed arts. We hardly discriminate against outsiders, and we have even expanded our capacity while repairing the castle walls. So, do not worry. I will cover all the expenses. Kale interrupted. Father! He brought the teacup to his lips. They are from the tiger tribe. Kale revealed that the people he was bringing back were tigers. They are incredibly strong and can serve as an elite combat force to prepare for the upcoming war. Seeing them wander without a home, I wanted to bring them back. He analyzed the situation further. Besides, the reconstruction of Harris Village is already finished, and no citizens have settled there yet, right? The tiger tribe loves being near the forest. If we grant them that village as their land, they will be absolutely thrilled. Daruth praised him warmly. Good, very good. Well done, my son. Kale let out a soft chuckle. Thank you, Father. Rayon appeared from behind. Human, the Count is smiling exactly like you do when you are pulling a scam. It is so weird. They look exactly the same. The Count then warmly advised, I will leave that matter in your hands, and no matter how busy you get, make sure to come home and visit us from time to time. Kale promised. Yes, I will try my best to stay in the territory at the beginning of the year. Suddenly, the sound of a door closing echoed, accompanied by a woman's gentle voice. You look so much thinner. I heard you will be heading to the Empire with His Highness the Crown Prince. Kale turned around. Mother? He gave a small smile. Perhaps His Highness needs my assistance in the magic bomb investigation. Violin frowned slightly. Is the Crown Prince overworking you? Kale quickly denied it. No, it is nothing like that. She let out a soft sigh of relief. Is that so? That's a relief. In his mind, he grumbled, what exactly is a relief about this? He then spoke in a mild tone. Mother, you are currently resting, right? I heard you finished the ships and are taking a break in the castle. Violin then offered to personally escort them to Harris Village. Kale chuckled softly. Thank you, Mother. He thought to himself, as expected, she catches on immediately. Kale stood there and continued the conversation. I will leave it in your capable hands then. True to her nature, she agreed without a moment of hesitation. Of course! Outside, as the two of them were strolling leisurely, a voice called out, Human, your younger siblings have gotten stronger. Kale thought to himself. It really seems that way. Basin was currently studying territorial administration, steadily stepping up to become the next lord. Lily, on the other hand, seemed to be growing incredibly terrifying. From outside, a questioning voice rang out. Have you been well, young master? The other replied, Long time no see. I didn't expect you to show up the moment I reached out. A playful laugh rang out. Well, I happened to be nearby. Billows flashed a sheepish smile. And when the young master calls, I must come running, shouldn't I? Every time you call, something ends up blowing up, he thought to himself. Kale urged him on. Let's take a quick trip to the Empire. Billows looked a bit skeptical. The Empire? He asked. But do you happen to know any alchemists? He racked his brain. An alchemist? Kale lowered his voice. Right. Specifically, the outcasts who were tossed aside by the alchemy tower. There's got to be someone, right? Just like the mages from the Whipper Kingdom. Kale tapped his fingers against the table, seemingly impatient for an answer. After a moment of thought, Billows finally spoke up. Even if I don't know anyone right now, I will find one. Kale snapped his fingers. Good. Now that is the answer I was looking for. He couldn't help but ask, but if we do find this alchemist, what are you planning to do with them? Kale replied nonchalantly, I'm just going to use them. Billows let out an exaggerated gasp, pretending to be deeply impressed. Kale pressed further. But do you know where to buy alchemy ingredients? He confidently replied, There's plenty in the Empire, sir. Then go ahead and stock up on the items I mentioned, Kale decided. Right then, Rayon fluttered over and chimed in. Are we going to make that pillar of fire too? That sounds like so much fun. Kale thought to himself. If the Empire can do it, why can't we? Billows asked, Then should I head over to the Empire first? Kale agreed without a second thought. Sure. My travel schedule is exactly the same as His Highness the Crown Prince. Just plan your moves around that. Hearing this, he turned on his heel to leave. Understood, sir. Suddenly, as two figures approached from behind, Kale spoke up. Long time no see, Freya. You're originally from the southwest region, aren't you? Freya replied, Yes, that is correct. To officially enter the Empire, one had to cross the sea from the southwest territory of the Roan Kingdom, and the land bordering the southwest was the Gier Duke's estate. Kale continued his questioning. You fled the southwest after a failed assassination attempt on a noble and killing your own leader, right? She nodded. Yes, that is correct, Kale went on. And that noble was a vassal of the leading family in the southwest. Freya's voice was soft. Yes? Along with her, the current members of Kale's intelligence network were originally part of that very assassination guild. An assassination guild that solely targeted the lives of nobles. Freya had killed their leader, the one who took the order to kidnap a noble's child and even tried to silence the noble themselves. A vassal family of the Duke had committed such filthy deeds. Kale pondered over the fact that in the Roan Kingdom, where slavery was strictly prohibited, someone dared to hire people to kidnap children. A voice from behind suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Young master, Freya asked curiously, could you tell me why you are asking about all this? Kale answered blandly, just to get a hold of your weakness. The Gier territory in the southwest is the gateway to the Empire. We can't afford for that door to be weak. Who knows what the future holds? I need to make them fight tooth and nail for survival. Thinking of Alberu, Kale then reassured them. Don't worry, I have a very solid trump card. With the Crown Prince on our side, what is there to fear? The heir to the Gier dukedom, Antonio Gier. I've heard he's an arrogant man who cares deeply about his public image, isn't he? Standing sternly with his arms crossed, wearing a long coat, Kale declared, After we return from the Empire, I think I'll pay his territory a little visit. Freya, you understand what I'm getting at, right? She immediately nodded and followed his train of thought. I will have the blackmail material ready for your return, sir. The moment she finished speaking, Kale closed his eyes, unable to hold back a delighted chuckle. Blackmail? That's a rather terrifying choice of words. I am simply a righteous noble, after all. His words left Freya in stunned, cold-sweating silence. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Ron, standing nearby, unexpectedly chimed in. Yes, of course. That is exactly the kind of person our young master is. Hearing this, Freya quickly agreed without hesitation. Of course, absolutely. These words made Kale. Hearing them, he rested a hand on his chin, looking thoughtful. See? I knew I could count on you. The scene shifted to the capital of the Roan Kingdom, where a magnificent palace stood behind countless rows of simple, humble houses. Alberu seemed to have been waiting in front of the castle gates for quite a while. Unable to hold back, he spread his arms wide in greeting. Young Master Kale Henetus, thank you for coming. I believe you are the perfect candidate for this upcoming visit to the Empire. Kale didn't hesitate to play along. Your Highness, it is my absolute honor to dedicate my meager abilities to the kingdom. The moment he finished speaking, Dantaro suddenly emerged from behind Alberu and spoke up. You truly have a profound devotion to our kingdom. That is indeed an answer befitting someone so highly regarded by His Highness. Hearing this, Kale immediately flushed red, placing a hand over his heart as he spoke in an incredibly haughty, noble tone. Thank you for your kind words. As a noble, it is only natural to always think of the kingdom and its people. Dantaro then slowly stated his purpose once again. I came here to verify the rumors that His Highness keeps you close by his side, but it seems I no longer need to. At those words, Alberu slowly turned around, narrowing his eyes at the diplomat. Dantaro, isn't that diplomat looking at the Silver Shield noble? He is a man of noble spirit. There is absolutely nothing to worry about. Dantaro quickly agreed. Indeed, I have seen that Silver Shield with my own eyes, and it is truly extraordinary. Young Master Kale. Those words made Kale freeze in sheer disbelief before quickly denying it. No, it is merely a small trick. Wait, they're calling me the Silver Shield Noble? Suddenly, Dan pointed right at Kale and burst out laughing, his face filled with absolute mockery. Nonsense! How could anyone call that a minor power? When will we get to see that shield again? I really hope I get the chance to witness it one more time. Meanwhile, an unusual feeling welled up inside Cal. Strange. Why do I get chills down my spine every time that diplomat opens his mouth? I won't have to use that shield ever again, right? Why do I keep getting this creepy chill on the back of my neck? Elsewhere, he was walking alone, his mind drifting through a sea of random thoughts. Hovering in the air, Raon watched him in confusion. The human seems happy just sitting perfectly still. Immediately, a thought popped into Kale's mind. He's absolutely right. Doing nothing is the absolute best. The mountains are mountains, the waters are waters, just going with the flow and letting life carry me. Now that is true bliss. Suddenly, someone rushed through the doors, panting as they announced, Young Master Kale, we will soon be moving to the teleportation magic circle. Hearing this, Kale, who still had his arms crossed, slowly turned his head. Yes, thank you for letting me know. He thought to himself, what's going on? Did he really run all the way here just to tell me that? However, the messenger wasn't done, adding with a look of pure anxiety, His Highness the Crown Prince commands you to come at once. Kale stared at him in utter disbelief. Excuse me, what? The man immediately asked, Have you not heard the news from His Highness? This only made Kale even more confused. Hear exactly what? The scene abruptly shifted. Alberu was waving his hand with a bright, overly friendly smile. Young Master Kale, come here. Seeing that smile, Kale instantly couldn't hide his look of utter defeat. Your Highness, did you call for me? Alberu completely ignored his tone and simply said, You will be accompanying me to the teleportation circle. The words gave Kale quite the scare. You mean the magic circle inside the Imperial Palace? After hearing Kale's question, Alberu replied, No. This time we will be using the magic circle just outside the walls. We are going to let the citizens see the envoy delegation parade. Kale couldn't help but shoot him a sharp glare. Wow, I can see right through his schemes. The Crown Prince has never once let go of that terrorist investigation. He has already shown outstanding results in every single task he's taken on. A man of both pure competence and integrity. And now, the hero of the terrorist incident, Kale Henetus, is officially escorting him to the Empire. For the royal family, this is the absolute perfect opportunity to win over the hearts of the people. A dark thought surged up in Kale's mind. I am already so incredibly sick of this. Meanwhile, Alberu couldn't hold back his excitement, laughing out loud. At long last, I get to see the people cheering for our Silver Shield Noble again. Hearing this, Kale didn't hesitate to play along. Who could possibly shine brighter than your Highness, the shining star of our kingdom? Dantaro instantly broke into a cheerful smile and agreed. He's absolutely right. Just as the young master says, His Highness is truly the star of the kingdom. Kale shifted his gaze to the blonde prince, who was still fully immersed in his own glory, and let out a heavy sigh. Why am I the only one who has to suffer through this? In another development, over at the Gier territory, Alberu half closed his eyes, letting out a completely involuntary sigh. Nearby, Rayon looked at Cal in total confusion and asked, "Human, that little kid over there carrying the fake shield trying to copy you, looks like he's going to grow up real strong. That kid is definitely going to be successful." Kale lowered his head slightly, sweating bullets, his eyes as sharp as daggers. How does he still remember that? He teased me about it throughout the entire teleportation trip. Suddenly, a whiny, childish voice echoed in his head. "Young master, I want to be super cool just like you." The memory came rushing back. Kale sitting in the carriage, looking down at a little boy who still smelled of mother's milk, speaking up. "What are you talking about? I am not cool at all." Looking utterly defeated, he had tried to advise the boy. "You're much better off learning from your father. The only people who can lift you up like this are your parents." Bringing his mind back to the present, a cunning look crossed Kale's face as he lightly tapped his index finger against his nose. "Acting without a goal has never been my style, but this time, I definitely have a goal in mind." A short while later, a woman with hair as white as snow, by the name of Sonata, stood elegantly with her hands folded together and spoke in a slow, measured tone. "Welcome. It is a profound honor to receive His Highness the Crown Prince right here in the Gier territory." The previous Duke of the Gier household had lived a very long life, causing the succession to be delayed for many years. As a result, all sorts of brutal succession battles had erupted over the heir's seat, exactly like the mess at the Marquis Stan estate. Then Sonata's husband and her son's family, who belonged to the weakest branch of the family, tragically lost their lives in a carriage accident. Only she and her grandson, Antonio, who wasn't even a year old at the time, survived. A grieving woman who had lost her siblings, her husband, and her son's entire family. From that very moment, Sonata became known as the Iron-Blooded Woman. Standing opposite her, Alberu slowly formed a gentle, polite smile in response. "It has been quite a while, Duchess Gier." Without missing a beat, Sonata steadily replied, "Indeed, I haven't seen your highness since your visit to the Empire last year." As soon as she finished speaking, Antonio, who had been standing quietly behind Sonata the entire time, finally spoke up. "It is a true honor to cross paths with you again. Your highness is truly—" Seeing this, Alberu couldn't hold back and addressed him by his first name. "Young Master Antonio, you look incredibly sharp and composed. That demeanor truly suits you well." A little later, Sonata gazed out at the fountain sparkling under the bright sunlight and laid out the itinerary. "For now, I will be the one showing you the way. After that, right up until your departure to the Empire tomorrow, Antonio will take full responsibility for escorting your highness and the envoy delegation." Hearing this, Alberu couldn't help but make a mental calculation. It seems young Master Antonio is getting ready to inherit the title of the household. She didn't deny it for a second. Sonata bluntly admitted, "Of course, isn't that the most logical next step?" The duchy had previously backed the second prince, yet they were now declaring that the next heir would serve the first prince. By handing them such an important task this time, they wanted to tighten their ties with the crown prince, even though the current duke hadn't completely abandoned his support for the second prince. Standing in a nearby corner, his arms crossed as he leaned against the wall, Kale mused to himself, "That's just how life goes." Then he unexpectedly locked eyes with Antonio, who was also quietly observing him. "Why is he staring at me like that? Well, if that's how it is, I might as well stare back." Suddenly, Rayon popped up in midair and asked, "Human, why are you smiling like that again?" Kale felt a twinge of irony inside. "You always ask, even when you already know the answer." Meanwhile, Antonio suddenly offered his hand and greeted him. "Young Master Kale Henitus, it is an absolute honor to meet you." A thought crossed his mind. He didn't usually take the initiative to greet those from a lesser house, but Kale Henitus was an exception to that rule, despite the rumors of him being a troublemaker. He is both noble and strong, wielding ancient power and immense prestige. Above all else, he is deeply favored by the crown prince. Seeing this, Kale immediately caught on and made a quick deduction. Young Master Antonio is certainly not someone to be underestimated. If you show even a hint of weakness, you'll be trampled right over. Remember what your grandmother told you. He then flashed a warm, friendly smile and shook the man's hand. "Young Master Antonio Gier, it is a great honor to meet you." It truly is a pleasure to meet the family that defends the southwestern borders of our kingdom." Hearing this, Antonio beamed with a bright smile. "And I am equally honored to meet the Hennetus family, the protectors who guard our kingdom from the forest of darkness." But right after hearing Cal's next words, "I really hope we'll have the chance to share a drink and have a little chat," young Master Antonio's expression instantly changed. "A chat, you say?" Cal didn't hesitate for a second to reply. "Absolutely. Yes, an engaging conversation. A very interesting chat indeed. And strictly between the two of us, of course. Nothing to do with the other families. The two of them seem to be having a great time together. You're quite different from the rumors I've heard." "You mean the rumors about me being a troublemaker?" Antonio looked at Cale, who was narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, and muttered to himself, "People say you are a righteous and kind-hearted person. But it turns out, deep down, even Calo Hennetus is still a true noble. In the end, all nobles are exactly the same." He leaned his face in close to Cale's. "I'm always open for a conversation." In response, Cale just offered a sheepish smile. "Next time we talk, I'll make sure to act all righteous and moral, pretending to be a noble who deeply cares for the kingdom, right?" In The Birth of a Hero, he was portrayed as neither an ally nor an enemy, just an ambiguous figure. Antonio Gieri was known to be quite arrogant and obsessed with appearances, but the novel described that as stemming from his pride as a noble. Ultimately, he was someone both complex and surprisingly simple. "Why are you smiling like that?" Alberu's sudden question from behind left Cale a bit flustered. "Your Highness?" Hearing the tone, Alberu couldn't help but wonder. "Why are you lowering your voice all of a sudden?" Without missing a beat, Cale cut straight to the chase. Wouldn't it be nice to have another loyal subordinate? The moment he said that, Alberu quickly whispered back, "Who?" Cale had no intention of hiding it either. "The master of this estate." At that, Alberu seemed to give him full authority. "Handle it however you see fit. You can use my name as much as you like." Cale slowly nodded in agreement. "All right, if it's a success, we split it 70-30. For someone like the master of this mansion, that much is hardly a loss anyway." "Hey." The two of them stood side by side, bickering back and forth for a while. "The Crown Prince of the Mogoru Empire knows who you are, right?" "Yes." "Warned as the Silver Shield Noble." Cale put on a smug expression. "He probably also knows that I'm the one who burned down the entire forest, since I publicly set off the fire in Forest Section 1. Then he couldn't help but sigh. "Wouldn't the Imperial Crown Prince welcome you much more than me?" "Not a chance." A few days later, fortunately, the Crown Prince's prediction was wrong. A charismatic man's voice rang out, "Your Highness Alberu, it has been a long time. I was waiting just for you." Aiden stood arrogantly on the high platform, spreading his arms wide in a welcoming gesture. "You must be young Master Cale. I've heard a great deal about you. Word has it you're the young hero who stopped the bombing." He stood facing Cal and Alberu, adding, "In times like these, it truly brings peace of mind to have a hero like you." These words made Cale incredibly anxious. "Peace of mind, my foot. That psychopathic bastard probably hates me second only to the Crown Prince. He must find me just as unbearable." Hearing this, Ryan couldn't hide his bewilderment either. "Human. He's smiling, but why does he give me the creeps?" Cale narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, "Now, it really feels like we've arrived at the Imperial capital." Cale placed a hand over his heart and humbly denied it. "Oh no, a hero? I merely did what anyone naturally should have done." Aden chuckled. "That kind of attitude is truly precious." He then made an excuse. "I'd love to chat more, but time is short. I hope we'll have a chance to talk properly at the banquet." Cale smiled, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. "I don't want to talk to this Imperial Crown Prince at all." Suddenly, Ryan looked behind Aiden and pointed out, "Hey human, that Imperial Crown Prince is just as strong as that cowardly vice captain." This made Cale scoff. Imperial Crown Prince Aden favored alchemy and usually pulled strings from the shadows, but that guy grinning over there was a high-grade knight. Cale closed his eyes and told himself, "It's pretty tempting, but I can't get too close. I'll just quietly score some loot and bail." Suddenly, the dragon started fussing. "Hey, human, there's someone over there with the same aura as my family." Cale immediately widened his eyes in thought. "Your family?" Cale turned his head, trying to assess the situation. Could it be another dragon? Right at that moment, Kale called out to Erohaben. Erohaben immediately responded, "What is it, young master?" Kale hesitated before asking, "Is there someone like you around here?" Hearing this, the golden dragon felt completely baffled. Seeing his reaction, Kale silently guessed. "No? You're saying it's not?" Rayon quickly pointed out. "Human, isn't that person from the cat tribe?" "The red-haired one at 12 o'clock. Kale let out a heavy sigh. Turns out he was talking about An and Hong. Beside him, Erohaben offered a compliment. "Pretty strong?" He sent a telepathic message. "The cat tribe rarely reveals themselves to the world, and they specialize in assassinations." Erohaben was curious. "I wonder who he sneaked in here to kill." Kale felt a massive headache coming on and groaned internally. He had accidentally stumbled upon yet another useless, troublesome secret. Not long after, someone gestured toward a door, announcing that this was where young Master Kale Henatus would be resting. Then she turned her open palm toward the guards and continued, "Just leave all the chores and errands to me. And these are the knights in charge of the young master's palace quarters." Feeling completely overwhelmed, Kyle squeezed his eyes shut and muttered to himself, "Never mind, I don't know a thing. They also mentioned that since you already have guards with you, no extra personnel were assigned. But if you need them, we will dispatch more right away." He glanced back at Choi Han and Hillsman, then declined. "No, there is no need for more." "Then please call me if you need anything." Kale gave a soft, in response. A moment later, Rayon, flying around the room, spotted something immediately. "Hey, human, there's a cloaked guy on the ceiling above the bed watching you. His stealth is as good as that artisan who made the giant rabbit. Quite impressive." Kale thought to himself that it was exactly as he had expected. Even though the Crown Prince's palace had countless rooms, they still arranged for him to stay in the adjacent one. Aden must be curious about him, the very guy who put out the jungle fire. According to the original story, it was supposed to be a mage from the eastern continent who put out that fire. He suddenly wondered, thinking back, it was pretty strange. How could that mage extinguish a fire that even water couldn't put out? What if that mage was from the secret cult? Countless questions raced through Kale's mind. What if that incident was also a collaboration between the Empire and the cult? In that case, did all the high-grade magic stones that the mage found end up in the hands of the Empire and the cult? Just thinking about it gave him chills. It was a terrifying thought, but not entirely impossible. After that, the mage would be highly praised and infiltrate the jungle, slipping in as a spy. If that mage was a spy, the jungle would sooner or later fall into the Empire's hands. Kale glanced at the coat on the chair and sighed. It really was the Empire's typical underhanded tactic. He quickly picked it up and said, "Let's head out." Choi Han was puzzled. "Right now?" Kale replied. "We need to go exchange some money." He put his cloak on and brought it up. "And I heard Bilos is currently in the Empire. I need to go meet my old friend." With that, Kale tossed him a piece of black cloth. He used another piece of cloth to cover his own face. "We are going to slip out quietly, so wear your cloaks and cover your faces." The scene shifted outside, where Bilos excitedly exclaimed, "Young master, it is such a joy to see you here." Kale offered a polite greeting. "It has been a long time. I am quite happy to see my old friend again, too." He turned around and ordered, "I won't be taking any more guests today." The attendant immediately placed a hand on his chest in obedience. "Right away, sir." Bilos gestured inside as he led the way up the stairs. "Please, come into my room." Kale walked inside, asking curiously, "This isn't really your room, is it?" He turned his face, beaming. "There is an even better room, sir." Right after, a secret door opened from within the room. Kale sat down inside that secret room and asked softly, "You live in a tiny place like this?" Bilos replied cheerfully, "It is simple and quiet. A pretty good room, wouldn't you say? I found him, the famous alchemist of the underworld." Kale questioned him. "What kind of guy is he?" He spoke cryptically. "Good, but bad." Kale was completely baffled internally. Good, but bad? Working in the underworld makes him a bad guy, so why call him good? Kale felt impatient. "All right, we need to go meet him right now." Bilos was a little surprised. "Right now?" Choi Han also looked bewildered. "We're going straight there." "Ah!" Then he suddenly called out, "Oh, Choi Han." The knight placed a hand on his chest and responded, "Yes, if you are going, I will—" Kale cut him off and ordered, "Take it off." Hearing that, Choi Han's face completely froze in shock. Kale took off his own coat and told him, "Change into this." Kale turned back and demanded, Billos, tell me more about that alchemist. I'm listening. And bring his documents too. Billos nodded profusely. Kale then suddenly asked, By the way, you own a villa here, don't you? He stammered, I do, sir. Kale cracked a smile. Have someone go there and fetch some wine. Billos quickly followed the order, preparing some fruit and snacks, then told the bewildered servant to bring the wine. Right now? He smiled and confirmed. Of course, my old friend, the young master, has come all this way. We absolutely have to share a drink. Choi Han, he ordered. I have some fine wine at my villa. Go bring it here. At this moment, Kale, completely bundled up and sporting black hair, glanced over and silently praised the work. Thanks to Sir Erohaben, this disguise is absolutely flawless. Right after, a voice echoed from the villa. I will head out right away. Please come this way. Not long after, Kale stood out on the balcony, observing the area. Second floor, huh? Rayon immediately reported, Hey human, the guy tailing you has reached the villa's gate. The others are lying in ambush near the demolition warehouse. Kale ordered in a serious tone, Cast invisibility. Roan, the little dragon happily obliged. You got it. Following that, 2 streaks of light washed over them. The scene then shifted to a rundown, shabby area. Someone was pounding loudly on the door outside. Jay Staker, sitting inside, scowled and yelled, God damn it, just go away. Left with no choice, he eventually poked his head out and opened the door suspiciously. Who's there? He jumped out of his skin when he saw Kale sporting white hair and shrieked, Well, why is a noble lord like you here? Kale glanced over, listening to Ryon's report. Human, there is no one around. Only then did Kale speak up. I came to destroy the bell tower. Kale asked softly, May I come in? The man stood awkwardly, then replied, Come in. Jay Staker placed a cup of water on the table and spoke honestly. I only have plain water in the house. He added firmly, No matter who you are, please just drink this and leave. Kale took a seat, but the area around him was littered with empty liquor bottles. Only then did Jay hastily try to clean them up. A voice grumbled loudly, Goodness gracious, a fake alchemist, an alcoholic. He makes potions and small bombs for underworld gangs to fight with. Kale quickly cut to the chase. I heard you will do anything as long as the money is right. Is that true? Those words made Jay freeze for a second. In his panic, he fumbled and dropped the empty bottle in his hand. The liquor bottle rolled away across the floor. He was a character who never appeared in The Birth of a Hero. No one knew his name, and the information Billos managed to dig up was very scarce. But from what little there was, he could deduce that this was a fake alchemist with a 50% success rate for his clients' requests. Kale pondered. That meant the man knew how to recreate exactly 50% of the genuine product. And that was more than enough. Jay asked, So, are you going to give me the money and hand over the job now? Sir Priest, Kale replied. That's right. The man grunted, thinking to himself that this was one crazy priest. Kale reached out and grabbed the black potion sitting on the table. Kale mocked him. This liquid is just as black as this fake alchemist's left wrist, isn't it? Jay Staker stammered. This is just from being poisoned when I was young, Jay insisted. Kale observed him closely. When the potent poison seeped deep into your left arm, it seems you chose to sever it rather than try to treat it, didn't you? The man didn't directly answer, only brushing it off. Priest, that is none of your business. Kale scoffed lightly. I've heard that when someone is poisoned by dead mana, their body turns black. I wonder just how horrific a poison must be to leave it that pitch black. Kale mused further, and I've heard that you have to endure stinging pains every single day. Jay's eyebrows knitted tightly together. This isn't working anymore. Everything had been thrown into utter chaos just because this priest suddenly showed up. He recalled how 15 years ago, the alchemists on Tower took in orphans and children from the slums if they were willing to contribute to the empire. They were given an education and assigned various odd jobs. The minimum age was 5 and the maximum was 15. Isn't that right? The citizens of the empire showered the alchemist's tower with praise, a place they once viewed as nothing but a gloomy spire. Kale continued, and now the one leading the tower is none other than that child from the slums. They announced that the remaining children had been dispatched to alchemists' towers all across the empire. Because those successful children said so, everyone blindly believed them. Kale abruptly cut him off, but 10 years ago they stopped doing that. 10 years ago, they began secretly collaborating with the imperial family. They started kidnapping slaves and commoners to use as live test subjects. They no longer needed the slum children who could be quietly killed off without a trace. Jay's entire body began to violently tremble. "Stop it," he pleaded. But Kale relentlessly added, "And you appeared in these very slums exactly 10 years ago." Kale pushed himself up and stood tall. "The people of the slums, especially the children, are said to be incredibly fond of you. They call you uncle. And the money you earn from doing dirty work for the underworld gangs?" He probed further. "I heard that aside from buying booze, you spend every last penny buying food for those children. Just who exactly are you?" "A man masquerading as a fake alchemist. Someone who had the ruthless resolve to sever his own hand just to escape the lethal poison of dead mana." "Who are you?" Jay stammered. "I am—" Kale once again brutally cut him off. "The tower has successfully developed the dead mana bomb." Jay's eyebrows shot up as he thought to himself in sheer horror. "A dead mana bomb? They actually succeeded?" Kale posed a chilling question. Could it be that this success was entirely built upon the corpses of the children who died 15 years ago and the countless innocents used as human test subjects over the last decade? By now, Jay was trembling in visible agony, cold sweat streaming down his pallid face. Horrific memories from the past came rushing back, tormenting his very soul. Suddenly, Kale's voice cut through the air, completely devoid of warmth. "I am going to destroy the alchemist's tower. At all costs, it will be annihilated." His eyes turned terrifyingly cold, brimming with bloodlust. "I will ask you one last time. Who are you?" He was a bad person, yet somehow a good one. His skills were terribly mediocre, but he possessed a conscience and suffered from overwhelming guilt. He was someone who knew true remorse while still rigidly adhering to his own moral standards. A train of thought raced through Kale's mind. When we rebuild the Church of the Sun God within the Empire, relying on just the Church alone probably won't be enough. We need to introduce another faction into the mix. That's why I thought of the Civil War back in the Whipper Kingdom. The rogue mages who didn't belong to the Magic Tower and went into hiding. The dissidents who opposed the Magic Tower and chose a life of seclusion. I have to drag people like them back to the surface, and they are going to need a central figure to rally around. The puppet I plan to control will be that very core." Rayon's voice echoed. "Human, did that guy who smells like rotting bones also use those poor children for experiments 15 years ago?" Kale thought to himself, "I have no idea. I couldn't possibly know that, but in my eyes, they are all equally complicit." Jay's voice shook violently as he forced every single word out. "Jay Staker, that is my name. For an entire month, they entrusted the slum children to me. I was just the caretaker. For a whole month," he confessed, "I took care of those kids without knowing a single damn thing. And inevitably, I grew fiercely attached to them." Jay swallowed hard, continuing. "But 1 month later, I was ordered to conduct the experiments. During those experiments, the atrocities they committed," his mind flashed back to the horrifying past. "But in the end, I couldn't stop them. And the fact that I severed my own wrist after being poisoned by dead mana and fled, just how does he know all of this?" Kale firmly cut through his thoughts. "Jay, I did not come here to listen to your sob story. I came here to give you a job. I heard you'll do absolutely anything if the price is right." He declared, "I will pay you whatever amounts you want. Will you do exactly as I command?" Jay Staker slowly looked up at him. "Destroying the tower?" "Yes, absolutely." After making his resolve, he moved over and began rummaging through a hidden box. Jay stood in silence, deeply lost in his own calculations. As the lid of the box creaked open, revealing a severed hand resting inside, Kale silently concluded to himself, "It seems you still haven't been able to let it go after all." He turned to leave. "Wait, I'll bring the contract back." But the man spoke up. "I don't need your money." Jack bowed his head. "Please, help me ease this guilt in my heart." Kale replied softly, "If that's the price to pay, then I can help you." He then reminded him, "Drink some cold water and sober up. I despise working with those whose minds are clouded by booze." The man walked over to the table, picked up the bowl of water, and chugged it straight down. Once finished, he wiped the water from his chin and let out a satisfied breath. Kale asked, "Are you sobered up now?" Elsewhere, Kale looked up at the grand castle before them. "Is this the papal palace?" He couldn't help but wonder, Had they found the condemnation of the sun yet? Did it actually even exist? The condemnation of the sun is a divine relic, an artifact bestowed by a god. Even the great thief who once mastered an ancient power was killed while carrying it. It's so potent that it could even wipe out the highly venomous Blue Wolf tribe. All these incidents trace back to this one relic. That just goes to show how incredibly priceless it is. Kale asked, "Where is it? I'll go retrieve it." Jack shook his head. "I don't know either." Hannah pointed out, "But you said the Pope didn't know where it was. Then it has to be hidden around here somewhere. That greedy old geezer must have stashed it away real good. Even if the Pope knew where the relic was, he wouldn't be able to use it anyway," she reasoned, "because for over 500 years, not a single Pope has been directly chosen by the sun god. They were all just elected by the church's leadership council. And what kind of leadership council is that anyway? It's nothing but a petty power struggle." Outside, the deafening chants of a protesting crowd echoed through the air. "Arrest those wicked twins who brought ruin to the Empire's citizens and the church. The Church of the Sun God has fallen into absolute corruption. A religion obsessed only with power is no religion at all." It was blatantly obvious that royal spies had infiltrated the crowd. The mob continued to roar, "The Empire has no need for the Sun God!" "To hell with the Church of the Sun God." Rakan suddenly spoke up. "Human! We found so many treasures!" Kale smirked to himself, thinking, "The Empire really is an interesting place, isn't it?" Hannah pointed her finger. "I told you about the secret room where the Pope and the Leadership Council used to conspire. There are plenty of church treasures in there too, but I never mentioned the hidden table inside that secret room. Because that table is the true entrance." The group then teleported to another location. Kale scanned the rear courtyard, but it was completely empty. The man asked, "Is it a bit too messy in here?" Kale shook his head. "Not at all. It's just, the memory of that brutal moment keeps flashing back, and it aches. I truly pray we catch the culprit to bring peace to the dead and closure to the living." Kale looked up at the towering castle and asked, with a hint of hesitation, "But what exactly is that spire over there?" The man replied, "Rumor has it that hundreds of years ago, when the papal palace was first built here, there was a heretic. They say that heretic was locked away at the very top of that tower." He explained that only a single staircase led to the peak, and the building had been abandoned for centuries. It perfectly matched what they had been told. The Holy Maiden had said the exact same thing. But what was this feeling? Kale gave the order. "Let's split up and search the area. I'll head towards the tower." The man nodded. "Understood." Choi Han suddenly noticed something and asked, "Is something wrong?" Kale brushed it off. "It's nothing. My heart is just racing a bit, that's all." Choi Han looked at him in confusion. "Your heart is racing." Setting the odd remark aside, the two of them moved out to investigate. Choi Han stammered, "Sir Kale, your hand—" The original master of this power was reacting. The greatest thief to ever steal a divine artifact. Not only was she incredibly fast, but she also had nerves of absolute steel. Kale burst into laughter. Rayon chimed in, "Hey, human, what's wrong? Are you planning to blow up the tower with a whirlwind?" The little dragon warned him, "Don't do that. I saw your hands shaking last time. If you want, the great and mighty Raon Miru will smash this puny tower to pieces for you." Kale quickly stopped him. "No breaking things." Jack had mentioned that the condemnation of the sun lived up to its name, an unimaginable punishment. But rumor had it that it could also bring the night to a standstill. A white night. They say a brilliantly radiant night would fall, an entity that creates an endless day with zero darkness. A holy relic that only the Church of the Sun God could ever possess. And it was right here. The divine artifact was right here, waiting. Kale channeled the power into his hand, a sly smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "Tonight, I'm taking over this tower." Later that night, Rosalind lay snug under her blankets, deep in thought. "Right now, back at the palace, Sir Erohaben is taking my place to avoid any suspicion from the Watchers. I have to secure the holy relic from this tower without getting caught." Meanwhile, Choi Han stepped away in another direction. Sir Kale," he said, "I'll stay right here." Kale immediately agreed. "All right." Kale made up his mind. "Tonight, we're going to completely clear out this tower." Choi Han looked up at the towering structure. "He sounds tough, but I bet he's just going to use it for a good cause again." Kale began making his way up the stairs. All the guards were heavily concentrated over at the east building. Kale scoffed inwardly. It's like they're putting up a giant billboard advertising a secret room in the east building. Just as he'd been told, this rear garden had almost 0 patrols, and whenever the Pope takes his walks, he strictly forbids anyone else from entering. Kale pieced it together. So, the Pope definitely knows about this tower. He knew for a fact that the holy relic was hidden here. Suddenly, Kale stopped in his tracks. Then, why didn't he just give it to Jack? Even if they are only a half-saint, huh? If they use the holy relic, the believers will become even more fanatical and follow them with fiery devotion. Did he think that handing over the entire holy relic to the saint would make them too hard to control? Rayon stepped forward. Let me break this lock. The door was quickly smashed open. He looked a bit confused. Why aren't you going in? Kale propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought, before the two of them finally stepped inside. Rayon looked around. Now I get why the Empire just left this place alone. There is absolutely nothing here. An old iron bed, an iron desk, and a chair that looked ready to crumble into dust. Other than that, there was nothing. It really was exactly like a prison cell. He wondered aloud, Human, it is weird. This place feels so desolate and creepy. Kale reached down and tapped the floor, and a powerful aura suddenly surged upward. It is right here. Rayon channeled his magic to lift it up. Let me lift it for you. Kale flashed an incredibly bright smile. Found it? The lock on the iron safe was then snapped open. Rayon stared at the plaque in Kale's hand in confusion. What in the world is this thing? He muttered suspiciously, This thing is seriously scary and cold. A Gentle Method of Death, authored by The Soft-Hearted, Boring Death. Kale pondered for a moment. This didn't seem like the punishment of the sun. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Are you planning a sacrifice? Kale asked Rayon. Is this book cursed? Rayon replied, No, it just gives off a really desolate and creepy energy. Kale thought to himself. Was it because of this book? Going by what the owner of the rock said, it really was a terrifying item. He crouched down and looked at it. Rayon asked, Human, is this ours? Kale shook his head. No, it is a little different. Suddenly, a strange surge of power shot up, startling him. Kale glanced at the book. Rumor had it that it was a holy relic, not a curse, which left him thoroughly confused. But why was it written in the Roan Kingdom's language? Kale spoke up. Rayon, this is the Roan Kingdom's language, right? Rayon inspected it closely. To me, it just looks like Roan characters. Kale was suddenly taken aback. What? Every existence in this world is only beautiful when it dies. Do you want to die? Follow me to find the easiest way to die. Kale muttered in disbelief. Rayon, doesn't this belong to the God of Death's church? Rayon perked up. Right? Kale continued. It has been a long time since that place had a saint or saintess, hasn't it? Kale asked further, Right, author? A soft-hearted death, really? Kale let out a dry chuckle. What a shock. He pondered for a moment. Why would a holy relic of the God of Death be here of all places? To the outside world, this place was used to imprison heretics, but in reality, it was the prison where the last saintess of the sun god was locked away. Why would the God of Death's holy relic be kept here? Kale picked up the box. First things first, he had to move the safe. He looked at the book by his feet with curiosity. Is there another book? Rayon pointed out. Human, this thing is written in the Empire's language. Kale read it silently. The contents read, These damn bastards all deserve to die. His eyes narrowed in displeasure. It was a string of curses. I have memorized all the curse words, but this thing? Rayon tilted his head. Human, it looks like the owner of this place wrote this. Kale gave the order. Rayon, read it for me. He quickly agreed. All right. The great and mighty me understands every language on the continent. Rayon began to mutter. You piece of trash, Pope, how dare you lock me up like this? You utter bastard, unworthy of the sun god's light. That is what it says. Kale replied nonchalantly. Right. Rayon just continued reading aloud. How dare you lock this precious body in such a cramped prison? You bastard, you deserve to suffocate for 100,000 days. Unforgivable. You evil scumbags, I was such a fool to trust you. What a massive idiot, Kale agreed. Yeah, any human would be furious if they got locked up. Rayon continued reading. Did they bury the God of Death's holy relic here with me just to suppress my power? Just you wait. I will leave this book under the holy relic so that someday future generations will know the truth. Human? After observing it for a moment, he nodded. All right, keep reading. Got it, Rayon happily complied and read further. You fools, do you have any idea where the sun god's holy relic is? To think that someone like me, who dreamed of becoming emperor, would be locked up in a place like this. Well, this is getting weird. Kale urged him on. Just keep reading. I was once hailed as the successor to the throne. Who would have thought I would end up in such a miserable state? Who could have guessed that the second prince and the pope would collude so wickedly? Why do you think I urged royal father to bring the sun god into the empire? Wasn't it because I am the saintess? I said that bastard should never have been allowed to become the pope. It is infuriating that everyone was fooled by that disgusting mask of his. They were so terrified of the god of death's church that they stole their holy relic. That was never the noble will of the sun god. They are nothing but a bunch of bastards who need a good beating. Kale closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. So this was why the pope frequently took walks out here. It wasn't for the sun's punishment, but for a much greater secret, a dark stain, a ticking time bomb that the church had to keep buried. I knew it. They burned every last one of my belongings when they locked me away, didn't they? And then they had the nerve to laugh at me, calling me insane, mocking me as a heretic. You want to know why I laughed? You absolute fools. You don't even realize that the real punishment lies right there. Beneath the scorched ruins of that palace lies the divine artifact you all so desperately seek. Rayon let out a heavy sigh. How absurd, Kale agreed. Yeah, it truly is. The little dragon glanced over. Are we going to clear out the royal palace too? Kale called out to Rayon. Startled by his name, the dragon stammered. Human, I spoke a bit too soon. Even though your body is incredibly weak, I almost forgot that your authority is even weaker than the Empire's royal family. So, just sit back and let me wipe them out for you. Kale was utterly bewildered by the little dragon's bold declaration. What are you on about? Kale made his decision. We will search for it tomorrow. Rayon exclaimed in pure delight. As expected of my human, that is your true nature. The royal palace is nothing but mere dust before a great and mighty dragon. Don't worry, if we get caught, I will just blow everything up. Kale's voice softened. The holy maiden had suffered so much, having been imprisoned in a place like this for her entire life. He reached out and gently patted the little dragon. Let's resolve this holy maiden's deep-rooted resentment. Rayon fiercely agreed. That's right, we will absolutely get it done. The next morning, a hand firmly set a teacup down on the table. Was it you? A calm, indifferent voice echoed out. It was definitely you. Kale asked, completely bewildered. What are you talking about, your highness? Alberu crossed his arms and leaned back, his tone turning frosty. Seeing that guilty look on your face makes me even more certain. In stark contrast to the crown prince's deadly serious interrogation, Kale casually brought a cookie to his lips and took a bite.